When heaven and earth are not yet determined, the martial arts world is still immersed in blood. The evil cult has appeared like an ink stain on the martial arts picture, and now, after decades of bloody conflict, the evil cult finally chose a new leader. The person that everyone thought was a cold-blooded murderer, the destroyer of martial arts, but he just wants to grow vegetables, raise fish, retire early, and kill gangsters. The sect leader just wants to sleep. The martial arts world is in turmoil. The righteous sect is preparing to join forces to destroy the evil sect. The sects trembled in fear. The four great masters gathered. But our sect leader is busy folding origami and doesn't practice every morning, but sat in yoga meditation and breathing. I heard he was planning to open it. Milk tea shop right in the main hall of the demonic cult. A guardian shouted loudly, "Cult leader. The righteous path is attacking the city, do you have any orders?" Yugong sighed, "What order? Go clean the vegetable garden first." A cult leader wants to live like a farmer. A demon cult doesn't want to kill, just wants to sell fruit. But life is not like a love story. Will a retired religious leader can make the martial arts world less bloody, or will the martial arts world force him to become a real demon god? Late at night, strong winds blew the leaves off the branches. In the darkness, a man dressed in black was rushing forward. Behind him appeared several dazzling sword lines. The sword lines slashed across. The leaf in the air was cut in half. He heard the noise and turned his head in panic. He saw a person with a cold expression chasing after him. That person mercilessly drew his sword and attacked. The person's arrogant face and sharp eyes gradually enlarged in his vision. He recognized that person as the rookie martial spirit Bywok. After defeating him, Bywok stood still with his sword in hand, looked up to the sky and shouted loudly. He finally saw the person. On the cliff in front of Bywok, a figure appeared. The moonlight shone above his head, stretching out a shadow that looked like a demon stepping out from hell. Bywok growled, "Heavenly Demon Azura." The person called Heavenly Demon Azura was filled with fury, his arms crossed in front of his chest, his expression ferocious like a ferocious god. The few people following behind, Bywok surrounded and attacked the Heavenly Demon Azura. His overwhelming aura made them feel timid and afraid. They gritted their teeth. Bywok looked up at him with contempt, cold sweat pouring down his face. He thought to himself, being alone and still maintaining such an aura, truly worthy of the title of devil who once shook an era. The blade of the sword in Bywok's hand reflects the image of a cold face like ice, a legend within a legend of the devil's path. The leader of the demonic cult, Heavenly Demon Azura, he is a man who has experienced countless battles and stepped on the corpses of countless people. The demonic cultists worship him and are willing to sacrifice for him. The world beneath his feet is nothing but trash. Until I, Bywok, appeared, thinking so, Bywok immediately raised his eyes to look at the Heavenly Demon Azura and shouted loudly, "Do you still have any words of denial you want to say?" Heavenly Demon Azura's face was gloomy. He suddenly curled his lips into a cold smile. Immediately after, his wild laughter echoed throughout every corner. Ha ha ha. A strong wind blew, and a demonic laughter echoed in the ears, attacking everyone present. Bywok stood still and was unharmed, while the others reluctantly used their swords to defend themselves. Bywok was a little excited, thinking that this momentum was enough to become a sacrifice for my heroic epic. He laughed crazily, ending it in one move would be too bland. "I'll play with you a bit before finishing you off." Looking at the evil figure of the Heavenly Demon Azura, Bywok confidently shouted, "Your arrogance ends here. Come here, Azura Demon." Heavenly Demon Azura stopped laughing. Half of his face was hidden in darkness. He glared, his eyes were red and full of murderous intent, as if he was ready to commit a massacre, yet he suddenly opened his mouth, begging for mercy. Bywok heard what he said, his whole body turned stiff like a flower. He widened his eyes, cold sweat pouring out. Was it an illusion? Bywok gritted his teeth, his expression filled with disbelief as he looked at the Heavenly Demon Azura and thought, his opponent was a peerless master of the demonic path, a heavenly demon. He could not give up. Begging me for mercy in such a pitiful manner. Heavenly Demon Azura's face was gloomy. "I must not be sincere enough. Please spare my life just this once, okay?" Bywok was shocked. The word sound transmission popped into his mind. It was a martial art used to transmit sound to someone far away. This also explained why he heard those strange words from the Heavenly Demon Azura. Heavenly Demon Azura used sound transmission to continue. "I will live as if I were dead, living in seclusion in the deep mountains and valleys, absolutely not appearing in the martial arts world, please." Before he could finish his words, Bywok shouted excitedly, interrupting him, "It can't be done." The people standing behind Bywok looked at each other. They all saw the puzzled look on each other's faces. Bywok was shaking with anger. He thought to himself, my plan to become a hero, defeating a cowardly demonic cult leader, what's there to be proud of? Heavenly Demon Azura used sound transmission to bargain. Brother Beck, for my sake, let's use sound transmission to talk. The two people standing behind looked at the trembling back of Bywok in confusion. What's going on? Bywok stomped his foot on the ground. He took a run and flew towards the Heavenly Demon Azura, the sword in his hand flashing. He used sound transmission to reply to the Heavenly Demon Azura, if your dignity is so easily ruined, then just die. Heavenly Demon Azura was startled and broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly reacted, drawing his sword. Beck, Brother Beck, please think again. Bywok was impatient to listen to his nonsense. He was so angry that his veins popped out and he roared, what the hell am I cultivating martial arts for? The Heavenly Demon Azura had no choice but to fight him. He was so worried that he gritted his teeth, his expression filled with unwillingness and despair as he thought, cough, is this the end? The two of them charged at each other. In the air where they intersected, between the two of them a blinding white light flashed. The darkness gradually dissipated, the sunlight shone on the ground. With just one move the winner was decided. Bywok, who was full of confidence in victory, died after just one move. Bywok lay on the ground, his sword was broken in half. The Heavenly Demon Azura stood beside him looking at him with an expressionless face. 22 years later, in the demonic sect, where there are magnificent and splendid castles, Heavenly Demon Azura stroked his long beard. He absent-mindedly thought back to the past. Why didn't Bywok use his strongest technique back then? As he moved, the hem of his coat fluttered. Heavenly Demon Azura clasped his hands together, his back imposingly walking forward. A group of people hurriedly moved aside and respectfully bowed their heads. Heavenly Demon Azura thought to himself, thanks to this, he was able to maintain this throne and raise his descendants like this. Heavenly Demon Azura remembers the bloody battles of the past few years, although because of his excessive desire for power and strength, his three sons fought for the position of the leader of the demonic sect. In front of him was a bowl of incense sticks with billowing smoke, and now they were all buried 3 feet underground. At this moment, someone walked up to the Heavenly Demon Azura and spoke, Father. The other person was a young teenager. He was the only son of the Heavenly Demon Azura. He clasped his hands before his chest, respectfully asking, Are you well? Heavenly Demon Azura stared at the bandit without responding, but the bandit was different. The bandit standing before him looked both cold and upright. He thought to himself, I raised him not to be blinded by strength and power. Heavenly Demon Azura had calculated everything into the future. He could see the potential within the Duke, and prepared it to become the strongest sect master. The Wanderer had no idea what was going on in Heavenly Demon Azura's heart. His face darkened. He clenched the paper in his hand with determination. Son, Azura passed by him. He said calmly, I'm always healthy, don't worry. He thought to himself, one day you will surpass me and become the strongest sect master. Several subordinates standing not far away were whispering to each other as they looked at the bandit. Such a terrifying sect master actually had such a kind side. Sure enough, the next sect master was the bandit, a descendant of the Heavenly Demon Azura. The Wanderer didn't know what to think. He clenched the paper in his hand so tightly that it crumpled. In the study, all kinds of books are arranged on the bookshelves. The Wanderer took a brush and drew a line on the paper. He concentrated on writing something. Suddenly a figure appeared outside the room. The Wanderer with the pen looked out the door again. Who was it? Someone outside opened the door and entered. He clasped his hands in front of his chest and bowed his head respectfully. A guest of life and death requests an audience with the young sect leader. I am an expert in torturing guests of life and death in the demonic sect. The mortal guest looked up at the Wanderer, his expression filled with excitement as he continued, reporting to the young sect master, your subordinate is torturing a righteous person. By the sect master's orders, your subordinate came here to report the situation. The Wanderer looked at him with indifferent eyes. You want to test my aptitude? Thinking so, he spoke up. The guest of life and death remembered the person who had just been captured. His subordinates had tortured the criminal in the dungeon for 3 days. He described the scene of his father using the rod calmly. On the first day, his subordinates stripped him from thigh to toe, then soaked him in salt water for half a day. Thinking about the bloody scene he caused, the mortal continued. The second day, his subordinates fed his feet to pigs. The righteous man was lying on the chair. His whole body was covered in blood. The guest of life and death recounted that on the third day, which was today, the lower half of his body had disappeared. The death guest lowered his head and smiled smugly. He secretly glanced at the expression on the bandit's face, then thought to himself, in this entire demonic sect, only I can torture to this extent. The young sect leader must be very satisfied. The bandit suddenly slammed his hands on the table and stood up. He frowned, his demeanor was fierce and he shouted loudly. The weak and dying guest was extremely confident in his abilities. Poor him, speaking up to hear. He just reacted to what the gangster had just said. He jumped, surprised, and exclaimed, Huh. The death guest's eyes rolled back, his whole body trembled, he broke out in a cold sweat, he couldn't believe it, he said my torture method was weak, I thought he would say I was too cruel. The mortal guest looked at the gloomy-looking wanderer in front of him, and he became even more terrified. As expected, he was the bloodline of the legendary demonic demon Azura. Thinking so, he immediately bowed his head, his whole body trembling, and said loudly, "Yes, your subordinate will immediately torture you more brutally." Having finished speaking, the guest of life and death hurriedly retreated like a gust of wind. The wanderer looked at the quiet, empty room, no one in sight, and fell into deep thought. He sat down on the chair with a dark face. After a while, the wanderer let out a long breath. His face turned pale, cold sweat poured out, his face looked panicked and he muttered, "Crazy demons. They are not human." The bandit remembered the time when the life and death guest standing below reported to him, something like from head to toe was not intact, because he was too cruel. He thought of something else. At that time his whole body was trembling with fear. In his head he kept thinking, "Is that what humans do? Please stop, don't be calm, this is the devil's sect, now I'm too weak, can't, I have to endure, I'm too weak, weak, weak." And so in the panic, the bandit shouted loudly, "Weak." Now thinking back, his whole body stiffened, sweat pouring out like a shower. I misspoke. Thinking about the scene of the death guest torturing others, the bandit only felt fear. He gritted his teeth and clutched the paper in his hand tightly. Moreover, he had said that the torture would be more brutal, just for hanging around the demonic cult. He was treated so cruelly, how despicable. Suddenly the wanderer let go of his hand, looked at the crumpled paper in his hand. Inside the paper were clearly written a few words, "Not worthy of being the leader of a demonic cult." The wanderer pondered for a moment, then muttered dejectedly, "Today I can't say it again." The wanderer secretly cried out in his heart, "I don't want to be the head of a demonic cult." He thought of a life like a wandering knight, free and easy. The wanderer held his head and thought with a pale face, "I want to live a normal life. But the people around me misunderstood me." The wanderer remembered that one time when he went out, a subordinate from the demonic sect saw him and greeted him, "Young sect leader, where did you just go?" The wanderer smiled and replied in a friendly manner, "I just picked up a horn on the side of the road and threw it into the furnace." Then this story gradually spread out in a strange way. Hearing that someone had caught a righteous trash on the side of the road, another subordinate raised his eyebrows, showing understanding. The place where that righteous person was to be destroyed was not the dungeon. The life and death guest was both surprised and happy, shouting, "Sect master, young sect master has done it." The subordinates couldn't help but be excited. As expected of the successor, the bandit clenched his fists, his face pale with panic. He thought, "No, I really just went to take out the trash." The wanderer turned his head to look out the window, his heart filled with determination. He couldn't live a normal life in this demonic cult. He had to tell his father and leave this place. His face turned gloomy before he inherited the position of sect leader. At this moment, an old man suddenly pushed the door open and barged in. The young sect leader looked at the person and calmly asked, "What's the matter?" He thought to himself, "Oh, I'm so surprised." The man was one of the 6 elders of the demon sect's little demon king. He always had a smile on his face. Although he was panicking, he still tried to pull the corners of his mouth to smile and say, "Sect leader." He shouted urgently. The sect leader was in critical condition. The wanderer stared in horror. He was shocked and could not believe what he was thinking. The bandit changed into funeral clothes. His face was stunned, still unable to digest what was happening. He carried the portrait of the heavenly demon Azura and completed the ceremony. Behind him was a team of professional coffin bearers. The outlaw looked up at the sky. The sunlight shone on his haggard face with dark circles under his eyes. He was extremely confused. What was going on? The wanderer remembered the moment when he opened the door and rushed in. "Father." He hurriedly ran to the bedside of the heavenly demon Azura. "What happened?" The old doctor standing next to him was sweating profusely and replied worriedly, "The thing is." He remembered the battle 22 years ago between the heavenly demon Azura and the White Void and continued, "The sect leader's internal injuries from the battle with the demon Cloud Wind were too severe, he could no longer hold on." The exhausted heavenly demon Azura tried to open his eyes and looked at the wanderer and whispered, "Wanderer, you're here." The wanderer gritted his teeth, his face full of worry. "Please don't say any more." His father thought to himself, "It seems like it's very difficult for him to talk." The heavenly demon Azura raised his lifeless, trembling arm. He tried to use all his remaining strength to continue, "My son, Du Jiang, listen carefully, from now on, you are the leader of the devil cult, everything." Before he could finish his sentence, the heavenly demon Azura's hand that was raised in midair suddenly fell back down. The bandit was startled and hurriedly grabbed it, but it was too late. He shouted in agitation, "Impossible. The whole body of the wanderer was covered in mud. He put his hands on the door to support himself. In the end, his face turned pale as if he had lost all vitality. He thought to himself in despair, "Can't I escape the fate of the leader of a demonic cult?" The wanderer trudged through the doorway, but he frowned, suddenly realizing something was unusual. Although he didn't turn around, the wanderer still felt someone behind him. It seemed like there was a stranger in his room. The wanderer's eyes were cold and emotionless. "Who are you?" The other person approached him, asking for forgiveness for the disrespect. The bandit quickly turned around to look at the other person. He was so angry that he shouted, "I asked who are you?" The other person didn't give him a chance to react. He suddenly rushed forward and pressed his acupuncture points. The bandit lost all strength. He was surprised and shouted loudly, "Acupoint, when did he attack?" The man supported the weak body of the wanderer, his face gloomy as he spoke. Then, "Please excuse me." With that, he took his travel gear and disappeared on the spot. With a loud bang, a big hole was punched through the roof of the small courtyard where the bandit lived. The person holding the bandit flew out through the big hole. The bandit gritted his teeth and widened his eyes, his expression filled with worry as he thought, "He's sealed my acupoints, damn it, I have to call someone quickly." At this moment, someone discovered something unusual and immediately chased after them. The two stopped and the bandit turned his head to look at the two people chasing behind him. He immediately recognized the evil spirit team and the soul-chasing Yiksha. "They can get rid of that guy." Thinking so, the bandit saw hope and shouted loudly, "Hey, here." Several people chasing behind loudly urged each other, "Hurry up, we must kill that bandit." These words reached the bandit's ears. He was stunned in disbelief. But before he could regain his composure, the person chasing behind continued to shout, "Whoever succeeded would be greatly rewarded." Several masked men shouted in unison, obeying orders. The crowd quickly surrounded the man and the bandit. They held their weapons tightly and charged forward with murderous intent. The man reached out to touch the saber on his back. "Let's go, sect leader." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately swung his sword and slashed several times. Directly defeated the people blocking the way in front and rushed out. The bandits stared at the blood splattered everywhere, their hearts filled with fear. How could those elites be defeated so easily? The group of people chased and killed without mercy. One person jumped down from above. He raised the sword in his hand and slashed down. He died. That person's face was gloomy. The sword in his hand was flashing. He quickly changed the way he held the knife. The blade just rotated backwards. He didn't even bother to turn his head and used the knife to stab straight behind his back. The other person just rushed over. The sharp blade immediately pierced through his throat. He widened his eyes in surprise, only had time to scream once before losing his life. The man charged straight forward. The man standing in front of him witnessed this scene and couldn't help but be terrified. He panicked, cold sweat running down his face, but knowing he had no way back, he could only risk his life to charge forward and attack. Under the dim moonlight, the saber in the man's hand flashed. He stepped forward and flew up high. The sword in the hand of the person who just blocked his way broke in half. He fell straight to the ground and died. Seeing this scene, the man with fiery red hair shouted angrily, "What are you guys doing, trying to let the bandits escape?" At this moment, someone suddenly appeared, reaching out to stop him. Stopping him, that person was the Little Devil King. He still had a smile on his face. The person with bright red hair exclaimed in surprise, "Little Devil King. He is the captain of the evil spirit-sounding scholar team," he said loudly in surprise. "If we let him run, the consequences will be unimaginable." The ghost standing beside the Yiksha captain who was indignant about chasing the soul also thought so. It was still too late to chase now. The Little Devil King looked into the distance. "This wild beast, you can kill him anytime, but if you kill him, the devil sect will face great disaster." He thought of the terrifying figure who had just begun to march, the preparation of the heavenly demon Azura Pong Chion because of him. The Little Devil King clasped his hands behind his back and calmly continued, "So I was ready to stop the bully." The Little Devil King stepped forward. "The rest of you quickly deal with the body." The elders gather together. He smiled gloomily, his face filled with ambition as he announced, the 16th generation patriarch succession ceremony officially began. In a certain forest, a figure kicked hard into a tree trunk to gain momentum and dashed away. This movement caused several leaves to fly off the branches. Pong Chion carried the ranger's gear and crossed the forest, rushing like the wind, the ranger's face pale. After a while, he yelled in annoyance, "Hey, it's been a day already, who the hell are you to do this to me?" Pong Chion did not answer him but changed the subject, almost reaching Teha. Having finished speaking, he suddenly jumped to the ground and stopped. In the stunned eyes of the wanderer who didn't understand what was going on, Pong Chion calmly continued, "I will unblock your acupoints." As he spoke he unblocked his acupoints. The wanderer was finally able to move. he rolled his tired shoulder, thinking to himself, finally the pressure point was released. Peng Qion suddenly knelt down before him. He respectfully said, "This humble one asks to see the sect master. I am Peng Qion." He looked up, his amber eyes shining. He continued, "Created to serve the cult leader alone." The wanderer frowned, his heart filled with doubt. Was the one created the subordinate trained by his father? Thinking so, he immediately spoke up, "I will only ask one thing. Is the mastermind of the rebellion the little devil king?" The strong wind blew the leaves up. Peng Qion's voice rang out, sounding especially clear, "That's right." The wanderer bowed his head in silence. So what? He remembered the time when the little devil king took care of him when he was little. He smiled kindly and taught him to read. And also when the two of you sat and talked happily together, little devil king, my loyal one. The wanderer remembered the times he clasped his hands respectfully before him. He could not believe that he would betray me. But after that brief moment of surprise, he suddenly smiled smugly, wonderfully. The wanderer looked up in a good mood. If the little devil wants to be the sect leader, then so be it. I will give up the position of sect leader and live a peaceful life. He furtively glanced at Peng Qion thoughtfully, but the problem was this guy. Peng Qion stood still with a serious expression on his face, looking obedient as if he was waiting for the bandit to give orders. The bandit quickly made a decision. He had to find a way to chase him away. Thinking so, he pointed at him and said loudly, "You have given your allegiance to the wrong person. The current leader of the demonic cult is the little face of the demon king. Go away." Peng Qion's face was gloomy and stubborn as he replied, "My sect masters are only the heavenly demon Azura and the young sect master. Please take back your orders." The bandit angrily thought to himself, "Look at my eyes and see if you want to get beaten up." He frowned, showing a fierce expression as he shouted, "Insolent, you dare to disobey and order me. Do you want to die? I told you to go." Before he could finish his sentence, Peng Qion's face turned dark, his eyes were red, and he swung his arm aggressively and attacked. The bandit was so scared that his face turned pale and cold sweat poured out like a stream. He closed his eyes and shrank back, raising his hands to support himself, screaming in his heart. In the forest there was a loud explosion, rocks and dust flew up. The bandit sat on the ground, eyes wide open in fear, looking up at Peng Qion, who had just slammed his hands against the cliff behind him. Peng Qion crazily smashed his head against the cliff. This lowly person asked for self-punishment. The rocks and soil were broken by Peng Qion's impact and fell heavily on the head of the ruffian sitting below. He frowned and cried out, "My bones." The rumbling noise in the forest scared the birds and made them fly away. The bandit couldn't take it anymore and roared, "Stop right now. What the hell are you doing in the middle of the night like this?" Peng Qion didn't stop and continued to bang his head against the cliff. The sect leader ordered, "I will punish myself until you forgive me." The helpless bandit screamed, I know, but you, the leader, I order you, stop now." Peng Qion finally stopped. A large hole appeared on the cliff, broken rocks fell everywhere and piled up, but he was completely unharmed. The bandit looked at him and was sweating profusely. He couldn't help but think, what kind of monster did his father train him to be? He helplessly patted his head, "We need to find a place to rest first. Let's go down the mountain." As if remembering something, he suddenly asked, "How much of my father's money did you bring?" Peng Qion's face was solemn. He calmly replied, "This lowly person did not bring any money. Then tonight we have to sleep on the mountain." The angry bandit shouted, "What the hell are you saying? You will serve me?" Peng Qion bowed 90 degrees and admitted his mistake. "Please forgive him." Not far away, a group of people were walking over. Peng Qion looked at them and continued, "But I have already prepared a place to sleep and delicious food. They have come to pick us up." The bandit turned pale as he looked at the group of people in front of him. He opened his mouth wide and a question mark popped out of his head. The leader of the group had one side of his face blind. He had a ferocious expression and said loudly, "How dare they freely enter and exit the green forest area like this? It's best if you guys don't even think about escaping alive." On the high tree branches around, there were many archers aiming their bows at the dugong and Peng Qion. The bandit realized that the situation was not good. He clenched his fists in worry. It was no good. These people were the elite of the green forest. "Peng Qion, what are you still standing there talking nonsense about?" The wanderer frowned and pursed his lips. He quickly transmitted a message to Peng Qion. Careless actions would bring trouble. First, he should politely apologize to them. Peng Qion's eyes were red. He roared angrily, "Shut up, do you know who you're talking to?" The others were shocked by his oppressive aura. The bandit's eyes rolled back, his mouth gaped open in fear. Peng Qion. He hurriedly ran and grabbed Peng Qion's arm, growling softly in his ear, "What the hell are you doing? Hurry up, apologize to them, say sorry after me." The leader of the group finally reacted, fiercely shouting, "Damn it, who are you kidding?" Having said that, he ordered his group to attack. As soon as he finished speaking, the archers hiding in the trees shot arrows in unison. A rain of arrows flew out from the forest, rushing towards where Peng Qion and the bandit were standing. Peng Qion's face did not change color, but the bandit standing next to him was so scared that his body stiffened. Peng Qion reached out to touch the saber behind his back, his face darkened and he gritted his teeth, shutting his mouth. As soon as the word left his mouth, Peng Qion slashed horizontally. The red sword energy swept away the rain of arrows that were rushing towards him. Feeling the terrifying power from the move just now, the leader was terrified and thought, sword energy, this guy is not an ordinary person. He loudly ordered a retreat. The word retreat had just left his mouth when Peng Qion suddenly appeared behind him from afar. He used both hands to hold his head tightly, his eyes were cold to the extreme, still stubborn. With a loud bang, the neck on his head was twisted backwards by Peng Qion. The bandits standing far away shouted loudly to stop them, no killing. The leader's neck twisted 180 degrees, just enough for his head to face Peng Qion. Peng Qion calmly explained, I didn't kill him. Seeing this weird scene, the bandit couldn't help but scream, what the hell are you talking about? Peng Qion did not reply but patted the leader on the shoulder, master is tired, quickly take that day back to the green forest. The leader used a strange posture to nod his head like pounding garlic. The bandit exclaimed in surprise, is he still alive? His eyes rolled back, his face turned pale, cold sweat poured out, he couldn't help but think with fear, I've messed with a madman. That night, at Green Forest's residence, Peng Qion's face was gloomy as he kicked open the main door and rushed in. He observed the place and looked at the three figures inside. Peng Qion looked disappointed, so shabby, no different from a horse temple, you wanderer, let me remind you, Peng Qion, don't speak so impolitely. Peng Qion hurriedly bowed before him and apologized, yes, I'm sorry master. At this moment, one of the three people present in the room suddenly spoke up, you're so bold. The bandit turned around and said with a fake smile, sorry, it's late at night, please forgive my intrusion. Speaking of this, the wanderer suddenly noticed something, his eyes widened in surprise. In front of him appeared a beautiful young lady, the moonlight through the window gently shone on her. Her eyes were half closed, looking exactly like a painting of a quiet beauty that no one could bear to disturb. The wanderer thought absent-mindedly, who is this person? The young lady opened her eyes, her blue eyes gently moving, captivating, the traveler secretly added in his heart, a peerless beauty. The wanderer's cheeks were red, he looked at her shyly, such a weak woman was in the green forest, were they kidnapping a hostage? Thinking so, he clenched his fists. Peng Qion heard the voice transmission from the bandit. Peng Qion bowed to his back and respectfully replied, yes, the bandit secretly ordered, quickly go save that young lady. The lady slowly walked closer to where the wanderer was standing. The moon was really beautiful tonight. She suddenly curled her lips and covered her mouth to laugh. The moonlight reflected the red light of the gem on her ear, looking a bit evil, and you too are. She stopped, smiling maliciously, you bastards, who are you? The wanderer did not expect the lady he thought was his hostage to say such words. His face turned pale, he was so surprised that a big question mark popped up in his head. Peng Qion's face darkened, he gritted his teeth and placed his hand on the saber on his back. The next second, Peng Qion pulled out his sword and rushed to where the lady was standing. He angrily shouted loudly and rudely. The young lady laughed coldly, her beautiful face couldn't hide the cruelty. She loudly said shut up and die. After she finished speaking, she waved her hand. From inside her sleeve something was shot out. That thing was a round-shaped hidden weapon. It flew straight towards Peng Qion. Peng Qion fearlessly rushed towards it even faster. As soon as the hidden weapon approached him, his eyes flashed with a golden light. He swung his saber, directly cutting the flying hidden weapon in two. But the remaining hidden weapon seemed to have eyes and suddenly flew behind Peng Qion and circled back. Peng Qion jumped up high without hesitation. The remaining hidden weapon spun in the air, then cut through the place where Peng Qion was standing just now. Peng Qion held a knife, his eyes shining, his aura terrifying as he swooped down from above. He aimed straight at the hidden weapon that was spinning below. Peng Qion accurately stabbed the hidden weapon through the hollow hole in the middle with his saber. Immediately after that, he slashed out with his sword, knocking the hidden weapon back. The lady was startled and looked at the hidden weapon flying towards her from above. As soon as she reacted, she immediately jumped to the side, dodging. With a loud bang, the hidden weapon flew past her and hit the wall behind her, creating a strong shockwave. The young lady turned her head in surprise to look at the destroyed wall behind her. Rocks and dirt fell to the ground, and white dust rose up. The next second, she was so angry that her face turned red and she gritted her teeth and roared, "You damn thing! Peng Chion appeared behind her at some point. He placed his hand on her head, his face cold as he said, "This is the end." The girl's pupils contracted, she was stunned in disbelief. She laughed crazily, then tried to turn her head to look at him. "Haha, you think so?" Not knowing when, the remaining people in the camp surrounded the bandit. One of them held a knife to his neck. He coldly laughed and let go of our camp leader. The sharp saber in his hand reflected a dazzling light. He pressed the saber right against the bully's jugular artery. With just a slight movement, he could easily take his life. He coldly threatened, "If not, I will take this brat's head." Peng Chion rarely showed a look of panic and anxiety. He roared, "Master." The lady who was also the camp leader smiled smugly. "You understand the situation now, you damn thing, or do you want to see this brat's brain?" The bandits behind the bandit raised their heads and laughed loudly. Haha, the bandit's face darkened. He clenched his fists, gritting his teeth in anger. "Those bastards." The next second, the bandit bent down and easily escaped the bandit's control. He waved his hand and used his spirit spear. Two small knives shot out, flying backwards and stabbing straight into the shoulders of the two bandits standing beside him. Suddenly attacked, one of them glared and gritted his teeth. He pressed his knife against the bandit's neck and felt the pain, his face pale, his expression filled with disbelief as he shouted loudly, "Ah!" The remaining bandits were startled, they were a bit unable to react. The next second, the bandits jumped back, increasing the distance between them and the bandits, who also quickly raised their guard and retreated together. After feeling safe, the wanderer stopped. The two small knives returned under the control of the bandit. He said coldly, "It was useless." Peng Chion stood beside him and smiled happily. As expected of the master, the ghost chief was truly formidable. The bandit heard him speak and rolled his eyes in anger. He shouted angrily, "I told you to apologize, why didn't you listen?" Peng Chion felt like he had been hit with a heavy blow. He stiffened and replied mechanically, "I am carrying out the orders of the sect leader." Having finished speaking, he knelt down on the ground without any hesitation. He pressed the camp leader's head down with his own. This lowly one asked to bang his head as a form of self-punishment. The bandit standing beside him got angry and shouted, "Stop." The camp master sneered, "You two are more troublesome than bandits. I have never met anyone like you." Her laughter echoed throughout the camp. "Ha ha ha." The wanderer glanced at Peng Chion who was silently kneeling on the floor. Peng Chion angrily raised his fist. On a bright moonlit night, the miserable screams of the camp leader echoed through the mountain camp. In another room, water inside a wooden barrel was gushing out. The wanderer soaked in the wooden barrel. He closed his eyes and relaxed. The wanderer looked up at the ceiling and sighed. The world is truly unpredictable. He remembered the scene where the camp leader was beaten to a pulp by Peng Chion and thought to himself, "That woman, that camp leader." At that time she was still unconvinced and kept cursing, "Ah, damn it, this brat, this bastard, cough, I don't want to see you guys again, you bandit." Who is a bit sad, "It seems like I've been cursed all my life." The ranger left the water tank and put on his coat. He rubbed his shoulders, his heart ached with sadness. Too many things happened in just one night, he wanted to rest. "But the camp master gave me the room, what a surprise." At that time the camp master was grabbed by the head by Peng Chion. On his head appeared two big bumps, his face was bruised. He smiled obediently and said, "You just make yourself at home." With a screech, the wanderer opened the door of the room. It was just a small camp. I didn't expect much, but it seemed to have all the amenities. He observed the room, his eyes stopped at the painting on the wall, a beautiful landscape painting. The traveler took a deep breath and looked at the flickering candle. The gentle fragrance of the scented candle helped to relax the mind. He closed his eyes, happily lying down on the bed after a tiring day, and most of all, a soft bed. This is happiness. Suddenly the gypsy's hand touched a big, hard lump on the bed. He couldn't help but wonder, what is that? The bandit looked in that direction and what caught his eye was the angry face of the camp leader. The bandit was stunned, his face pale, a huge question mark popped up in his head. He sat up angrily, clenched his fists, and shouted, "Peng Chion." Peng Chion pushed the door open and entered like a gust of wind. He bowed respectfully and asked, "You called me?" The bandit pointed at the camp master, who was burning with resentment and was turned into a rice cake on the bed, and shouted, "How dare you do that to the camp master?" He was a little embarrassed and blushed. "Do you have any intentions towards her?" Peng Chion calmly replied, "If master wants, I will give her to you." The bandit was so angry that he yelled, "No need, I just saw that she was fine, before I got scolded." The camp owner was so angry that he gritted his teeth, wishing he could send the two of them straight to the underworld. She strained her body, raised her head, and looked at the bandit, then trembled as she hissed each word through her teeth. "Your face is not bad, come here," she thought to herself in frustration. "Really?" From the room came the angry voice of a bandit. "Enough, quickly go and clear the acupoints of the camp leader. The camp owner sat up straight, she raised her hand to rub her tired neck and exhaled, saying, whoosh, finally the acupoints are released. The wanderer turned to look at the camp leader who was sitting on the bed and hadn't gotten up yet. Excuse me, I'm a wanderer, what's the camp leader's name? The camp master relaxed his whole body and honestly replied, I am Tun Nuoc Lon. Then she turned around and asked back, are you the child of some noble? The wanderer did not answer, he thought to himself, you still keep cursing me. He ignored her and pulled the blanket down to the floor. After finishing he spoke, I'm tired, let's go to sleep. Song Ruo Lan's cheeks were red, she deliberately let her coat slip down, revealing her white shoulders. She shyly said, okay, let's not waste any more time. Seeing her like this, the bandit was scared pale. What? He hurriedly waved his hand, his tone raised, let's go to sleep, if you're tired then go to sleep. Tong Nuoc Lon turned her back to him, she glanced at him provocatively then pulled her shirt down even further. You look handsome, but are you a eunuch? The bandit's face darkened, he gritted his teeth in anger. The bandit tightened his grip and walked towards Song Ruo Lan, feeling the person behind him approaching. Song Ruo Lan curled her lips into a sinister smile, she had fallen into the trap. Her hands clenched into fists, her face full of malice. She thought to herself, you dare to let your guard down in front of me, I will kill you, ha ha ha. The pilgrim put his arms around Song Ruolan's waist. Song Ruolan couldn't help but laugh secretly in her heart. Cock. The pilgrim used his arms to tightly squeeze Song Ruolan's waist. She was startled and her heart was filled with surprise. The next second, the rogue bent over and pushed Tong Ruo Lan backwards. He angrily shouted, you dare say I'm a eunuch. Tong Ruo Lan was slammed on the floor by him, her face blank. She couldn't help but feel doubtful about life. The bandit shouted loudly, get out. He didn't know how to pity women and threw Song Ruo Lan away. He was still flying straight out with his head held high. Peng Chion looked at Song Ruo Lan flying like a cannonball. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and laughed with satisfaction. As expected of the master. That night, the full moon hung high. The wanderer stood on the rock below the waterfall, his hands clasped behind his back as if he were in thought. The vagabond sat down, he rested his chin on his hand and thought dejectedly, because of a crazy woman I can't sleep, this Zhang Ho is full of weirdos. Remembering Peng Chion's recent battle, the bandits couldn't help but worry, the most dangerous was Peng Chion. Thinking of this, the bandit felt sad again, he easily neutralized all my attacks. Under the waterfall there is a goldfish swimming leisurely. The bandit waved his hand in frustration. The small sword plunged into the water and then circled back up. The wanderer looked at his own illusory reflection on the water, pensively. There was a splashing sound under the water. The wanderer stared in that direction. With this strength, if he stepped into the Zhang Ho, the goldfish that was swimming leisurely in the water was cut by the bandit's saber. Blood stained the surface of the water. He compared himself to that little fish. He would definitely die a horrible death. Peng Chion's murderous sword seemed to be hanging over the head of the bandit. He silently looked at the water and thought to himself, the one who could kill me at any moment, Peng Chion and the evil cult, the ones who wanted to hunt me down. The wanderer looked at his hand, feeling confused. My father had unified the martial arts world, yet he only taught me the ghost chief. He clenched his fist. Why? His eyes were red, full of unwillingness. Crossing the water, the wanderer suddenly saw a black shadow standing on the shore. He was hiding behind a tree, observing his every move. As soon as he realized that the bandit had discovered him, he immediately jumped up high and disappeared on the spot. The wanderer looked at the desolate tree stump with no one in sight, only the cold wind blowing, a few leaves rustling as they fell to the ground. He looked up. What happened? He suddenly disappeared. The last of the bandits finally reached the shore. Suddenly, there was a noise behind him, as if something was rushing towards him. The wanderer quickly realized. He turned around, his hand tightly gripping the small knife. Something was coming. In the dim moonlight, the wanderer clearly saw a figure appear in front of him. He was startled and couldn't react in time. Peng Chion stood in front of him without any emotion. He looked straight at him, and reminded, Master, it's cold, come inside. The wanderer's whole body went limp and he sat down on the ground. What, Peng Chion? His hands on the ground kept shaking, his heart felt confused. Could it be that he was too nervous? The wanderer tried to calm down and sit down here. Peng Chion. Peng Chion bowed his head respectfully and replied, I prefer to stand. The wanderer looked up at him and emphasized, I have something to ask you, sit down. Peng Chion looked up, he was silent and did not answer. Just when the bandit thought that Peng Chion would refuse, he obediently knelt on one knee on the ground. The wanderer thought about his martial arts training with the others in the demonic sect. He spoke, father never allowed me to learn martial arts, only the ghost chief was an exception, among the many martial arts, you only allowed me to learn the ghost chief. The wanderer looked at Peng Chion and asked, but you appointed me as the leader of the demonic cult, how can I understand this contradiction, what is father thinking? Peng Chion lowered his eyes to show respect, master, the ghost chief is not weak in martial arts, moreover, his internal energy is very profound. Hearing him say that, the wanderer's expression turned gloomy, relying on internal energy alone, it is impossible to rule the demonic sect, let alone the martial arts world, why does father only allow me to learn from the ghost elder, answer me. Peng Chion stammered, that is. He seemed to see the strong figure of the future vagabond, he seriously emphasized, because you must become the strongest. Receiving this answer, the gangster stood up, waved his hand angrily, and shouted, nonsense. What Peng Chion just said was nothing more than a fantasy to a bandit, he shouted excitedly, do you think with my current strength, I can act as I please, answer me. The sound of the waterfall rushing down could not drown out Peng Chion's voice, he calmly replied, what you need is not in the demonic sect, now is not the time, that's all I can say. The angry bandit hissed each word through gritted teeth, this bastard. Peng Chion bowed his head and remained respectful, master, go inside and rest, we must go to the Green Forest headquarters early tomorrow morning. The bandit's face turned pale, he pointed at himself and asked, what are you talking about, why do I have to go there? Peng Chion looked straight at him and seriously replied, to unify the world. The bandit's eyes were red, he gritted his teeth and raised his fist, wanting to hit someone, what the hell, what unification of the world? A punch using all the strength of the ranger hit Peng Chion straight in the chest, Peng Chion stood still without moving an inch, yet the ranger felt a sharp pain spreading throughout his arm. He hugged his swollen, red arm, weakly trembling and groaning. Seeing this scene, Peng Chion closed his eyes, unable to bear to look straight. The wanderer was both ashamed and angry, his heart was filled with resentment and tears, he didn't want to be the leader of a demonic cult, and even less wanted to unify the world, why didn't anyone ask for my opinion? Peng Chion didn't know what he was thinking, he stood tall right beside him, his eyes shining brightly looking down from above, master, I will lead you to the path of hegemony. After he finished speaking, he used an imposing aura to continue, follow me. The bandit was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat, his eyes turned white, his mouth opened but he couldn't say a word, he was so scared that he screamed in his head, help me. The next day, the sky was blue and the sun was beautiful, Peng Chion sat in front of the carriage with an expressionless face, the wanderer sat in the carriage, resting his chin on his hand, quietly contemplating. He sighed in frustration, thinking deeply, this journey did not go as planned, finally arriving at the headquarters of the Green Forest main base. At this moment, someone suddenly spoke up, young master, I have something to ask. The wanderer woke up and looked at that person, Sun Ruolan sat in front of him, her face was bruised, she asked with an annoyed expression, why do I have to sit in the same carriage with people like you? The bandit glanced at her sadly in return, feeling a bit sympathetic, thinking that it seemed like this young lady was also dragged away by Peng Chion. Tun Noaklan saw that the wanderer was not paying attention to her, her clenched fists trembled, she tried to control her anger, lowered her voice and said, young master, why don't we talk about something? The wanderer closed his eyes, sat up straight and pretended not to hear anything. Finally, Sun Ruolan could not bear it any longer and shouted angrily, you bandits, after robbing the mountain village of all its properties, now you want me too, I am a person of noble status, if I am not the leader of the demonic cult, then don't even think about talking to you. Hearing this, the entire bandit stopped, his face turned gloomy. Tun Noaklan still didn't know anything, she still kept on talking loudly, even if you become the young leader of the devil sect no one will pay attention. The gangster gritted his teeth in frustration, veins popped out all over his face, he gradually lost his patience and shouted loudly, if you know what's good for you then shut up. With that, he stuck his head out the window and loudly called out to Peng Chion who was sitting in front, Peng Chion turned to look at him, what do you want, master? The bandit pointed at the crazy Tun Nuaklan in front of him and roared, I can't take it anymore, leave this woman behind. The carriage was still rolling, and finally stopped. Peng Chion frowned, emotionlessly pulled the carriage door aside. Tun Nuaklan looked at Peng Chion's hand that was getting closer and closer to her, she pointed at herself without any fear and shouted fiercely, do you think I will obediently listen to you, Peng Chion, you bastard, are you crazy, even your master? Before she could finish her scolding, Peng Chion's hand suddenly gently landed on top of Tun Nuaklan's head, she was stunned in surprise, huh. The morning dew on the grass and trees, the miserable screams of Tun Nuak spreading out did not affect the little snail leisurely inching forward bit by bit. Inside the carriage, Su Rulan's head was twisted to the side, her eyes rolled back and she trembled, trying to turn her head but couldn't. Pungshan half closed her eyes, bowed her head respectfully. Now it was quiet. Master, the bandit was scared and pale as he looked at Su Rulan. He angrily stood up and said loudly, "The problem is not whether it is quiet or not. Do you want to force me?" The wanderer imagined Peng Chion kneeling in front of him, kowtowing repeatedly and shouting, "I'm sorry, master." He thought to himself, "You want to kowtow to punish yourself again." The bandit clenched his fists and secretly made up his mind, "You bastard, I won't stop you this time." Contrary to his thoughts, Peng Chion stood motionless outside the carriage. The bandit asked him in confusion, "What are you doing? Why don't you bang your head?" Peng Chion put his hands across his body and bowed respectfully, "Please forgive my disrespect. From now on, I will replace my master to lead you." The wanderer's memory suddenly drifted to last night, when Peng Chion knelt before him. At that time he waved his hand angrily, shouting loudly, "Nonsense." The wanderer frowned. He was agitated and shouted, "You think with my current strength, I can act as I please?" Back to the present, the wanderer turned pale. He was not sure and thought to himself, could it be because of yesterday's incident? Peng Chion sat in front of the carriage. He held the reins and said, "Then let's go." With that, he urged his horse forward. The angry bandit cursed inwardly, "Peng Chion, this bastard." Tun Noak Lan's chest and neck were twisted by Peng Chion. After that, her whole body exuded a resentful aura. "My neck." The vagabond sitting opposite saw this scene and couldn't help but think, "Aren't you planning on breaking her neck before you leave? She looks like a ghost." 2 days later, at the Flower Moon Pavilion, the guests were chatting happily, and the waiter was busy coming and going. The wanderer chose an empty table and sat down. The waiter walked to the table. The group of bandits were smiling enthusiastically. The bandit was all dejected, his face darkened. He secretly complained in his heart, "I'm so tired." The wanderer remembered the situation just now. He frowned and pointed at Sun Rulan and said, "I don't want to attract attention." Peng Chion replied without any emotion, "I understand." After he finished speaking, he immediately adjusted Sun Rulan's head. Sun Rulan happily cheered, "Great." The wanderer couldn't help but think, luckily he broke her neck before leaving. At this moment, someone spoke up, "The food is here." The wanderer was attracted, immediately raised his head. The table was filled with delicious food. The sailors looked up, such a sumptuous banquet. He looked up at the waiter who was pale with fear in front of him, thinking to himself, "But this waiter seems a bit annoying." The waiter broke out in a cold sweat, forced a smile and said, "Please enjoy this wild food." He denied it himself, "No, maybe I'm too sensitive from being around crazy people all day long." The cheerful wanderer picked up his chopsticks and prepared to pick up food. "Come on, let's eat." At this moment, Peng Chion, who was sitting next to him, suddenly held the waiter's hand. "Wait a minute." He glanced at the waiter with sharp eyes and asked, "How long have you worked here?" The waiter looked at his arm that was being held tightly and stammered, yes, this is the 3rd year." Peng Chion frowned and asked out the doubt in his heart. Why was he so nervous when receiving guests? The waiter broke out in a cold sweat and swallowed his saliva. The wanderer slammed his chopsticks on the table, looking displeased. "Peng Chion, you're exaggerating. The waiter didn't do anything wrong." Hearing him say that, Peng Chion immediately let go of the waiter's hand. The waiter rubbed his aching wrist and bowed his head to thank Peng Chion. "Thank you, young master. Actually, it's because the young lady next to me is too beautiful that I misspoke." Tun Nuok Lan could not help but laugh smugly. You also have an eye for people." The traveler reminded, "Now is the time to eat and have fun, don't spoil the mood." Peng Chion respectfully replied, "I understand." The wanderer picked up his chopsticks and smiled happily, thinking to himself, "Finally I can eat." Just as the chopsticks in the traveler's hand were about to touch the bun in front of him, Sun Ruo Lan suddenly got angry and slammed the table. Standing up, the traveler said a little impatiently, "What problem do you have again?" Sun Ruo Lan's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, her expression gloomy as she spoke. "I'm being looked down upon, you bandit. You look confused. What are you talking about?" Tun Nuok Lan went crazy and flipped the table over, screaming, "There were 7 dumplings next to her, while I only had 6. The plate of dumplings flew up high, the dumplings were scattered everywhere, the plate fell down and landed straight on the bandit's head. His face immediately darkened. Peng Chion, who was sitting next to him, was also hit on the head by 2 dumplings. He acted indifferent as if nothing had happened. The angry bandit broke his chopsticks and yelled, "Peng Chion!" Peng Chion's face darkened as he stood up, the 2 buns on his head rolled down. Peng Chion brought both hands close to Sun Ruo Lan's head. His eyes were red and looked extremely scary, but Sun Ruo Lan didn't feel anything. She was still angry to the point of blushing, pointing and cursing people. "Today we're closing the shop. today I'll let you all know who I am. In the dungeon, there was a cracking sound of necks being twisted, and the scolding immediately stopped. Under the astonished eyes of the waiter and the guest, the bandit calmly stood up. Let's go, Pong Chion. Pong Chion with a sullen face forced Tun Nuoklan with her head twisted back, to stand up and go out. Please forgive me, Tun Nuoklan angrily shouted. I will kill them all. Seeing the three of them walking towards the door, the magistrate standing nearby hurriedly made way. Several guests looked at the backs of the three of them and whispered, that young lady's neck. The person beside him continued, how could it be possible? At this moment, the waiter in the shop suddenly ran out to hold the bandit's shoulder. He was sweating profusely as he loudly reminded, hey, pay first before you go. The bandit with a gloomy face turned around and shouted. He finally couldn't hold it in anymore and glared at him, shouting, I'll pay you back 6 times. That night, in a certain room, a loud, banging sound came from inside. The person inside the dining room was hit in the chest, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. The man who just made the attack had red eyes. He looked down at the person kneeling on the ground, clutching his chest. He coldly said, you only thought of colluding with the waiter. The other person lowered his head, endured the pain, and coughed up a pool of blood with his hand. I'm sorry. He is the leader of the Black Heart Assassination Society. Black Heart Assassin's face turned pale as he looked up at the person standing in front of him and explained, who would have thought she would flip the table. Having finished speaking, he bowed his head in submission. Please give me another chance. The person standing in front of the black-hearted hand had a gloomy expression. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, showing disdain. The black-hearted hand continued to plead, the heavenly light pupil, no martial uncle. His face was pale. He secretly looked at the person in front of him. I still am not used to your face. Black-heart hand thought of the heavenly light boy with a bloodthirsty expression, murderous aura lingering all over his body. He was over 70 years old but still retained a childish appearance. The celestial light pupil smiled sinisterly as he looked at the dismembered corpse hanging on the floor. The room was filled with various torture tools. The floor was covered in dried, black blood. Furthermore, it was rumored that because he ate human flesh since he was young, he was cursed to forever have the form of a child. Black Heart Hand lowered his eyes and head. If he fails to beg for forgiveness, he will die. Thinking that, he quickly made a promise. This time he will definitely succeed. The celestial light pupil passed by him, his face cold and emotionless as he gave the death order. This is your last chance, successfully return. That night, 2 dark figures rushed out from the woods. They jumped soundlessly, stepping on tree branches as they moved forward. The Dark Shadow Squad secretly calculated in their hearts, first, they had to lure Pong Chion as far away as possible. Yin Yang twin demons, 2 people wearing night clothes appeared, one with black hair, one with white hair. They cooperated well and advanced. You two follow me to deal with that young sect leader. The black-hearted man in front raised his hand to signal the Yin Yang twin demons and the others to stop. Not far away, they clearly saw the silhouette of a bandit sitting by the window. The bandit was still unaware of the group's existence. He looked out expressionlessly, remembering. One of the assassins quietly took out an arrow. He knocked an arrow to the bowstring. The sharp metal tip of the arrow pointed straight at the position where the wanderer was sitting. This was our last chance. The traveler looked down from above at the young couple laughing and talking happily on the roadside. He thought pensively, a normal couple like any other, if only we could be like that. Sun Ruolan was so angry that her face turned red. She leaned close to the back of the bandit and shouted, you brat, when are you planning on going to sleep? The bandit's eyes rolled back in his head, his heart filled with sorrow. Reality was so cruel. Tun Nuoklan stood behind him, resisting the cold and growling. The wanderer's face turned pale as he silently complained, this Pong Chion guy actually wants me to sleep in the same room with this woman. Tun Nuoklan waved her hand and roared, sleeping late will make things worse. Are you going to take responsibility? The wanderer turned to look at her and sighed in frustration. He reached out to pull the window shut. I know, shut up and go to sleep. At the same time, the sharp arrow shot by the assassin flew towards him. The arrow grazed the wanderer's shoulder, passed through Tun Nuoklan's body behind him, and then stuck into the wall. The wanderer and Tun Nuoklan looked up, their faces pale as they looked at the arrow stuck on the wall, question marks popping up in their heads. Before the two could regain their composure, from afar a rain of arrows suddenly shot towards where the bandit was standing. The bandit sensed the danger, his eyes widened in surprise. As soon as the rain of arrows rushed into the room, Tun Nuoklan immediately jumped high. The bandits also quickly bent down to avoid it. Sun Ruolan's face turned pale. She was terrified and shouted, I almost lost my life. You bastard, what did you do to be hunted down? Before you could come back to your senses, you gritted your teeth and did not reply. Peng Qion suddenly burst in from the window, "Master." Several of the assassin's arrows shot straight into Peng Qion's ironclad back and shattered. Peng Qion asked with a worried expression, "Are you okay?" The bandit looked at him, sweating profusely. "I'm fine." Quickly stop them. A few more arrows were shot into Peng Qion's rock-hard head and shattered. Peng Qion seemed to feel nothing. He placed his hands on his chest and respectfully replied, "I obey." Having finished speaking, Peng Qion immediately raised his hand to press on the Du Gang's acupoint. The bandit didn't have time to react and was hit by a pressure point. He was so surprised that he was stunned. Peng Qion didn't say much, hugged him, turned around and rushed out. The bandit was scared pale and shouted, "I told you to stop the enemy, why did you bring me along?" Peng Qion closed his eyes, showing a look of reverence and loudly replied, "I cannot leave you in such a dangerous place." You bandit's eyes rolled back in fear, "You just took me to an even more dangerous place." Tun Noak Lan leaned out the window, reached out and followed the two of them, and screamed in panic, "You bastards, I'm still here." Seeing Peng Qion's figure getting further and further away, Tun Noak Lan froze. She widened her eyes and opened her mouth, standing still like a statue. Outside the woods, the assassin hiding inside the woods let out a miserable scream. Peng Qion, the evil god, drew his sword and charged forward. As if sensing something, he suddenly glared in one direction. Peng Qion swung his sword, a dazzling sword slash across the body of the assassin who was charging, directly splitting him into two halves. An assassin saw this scene and immediately charged forward in anger. "Damn it!" Peng Qion's face darkened as he glanced at him. Almost immediately, Peng Qion turned his head, his eyes becoming sharp. Without hesitation, he slashed out a sword energy. The sword energy turned into a streak of light and struck straight towards the assassin. With a loud bang, the entire surrounding trees were leveled by Peng Qion's sword energy. The other assassins saw that the situation was not good, so they quickly turned around and flew away. Peng Qion chased closely behind with one man and one sword. The last assassin shouted, "Peng Qion is coming." The team leader was so worried that he was breaking out in a cold sweat. He turned his head and spoke loudly, trying to stall for time, "Don't let him get close to the young sect master, Blackheart Hand will come to the rescue." "Okay." Then speaking of this, he suddenly fell silent. What caught his eyes was the image of Peng Qion carrying the bandit across his body and rushing forward. Peng Qion, the evil god, swung his sword and attacked him. "You are so bold, you dare to plot against us. You led the team out." Before the sword slashed, the only question left in his mind was, why was the young sect leader there? At the same time, in the room that was originally the resting place of the bandits, other than the abandoned Sun Ruo Lan, 3 other people appeared. Blackheart Hand looked at the empty room, showing an expression of disbelief. "You said he went with Peng Qion." Tun Noak Lan honestly replied, "Yes." After she finished speaking, she pointed at herself and said, "Who are you to dare talk to me in that tone?" The Blackheart Hand's face darkened, so it turned out, he failed again. The Yin-Yang twin demons who were with him were startled and worried. Blackheart Hand remembered the death order given to him by the Heavenly Light Boy. "I told you this is your last chance to return successfully." The Yin-Yang twin demons glanced at each other, the tension in their eyes almost overflowing. The two of them, without prior agreement, quickly flew to the window. The Blackheart Hand standing behind them had a gloomy expression. "It was useless to run away," the Yin-Yang twin demon said. He raised his hand, a mass of blue energy covered his hand. The Blackheart Hand waved its hand, 2 palm prints were accurately released, hitting the heads of the Yin-Yang twin demons who were still intending to escape. Bright red blood splattered all over the room. The Yin-Yang twin demons were thus struck to death by a single palm strike from the Blackheart Hand. Not stopping there, he suddenly raised his hand and used force to strangle himself. His expression was a bit crazy as he growled, "Both of them must die." Immediately after, his blood splattered all over the floor. Tun Noak Lan was so scared that she shrank back, her face pale as she screamed, "Hey!" Tun Noak Lan approached the stiff corpse of the Black-Hearted Hand on the floor. She mustered up all her courage and reached out to poke his still warm body. "Just kidding, are they really dead?" Tun Noak Lan was scared pale, she couldn't believe it and muttered, "Are they really dead? How ridiculous, do they dare to disregard human life like that?" At this moment, Peng Qion appeared outside the window carrying the travel gear. The two of them had returned. Sun Ruo Lan felt their presence and turned around. Peng Qion stepped on the window frame and stopped. He helped the tramp into the room and released his acupoints. The bandit was covered in blood, waving his hands and angrily complaining, "Peng Qion, are you trying to bathe me in blood?" After he finished speaking, he noticed the 3 corpses lying horizontally in the room and Tun Noak Lan still hadn't recovered. He couldn't help but ask the question in his heart, who were they? Peng Qion knelt down on one knee, looked at one of them and replied, "That guy is the Black Heart Hand, and the two guys in front are the Yin-Yang twin demons." The wanderer turned to look at Tun Nuoc Lan, who had been in the room the whole time and had never left, and asked what had happened. Tun Nuoc Lan hurriedly explained, "I didn't do anything. You say he is a black-hearted man." He kept muttering about some failure, then killed those two and committed suicide. The bandit raised his eyebrows, he crossed his arms in front of his chest, and asked in disbelief, "Suicide, so you survived?" Tun Nuoc Lan saw that he was suspicious of her. She was upset and shouted, "I didn't even have time to ask anything before he died," she said, and turned to look at Peng Qion and questioned, "Are you leaving me here?" Peng Qion pretended not to hear anything. He stood up and took something out of his chest. Tun Nuoc Lan shouted, "Peng Qion, listen carefully, what benefit do I get if I follow you?" Peng Qion did not reply. He opened the small bottle he had just taken out. Tun Nuoc Lan saw that Peng Qion did not respond to her. She angrily pointed at him and shouted, "Be careful behind your back, I will definitely stab you in the back." Peng Qion ignored her madness. He dropped a drop of purple liquid on the corpse in the room. The corpse was just touched by the liquid. It immediately evaporated with a hissing sound, leaving behind a black trail that turned into smoke and rose up. Seeing this scene, Sun Ruo Lan couldn't help but feel terrified. She quickly changed her expression and smiled brightly as she flattered Peng Qion. How could he burn the corpse so quickly? It really was Peng Qion. After disposing of the body, Peng Qion turned to look at the bandit and said, "We should leave here." Thinking back to what just happened, the bandit broke out in a cold sweat. "That's right." Sun Ruo Lan happily raised her hands, smiling brightly like the sun. "Yes." Peng Qion took the lead and walked out the door, the bandits quickly following behind. The corpses in the room were corroded, leaving only a bit of charred dried blood. In the end, the corpses turned into black smoke, dispersing into the air, as if they had never appeared in the room. The morning weather was nice, a gentle breeze was blowing, a few leaves were hanging in the air. Peng Qion rode his carriage along the cliff. There were voices inside the carriage. "Isn't the Zhang Ho a place where unexpected things always happen?" Sun Ruo Lan sat in the carriage, her head twisted back. She crossed her arms in front of her chest, her entire body exuding a resentful aura as she continued, as if she would get used to having her neck broken. The wanderer closed her eyes slightly, pretending not to hear anything. Tun Nuoc Lan angrily pounded on the carriage. She forced a smile and shouted, "I've been running for 4 days and nights. You stink, Peng Qion. Can you stop so I can squeeze some oil on your head?" The bandit was sweating profusely. He couldn't help but think to himself, he was already abnormal, and today he was even more extreme. He also hadn't bathed for several days. Thinking so, the wanderer glanced outside. "Peng Qion, let's find a nearby stream bank." Peng Qion sat in front of the carriage and shouted, "Master, you must practice this bit of asceticism." The wanderer frowned in frustration. "You try staying out there for a few days and then I'll tell you." Quickly turn the carriage around. As soon as he finished speaking, the carriage that was moving suddenly stopped, causing the two people inside to freeze. Outside, Peng Qion's voice was heard announcing his identity. The wanderer frowned and thought to himself, "What the hell is going on?" The ranger opened the door and got out of the car. He stuck his head out and looked forward, asking, "What's the matter, Peng Qion?" In front of the carriage, there was a man and a woman standing in front of the road. The man rubbed his head in confusion and said, "Sorry for being rude." He clasped his hands in front of his chest, smiling and continued, "I am Thuong Phi Hung, managing a small martial arts school in the West." The woman standing behind him seemed shy. She secretly glanced this way. On the ground, one could clearly see the broken carriage wheel. The heroic spirit often explained, "I was taking this young lady for a walk when the wheel broke. I wonder if I can rely on it." Peng Qion's entire body exuded a terrifying aura. He reached out to touch the hilt of the sword on his back. The bandit reminded him with some dissatisfaction, "Peng Qion, don't harm innocent people, quickly help them fix their car." He secretly sized up the man in front of him. Could this guy's martial arts be that of a third-rate martial arts school? Peng Qion lowered his eyes and obediently nodded, obeying orders. Under the astonished gazes of the man and woman, Peng Qion used all his strength to lift up their somewhat damaged carriage. Immediately after that, he did not hesitate to throw both horse and carriage down the cliff. Finished somewhere, Peng Qion dusted his hands and looked at the two of them and said, "If you regret this horse, you can go down there and find it." The bandit was shocked and pale. He helplessly slapped his forehead and cursed in his heart, "This bastard." Although Peng Qion's attitude was not very friendly, the hero still turned to look at the wanderer and suggested, "Hey, if it's not too much trouble, why don't you come with us?" The wanderer smiled apologetically and replied, "Okay, please get on the carriage, hero." The young lady in the mouth often flew around with a smile and curved eyes as she introduced herself. I am Chu Tuet Ban, thank you for your help. The enthusiastic traveler extended his hand to invite her in. Miss, please come in, Chu Tuet Ban politely said. Excuse me. Speaking of this, Chu Tuet Ban suddenly saw Tun Nuoc Lan with her neck twisted sitting in the carriage. She was scared pale and shouted, this is. Before she was startled and fell, the nimble traveler caught her. Ah, don't worry, I'm not a bad person. Chu Tuet Ban was embarrassed and stammered, thank you. Chu Tuet got on the carriage, she sat right next to the reins, the carriage moved forward. Sun Ruo Lan used a strange posture to look at Zhou Shuebin who was sitting in front of her and said, oh, so beautiful, have you ever made any man cry? Zhou Shuebin's face darkened. No, Sun Ruo Lan continued, looking at the way she dresses, she seems to be a young lady from a noble family. Zhou Shuebin quickly denied, no. Tun Nuoc Lan returned to her uncomfortable state. She turned her face away, so scared that she could only repeat a meaningless sentence. Tun Nuoc Lan turned her face to the wall, showing an unpleasant expression. Seeing her like this, he couldn't help but think to himself, it would be strange if she wasn't afraid. The bandits secretly glanced at Zhou Shuebin, who looked down at the ground. The atmosphere was stifling. At this moment, Chu Shuebin, who was sitting next to Du Jiang, secretly used sound transmission to talk to him. Young sect master and Du Jiang were shocked. He opened his eyes in disbelief. Looking at Chu Tuet Ban who looked weak and innocent, her head bowed and eyes closed, the wanderer thought in surprise, this woman, is she an assassin sent by the demon sect? Chu Tuet Ban sat still, she continued to use sound transmission. I have something to say, please promise not to make a sound. The wanderer glanced at her, he was so nervous that he was sweating. Chu Tuet Ban looked at him with an indifferent expression, his heart began to be in turmoil. What did she want? The bandits used sound transmission to ask, do they want to kill me? Chu Tuet Ban's eyes looked lifeless. She moved her lips and used sound transmission to reply, the demonic cult wanted to kill the young sect leader. At this moment, Peng Qion suddenly broke the carriage and rushed in. He shouted loudly, interrupting what Chu Tuet Ban was about to say, it's too dangerous. The master, the Du Jiang and Chu Tuet Ban looked at him in surprise. Peng Qion used her speed to attack, covering her ears and rushing to where Chu Tuet Ban was sitting, holding her head. Helplessly, Chu Tuet Ban gritted his teeth and wanted to resist. Peng Qion's hand on top of Chu Tuet Ban's head moved slightly, causing Chu Tuet Ban's entire body to freeze. Blood was flowing from the corner of Chu Tuet's lips, her whole body was limp. Peng Qion looked down from above, his face cold as he said, this woman is dead. The bandit's face turned black. Did you do it on your own? Su Rulan sat opposite, her face pale and trembling. Pongshan bowed his head to check the body and calmly replied, yes, master, it's faster than using acupressure, the same goes for that ordinary flying hero. Tun Nuoc Lan pointed at the Peng Qion, she widened her eyes in fear and shouted loudly, hey, who are you guys, why do everyone who sees us die? The wanderer looked at Peng Qion, not knowing what to say. Peng Qion raised his head and gave Tun Nuoc Lan a sharp look. Tun Nuoc Lan was about to go crazy from his pressure, she couldn't hold it in anymore and screamed, who the hell are you guys? Peng Qion's face didn't change color, he waved his hand and hit her neck. Tun Nuoc Lan closed her eyes and lowered her head. After finishing her off, Peng Qion turned to look at the bandits, he should have knocked them out before they caused a ruckus. Sorry, master. The wanderer was a bit curious. Okay, but how did you know about that common flying hero? Peng Qion replied calmly, I used sound transmission to ask him 2 questions. He recounted the story of that time. He secretly used sound transmission to ask Thuong Fai Hung who was sitting next to him, are you from the devil sect, who is the mastermind behind the scenes? The usual Fai Hung was surprised and widened his eyes, he fearfully glanced at Peng Qion's expression, clearly feeling guilty. Peng Qion recounted briefly, his expression immediately changed, under the vigilant gaze of the bandit, he continued, and just as I was about to make a move, he neatly committed suicide. The bandit felt confused and committed suicide neatly. Did he use the common flying hero as bait to probe me? Even though Peng Qion was strange, he was also very sharp. At this moment, Peng Qion who was standing in front of him suddenly spoke, interrupting his train of thought, Master, there is no way they could have secretly followed us without being detected. Peng Qion opened his eyes, his gaze became sharp, I think you have been stained with 10,000 miles of blood. The wanderer stared in surprise, his expression became solemn, only a cultivator who practiced tracking divine movements could smell this scent. The basic principle of the 10,000 miles blood fragrance is that you only need to drop a drop of the fragrance on the person you want to monitor, and it can spread within a range of 1,000 miles. Accordingly, the pursuer can easily follow the subject whose incense is being lowered. This type of incense will disappear immediately, so the pursued subject will not be able to detect it. The wanderer rubbed his chin, seeming to understand, so, no wonder, he turned to Peng Qion and asked, "Is there any way to get rid of the 10,000 miles of blood fragrance?" Peng Qion replied, "Just use the heat of the scorching sun to burn it, but you will have to endure a little pain, you unsuspecting wanderer, just a little, then do it." Peng Qion replied, "Yes, young master, sit up straight." The wanderer followed suit. He sat cross-legged, his whole body relaxed, his eyes closed. Peng Qion put his hand on his head. Peng Qion's voice echoed above his head, "I will get rid of it." As soon as he finished speaking, the wanderer suddenly widened his eyes, his face filled with surprise. The next second, the bandit screamed miserably. Under the influence of Peng Qion, black gas seemed to be escaping from his body. Feeling the pain, his face turned pale, his eyes turned white, his soul seemed to want to leave his body and fly straight out. The miserable screams in the carriage continued to ring out. After a while, the bandit lowered his head, and the carriage finally became quiet again. The bandit was sweating profusely, his face pale, and he was panting heavily. His heart was screaming madly. He couldn't bear it anymore. Luckily it was just a little bit. Who would have thought that just as he thought of that, Peng Qion would again place his hand on top of his head, thinking of the pain just now, his pupils immediately contracted. Peng Qion's face darkened as he continued to attack. The bandit was so scared that his hair stood on end. He bristled and quickly yelled, "You bastard, just say a little bit." Peng Qion replied loudly with a cheerful expression, "Yes master, it will be done in a moment." The bandit looked at the corner of his lips that was curling up and thought to himself, "This guy," he was sweating profusely from the pain, tears welling up in the corners of his eyes, he was clearly enjoying it. After that, only the miserable screams of the bandits remained, echoing throughout the deep green mountains. The corpses of Thuong Phi Hung and Chu Tuetban were left next to a rock by the roadside. On the rock were written several large words, "If you meet me again, I will kill you." Suddenly someone spoke up from the side, "How pitiful, just got stained with the 10,000 miles of blood fragrance." The heavenly light boy's pupils were filled with anger. He clenched his fists and roared. He was also tricked by those guys. He remembered the little devil king. The sect leader's orders were wrong. The celestial light pupil imagined the scene of the bandit lying breathless in a pool of blood. He should have killed the young sect leader to finish the matter. Thinking back to the scene of the bandit sitting pensively on the rock below the waterfall that day, he only wanted his blood to dye the water red. Thinking about the letter he received that day, he became even angrier. He actually wanted to convey his wish to ensure the bandit's safety. The angry Tien Quang Dong too kicked the stone with the provocative words written in front of him to pieces. Since when did the devil sect become so kind? He gritted his teeth in frustration, but the order had already been given and could not be changed. Tian Guang Tong Pu showed a gloomy expression and loudly called out. A blood voucher person suddenly appeared and knelt behind him. "Please give the order." The small pupil of the celestial light poured 10,000 miles of blood fragrance onto his body. He said, "I will leave behind 1,000 miles of blood fragrance on my body and continue to pursue the young sect leader. You should go to the western region to report the situation and gather more reinforcements." Blood Slip received the order and immediately stood up. Tian Guang Tong Zi suddenly continued speaking. After finishing the report, "You can return to the headquarters." Blood Slip was startled when he heard what he said. He was not sure and asked again, "Subordinate, what do you mean?" The celestial light pupil interrupted him, "No need to say more. His whole body exudes a terrifying murderous aura. If I have the chance, I, the heavenly light child, will go to the underworld with you. Peng Qion, kill him and convey the sect leader's wishes to this bandit." At this moment, Peng Qion was leisurely driving the carriage forward. The traveler was in a miserable state, his face was ashen, he lost all vitality sitting in the carriage, he was really tired. Thinking of Chu Tuetban, the wanderer couldn't help but feel disappointed. "Peng Qion, because of that guy, I couldn't hear her final words of denial." He couldn't help but wonder what she wanted to say. Tun Nuoc Lan sat opposite Du Du Quang, looking at him, covering her mouth and smiling. "Young master, what are you thinking about that you're not paying attention to me?" she continued, self-righteously. "Are you still afraid of being assassinated?" After she finished speaking, she laughed even more mischievously. "Huh, so cute, no need to be shy, just say it, our poor young master, come here." The bandit was so angry that he ground his teeth at her taunts. Finally couldn't hold it in anymore and shouted, "Son Ruo Lan, don't you have the word worry in your head? Look at your situation. Are you just making fun of yourself?" Sun Ruo Lan finally stopped laughing. She looked at him with an emotionless expression. The next second, she laughed irritably and said, "Hey, you're talking too much, why should I worry?" Tun Nuoc Lan angrily pointed at the bandit and yelled, "Do you want me to cry and beg for forgiveness? Do you want me to comfort and console you?" The wanderer knew he was a bit too much. He quickly explained, "No." Tun Nuoc Lan turned her face away, not looking at him anymore. She crossed her arms in front of her chest, gritting her teeth in anger. The wanderer looked at Sun Ruo Lan's trembling hand. Her tone seemed to be trembling. Could it be that she was trying to act strong to hide the uneasiness in her heart? Thinking about this, the wanderer couldn't help but feel confused. In the end, he chose to give in and used sound transmission to apologize to her. "Tun Nuoc Lan, I was a bit too harsh, I'm sorry." Sun Ruo Lan pursed her lips and frowned. She used sound transmission to reply to him. Why is the sect master using sound transmission to apologize to me?" The wanderer put on a serious expression and said, "Because you are my friend, I am not someone who will apologize casually." Tun Nuoc Lan took advantage of the situation. She arrogantly curled her lips and smiled. "If young master says so, then I will accept it. You unruly person will get angry when you hear that." Before he could get angry, she couldn't help but ask curiously, "But what are you thinking about that is so serious?" The wanderer clearly didn't want to answer truthfully. He avoided her eyes. It was a friend's matter. Outside, the shadows of the trees fell to the ground in black spots. He began to roughly recount his own story, but he said that it was a friend. His family was very large, but he was betrayed by his uncle. He was lucky to escape with the help of his subordinates, but the people sent by his uncle did not want to kill him. He used sound transmission to tell the whole story. Peng Qion, who was sitting in the front driving the carriage, did not know anything. The bandits looked puzzled. They should have eradicated the weeds completely. It felt like they wanted to convey something. Tun Nuoc Lan sat opposite, thinking seriously. She suddenly thought it through and pointed at him, clearly saying, "With this smart brain, I think maybe what they want to say is that as long as your friend lives in seclusion, he won't be hunted down anymore, right?" The wanderer seemed to want to say something but stopped. He finally thought it through. Was that really the case? Thinking back to the rain of arrows that attacked him a few days ago, he couldn't help but think, there was no way those elites of the demonic sect could miss. And also about Chu Tuetban suddenly appearing on the carriage. What she wanted to tell me was that he seemed to be able to hear the complete sentence from Chu Tuetban's mouth. The demonic sect didn't want to kill the young sect leader. The two words "don't want" appeared in the wanderer's mind, and his expression became much brighter. At this moment, Peng Qion suddenly opened the carriage door. "Master, let's rest a bit and then continue." The bandit was still happily thinking, now that he knows the location of the demonic cult, everything will be easier. He lowered his sleeve to reveal something shining in his sleeve. He turned to reply to Peng Qion. Looking at Peng Qion standing under the carriage, he thought to himself, "Sorry Peng Qion." The wanderer closes his eyes, for the freedom he longs for. The crucifix brushed past Peng Qion. He adjusted his collar and stared forward with eyes filled with determination. The thing in his sleeve flashed with silver light. In front of the tavern, people passed by, laughing and talking happily. The waiter laid out a table full of delicious food. "The dishes you ordered have been served." Tun Nuoc Lan looked at the food and drooled. She smiled happily until her eyes curved. It had been a long time since she saw this scene. Had Peng Qion changed? She looked at Peng Qion with some doubt and asked, "Surely he didn't call anyone else?" Peng Qion sat still, glared at her. The wanderer sitting next to him was a bit speechless. He suddenly thought of something. But wait. The wanderer looked at the crowd not far away, wondering which sect of warriors they were from. Peng Qion observed the people eating, drinking, and laughing happily at that table and replied, "It's Ho Van Bang, they are famous for their martial arts skills." The waiter standing next to the backpack smiled enthusiastically and said, "They won't make the first move, please rest assured." The wanderer lowered his eyes. "I know." The wanderer secretly calculated in his heart, the lake is the Cloud Gang, the higher the martial arts the better. He secretly glanced at Peng Qion sitting next to him. They would be mobile sandbags, helping him block Peng Qion's legs. The wanderer thought to himself, "I will seriously injure Peng Qion." He imagined Peng Qion off guard. He attacked and then immediately retreated. Then he shouted loudly, "What, you dare say that the Hu Yun Gang are useless? How arrogant." The Hu Yun Gang people were attracted by his words and looked this way. Each of them had a fierce expression as if they wanted to eat Peng Qion alive. They drew their swords and rushed towards Peng Qion, surrounding him. Then, when he was careless, they would run away. Breaking free from those fantasies, the wanderer thought to himself while picking up food, "The spirit can destroy a rock, but you are very strong, you will definitely recover quickly." Peng Qion sat beside him, still unaware. He calmly picked up a dumpling and was about to put it in his mouth. This moment, wanderer quickly took out his soul rod. "Sorry, Peng Qion, don't blame me." While Peng Qion wasn't paying attention, the wanderer suddenly used his soul sword to stab Peng Chion. Peng Chion seemed to not notice anything and continued eating as if nothing happened. With a rustling sound, a silver light flashed in the palace. The wanderer opened his eyes wide in amazement. Tun Nuoc Lan opened her eyes wide in shock. The two buns in her hand fell straight down. The spirit of the sword tore Peng Chion's shirt, but unfortunately it couldn't make any damage to him. The arm holding the reins of the scout trembled. He couldn't help but panic and think. It didn't pierce through. Peng Chion turned to look at him with a gloomy face, his eyes flashing red, sweat pouring down like a stream. He cursed in his heart, damn it. Peng Chion glared at him and said, Master. The bandit's face turned pale and he was scared. What kind of body does this guy have? He stuttered, I was wrong. Peng Chion acted as if nothing happened. He looked at him suspiciously, you call me master. The wanderer and the noble looked at him with disbelief. The wanderer's pupils contracted. He thought to himself, what are you calling me for? Son Ruola frowned, this Peng Chion is really crazy. Peng Chion felt guilty, quickly slammed the table, stood up and interrupted her, yes, Peng Chion, I'm very angry. His face turned pale, his whole body trembled. He pointed at the group of people from the Huyun gang not far away and said loudly, look at them, they dare to draw their swords in front of me, I must teach them a lesson. As soon as he finished speaking, the Huyun gang people were already furious and drew their swords, wanting to charge forward. You brat, are you talking to us? Peng Chion also immediately drew his sword and stood in front of the bandit. The master had to use his soul to call me, he must be very angry. Tun Nuoc Lan saw that the situation was not good, so she quickly moved the dining table away from where they were standing. The bandit pointed at the group of people and shouted, capture them alive and teach them a lesson. If anyone dares to be rude again, I will not forgive you. Peng Chion heard this and immediately sheathed his sword. He clenched his fist and replied, I obey. As soon as he finished speaking, the group of people from the Ho Van Bang rushed towards where Peng Chion was standing. They roared angrily, you bastards, will you only learn to behave when you shed blood? Peng Chion lifted his leg and rushed towards them. He was so fast that the crowd couldn't react in time. Then he used both hands to grab the heads of two of them. Peng Chion slammed one guy's head on the ground. He cried out in pain. The remaining one could not escape his fate and was sent flying by his wave of hand. The guy's body flew straight to another guy standing nearby. He was frozen in place, his eyes wide open. The wanderer took advantage of the chaos to quickly open the door and rush out. It was at this moment that, run, a loud explosion rang out in the building. The roof of the building was smashed to pieces, dirt and dust filled the sky. The bandits panicked and ran away on all fours. He used his lightness skill to quickly jump over several rooftops to escape, thinking to himself, Ho Van Bang, I will not forget your kindness. You bandits gritted your teeth and used all your speed. Even if I have to use up all my internal energy, I must take advantage of the time when they are holding Peng Chion back to escape. The afternoon sun dyed the sky red. The wanderer looked at the tall city gate in front of him, delighted. Finally, they reached the city gate. His eyes lit up with hope. I am free. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but exclaim, wonderful. But then Peng Chion appeared right behind him. He smiled brightly and said, yes master, this is truly a wonderful lightness training exercise. The wanderer was startled and scared. A big question mark popped up in his head. In the moment of distraction, he lost his balance and fell forward. Peng Chion quickly grabbed his shirt and pulled him back. The bandit's face turned pale. He broke out in a cold sweat, and asked in surprise, how did you get so fast? He was a little suspicious. Do you dare disobey my orders and not capture them alive? Peng Chion was silent for a moment then urged, let's go, master. His face was a bit gloomy, his sharp eyes looked down from above. They already. The three of them, all of them in disarray, knelt down on the ground, worshipped, and shouted loudly, long live the emperor, please punish us. Peng Chion curled his lips and smiled smugly. They were begging for forgiveness. The bandit standing beside him had his eyes wide open and was standing there, dumbfounded. His face darkened. He gritted his teeth with so much anger that his whole body trembled. I had trusted the Ho Van Bang, believed that they could buy me time. Looking at the crowd in front of him, the bandit clenched his fists until they were shaking, but only received the reply of long live, long live. One of the late gang members raised his head in dissatisfaction. He looked at the bandits with hatred. They dared to kneel before this brat. He took this opportunity to attack. The bandit suddenly moved in front of him and placed his hand on his head. The other guy's eyes widened in surprise. The bandits couldn't do anything to Peng Chion. He was so angry that he could only take out some of his anger on the other guy. He slammed the other guy's head on the ground and roared, unforgivable. The sound of bang 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 rang out continuously. Peng Chion crossed his arms in front of his chest. looking at the scene before him, happily laughing out loud, haha, as expected of the owner. The bandit looked miserable and cried in his heart, I will kill them all. The next day, the sky was sunny and beautiful, 2 little birds perched on a branch chirping happily. The mentally dejected wanderer sat in the carriage, remembering the first day he met Peng Chion. At that time, he single-handedly cleared out the siege of the demon sect, including the entire elite of the demon sect. He remembered how he attacked Peng Chion, and even his soul armor couldn't do anything to him. The wanderer felt like he was in Peng Chion's hands. He couldn't help but wonder, can't I escape from Peng Chion? Sun Ruolan sat opposite the Du Gang, suddenly transmitted a message to him, young master. The Du Gang was silent and did not say anything. Tun Nuoc Lan is a bit curious, do you want to kill Peng Chion? Hearing her question, the bandit's face was as dark as ink. He used sound transmission to reply, I didn't aim for his vital point, my sword didn't pierce his body anyway. Tun Nuoc Lan looked doubtful, maybe your sword is too bad. The wanderer suddenly put on a serious expression, sat up straight. He took out the soul sword hidden in his sleeve, the tip of the knife in his hand flashed with silver light. He glanced at Tun Nuoc Lan. With a rustling sound, the wooden curtain that was cut by the spirit wire in the traveler's hand fell down. Tun Nuoc Lan was shocked and stared. The next second, as if thinking of something, she raised her hand to cover her mouth, looking terrified. Oh, Peng Chion, is that guy indestructible? The young master has such a subordinate, how formidable. The wanderer frowned uncomfortably, what do you want to say? Tun Nuoc Lan suddenly curled her lips into a sly smile. Her face was full of calculation as she said, young master, do you want to run away from that guy? I can help you. The traveler's face darkened and he asked in disbelief, what can you help with? Sun Ruolan smiled confidently, I have an interesting toy. She showed the traveler the golden pill in her hand, then smiled like a cunning old fox and asked, how about it, do you want to try? The bandit frowned, looking doubtful, it looked suspicious. What was that? Tun Nuoc Lan grinned sinisterly, cuckoo, this is a special medicine, it can make people's stomach ache to the point of their intestines and liver hurting. The pill in Sun Ruolan's palm seemed to be emitting a dark aura. After taking just one, she would be unable to hold it in and would have to defecate immediately. The terrified bandit pointed at himself, you want me to drink that? Tun Nuoc Lan laughed, it will definitely be interesting, but the one drinking will be me. She said and smiled confidently, listen carefully boy, if I drink this, you tell Peng Chion that. Tun Nuoc Lan imagined herself holding her stomach and trembling. The bandit took the opportunity to order Peng Chion, she can take advantage of the time she goes to the toilet to escape, and you must stay behind to keep an eye on her. Peng Chion stood right at the car door and bowed respectfully, I obey. Next, Tun Nuoc Lan picked up her skirt and ran into the forest. Peng Chion followed closely behind her. The bandit took this opportunity to turn around and walk in the opposite direction from them. Sun Ruolan continued, then I will go as far as possible to buy time, and you will take that opportunity to escape. Sun Ruolan imagined Peng Chion panicking when she couldn't see the bandit. At that time, she would also secretly turn around and run away. Thinking so, she transmitted a message to the bandit, when Peng Chion returns, he will definitely search for you. At that time, I will take the opportunity to escape. Back to reality, Tun Nuoc Lan smiled and said, at least I can buy half an hour. For you, I have to sacrifice. The wanderer seems to have seen hope. If you say so, then I am very grateful. I really feel sorry for Miss Sun. Tun Nuoc Lan looked at the wanderer and smiled sinisterly. Stop it, I will teach that Peng Chion a lesson he will never forget. The wanderer nodded vigorously, a smile appearing on his face. I agree with this plan, thank you Miss Sun. Tun Nuoc Lan held the pill and smiled smugly, you know what's good for you, remember to treat me to a drink later. Having finished speaking, she did not hesitate to put the pill in her mouth and chewed it. A moment later, the miserable scream of Sun Ruolan rang out from the carriage. Her whole body was pale, she held her stomach and sweat poured down like a stream. Peng Chion, my stomach hurts so much, quickly stop the carriage. Fong Tian frowned, his eyes sharp. The carriage wheel rolled a few more times and then gradually slowed down. Du Gang and Tun Nuoc Lan revealed a happy expression. He happily transmitted to her, okay, now I will give orders to Peng Chion. The two of them were happy for a short while. The carriage continued to accelerate, both of their bodies stopped. Peng Chion sat in front as if he didn't hear anything, calmly urging his horse forward. He put on a gloomy face and said, you think I will fall for your trick? The traveler and Tun Nuoc Lan were standing in the carriage and were petrified. As soon as he reacted, the bandit panicked and shouted, it's true. He stopped the carriage. Peng Chion and Sun Ruolan, who were standing beside him, were in so much pain that they couldn't utter a word. Peng Qion said self-righteously, don't let her fool you, master. The bandit panicked and glared, shouting, I am telling the truth, I order you, quickly stop the carriage. Tun Nuoc Lan collapsed and knelt on the ground, crying until her tears and snot ran down her face. The bandit, as if about to go crazy, madly hit the carriage and shouted, you bastard, stop, I tell you to stop. He helplessly kept pounding on the barrel, stopping. There was no response from outside, only the clacking sound of the carriage. Tun Nuoc Lan's whole body was trembling in despair. The wanderer's face turned pale. He turned to look at her, the worry on his face was clear. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and turn away, closing his eyes. Tun Nuoc Lan widened her eyes and angrily shouted, damn it, this. The pill in her stomach finally took effect. She felt a stream of air affecting her stomach. In the carriage, Sun Ruo Lan's miserable screams resounded, no. Peng Qion turned around in surprise. A flash of surprise flashed through his eyes. He stopped the car and opened the door, rushing in, owner. The carriage reeked of a foul smell. Su Rulan couldn't help but scream. Peng Qion and the bandit quickly rushed out. The bandit closed his eyes and clasped his hands in prayer for her. Peng Qion took him and ran away. Sorry, master. He stopped in the empty land. Peng Qion put down the toilet. I didn't expect her to actually poop there. You rebel turned your back on Peng Qion, you disobeyed my orders, you must be punished. Peng Qion clasped his hands respectfully and said, but the path to becoming a supreme being must go through many storms. The wanderer heard him and was furious. The path of the noble you speak of is to smell other people's shit. Faced with the angry look on the bandit's face, Peng Qion quickly shook his head. Peng Qion suddenly hit his head hard on a nearby big tree, causing the trunk to break in half. He shouted loudly, sorry, master. In the woods, countless head-banging sounds rang out, I was wrong, followed by the helpless screams of the bandits, ah, damn it. Not knowing how much time had passed, Peng Qion finally had to return to the carriage and continued driving forward. Tun Nuoc Lan's hair was messy, her eyes were dark, she looked like a soulless corpse. She thought to herself, I want to die. Why? She looked at the wanderer sitting in front of her and said, do it again. The traveler turned to look at her in surprise. What? Tun Nuoc Lan's eyes rolled back, mechanically took out another pill. The next second, she didn't hesitate to put the pill in her mouth. The wanderer's eyes widened in fear. Su Ruo Lan, why did you do this to me? Tun Nuoc Lan roared angrily, shut up. The bandit was stunned by her scolding. Tun Nuoc Lan revealed a crazy look, Sun family, we never know how to give up, do you understand? After the transmission, Tun Nuoc Lan held her stomach and cried out in pain. Peng Qion heard the sound and immediately opened the carriage door. The wanderer's eyes widened, I cannot let her sacrifice be in vain. Thinking this, the wanderer showed a panicked expression, waved his hand and loudly ordered, Peng Qion, quickly take Sun Ruo Lan to defecate. As soon as the words were finished, a sharp and dazzling sword slash cut through the air. Tun Nuoc Lan looked at the sword that had just slashed the carriage right next to her. She was scared and quickly grabbed the knight standing next to her and shouted loudly. Peng Qion held the sword, his face was fierce and said, this is not good, we have to kill her. Du Gang and Tun Nuoc Lan heard him and immediately stiffened. As soon as they reacted, Du Gang shouted loudly, she was just sick. Hurry up. Seeing Peng Qion not only not retreating but also getting closer, Tun Nuoc Lan was scared to the point of tears. Suddenly, a strong stench emanated from her. Her eyes widened in surprise. What? Peng Qion, who was walking over, immediately stopped. Seeing his reaction, the wanderer thought to himself, this is the time for me to take this opportunity to shout loudly, you want to disobey me again, Peng Qion. Peng Qion's hand holding the sword froze. He bowed and admitted his mistake, saying sorry, I will follow my master's orders. Seeing his attitude, the wanderer and Tun Nuoc Lan couldn't help but be surprised. The bandit standing under the carriage said loudly, the smell is terrible, take her a little further away and remember to keep a close watch. Peng Qion hugged Tun Nuoc Lan and flew away, obeying orders. Even after he was gone, the bandit remained standing in the same place, the wind blowing his robes. The next second, the bandit did not hesitate anymore, jumped onto the roof of the carriage and used the momentum to jump onto a high tree branch. His eyes were filled with determination. He used all his strength to rush forward, thinking of Sun Ruo Lan's noble sacrifice. Du Gang clenched his fists, moved, tears falling as he said, Sun Ruo Lan, I will not forget this kindness. The bandit dashed through the forest, thinking to himself, if I use lightness skill, Peng Qion will catch up with me. The wanderer gritted his teeth in unwillingness. He quickly made a decision. Then, the bandit suddenly stopped at a clearing in the woods. He looked around and muttered, this place is fine. The diligent wanderer gathered a pile of leaves and hid them in it. The wanderer hid under the pile of leaves. A moment later, Peng Chion followed the trail to this area and spoke. The trail disappeared here. The bandit lay still, not daring to move. Peng Chion walked beside him. Where did the master go? He raised his hand to his chin, thinking seriously. There is no way that someone would give up the position of the leader of the demonic cult and run away. He must have been kidnapped while practicing lightness skill. I will not forgive them. With that, Peng Chion flew away from there. Although he had confirmed that Peng Chion had left, the bandit still did not intend to reveal himself. He thought to himself, he's gone. Wanderer, close your eyes, calm down. 1 2 3. The sun gradually moved to the west. The clouds in the sky were tinged with a fiery red. The wanderer lying under the leaves frantically counted 19999920000. He finally stopped and pulled the leaves off his body to sit up. The wanderer closed his eyes, took a deep breath and smiled with satisfaction. It was definitely enough. He could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Peng Chion's face darkened, standing right next to the bushes. The wanderer accidentally glanced over and saw Peng Chion. He was startled and scared. The sweat of the wanderer was pouring down like a stream. This is Peng Chion bowed his head to show that he understood. Are you practicing stealth techniques? Master, the panicked bandit replied loudly. That's right, the world is dangerous. He pointed at him and praised him exaggeratedly. You're also good at following traces. The wanderer hurriedly brushed off the dirt on his body. It's done, let's go. With that, he felt guilty and ran forward. The road is still long, ha ha ha. Peng Chion standing behind him suddenly spoke. Master. The wanderer stopped, his whole body stiffened. He was afraid of machines. He turned his head to look at him. The bandit saw Peng Chion's scary face and growled. You must punish yourself. The bandit widened his eyes in disbelief. What? Peng Chion thought of his previous master, the heavenly demon Azura, and spoke. The heavenly demon Azura wanted people to follow the path of becoming a supreme being. He remembered the story of the bandit who attacked him at the inn and continued. Acting against that path was unforgivable. Peng Chion thought about his escape. His face was gloomy and scary. This is already the third time, master. The bandit's heart began to panic. He had realized it long ago. The bandit felt guilty and pointed at him, shouting loudly, you dare to falsely accuse me. Peng Chion looked down at him from above. As a supreme being, one cannot lose one's dignity, so hold your head high and walk forward. You wild and powerful bandit shouted loudly. What nonsense are you talking about? I am your master. Peng Chion clenched his fist and said, hit your head. The bandit gritted his teeth in disapproval. He glared at him so hard that his whole body trembled. This guy. Just when I thought that the bandit was going to fight to the death with Peng Chion, I obediently knelt down in front of him and banged my head. I was about to do the same. Peng Chion clasped his hands behind his back and said, repeat after me. 1 is I am the leader of a demonic cult. 2 is I am not afraid of anything. Come on. 1. The black-faced bandit repeated, I am the leader of the demonic cult. Peng Chion shouted, speaking loudly. Come on, you stubborn bandit who blindly follows the rules. Damn it, I am the leader of a demonic cult. Peng Chion angrily shouted, stop talking nonsense. 2. The wanderer up, sweat dripping onto the ground. I am invincible under the heavens, not afraid of anything. Peng Chion satisfiedly praised, very good. 1. The bandit rolled his eyes. He frowned, gritting his teeth in anger. In the woods echoed the shouts of the bandits. I am the leader of the demonic cult. That night, Peng Chion's carriage continued to roll forward. The wanderer sat in the carriage, his face unsightly, thinking to himself, because of that Peng Chion guy I have to suffer like this. He raised his head and looked straight ahead, sweat rolling down his cheeks. Moreover, Tun Noak Lan's whole body trembled. She lost all strength and lay on the carriage. Her eyes rolled back as she muttered, this damn Peng Chion, he even pressed my acupoints so I can't move. She remembered the time she had to squat motionless in the woods, her face pale. So I had to. The wanderer folded his arms in front of his chest, closed his eyes, and thought to himself, Miss Sun, you are also suffering a lot, huh? Peng Chion sitting in front of the carriage suddenly spoke up, Master, there's a carriage with a broken wheel blocking the road. The wanderer looked out expressionlessly. The moonlight illuminated the broken carriage wheels lying on the ground. The old situation repeated itself. A man and a woman suddenly appeared and blocked the way of the bandits. The man awkwardly clasped his hands and introduced himself. I am Tan Van Truong, in charge of escort. Please excuse me, I wonder if we can ask for a favor. The woman standing behind him looked at the bandits with a worried expression. The bandit's face darkened. He was speechless. Again, these demons have no creativity at all. Thinking so, he spoke up, do it like last time, Peng Chion. Peng Chion replied in a low voice, and with that, he walked over and threw the two men's carriage straight down the cliff. The two men jumped in surprise. They didn't expect Peng Chion to do that. Tan Van Truong turned to look at Du Du Quang and stammered, "Ah, as long as the young lady comes along." Du Du Quang indifferently waved his hand, "You can sit there." Tan Van Truong didn't expect him to agree so easily. "Thank you." In the carriage, the young lady who just got on the carriage sat next to the traveler. She secretly glanced at him. Then she smiled shyly and said, "Ah, I am Wang Yuyu. I hope to be of help in the future." The gangster propped his chin on his hand and smiled sarcastically. "How clumsy, so clumsy." Thinking so, the wanderer immediately used sound transmission to warn him to stay there and leave. Wang Yu was surprised and widened his eyes. The wanderer calmly continued, "Don't sacrifice in vain." Wang Yu raised his head and was a bit unable to react. The next second, she unhappily used sound transmission to ask him, "Do you think I'm afraid of death?" "You stupid, stern-faced wanderer, why do you think Peng Chion let you come along?" The wanderer imagined Peng Chion's ferocious appearance as he slashed the flickering candle and continued, "To give you a glimmer of hope, then immediately extinguish it." Wang Yu lowered his head. "I don't care." "You bastard," closed your eyes speechless. "You really are. If that was the little devil's wish, would have known it long ago." Vong Du Ngoc suddenly interrupted him, "As long as I can say I love you, even if I die I am willing." The wanderer imagined the old face of the little devil king shooting hearts to send love messages to him. He was scared and broke out in a cold sweat. A big question mark popped up in his head. Du Gang frowned as he looked at Wang Yuyu. He couldn't help but doubt in his heart. He couldn't possibly think like that. He immediately said angrily, "What love? Nonsense. Did the little devil order you around?" Wang Yuyu was startled and looked confused. She stood up agitatedly and shouted, "You dare say my love is nonsense?" You wanderer didn't understand what she was saying. He looked up at her and asked, "Who are you?" Wang Yuyu angrily raised his hand and slapped the Du Gang on the cheek. "You dare to look down on my love?" The bandit was suddenly slapped. His eyes widened in disbelief. Tun Nuoc Lan was like a dry corpse lying flat in the carriage. Seeing this scene immediately revealed a smile of glee at someone's misfortune. "Cough cough, young lady, take your time." The carriage carrying them suddenly stopped abruptly. The two horses in front were suddenly reined in and neighed loudly. Peng Chion grabbed Tan Van Truong's neck and opened the carriage door, rushing in. "Master, what's going on?" Tan Van Truong was having trouble breathing and struggling desperately. Vong Du Ngoc and Du Du Quang looked at this scene in a daze. The wanderer saw Peng Chion and was immediately worried. It was just a misunderstanding. "Don't kill her." Thinking so, he quickly shouted, "Okay, it's okay." Peng Chion glanced at the red swelling clearly visible on the gangster's cheek. He was so angry that his veins popped out. "You spared my life, yet you dare to touch my body." Peng Chion boldly stepped into the carriage, making Wang Yuyu fearfully step back. His face was gloomy, his whole body was covered with a terrifying aura. He said, "The crime of death is unforgivable." Vong Du Ngoc was so scared that her face turned pale. She glared and gritted her teeth, not daring to say a word. The next second, the King of Jade took action. "You are so rude." Peng Chion's face did not change color. He used his body to block the attack. He felt pain and cried out. Wang Yuyu rubbed her 5 fingers together into claws. She gritted her teeth and cursed, "You bastard." Wang Yuyu used his bare hands to attack Peng Chion and died. The next second, Wang Yuyu seemed to sense something. Her eyes widened, her expression filled with disbelief. Peng Chion looked at her with cold eyes. He kicked hard under the carriage. The carriage swayed to the extreme. Wang Yuyu lost her balance and fell forward. She turned pale and thought in panic, "As soon as I stepped down, he kicked the underside of the carriage, causing me to lose balance." Peng Chion took this opportunity to grab her head and slam it hard under the car. He used his hands to squeeze her neck. Her face turned purple. Peng Chion's eyes lit up. He drew his sword, looking exactly like an executioner filled with murderous intent, preparing to reap the head of a criminal. Vong Du Ngoc was extremely frightened. The wanderer's pupils contracted. He shouted, "Stop, Peng Chion." Peng Chion's sword fell down, stopping right at the neck of the Jade King. Peng Chion's shining sword was covered in a faint layer of air. The Dujiang looked straight at him and said, "Don't kill her, it's just a misunderstanding. I just teased her a little." "Quickly put your sword away," he explained. Peng Chion glared at Vong Du Ngoc lying under the carriage. He snorted coldly and then withdrew his sword. Only then did the wanderer dare to relax and smile. The wanderer felt a little relieved. He smiled and said, "Okay, keep going." Peng Chion clasped his hands in front of the bandit and respectfully replied, "Yes, master." Wang Yuyu had just escaped death, lying there holding his neck and coughing. Peng Chion turned and got out of the carriage. "Yes, master, the wanderer happily let out a breath. Peng Qion suddenly stopped and spoke, "Oh, by the way." The wanderer was supporting Wang Yuyu and looked at his back, puzzled. "Did you forget something else?" Peng Qion turned back, one hand on the neck, one hand on top of the jade's head. The bandit panicked and shouted, "Peng Qion, no." In the mountains and forests where the bandits were surrounded by wind, the bandits were anxiously screaming, "Peng Qion." He stared at the scene before him with wide eyes in disbelief. Peng Qion's fierce attack was extremely quick and decisive. Wang Yuyu sat down, crying loudly and extremely scared. Tun Noaklan sat on the chair and couldn't hide her contempt when she saw Vong Dunok's ugly appearance, so she had to warn him in advance, "It's useless, that Peng Qion guy is very good at breaking people's necks." Vong Duengoc had no choice but to hold back her tears and turn to look at them unwillingly. She tried to ask clearly, "Who are you guys?" Tun Noaklan closed her eyes and turned around to beat the village drum. "I don't know either, but I know how to cure you." Just as she finished showing her innocent expression, in a flash, Tun Noaklan had returned to her original despicable appearance and handed Vong Duengoc 2 yellow marbles. "Here, drink this, it will take effect immediately." The wanderer saw that the king was doing something naughty, so he hurriedly snatched back the 2 golden marbles. "Do you want to destroy the carriage again?" Seeing the rude actions of the bandits, Vong Duengoc was startled and scared. Then she cried even louder, "Hoo, my neck." Peng Qion, who had been holding his breath for a while, finally spoke up in protest, "Be quiet, if you cry again, I will finish you off." Wang Yuyu was overwhelmed by Peng Qion's aura, so he immediately shut his mouth. She sat down beside the traveler's belongings and bowed her head, feeling wronged and speechless. Tun Noaklan could only sigh and comfort her, "Don't be too sad, just listen to me and I will cure you." Sun Ruolan turned into a mother of the country, pointed at herself, and proudly said, "I've been through this a lot already, poor you, little sister." Wang Yuyu was moved by Sun Ruolan's sparkling background light and tearfully called out her beloved older sister. Sun Ruolan immediately hugged Wang Yuyu and asked about the main topic. "Oh right, little sister, where are you going?" Wang Yuyu took the opportunity to jump into the beauty's arms and blurted out everything. "To Mount Nami." What a coincidence, the group was also going there. The wanderer behind this glittering halo can only remain silent. The world of women is truly difficult to understand. Let me tell Peng Qion to let you come along. Hearing this, Wang Yuyu was filled with gratitude. Luckily, there was my elder sister. In my 24 years of life, this was the first time I had encountered something like this. It was really frightening. But then suddenly Vong Duengoc felt something was wrong, so he looked up at Tun Noaklan in confusion. Tun Noaklan suddenly appeared in front of her sister, but in a moment she jumped up and shouted straight at Vong Dunok's face, "Sister Wang, let's sit a little further apart, I'm only 21 years old, okay?" Vong Duengoc suddenly got scolded, his face was full of confusion, he didn't understand what the hell was going on. At this moment, Peng Qion raised his voice and shouted again, "I told you to be quiet, it seems I have to take your life, master, please allow me to finish her off. Sister Wang, are you riding alone?" And then there were many intertwined curses, but regardless of the chaos in the room, the bandit remained calm and thoughtful. But thinking and thinking still can't figure it out, he could only helplessly sigh and comment, "What a mess." The scene changes to a peaceful morning where the 4 of us are all loaded onto a palanquin and are standing at the edge of a forest. From here we have to walk. The wanderer looked at the sky, looked at the earth, looked at the clouds, then asked Peng Qion again, "Is this Nami Mountain?" Peng Qion confirmed it once again for him. Wang Yuyu suddenly bowed respectfully to them, "Then they will give my neck to you." Since last night, Tun Noaklan has not yet stopped rejecting Vong Duengoc, but she still asks while hiding behind Peng Qion, "Sister Wang, your purpose is not here, where else are we going? At least we have to say goodbye to each other." Because of last night's incident, Vong Duengoc now removed Tun Noaklan from his face and did not want to answer her question. This concave attitude made Tun Noaklan want to explode and shout, "Like to keep secrets huh, this bitch." The wanderer looked at this scene and could only rub his head in frustration and ordered Peng Qion standing behind him, "All right, treat Miss Wang." Peng Qion obeyed and walked towards Wang Yuyu's back, placing both hands on her temples. Wang Yuyu could only close her eyes and wait, muttering to herself to calm herself down. She was finally able to escape from him. Suddenly at this moment a group of people dressed in black rushed out from the bushes. They quickly surrounded Peng Qion and Wang Yuyu's men from all sides. One of them with brown hair licked his sword and smiled pervertedly at them. "Hey you brats, what are you doing on this mountain? The young man and the beautiful woman are so intimate." Peng Qion's face darkened as soon as he heard the name given to him and he glared at the brown-haired man. The brown-haired man felt the 82nd calamity approaching and immediately withdrew. In his mind, there was only one thought, my God, so scary. Seeing that, he immediately sullenly held his sword and retreated. A long-haired man immediately came out to ask the others. There was a strange-looking woman. The man with the slanted bangs immediately realized that there was another strange-looking woman as well. Tun Nuoc Lan immediately felt that something was not quite right on Peng Chion's side. Seeing a group of tall, muscular, dark, and smelly men appear, he immediately approached the frightened bandits. Young master, who are they? The bandits were speechless. This is the territory of the Green Forest, why are you asking me? He realized that these people were not from Green Forest. Then he turned his head to face Peng Chion, who was closing his eyes and not caring about the world, and ordered, Peng Chion, please deal with them. Peng Chion bowed and calmly obeyed. The brazen guys saw this and immediately laughed out loud. Obey what? Obey what? Everyone likes to act fancy these days, huh? The mocking didn't stop there. They continued to mock him. He acted as if he was the leader of a demonic cult. The insults made the bandit tremble with anger. The bandit was angry but also knew his place and ordered Peng Chion to stop hesitating. But for some unknown reason, even though Peng Chion had followed orders, he still hadn't moved a finger. He just kept looking towards the forest. Suddenly from the bushes a loud voice rang out. Stop! A group of white-faced, smooth-skinned talents appeared with a turban man leading the group. Black Dragon Gang, isn't your goal the Green Forest? Don't harm innocent people. The gang of gangsters saw someone familiar and immediately lined up to respond. Our goal is the Green Forest, but we are busy with something right now. The bandit standing in the middle kept rubbing his chin and assessing the situation. The Black Dragon Gang was one of the 5 most powerful sects. Those white-clothed men looked quite formidable. He looked at the situation with wonder. Why are they causing trouble for us? While he was lost in thought, both sides picked up their weapons and pointed them at each other. The white-clothed men suddenly jumped forward, and the Black Dragon Gang was not far behind. The entire group also jumped forward at the same time as the other side. Both sides were evenly matched. Without any signal, they charged forward at a dizzying speed at the same time, and they also consciously considered one-on-one matches with each other. Peng Chion, as if he had expected this, immediately bowed and reported to the bandit, Master, let's watch the excitement for a bit. It seems like the Green Forest is in trouble. The bandits had no other choice but to agree, otherwise, Mountain wouldn't have been in such chaos. Sun Ruo Lan was even more bloodthirsty than him. She kept screaming beside those bastards, fighting even more fiercely. Vong Du Ngiosi did not care about those tall, dark, and smelly people, but only walked straight towards Peng Chion. When will it be my turn? Peng Chion never liked her, so when he heard that, he shouted loudly, Can't you see I'm talking to the master? Vong Du Ngiosi could only swallow her tears and sadly retreat. But she was still angry inside. She would never willingly be treated like that, so she had to curse to relieve her anger. But who knew Peng Chion heard those words, so he asked again, What did you just say? Vong Du Ngiosi was caught and immediately denied. Peng Chion still refused to let her go, immediately asserting that he had just heard something, but Vong Du Ngiosi swore to herself that she had not done it. Tu Nuoc Lan saw that these two people had been talking nonsense for a while now and immediately got angry, telling her to be quiet and watch the fun. At this moment, Vong Du Ngiosi did not know where to get the courage to talk back to Peng Chion. But why are you scolding me? That guy is swearing, not me. But Peng Chion was fed up with that guy, so he pressed his face close to hers and warned her. She had suffered a lot. He pressed his face closer and closer, causing Wang Yuyu's face to lose all blood, and she defecated twice on the spot. Moreover, she was already abnormal. Tun Nuoc Lan heard that and immediately cursed angrily inwardly. This bastard's description was so detailed, surrounded by handsome men. Why did he choose me? Her anger made even the two-headed boy stop in shock. The wanderer saw that something was wrong, so he immediately intervened between the two of them. Peng Chion had had enough, but Peng Chion was so angry that he didn't listen to any of their words. What he cared about now was for Wang Yuyu to quickly admit her mistake. Sun Rulan's side also added fuel to the fire, scolding them, Those guys are blocking the way, waiting for me to watch the fun. Seeing that he was no match for the two of them, Vong Du Ngiosi could only shout and admit his mistake. Sorry, okay Dad, I admit that I cursed you. Is that okay? Are you satisfied after listening? Peng Chion felt more comfortable. He laughed ha 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 and pointed straight at her face. I knew it, my master was right. He kept laughing and arrogantly raised his head to the sky, while on one side, Wang Yuyu cried and raised her head to the sky, but the sky couldn't hear. Only the exhausted Du Jiang stood in the middle, while Sun Ruo Lan kept shouting and adding fuel to the fire of the war on the other side. The wanderer also looked up at the sky and commented, What chaos! While he was confiding in the cloud, Tun Nuoc Lan suddenly bent down and discovered something. A log with one end tied to it was rolling around in the middle of the road, arousing her curiosity. What was this thing falling here? But not caring what it was, Tun Nuoc Lan nonchalantly picked it up and put it in her mouth, blowing on it while cheering for the people fighting. The whistle's whistle echoed somewhere deep in the forest, attracted the attention of a black-clothed man from the Black Dragon gang who was hiding nearby, and he was also holding an identical whistle. As soon as he heard this sound, he immediately recognized it and hurriedly ran to a nearby simple building. He opened the door and entered the room, reporting to the people inside that he had finished cleaning up the area around the headquarters of the Green Forest. The leader of the Black Dragon gang, a tall, shaggy-haired man holding a knife, stood in the middle of a sea of strawberry syrup surrounded by corpses. Hearing that, he immediately ordered his subordinate in a low voice, "Gather everyone, let's go to the Green Forest headquarters." Back to the scene of the bandits, Tun Nuoc Lan still continuously blew the whistle and cheered for them. But immediately the crowd from both sides suddenly stopped. One of the Black Dragon gang heard the whistle, his face turned pale and he stared at her. The guy with the diagonal roof immediately pointed his sword at Tun Nuoc Lan and kept panicking. "What are you doing?" The other members of the Black Dragon gang also stopped their battle. The blonde man quickly reported the situation. The woman had already blown the whistle. "Let's quickly end the battle and gather." Hearing this, the wanderer also realized that something was wrong. He immediately asked himself, were there more people from the Black Dragon gang? He had to quickly leave this place before. On one side, he was so nervous that his whole body was trembling, but the people behind him were not at all lucky. Some were laughing, some were crying, some were excited from the beginning until now. Human endurance has its limits, so the wanderer immediately prioritized what needed to be done. Peng Qion had enough for now. Quickly treat Miss Wang. As soon as Peng Qion obeyed, Wang Yuyu stopped crying and clasped his hands, rejoicing in his heart that he was about to be freed from this plague. Peng Qion suddenly turned serious and looked at her. His oppressive aura made Wang Duengiosi curse in her heart. "Bastard, damn it, let's never meet again." Even though she didn't like him, she still had to bow her head and thank him. But Peng Qion couldn't swallow her words of thanks, so he returned her thanks to Wang Duengiosi with eyes filled with malice. While Wang Duengiosi still didn't understand anything, Peng Qion had already shot her twice on both sides of her hips. His action made the bandit jerk his ass off. He scolded Peng Qion terribly. "Why did you make the young lady crawl like that?" Wang Dunoc's hands and feet were forced to the ground, and Tun Nuoc Lan couldn't stop laughing at her face. Peng Qion had a reason for doing so. She had insulted me, her master's subordinate, which was no different from insulting her master. "But you bandit can't understand a word. Why this guy is talking nonsense. Why did you do that on your own? You only talk but never listen to me." Peng Qion immediately changed the subject by saying, "Let's go up the mountain." The master, despite the bandits' constant anger and the battle raging above them, was still as calm as a fly. If they continued to stand here watching the excitement, it would get dark. The wanderer knew he couldn't refute, since when had he ever listened to him, so even though he wasn't satisfied, he still had to do as he said. Peng Qion still maintained his composure and bowed to thank him. The group of bandits moved forward without hesitation. Sun Ruo Lan also did not forget to say goodbye to the people behind her. "You young heroes should do your best." The two sides were fighting each other. When they encountered this situation, they both froze and turned to look at them. What they care about now is who are those people covering up. The band of bandits went deep into the forest for a while, then a huge castle appeared in the middle of the Green Forest. Only then did the wanderer breathe a sigh of relief. Finally approaching the headquarters of the Green Forest, suddenly a new disaster befell him. When Peng Qion was walking, he suddenly stopped. The pressure radiating around Peng Qion grew thicker and thicker. A stream of air appeared and hovered around. He calmly told him, "I'm checking the enemy's numbers, master." The gentle airflow penetrated the treetops and grasses in the forest, easily penetrating deep into the enemy's heart and probing every corner. No one could detect any abnormality or power that was gradually invading them. Even the close people of the Black Gang leader could not sense it. But it seemed that the gang leader discovered that. He emitted a strange aura that interrupted Peng Qion's investigation. And Peng Qion concluded that there seemed to be about 500 of them. The wanderer closed his eyes and rubbed his chin. "Damn it, it seems like he can't reach the Green Forest headquarters." But that was nothing to Peng Qion. He offered him that he would personally destroy the entire Black Dragon gang if he wanted, but he was worried about the safety of the bandits. A wanderer would still look for something if he wanted it. There was no way he could refuse such a delicious offer. He held his hand and determinedly waited here. Then the wanderer turned left and right looking for a hiding place, because from the beginning until now both Peng Qion and he had been using telepathy, so Tun Nuoc Lan didn't understand anything. Then suddenly Peng Chion jumped up and his voice fell so hard that the ground shook like a blasphemy. The bandit rolled his eyes in disdain. Peng Chion, why are you digging a hole? Peng Chion leaned forward and gave him a thumbs up, explaining, last time Master hid underground to practice stealth techniques, I want to recreate that wonderful plan. But from his explanation, through the ears of the bandit, it was successful. In other words, you want to bury me alive. Tun Nuoc Lan had lost all her patience, so she jumped up and asked again, young master, why are you standing still? Are you going to worship? Peng Chion still hasn't finished digging the hole for the bandit, he's digging more and more enthusiastically. Don't block the way, let's go quickly. Then suddenly Peng Chion widened his eyes and looked at Tun Nuoc Lan with murderous intent. And like the ruffian, she also thought that the madman was about to bury all three of them alive, so she ran as fast as she could back. Peng Chion was concentrating on digging the hole but still did not forget to grasp the situation above. He saw Tun Nuoc Lan running away, so he quickly jumped over, grabbed her neck and pressed her hard to the ground. Peng Chion gently and leisurely pushed the Tun Nuoc Lan straight into the hole with a loud bang. Before the dull, stupid eyes of the bandit. The bandit glanced down at the hole behind him, where a plume of smoke rose from the force of the earlier throw. But this is not the time for him to worry about that girl's business, because his life is about to be taken away, when Peng Chion approaches and tells him, Master, everything is ready. Peng Chion took a step forward, his momentum made the bandit unconsciously step back and slip into the hole. Then the self-made gangster fell down for no reason and continued to curse people non-stop, Peng Chion, you bastard. A loud crash echoed throughout the forest, the sound reaching the ears of a man in a wolf cloak standing on a nearby cliff. It was Kwang Sa, a scout of the Green Forest. He was investigating the situation when he heard a strange noise. He immediately perked up his ears and turned towards the direction of the sound. He turned back and asked the person behind him, how was the situation? Was the Black Dragon gang still waiting for reinforcements from the Seven Ghosts without Mountain? It was another scout from Green Forest named Tianeng, he judged. It seemed like they would attack us as soon as reinforcements arrived. From Tianeng's perspective, he finally saw the silhouettes of the bandits being surrounded by the Black and Red Black Dragon gang below, but the person Tianeng was looking at was Peng Chion. Could it be that he was a mountain of seven ghosts? Even though he was standing from afar, I could still feel that his martial arts were terrifying. Back to today's main battle, the bandits are fighting hand to hand with the Black Dragon gang. The leader of the Black Dragon gang, seeing Peng Chion's beauty for the first time, suddenly widened his eyes in surprise. He looked at Peng Chion and wondered to his juniors, who is this bastard? Having said that, the Black Dragon gang leader suddenly lost interest and turned around, intending to leave. He didn't forget to stab Peng Chion in the back. Who's there to listen to the words of a guy who's about to die? Hurry up and deal with it. The soldiers who had been doing the dirty work all this time, as soon as they were given permission, jumped on Peng Chion like they saw a girl, each of them holding one or two girls in their hands and aiming straight at him. The Black Dragon gang leader sighed deeply in disappointment, ignoring the incessant clanging behind him. To him, it was just a waste of his precious time. But he didn't know the horror that was happening behind him. It was a battlefield full of blood and corpses, and of course the people from the Black Dragon were being beaten to a pulp, and Peng Chion was gradually reaching out to approach their gang leader. Just as he realized it and looked back in fear. Then around Peng Chion now there are only human body parts scattered all over the air and ground. The remaining soldiers saw their teammates' body parts falling off continuously, and all of them were pumped with blood and rushed forward at the same time. Peng Chion saw that and immediately counted the numbers in his head. He calmly grabbed an arm that just happened to be falling nearby. And then he gently turned his severed arm to sprinkle some blood into the eyes of the pink-brown-haired guy closest to Peng Chion. That guy wiped the dirt from his eyes to quickly regain his vision while continuously cursing Peng Chion for his despicable schemes and despicable tricks, but he didn't realize that Peng Chion's saber was already close to him. Peng Chion only needed to lightly use his thumb to easily cut the guy's body in half, successfully sending another person to drink strong soup with the others. The Black Dragon gang leader only then realized that the situation was not good, but it took him a long time to jump into battle. He furiously rushed into the battle area with Peng Chion, swinging a fierce and powerful sword towards the enemy. Peng Chion calmly put on a serious face and gently grabbed another arm of the gang leader's subordinate. Then he threw that arm at him, causing the Black Dragon gang leader to let his guard down for a moment, and he stepped back. But it was too late. Peng Chion's throw contained a very strong force, so strong that it could send a 2-meter-tall and bulky person like the Black Dragon gang leader flying like a bag of salt, conveniently destroying several large trees in the forest. The leader was blown away like a late autumn leaf, making the subordinates extremely worried. How could the gang leader be defeated so easily? But instead of running away, the group decided to fight Peng Qion to the death, and rushed forward without hesitation. Peng Qion did not hesitate to welcome them, he raised his sword, ready to fight to the death. But the battle situation was clear from the start, the Black Dragon gang had no chance, while Peng Qion only had to stand still and wave his hand lightly to release an extremely powerful pressure. That move easily blew away half of the mountain and sent the Black Dragon gang to heaven. The Kwang Sa and Tianeng soldiers stood on the distant mountain observing the battle and witnessing the power of Peng Qion. They were confused. They never expected that such a powerful Black Dragon gang would be defeated by a small fry, and not even the male protagonist of the novel. With just one strike, the entire gang was destroyed. Peng Qion split the mountain in half, opening up a new horizon for the Green Forest. Only then did Tianeng come to a conclusion. With such overwhelming power, he was definitely not the 7 ghosts without mountains. Who exactly was he? But the Light SA guy reacted faster than the bug guy and realized what they needed to do. There was no time left, they had to quickly inform the Green Forest. Tian Quangdong too was also sitting on a taller tree to conveniently observe the two of them and the bandits below. Seeing this battle unfold, he also concluded that he could take the life of the Black Dragon King, but, even though Tian Quangdong too could do it, he still had to admit Peng Qion's strength. What if he had to destroy all the enemy troops and massacre the Black Dragon King within 10 seconds? This situation forced him to clench his fists and admit, this was indeed the arrangement of the heavenly demon Azura. You have unified the martial arts world. The situation is really unbearable, life is really going uphill. Can I die with him? Tian Quangdong too can only look up to the sky and laugh haha at life. Not far away, at the Green Forest main base, Nami Mountain is located in the middle of a vast forest full of sunshine and wind and the eye-catching green of the sky and earth. Tianeng and Kwang Sa quickly returned and reported everything that happened in the forest to the superiors and finally concluded that the Black Dragon gang would soon be destroyed. A satisfied laugh rang out. The Black Dragon gang truly deserves it. Very good. Whoever dares to oppose the Black Dragon gang is a friend of Green Forest. Let's welcome them to Green Forest with the most solemn ceremony. Returned with the bandits after the fierce battle just now, but instead of being happy, he looked extremely displeased. But Peng Qion could only bow his head silently without anything. From the beginning until now he still hadn't seen him talk back to him. He just bowed his head and reported the obvious thing that the bandits already knew. I have already dealt with the Black King. Sorry for not being able to provide you with a comfortable hiding place. But that's not what a bandit needs. Kept scolding him. You still dare to say that after burying me alive? Young man Peng Qion continued to bow his boss's question by changing the subject. I will prepare a bath for you. But the bandit still had to maintain the demeanor of a big boss and continuously Qion, if you bastard commits this again, I will not forgive you. Tun Nuoklan also took the opportunity, seeing that Peng Qion was at a disadvantage like this, she pointed her finger and added a few more sentences. Peng Qion are a bastard, but Peng Qion had already drawn his limits from the beginning. Except for the gangster who was allowed to point at him, no allowed to do that, he jumped up and punched Tun Nuoklan painfully. The blow made her lie on the ground helplessly before the bandit. After Peng finished punishing her, he immediately discovered someone approaching their group. At this moment, men in brown cloaks and carrying beasts on their heads appeared and surrounded them. Guang Sa represented the entire Green Forest scout group and presented them with an extremely respectful attitude, even the response standing behind them. We came here under the orders of Green Forest. Then they looked at Tun Nuoklan beside them and wondered, she looked like a corpse. Although they were very curious in their hearts, they still had to hide it and show their professionalism. They asked the wanderer, are you the benefactor who destroyed the Black Dragon gang? The bandits felt a little sensitive when they heard the word. They looked at them with a serious face as if trying to gauge their thoughts. But Peng Qion was out of patience with these guys. He was intent and decided, Master, I have to gouge out their eyes. The wanderer heard this and was so scared that he had a cold sweat, his voice trembling. He asked again, why? Peng Qion glanced at the increasingly hostile guards and explained to him that as a supreme being, one must be perfect, one cannot let them see one's. Oh, the guards hearing that also lost a corner of their body's color. Surely in the whole group, except for the bandit, everyone is afraid of Peng Qion. Only you dare to point it straight at him and expose him. It's because of you that I'm in this situation. Further, to destroy the Black Dragon gang, I told you not to kill people at will. Peng Qion rubbed his forehead to calm himself down. He explained to him, they were too aggressive, I had no other choice. Remembering the scene just now made Peng Qion tired. They seemed their ancestors from 8 generations ago, attacking him non-stop. They were a bunch of savages and disregarded life. It was a tough battle. Peng Qion thought that finishing them off was respecting the Bushido spirit. The Wanderer was also convinced by Peng Qion's words. Thinking about the situation at that time and comparing it with these comments, he wondered, is the Black Dragon Gang that ferocious? Then you have no choice. The crowd of Light Sand people did not expect that this wandering man would think in such a simple way. Anyone who looked that Peng Qion had already sent everyone flying, even passers-by. Peng Qion finished with the matter of the Wanderer, so he continued to discuss with them. Kwang Sa Tien Ung was suddenly, so he switched to the good boy operating system and kept saying yes and no. Peng Qion them with murderous intent, lead us to the headquarters of the Green Forest. The people of Guangsha were terrified and trembling as they agreed to Peng's proposal, knowing that this time they were about to face a great disaster. The scene moves to the majestic Green Forest, where the Green Forest King and his soldiers are waiting there. As he saw the figures of the bandits, he laughed non-stop and warmly welcomed them. He asked them again to make sure while looking at Peng Qion, are you the benefactor who destroyed the Black Dragon Gang? Regard Qion dragging Tun Nuoc Lan along, but that was not what he cared about. Green Forest King stepped down the stairs, raised his hand generously and approached Peng Qion asking, what do you want? Will fulfill all your requests, but Peng Qion asked him to. Green Forest King thought he had misheard, so he asked again. But his mood had changed 180 degrees. Peng Qion saw that he was not listening, so he lost his patience, shouted loudly, kneel down quickly, do you know who is standing behind me? Green Forest King saw that someone wanted to compete with him, so he immediately shouted loudly, dare to be rude in Green Forest, are you tired of living? Said that, he immediately shook his hand to prepare for an upcoming fight. Peng Qion realized this, so he immediately became serious and defensive. His preparing posture made it impossible for Tun Nuoc Lan in his arms, so he had to let her face down on the ground. The shock from the top of her head forced Tun Nuoc Lan to wake up. She sit up, accidentally attracting the attention of the crowd of spectators. And of course, among them was the Green Forest King, Tun Vu. After recognizing the familiar face in front of him, he immediately trembled. Tun Nuoc Lan finally came back to her senses and realized everything that was happening. She smiled at the person in front of her. Long time no see, father. The crowd of celestial beings were also startled, wide open when they realized the other party's identity, Miss Nuoc Lan. Even the Wanderer was shocked. Splitting blow, is Tun Nuoc Lan the daughter of the Green Forest King? But old man Tun Vu did not pay any attention to his beloved daughter and became more and more stuffed. Even if you take my beloved daughter hostage, I will not kneel down. He declared loudly and strongly, identity, I am the Green Forest King, I am not afraid of anyone. At this moment, Wang Yuyu suddenly poked her head out to see Sun Wu. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she smiled, pointing at herself, Uncle's son, Yuyu is here too. Okay, that's enough, Tun strongly growled loudly, waving his hand to order his subordinates to kneel. Then there was a scene where the arrogant Green Forest King who claimed to be the ruler of a region actually bowed his head to a Peng Qion and a bandit he didn't know at all because of Wang Yuyu's words of respecting you, my lord. Not only Sun Wu but the entire Green Forest group had to bow their heads to them. But in his heart, Tun Vu was not willing to submit. Although he was kneeling, his eyes were always looking towards the stage. In humiliation, Green Forest was being oppressed by these two brats. The soldiers from the Green Forest were just as angry as their master. They had faces and were all stubborn, yet they had to give up before a white scholar. Tun Vu held hatred in his heart when he looked at the bandits, because above all, the person Peng Qion respected was him. That's why Tun Vu and he faced this humiliating scene. The more he looked, the angrier he got. He got even angrier when he saw the rough face. Was this Green Forest not enough to satisfy him or something? Tun Nuoc Lan also had to kneel beside her beloved. Tun Vu curiously asked her what the identities of the two bandits were. Tun Nuoc Lan had no choice but to give up. She didn't know anything. The only thing she knew was that the big Peng Qion, based on her observations, she came to the conclusion that he has absolutely no concept of common sense. His mind, if you don't do as he says, you will be like the Black Dragon Gang. Peng Qion from Sun Ruo Land's mouth is like that. Even the bandit is greatly exaggerated, and that little guy is a bandit. This guy is also very strange. Peng Qion made him because of him. He is hiding something, but I don't know exactly what. Tun Nuoc Lan said that and thought of the old story and was trembling with anger. Sometimes he pretended to be innocent, but she had been humiliated by him twice. One word had two meanings, making Tun Vu slightly speechless. Tun Noak Lan did not bother to explain, because there was something that bothered her more. Tong Ngoc called her father son Baba, what was that? Hearing this, Tun Vu could not hold back his tears. He had no choice to explain to his beloved daughter, your mother has been dead for a long time. Tun Noak Lan heard this and immediately yelled and scolded her old man. Could it be that father intends to marry her? Tun Vu was exposed by his daughter right on the spot. Even if he covered his mouth it would be too late. Hush, it took all these years for me to fall in love again. So father and daughter quarreling with each other made Peng Chion not happy at all. The wanderer was also disappointed when seeing this scene. From the devil sect, now coming to the green forest is really tiring. Peng Chion thoughtfully spread a luxurious skin on the green forest king's chair and invited the wanderer to sit down. But in the heart of the bandit, he did not all. He clearly showed his opposition to him. Why should I sit there? But this caused Peng Chion to misunderstand, and thusly smashed the throne of Green Forest King Tun Vu to the ground. Peng Chion's act of hiding made the bandit speechless and fear. What do you mean by yes? Does this brat understand anything? Peng Chion did not stop there. He also tore the expensive leopard skin into hundreds of pieces, while cursing non-stop. What dare you do to this Grand Tutor's chair? The torn leather in front of him was a huge insult to the Green Forest soldiers, not him to sit on it, so why did he still show such a disgusting attitude? And obviously the whole crowd was furious. They all bends and rushed onto the stage. I will not forgive you for attacking too. Tun Vu was also angered by Peng Chi, but the moment he stood up to protest, Tun Noak Lan stopped him in time. On the stage, Green Forest had to mobilize four move forward together to barely be able to surround Peng Chion's huge body. But others were stopped by his strong flesh without spilling a single drop of blood. The gray-haired man tried his best to stab straight, still didn't move. This made him extremely scared. Couldn't he stab through? Only now did he realize that the person in front of him was not someone to be messed with. He decided to keep the peace and up to him first. Sorry, big brother, for accidentally stabbing you. But Peng heard what he was apologizing for. What should he say after calling me out? Grayhaird's brain raced for a long time. Among 7,749 which one should he choose to save his life that was hanging like a stalk of rice? Finally he thought of it. The gray-haired man with a serious face towards Peng tiered to lower himself and made a suggestion. I want to replace your seat. Seeing that, Peng Chion immediately turned to ask the remaining. When they saw the path that was already drawn, they immediately nodded. Peng Chion finally agreed and turned. They glanced at each other. They couldn't believe that this guy was so trusting. But Peng Chion is not stupid, because he has his own way to make others obey him. Peng Chion a piece of the chair and threatened, but if the chair you brought is not to my liking. Then he didn't but crushed the chair into peat. Your fate will be the same as this chair. The four talented people immediately turned their backs. Further delay, they dispersed and went to find another chair for Peng Chion. Seeing that his subordinates were subdued in such a short moment, Tun Vu immediately increased his vigilance. Tun Noak Lan also knew that her father had also felt the same way, so she did not hinder him anymore. They did not understand common sense. Sun Wu had somewhat understood the hidden meanings of Sun Ruo Lan's previous actions. Perhaps he had time in this world, but this was the first time Sun Wu had seen this scene. Looking at Peng Chion's majestic and heroic appearance on the stage, Tun Noak Lan also father that if he wanted to live well, the only way was to obediently listen. A large chair covered in gold inlay was placed in the middle of the platform, carefully and majestically. The black-faced bandit approached, not knowing whether he was upset, but Peng Chion still respectfully invited him to sit down. But the wanderer did not react to any fronts. His facial muscles also stiffened as he looked at the chair in front of him. But this made Peng Chion glare at the Green Forest soldiers and bow to ask the bandit again, are you not satisfied with this chair? The four Green Forest soldiers understood them his eyes, which was why they all retracted their claws into their bodies. Now looking at the group kneeling below, they feel regretful. If they knew, they should have stayed down. What the hell are they doing rushing up here? They're about to get their coffin numbers. Peng Chion had been restraining himself all this time, to the point that the veins were bulging, but he still had to be careful. It seemed like he didn't like it. The gray-haired man was crying and sweating. Now he couldn't tell which were tears anymore. He stared at the bandit with a plea in his heart. Big brother, please sit down for me. The wanderer seemed to know what Peng would do if he refused, so he reluctantly sat down and looked at the crowd. Tun Vu also followed the dramatic story on there. From a while now he had to breathe a sigh of relief because there were no more bloody battles. He realized that the bandit was about to say that he had not said until now, making Sun Wu increasingly impatient. The wanderer did not know his words, because the fate of the green forest now lay in his hands. Tun Vu realized something was wrong, so there was no reason why Peng Qion standing next to him didn't realize it. The two had been using telepathy to communicate all this time. Then Peng Qion suddenly bowed his head to obey him. Having said that, he turned to the crowd below, becoming the spokesman of the band, boldly declaring, "Listen carefully, the master has given orders. First, barriers of the Black Dragon Gang. The Black Dragon Gang has never been here. Second, Green Forest, act as usual, but keep an eye on each other, don't let anyone escape. Finally, bring the here." Those are the 3 key instructions that the wanderer wanted to convey. And there was still a final word to reinforce as well as threaten them. One dared to escape, send that person to the west to seek the scriptures. Who heard the 3 oracles and the threat, and his eyes widened in surprise. Only now did he clearly see the bandit sitting above him. This brat was just as cruel as Peng Qion. Suddenly stood up gently and turned towards Peng Qion to pass on a message to him. But a word of gratitude, the angry bandit gripped the edge of the chair tightly. Then mercilessly threw it straight at Peng Qion savagely. "Is this how you treat your master, you insolent bastard?" Sun Wu could not have development. His heart felt like it was about to hang a noose when he saw this. In Sun Wu's head, all he knew was that he had just given the order, and now he was beating his subordinates. The conclusion in Sun Wu's head was that the guy was a psychopath, but only the person involved would know the person in trouble. Who would? All this time it was just me, Peng Qion, acting on my own. Give me money, I still dare to do that. This moment a figure walked in and continuously blew the wind without stopping. The loud noise broke the awkward atmosphere that had till now. Even Peng Qion and the bandits didn't dare to move anymore. A group of 5 people holding swords stormed into their territory and even identity as the Black Dragon Gang. "Green Forest, please surrender." The Green Forest Gang had been mad as hell since just now, but they couldn't do anything. Now that they met them, it was no different than personally paying tribute to them. That's why as soon as they heard the 3 words Black Dragon Gang, their sabers, spears, and swords and looked at them with dark faces. The guy from the Black Dragon Gang who was blowing the whistle earlier suddenly felt that something was wrong. Why was there such a strange number of them? There was not a single member of the Black Dragon Gang left. Like master, like servant, old man Tun Vu had also been looking for a place to vent his anger for a while now. He considered meeting these Black Dragon Gang members as a blessing from if he didn't use it. It would be a waste, he would slaughter them all for me. The guy with the cross-haired girl was the first one to pick the lottery ticket. Now he calls for his dad, but he doesn't listen. He calls for his mom, doesn't answer, so he'll just line up to pick a number with the guys who went first. He could only cry out to the heavens, his screams throughout the mountains and forests and destroying the silent darkness of the forest. At this moment, at a certain inn, a delicious meal was served and there were countless all around. Unfortunately, that scar-dyed guy was not dealt with. Another void in the room filled with yellow light. I was more curious about the other 5. The 2-headed boy poured wine and kept sighing about this more. They were very special. They were Murong Wunshan from the Murong family. The person Murong Wunshan poured wine for was Peng Onlu of the Peng family in Hebei. He was also scared by what Murong Wunshan said, was crawling on all 4s, and the other was a beauty who spoke like a thug. Another white-faced man also joined in, along with a country bumpkin and a young man with extraordinary temperament. They were all courting death. Were probably dead by now. That was Zhuge Xiaoming from the Zhuge family. There is only one young man who is more concerned with the main issue than criticizing them. That must be Whiting, the last of the 4 male palace guards from the male palace family. Murong Wunshan heard that and burst out laughing when he remembered the hurried appearance this morning. Didn't you hear them say it was for the young generation to train? Murong Wunshan's words had just ended when started chatting again without noticing that another foot had just entered the door. A Green Forest soldier with an axe walked in by another group of soldiers, and they were looking for the chef of this restaurant. The Green Forest label was easy to see, so Murong Wunshan was startled and stood up, Zhuge also wondering, because Mountain was surrounded by the Black Dragon Gang. But the Green Forest guys didn't have time to pay attention to us, so they politely offered to borrow their chef for a bit. If you guys had any opinions, then come to Nami Mountain to talk. The common people with low incomes didn't dare to cut people in the Zhangho, so they could only close their eyes. Go. But the men of the palace were not afraid of us at all. The 4 talented men gave up their delivery and picked up their swords to go find the Green Forest guys to talk for a bit. But as soon out of the restaurant, they were startled to stop because of the scene before them. A long line of people wearing chef uniforms were being hastily taken away by the Green Forest soldiers. Why did the Green Forest take all the chefs away? What's going on? Currently residing in a small mansion within the grounds of the Green Forest, this place is completely separate from the rest of the buildings on their entire land. The 10 great masters of Green Forest, the silver-haired beauty who went to get a chair for Bone, immediately spoke up. This brat is really hard to deal with. Thinking back to the scene where the wandering bandit threw a bowl of soup at Peng Chion's face, making the beautiful lady unable to help but eat it, I entice him with all kinds of delicacies, but in the end he still didn't eat it. Hearing this, Tun Vu had a headache just as much as his subordinates. Guess what he wanted? How did Gong Chusang handle the black dragon's body? The great master of Green Forest, Gong Chusang calmly reported back, had erased all traces. Compared to the rest his job sounded much lighter. Sun Wu assigned the right job to the right person, so he was very satisfied. However, that was only a problem. The most troublesome problem now was the food and drink of the bandits. Although the Black Dragon gang was no longer there, Sun Wu had already sensed a new danger. It didn't matter who those two were. As long as they were still alive, the Green Forest would fall into a dark age. Matter of Green Forest survival, think of a way to finish those two off. When this matter was mentioned, the whole group fell silent. Sun Wu also said to continue mentioning it. I told that country bumpkin that I wanted to discuss the future of Green, but if it dragged on for too long, he would definitely get suspicious. At this moment, the deputy camp leader of Green Forest, Tan Loi Mu Sun, raised his hand and spoke, making the awkward atmosphere less awkward. Tan Loi Mu Sun wanted to ask about the traveler but couldn't remember his name. Tan Nuoc Lan enthusiastically helped him. If something happened in the future, he would remember the name of the person who made him like that. The current situation of the Green Forest gradually consolidated. Our plan would change depending on the martial arts of the bandit. The higher his martial arts, the more effort Green Forest would have to expend. Tan Nuoc Lan also contributed her own efforts to the plan. Him carefully on the way. It seems that his martial arts are not very high. Tan Loi Mu Sun did not believe this, so he asked suspiciously, if they were not strong, then what kind of group would they be in here for? But these were losers. But of course Tan Nuoc Lan was sure of it. After all, they were sleeping together. Guess, if you have any opinions, submit a complaint to the ministry. Tun Vu saw that the two were about to fight, so he immediately battled to stop them. Now was the time to join forces. Stop arguing. Tan Loi Mu Sun to propose his proposal. The first plan was to kidnap the bandits. But the beautiful silver lady immediately extinguished that thought. I'm afraid it's a bit Deputy camp leader, that guy is always by the side of the strong man. Hearing this, Tun Vu thought it made sense, so he asked Tan Loi Mu Sun about the second plan with a serious face. The second option is to set off blow up both of them, one for each of them, so no one can fight over it. Tun Vu found this plan quite feasible, but there was a huge flaw. But what if that country bumpkin didn't disappear? Then a flashback of the future suddenly appeared like a prophecy, the Xion slowly walking out of the Green Forest after turning it into a battery. So the whole Green Forest group unanimously affirmed that if the bandits, they would also be stacked in coffins layer by layer like sardines. At this moment, Non-DM Kyo was so angry that she couldn't stand it anymore and slammed the table, stood up and shouted, "Why do you only know how to use such stupid methods? Use the nation to lock them up." Hearing this, Tun Vu couldn't help but sigh. He did not hesitate to give the beautiful silver girl a warm head rub. After the gentle talk, let's get to the main point. Tun Vu tightly grabbed the waxed bun on top of the beautiful head and asked clearly, who in the Green Forest can use the Chiman formation? Having said that, Tun Vu's voice fell straight onto the table with Non-DM Kyo's face. The surrounding elders didn't care much. What they cared about now was how to save the Green Forest from destruction. At this moment, Sun Ruo Lan suddenly slammed the table and stood up again. Why did everyone have to slam the table before voicing their opinion? But Sun Ruo Lan didn't care much, because she had already thought of this brilliant plan. Ho ho ho, why didn't we think of it? The Green Lightning Cat was holding a spear and was planning to take this opportunity at the Silver Beauty. However, it had to stop when it heard her say that. Vu pulled the silver-colored head up and asked her, have you thought of a way? Tun looked dangerous and said, it's poison, father, see if you're smart. Tun Vu was surprised to see his daughter so smart, but what he was interested in was the solution she had just proposed. We will use the strongest poison, fire poison, to poison those two. Another fresh morning comes to the green, a warm sunny day. The green clouds of the forest are endless. This moment the wanderer was leisurely enjoying a delicious cup of morning tea. After drinking a cup of tea, he leaned back and enjoyed the moment. Refreshing morning, the place was comfortable, and the food was delicious. This scene really makes people want to leave the city and return to the countryside. The one you to enjoy another cup of tea when a knock on the door broke this atmosphere. But he didn't bother and welcomed the person standing outside the door to come in and visit. The door gradually opened. Outside was Pong Cheon, who was Hun Nuoc Lan, who was bowing her head down as if she was secretly saying something. But as soon as she saw the figure of the wanderer, Tun Nuoc Lan regained and clasped her hands in salute. "Young master, did you sleep well?" The wanderer heard these words and saw this scene, and suddenly his morning tea was no longer delicious, so he spat it all into the cup. But the wanderer quickly asked, "Pong Cheon, how many times did you hit her to get her into this state?" But contrary to the wanderer's calculations, Pong Cheon was innocent this time, so she clearly bowed her head and said, "Didn't do anything." It seemed like she realized that resisting him was futile. But with Pong Cheon's personality, the bandit would rather believe the evil cultists than believe the stories he made up, so he had to ask, "So Tun Nuoc Lan, how many times has Pong Cheon beaten you?" Su Ruo Lan affirmed to the Du gang once again, "Pong Cheon touched me, please believe in my loyalty, I will serve you for life." Seeing the tossing and catching of the bandit reluctantly pretended to accept it so he could get to the main point. Very good, you came to me early in the morning just to say those words." Tun Nuoc again bowed respectfully to him, "I boldly came here to give you advice." The wanderer frowned suspiciously. He never expected that one day Tun Nuoc Lan would be so kind and sober enough to give him such advice. Tun Nuoc Lan got to the main point. "Yes, young master, if you want to take Green Forest, you must eliminate the deputy camp leader Tan Loi Mu Sun. Tan Loi Mu Sun is a cunning person, the brain of the Green Forest King, and the Forest King is just a useless person, no different from a brainless person. This little girl is so rude, daring to talk over her father like that." The bandit feels angry in his heart. "Green Forest King is your father." But Tun Nuoc Lan still stubbornly persists with that intention. "To achieve greats give up personal feelings, so please think carefully about my advice. A person who dares to insult his own father, and even betrays the great cause that his father spent his whole life working to create, a person that the most despicable and shameless bandits in the world despise." After Tun Nuoc Lan finished saying what said, she quickly retreated. She would return when she had a better plan. Before leaving, Tun Nuoc did not forget to gently close the door and leave private space for the two of them. Only now did Pong Cheon have the chance to express his opinion. It was best to get rid of the thunder as soon as possible. Hearing this, the wanderer became even angrier. He was so angry that he wanted to throw everything on the table and scold Pong Cheon. "Is the only thought in your head to kill him? Smart person, just lock him up and don't beat him to the point of reincarnation." At this moment, Pong Cheon suddenly moved to the side and approached the thug. In his mind, the number 7749 suddenly popped up, the scene of Pong lashing him while angrily saying, "I don't want to listen to your orders anymore." Contrary to his calm appearance but tears in his eyes, Pong Cheon leisurely walked while recalling the past. "Yesterday, the person who intended to use a chair to beat me up in front of Green Forest," the bandit hesitantly admitted. Pong Cheon the story, now giving orders not to blow away the Thunder Cat Mountain. The wanderer was so pressured by Pong that he unconsciously touched his neck. "Should I get out of this earth server?" But Pong Cheon didn't think too much, he simply admired what he had done. The vagabond who thought he had escaped misery was speechless when he looked at him, while he continued to ramble on. "The dignity you showed in front of Green Forest yesterday, and today you decided to take advantage of the Azure Thunder Cat Mountain. In the end it was steer words filled with confidence. I don't know how to express this gratitude." The bandit saw this and immediately said for fun, "That's right, I will beat you often to make others fear you." The wanderer said so, but Pong Cheon still enthusiastically accepted. Luckily his brain was a luxury for him, so he considered himself lucky this time. The bandit had managed to outsmart him, but he still had to be on. He was alive, but he felt like he was being infected by Pong Cheon. Pong Cheon just now smiled and closed the door to carry out his mission. "Then I ask permission to persuade Tan Loi Mu Sun." The scene quickly shifts to a certain room, where Tun and Non-DM Kyo are escorting Tan Loi Mu Sun to Pong Cheon. Tan Loi Mu Sun calmly looked at the person in front of him, but his heart was filled with turmoil. Even though he had prepared himself mentally, he still couldn't help but feel worried. It turns out that the night before, in the planning room of the leaders of Green Forest, Sun Wu made a proposal to Qing Lei Miao Shan, We must gain Pumpkin's trust before we can poison him, so you were chosen, do you agree? The face of the Thunder Cat Mountain was completely drained of blood, it was blacker than coal, but his fate was even blacker than that, but he reluctantly obeyed his superior's orders. I will try to escape from there. At this time, Tun Nuoc Lan also smiled with satisfaction. Reassure him, I will be by his side to stop Peng Chion, don't worry. Back to reality, at this time the three Green Forest people were facing each other, but in reality there was only Tan Loi Mio Sun. Peng Chion suggested, Tan Loi Mio Sun, I will use your head to serve the master. Said and did it immediately. Peng Chion gently squeezed his neck like a chicken's neck. He had to say the word I once, then stopped as if he was still hesitating about something. But in Peng Chion's eyes rejection, so he twisted the Thunder Cat's wrist until it was twisted. The beautiful silver lady standing beside him saw this scene and had to shrink her neck. The Green Lightning Cat had just made a decision that he would carry out, but Peng Chion didn't listen to his torture. You're really stubborn, as expected of the deputy camp leader. At this point, the voice of the Thunder Cat Mountain could no longer be heard. Peng Chion had no choice but to act on his own. I will use all means to persuade you. Yin Yanjiao and Sun Rulan had to cling to each other to be able to stand firm in this scene. It was easy to see that the limbs of the Thunder Cat Mountain had already fallen apart. Only Peng Chion's voice remained. Even though I used all means to coax you but you still refused. I had no choice but to. It was all because you refused to listen to your master. At this moment, Tan Loi Mio Sun screamed loudly. Cry to heaven, but heaven does not hear. At this moment, at the extremely peaceful war table on the green side, Sun Wu was continuously angrily pounding his fist on the table. The plan was going on and everything was decided. Then he started to feel regret. The sacrifice Tan Loi Mio Sun was very good, but I felt a little guilty. So to fill that guilt in his heart, decided to ask the person next to him about the situation of Tan Loi Mio Sun. Yin Yanjiao was sweating profusely as he explained to Sun Wu. It seemed like able to move for a while. All of his bones had been broken by Peng Chion. Tun Vu thought to himself, in every misfortune there is a blessing. Luckily he still kept his life. It seems that Tun Nuoc linced Tan Loi Mio Sun to serve the bandits. I am very proud of my daughter. But Tun Nuoc Lan never intended to do that. Told that Peng Chion guy to take the opportunity to send him to the underworld. At this moment, the three people, Tun Vu, Nan Diem Gong Chu Sang, seemed to fall into the 10th level of hell in an instant. Tun Nuoc Lan still calmly raised her hand as if nothing was wrong. She also calmly explained to them, why would doing so make him trust her more? After going with Peng Chion, she realized that their tendency was. Then she used the action of swiping her hand across her neck to express what she wanted to say. Messing around with the get you shot in no time. Green Forest should also catch up with the trend. Tun Vu held his head and didn't understand the trend of the kids these days at all. What nonsense are you talking about? Oh, let's get back to that bandit story. I heard he doesn't skip a meal, right? Gong Chu Sang quickly reported, yes, he ate very well, as if his attitude had never changed. At this time, he added with a serious face, not only that, Peng Chion will with us tonight. If so, we can poison both of them at the same time. Then the scene of the bandit and Peng Chion constantly hugging each other's necks, feeling because of the poison appeared in their minds, making everyone extremely happy. But the man Tun Vu always had to every single detail of the plan's implementation. Did he have any doubts? Gong Chu sang a pile of dirty dishes from yesterday and immediately confirmed that there was none. Finally heard a name that made Tun Vu sigh of relief. What good news, have you prepared the fire poison? Gong Chu sang bug that was taken out from inside his body to indicate that everything was ready. Sun Wu grinned from ear to ear and ordered them, very well, let's begin. The last party of those wanderers still had the mind to look at the stars at night in the windy forest. Suddenly a figure appeared from behind, attracting his attention. The wanderer frowned as soon as he saw the person who had just come. Chion, you're not going to finish off Tan Loi Mio Sun, are you? Clothes were tattered and covered in human blood, but Peng Chiomli reported to him, of course not, I convinced him with words. The bandit lost him, wondering if he should trust him this time. Well, it doesn't matter. Something that worries you more, Peng Chion, I have something to ask you. The bandit looked at his unusual actions from the beginning and gradually came to a conclusion. You definitely have a reason for taking over the Green Forest. If you don't intend to make me the Green Forest King, then tell me the reason. But only calmly replied, you are the Green Forest King, no way. We took Nami Mountain because the group was there, and the Black Dragon Gang was an obstacle, so we destroyed them. Peng Qion then revealed a shocking secret that shook the three worlds. The arrangement that the Minajura had painstakingly prepared was precisely at this Nami Mountain. He was stunned at this moment. Only after connecting the whole story did he know. Peng Qion's strange actions always have a good reason. Is Talon the daughter of the Green Forest King? Is it all because of that arrangement? Thinking of this, the wandered with anger, his hands clenched tightly. What did father leave for me? Under the silver light, tonight the wanderer discerned a suitable answer to this matter. What exactly was his father's arrangement? Qion hesitated a bit, then gently opened her mouth to answer his question. But in the end, it was still not the right time to tell the wanderer, so he could only bow his head respectfully and reply, I cannot tell you. The angry bandit waved his hand to the side. After all the he had done, he was now answering like this, how dare you lie to me? Peng Qion tried to avoid this question as much as possible. He could only bow his head and apologize, eyes to my master, then I will go and restore discipline in the Green Forest. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared immediately, leaving the bandit standing here alone, unable to the anger in his heart. He told me about my father's arrangements before leaving. But no matter how many times the bandit called, Peng Qion did not respond. He could only scream hopelessly in the night. Until a new day comes to this Green Forest land. The Green Forest guards were all tired now. They walked out of the break room and gathered behind Sun Wu, who was standing ready. It was early morning, but all of Green Forest's personnel, including their leader, had lined up in front of the bandits' room, and Peng Qion was blocking their way. Seeing these damn faces so early in the morning, but what made him wonder was, why did you guys bring food here yourselves? Tun Vu held a huge plate of food with a solemn on his face, followed by a long line of people carrying plates of food. He said nothing but just glared at him and communicated telepathically. A delicious and nutritious meat dish, arranged pieces of meat and cucumbers made by the hands of a master chef. As soon as the plate of meat was placed down, Tun Vu could not stop exclaiming about this dish of 5 spices and 6 chiefs looked really delicious. A rather old chef with a tired back constantly bowed his head before the trio of gods and gods. I put into this dish, it was so delicious that it could kill me at any moment. Sun Wu was so happy that he smiled from ear to ear and waved to the remaining chefs, you guys worked hard, tomorrow I will let you go. The chef was so happy, he immediately asked permission to leave. Sun Wu did not waste another second, immediately ordered the beautiful silver lady standing behind to receive orders. Non-DM immediately took out from her pocket a small white bottle wrapped with sealing string. He did not wait a moment longer and poured the entire bottle into the plate of meat in front of him. However, Yu was a bit worried and asked again, have you checked for poison carefully? Of course, if it was that easy, non-DM Kyo would have done it a long time ago. I tested it on 3 hours, and they all disappeared immediately without even having time to scream. With just of poison in a barrel of water, we have 3 delicious roast pigs. Sun Wu heard this and smiled with satisfaction and very good, you've worked hard, this humiliation will end today. Ending his reminiscence, Sun Wu held the plate of food and bowed to Peng Qion, I used to be the Green Forest King, but now I'm master subordinate. To show my loyalty, I brought this dish myself. Peng Qion never believed his words from the beginning, but Tun kept urging him. The food was getting cold and he had to come inside quickly. But Peng Qion was one step ahead of them and picked up his chopsticks. Even a lowly person like you should see. I can't stand by and watch, I will test the poison myself. They really didn't expect this. A sudden blow fell on their heads. But for Tun Nuoc Lan, this was an opportunity. She rolled her eyes and signaled to her father that this wanderer was not a master. If Peng Qion is defeated first, the bandits will be easily defeated. It seems that father and son have a spiritual connection. Liu easily let Peng Qion eat the plate of meat without any resistance. He also excitedly watched Peng Qion's delicious chewing movements. Till the last chew was finished and the food was shoved into Peng Qion's mouth. At this moment, Tun Vu could not hide the joy in his heart. Loud, what kind of poison is this, you country bumpkin? But who is Peng Qion also laughed loudly with him, even louder than Tun Vu. Sun Wu's smile immediately faded, his face fell and his mouth was wide open in surprise. Peng Qion was still smiling with satisfaction as he looked at them. There was no poison, it was normal to smile when eating such delicious food. The scene of both the bandit and Peng Qion suffering from poison instantly shattered their dreams. He was invulnerable to poisons. If so, then our plan to kill both of them would be ruined. At this moment, Tun Vu looked at his beloved daughter and asked in his mind, is this Nuoc Lan a vagabond who is also invulnerable to poisons? However, the only thing he received in return was a tale of her. Sun Wu's face immediately and he hurriedly asked again, is he also immune to all poisons? Tun Nuoc Lan was stunned when she heard this. How the hell could she know? The order of the plan was suddenly turned upside down in an instant. Tun Vu could only go through with it and carry the pile of meat into the room. But in his head he thought of all sorts of scenarios. The wanderer ate this and logged out, the green forest would be destroyed. The whole group of people carried the food inside together. At this moment, Tun Nuoc Lan thought of a brilliant plan and her father quickly dropped the tray of food and spilled it all out. Tun Vu immediately listened to his daughter and performed the most scene in his life called falling over a food tray. Oh my gosh. But they were still under Peng Chion's supervision. He quickly used sticks and spiritual power to steady the plate of food in the critical moment. Lightly returned the plate of meat to Sun Wu, who reluctantly accepted it. Peng Chion thoughtfully helped Sun Wu take the food and instructed, oh my, be careful, this dish is so special, bring it in myself. Hearing this, Sun Wu broke out in cold sweat. He quickly and tactfully refused, no need, I want to show my loyalty. Moment, Peng Chion asked a very strange question, are you crying? Sun Wu's eyes rolled up, tears streaming down his face. Admitted, that's right, you bastard, you intend to kill your master. Because of this thought, he kept crying and begging Peng Chion, I want to personally offer myself to the sob. Peng Chion laughed haha, deeply moved by his loyalty. Just a second ago he was still laughing and joking, the next second, Peng Chion was already growling, his face. Tun Vu, let go of this bastard, before I send you to the underworld. At this point, Tun Vu could only give the plate of food Chion and kneel down on the ground, watching the door gradually close. Tun Nuoc Lan suddenly jumped quickly, detoxification. Hearing that, Tun Vu immediately recomposed and understood her meaning, that's right, he had to bring the antidote. But what Tun Nuoc wanted to do was completely opposite, she had to throw away all the antidote. Tun Vu retorted, what are you talking about, but what she said had its reasons. Sun Ruola quickly made up a story, we will pretend to be the victims of poisoning, if we put a well and throw away the antidote, we will be able to blame someone else. She quickly calmed Sun Wu down, even if she had to sacrifice a few lives, it was still better than let the forest perish, she would buy some time. Father quickly run to the well. Jayap Tam listened to his daughter's words and jumped out at lightning speed. At this moment, inside the room, Peng Chion was respectfully offering a plate of meat, while Tun Nuoc Lan was observing them without taking her eyes off them. She had no choice but to go with a plate of food she had been holding on the table. Master, please eat more. As soon as the tip of the chopsticks was only about 1 away from the piece of meat, Tun Nuoc Lan's heart was filled with excitement. At this moment, she immediately shot the Bluetooth to Nando, quickly eat the 5-flavor green chief and sacrifice herself. The meat dish now exuded a ghostly look. Tun Nuoc Lan continued to talk about the noble mission of the beautiful silver, like that the bandits would be saved, the green forest would also be saved. The beautiful silver-haired man suddenly pulled his neck forth and pretended his neck was in pain and didn't hear any of the requests. Tun Nuoc Lan was so angry that the veins on her face but non-Dm Kyo could only turn away and pretend not to see anything. But things were already hanging by a thread, they already picked up the first piece of meat and was about a hand's breadth from his mouth. Tun Nuoc Lan was too reckless, forced a smile and interrupted him, Master, I also want to try. Action made the bandit and Peng Chion speechless and looked at her like an idiot. Peng Chion immediately got angry and scolded her, the medicine is done, so get. But Tun Nuoc Lan still shamelessly begged them, just give me a bite. Peng Chion had reached his limit at this moment, his hands were shaking, he was trembling non-stop and he was threatening her. I said no. Of course Tun Nuoc Lan could feel the current situation, but out of desperation she could only close her eyes and let it go. The fact that we have been together, I don't think we are that much of strangers. Finally seeing that time was running out, Tun Nuoc Lan had no to raise her voice and pounce, so please give me a piece of this damn thing. Of course she was no match for Peng Chion, he only needed one per, but Tun Nuoc Lan was lucky to dodge and escape with her life. At this moment, the bandit stared at Peng Chion and scolded, why are you causing trouble during the meal? Peng Chion noticed his intentions and bowed to apologize. The wanderer didn't pay too much attention towards Tun Nuoc Lan. I will make you a separate plate, you can eat later. Nuoc Lan also considered the plan a success, so she smiled and thanked him. It turns out that being stopped by Peng Chion halfway was all part of her plan. She succeeded without eating. I took to beg for food, surely they wouldn't think that Green Forest had poisoned her. The wanderer quickly picked up the piece of meat. Curious, how delicious was this dish that she wanted to eat it so much. The first piece of meat took dozens of pages to get into my mouth again. The wanderer was finally able to eat it. He chewed it with relish. Even Tun Nuoc Lan Dm Kyo had to hold their breath watching every move of the wanderer's mouth. But nothing happened, he just smiled and, it was indeed delicious, no wonder Tun Nuoc Lan wanted to eat it. But at this Tun Vu knocked on the door and rushed in. Master, are you okay? Peng Chion was furious again, looking at him, daring to cause trouble during his master's meal. You guys just wait, I'll deal with it soon. At this moment, a strange phenomenon appeared on the side of the bandits. A sharp smell of humus straight to Peng Chion's nose, causing him to turn his head to look. What hit him in the face was the sight of the bandit vomiting blood pudding, so much that it could fill a hand and still spill out. He had just vomited that much blood when his eyes became. The whole person lost all strength and gradually collapsed. He slammed his head straight down on the floor, much to Peng Chion's surprise. Then did he understand the situation and quickly took a series of actions. Peng Chion uses healing and acupressure on the body of the demigod to stop the flow of blood. He held one side of his head and lifted the half of the punk's body, imaging for something in his pocket. Master, no, I can't let you go. Peng Chion took out a blue pill and gently put it into the mouth. I will definitely find a way to detoxify, punish me later. The wanderer from earlier today finally had a slight movement of his eyelids. The thing Peng Chion just gave him to drink was the soul origin pill, a divine medicine comparable to Shaolin's a precious medicine that only the supreme being of the demonic sect could use. Sun Wu also read the lines according to the script. One had poisoned the well, more than 30 of my subordinates were also poisoned. The scenario suddenly turned. Peng Chion gave them an ultimatum, I'll give yours. Peng Chion's eyes were full of murderous warning. If the doctor is not brought here, Green Forest will officially be exterminated. Tun Vu at this time felt that's a bit wrong with the plan, but still had to listen to Peng Chion's words. Also, the Green Forest sky was brighter than any full moon night in August. Nam Kung Yuyan and his gang still haven't left yet. Immediately suggested that tomorrow we should go to the headquarters of Green Forest. Murong Wunshan also stood beside him leaning against the wall agreeing. Other things. Long Bang suddenly disappeared is really strange. But there was something even stranger that made Bang and Locke curious. Green Forest capture all the chefs, did they want to run a wine business? Zhuge Xiaoming also stepped, we will know when we get there, but remember we are not going there to fight. Nam Kung Yuyan agreed with that, because like Green Forest could suddenly become the ruler of a region like that. Green Forest is the strongest force ever. Even the Black Dragon gang had to ally with the hosts of the mountain to deal with them, just knowing the current situation was enough. Murong Wunshan seemed to be looking forward to this trip, looking at him that smile, he definitely didn't let Zhuge Xiaoming's words get to him. Suddenly, a loud voice came from outside, causing everyone their heads out the window, there's the famous doctor, we have to catch him. Below the main road were Sun Rulan and Sun Wu. Peng Anlua took a look and immediately recognized what was going on. Was it one of the leaders of Green Forest? Murong Wunshan also recognized Sun Rulan, so he told Anlua to be quiet. There was also that crazy woman blowing the whistle. Sun Wu's heart was in turmoil, he kept pulling on his head, we will all be destroyed, what to do, what to do. At this moment, Tun Nuoc Lan was as confused as he was. The more she listened, the angrier she got. For making me so confused, please save the Green Forest nitty. The 4 eavesdropping talents above were startled. The group looked back at Tun Nu together and couldn't help but suspect that she was the daughter of the Green Forest King. Then they turned to look at Tun Vu in doubt, and that guy, youngest person in the history of Green Forest, was he the Green Forest King? A subordinate interrupted the father and son, I have brought all the famous doctors here. Tun Vu at this moment saw the light at the end of the tunnel, immediately raised his hand to welcome the famous doctors, very good, now let's choose the ones with real power. Suddenly an old man holding the 3 of spades walked ahead, hurriedly bowed his head and Tun Vu, I am just a quack who learned a little bit of medical skills. A guy with a goatee pretending to be crazy self in the tongue with a needle and said, I have a hobby of stabbing patients. Next, another guy also loudly smashed the apple stand, I'm not even a famous doctor, I'm just a thug, not even a bandit. Then there was a competition between the 3 who was more trashy, accompanied by stone throwing all over the market. Tun Vu, who had been ignored until now, was also angry and held an axe in his hand, threatening them, dragging the lad the mountain, and if he wanted to survive, he would choose the best ones. Muron group continued to full of speculations in their hearts. Now the famous doctor, the Green Forest King, still looked healthy. Muron Wunshan looked at this situation and wondered, then who was injured? The traveler were now neatly placed on the bed, but his complexion did not look good at all. Around him now were two famous doctors who were tipped the pressure of Tun Vu standing behind and Peng Qion watching above. They all came to the same conclusion when they saw their current appearance. His expression was serious, and he was barely breathing. Peng Qion had lost all patience at this point and started to get angry with them. What were they still standing there for? Aura made the two quacks not dare to make a sound nor dare to step forward. Suddenly, a hand quietly pushed one of the two men in front. The person who got the lucky charm was the goatee. He angrily turned around and looked behind. Who put me in this situation? But it was none other than the mighty and majestic King Sun Wu. His aura made even the old quack lower his head. The quack could only tip to Peng Qion's suggestion step by step. I'll take his pulse first. As soon as she picked up the traveler's arm, and gently comforted her, if it doesn't get better, don't come back this spring. Even though he was just a quack, he still acted rationally. First, he had to determine what kind of poison was used. Then there was a convincing presentation from the old man. There were thousands of types of poison, and when combined together they would create tens of thousands of different types of poison. At this moment the wanderer eyes slightly to look at the needle being inserted into his fingertip to draw blood. Peng Qion didn't observe this biology class. He urged the old man to move faster. Took a little blood and held it to the tip of the needle. He did so for a reason. Langbi lifted the needle while explaining, we can distinguish all kinds of poison by tasting it. But as soon as he swallowed it, he collapsed to one side and died even sooner. Peng Qion saw this scene and didn't know what to say. The wandering patient turned to look at the man, pulled the quack doctor finishing his question, that bastard is also considered a famous doctor. Then a series of other people came in and did the same to him, famous doctors standing by the bandit's side, working together to treat him. A person holding a needle and explained that this was not a poison extracted from animals or plants. Peng Qion standing behind did not, so he raised his hand and asked again, what kind of poison is it? Another old, famous doctor with white hair bowed respectfully to him. It seemed to be a mix of types of poisons. My knowledge was limited, I didn't know what to say. But there was one thing for sure that he had to tell Peng Qion. He was out of danger, but the problem was that later on he stopped for a bit. Then glanced at the traveler helplessly. Antidote was not found. This young master would die within 3 days. The wanderer was so shocked in his eyes, but he no longer had the strength to be surprised or angry. I can only cry in my heart, I have not yet lived a peaceful life. Not only in peace, but also can't see the sunlight for another 4 days. The phrase will be gone within 3 days seemed to Peng Qion, but the famous doctor still insisted that it was correct. His assertion made Peng Qion angry and ordered the Green Forest King to send away all these famous doctors. The faces of the 4 unfortunate famous immediately darkened when they heard this, but they could not believe what they had just heard. But when they saw the Jala of the Sun Wu being dragged with a loud noise near them, they believed it. The oldest famous suddenly knelt down firmly in front of Peng Qion and begged for his life. But Peng Qion had never done that before intended to. He turned around and asked back, why should I do that? Then Peng Qion turned away, leaving only one word to signal Tun Vu. At the old famous doctor suddenly spoke loudly, I know a divine doctor. As soon as he finished speaking, the tongue stopped right in front of his face. Peng Qion heard, also curious. He turned around and asked to clarify the situation. The doctor who had just escaped a disaster quickly declared with a trembling voice, he can cure all kinds of diseases in the world, he is a divine doctor. Peng the name of the miracle doctor and immediately showed disbelief and asked again. The old doctor immediately bowed that he was a divine doctor who could cure all kinds of diseases in the world. But it turned out that Tun Vu had heard of this divine doctor's reputation, so he yelled and said nonsense, the immortal has already disappeared. He immediately asked clearly, did you witness the death of the fairy with your own eyes? Although Tun Vu did not see it with his own eyes, he had a basis for that. The immortal doctor had been missing for 20 years. He bowed and affirmed the truth once again. I have met him, I can guarantee it with my family's lives. Peng Qion now temporarily him and rubbed his chin thinking, can he cure all kinds of diseases. He felt that his words were a matter of life and death, so he tried his best to convince him. His consciousness was so high that he could look down on evil physician. Many people thought that comparing him to Huatua was an insult. At this moment, the old man suddenly trembled as he last words, "But if you meet the fairy, please keep what I told you a secret." Peng Qion just calmly looked at him. "I don't even know who." The doctor heard that and immediately felt relieved and bowed his head in gratitude. Then he revealed some more useful information. Mortal doctor was at the Water Lotus Valley at the foot of the Dragon Pond Mountain. Peng Qion heard that and immediately ordered Tun Vu. "Luckily it's not too far, Green Forest King quickly prepare." The word that came out of Peng Qion's mouth was a sensitive word to them. In their minds, they immediately imagined a scene where a certain arm or leg was wrapped in the luggage. "He wanted to kill us." All three of them had the same thought, so they nodded and begged for mercy. The story of the immortal doctor was true. Sob, please spare our lives. Peng Qion nagging until his head was aching, so he shouted loudly to be quiet. Sun Wushi Tong bent down and asked curiously, "What do you want the cloth for?" "It turns the cloth to carry traveling gear. Be prepared to use it to carry children." At this moment, the traveler thought to himself, "Qion doesn't need to go that fast," so he could only say the word "hurry up." This made Peng Qion misunderstand and he became more and more impatient. He immediately threw the object hard on the ground and angrily ordered, "The master is in critical condition, hurry up." Tun Vu people immediately disappeared within 1 minute 30 seconds. Seeing this, the wanderer gritted his teeth at Peng Qion with hatred, thinking, go slowly. But for some unknown, when it reached Peng Qion's ears, it was completely transformed. He yelled at Tun Vu who was around outside the door, "You bastard, the master told you to hurry." The bandit was angry but could only grit his teeth and look at him. Qion approached the bed and helped him sit up. "Master, we're leaving now." Then he tied the harness on his back like a mother carrying her child up the mountain, while instructed, "I will use lightness skill slowly so as not to affect people." But and did were contradictory. Peng Qion tightened the rope around his stomach. Accidentally caused the rope behind to tighten as well, giving the ranger a fright. He even tightened the knot once more without hearing his miserable cry. Because the rope behind was even tighter, to the point where it was about to spill out its liver and lungs. The punk's body was loose, his throat was sore, he couldn't curse at him, "I'm about to suffocate this bastard." To the point that Tun Nuoc Lan still doubted left or not, she kindly asked, "How is Fong the Divine Master?" But Peng Qion didn't pay into what she said and just kept talking to the wanderer, "Master, let's go." Then he jumped up with all his might, pushing the railing upwards, causing a huge hole to be blown into the roof. Sun Wu did not blame Peng Qion for damaging furniture, but he looked at him suspiciously. He said that guy was slow. Tun Nuoc Lan had just returned to the room so she still hadn't grasped the situation, so she asked again, "Father, what happened that Peng Qion was like that?" Tun Vu immediately recounted what had happened. It seemed that the doctor was still alive. He wanted to find the divine doctor to save the bandit. Tun Nuoc Lan immediately said loudly, "Whatever it is, we must chase after it." She immediately explained to him, "If the bandit died halfway, forest would be in great trouble. We must pretend to be as loyal as possible." Only now Vu realized how stupid his actions were. "You were right, damn it." Tun Vu just pointing his 5 fingers at his subordinates, "Quickly cross all the leaders." The 4 talented people from the side of the palace were also walking on the path leading to the Green Forest's lair. The group walked and looked around, observing the entire forest. Yuyan could not believe that there really was no one left from the Black Dragon gang. At this moment, Bang & Locke also felt a slight shiver. He didn't see the Black Dragon and he didn't even see the Green Forest. Was there anyone living on this mountain? At this moment, 2 streams of aura passed by their heads like lightning. Nam Kung Yuyan turned her head in surprise to look back. What was that just now? So fast that Jia Cat Tu Min knew it was someone but not who it was. But he had to admit that it was so fast that it was unlike a normal person. Murong Wunshan could only conclude that if it could only be a demon. The demon was carrying something on its back. At this moment, 2 black shadows suddenly appeared behind Nam Kung Yuyan and ran past, causing him to be startled. He hugged his little heart and turned around. What the hell? Luckily saw in time. Just now it was the Green Forest King and his daughter. Suddenly, 4 more figures appeared above their heads and ran past. At this moment, Bang & Locke also immediately recognized that he was a person from Green Forest. Something must have happened. Forest, should we continue up the mountain or follow the king? Then a few more black shadows jumped overhead. This time, Bang and Locke didn't have time to see the portraits of those people. What was going on? Why did something keep passing by? But Nam Kung Yuan saw it in 7 people dressed in black. Could it be the 7 ghosts without? But what Zhuge Xiaoming wondered about was not those things. The painful truth was discovered. Didn't they see us? They just passed by. At this moment, the tranquility of the green forest was broken by the vigorous movements of the black shadow continuously passed by. Suddenly at this moment a foot approached the 4 of them. Nam Kung Yuan was surprised when she saw the person approaching them. Nan Guang Tong Zi, someone that Nan Gongwan did not know at all. Nam Kung Yuan's heart was filled with questions. After all, it was not the time to think about a child. It was a famous family. We must help this child. He immediately smiled gently and said to Tian Kuang, it was very dangerous for a child to be alone in the mountains, so. But the heavenly light boy suddenly became angry, opened his mouth and shouted loudly. Silent, around him, strong air currents continuously appeared. A red stream of air quickly erupted and engulfed the 4 of them. That stream of air covered the entire surrounding area. The celestial light pupil gently asked them, you must answer my question. Do you know who the 7 people in black clothes who just passed by were? The face of the Tianguang boy was now as black as a monkey's ass as he looked at them. That made them unable to move. How could a child have such a terrifying aura? Tian Kuang Dong too waited for a long time but still did not hear them answer, so he raised his head arrogantly. Scared, today's children are really useless, my time was not like that. He let out a long sigh and left, leaving the men of the palace astonished. After the celestial light pupil left, a silence fell between the 4 of them. The first person to react to this atmosphere was Murong Wunshan. He angrily pointed his finger. That brat, what the hell is going on with him? But no one knew the answer. Yuan was determined to turn back to reassure them. Have to follow them. The other 3 agreed with him. Let's go. At that moment, in of the forest, 5 black shadows were moving continuously and nimbly. One of them is called Trui Hanku, one of the 3 devils without mountains. He is conjuring, big brother, how long do we plan to surround the green forest? Then he added, we came here to help the black dragon, but there is no one left on the mountain. Since when have we been treated like this? A goatee turned around and replied to him, you better keep quiet, that is a heavenly place, a mountainless ghost. Hearing this, the soul chaser was immediately silent, and the heavenly path troop also agreed with him, but the sudden disappearance of the Black Dragon Gang was true, even more so that the Black Dragon Gang had been destroyed by the green forest. At this, the leader and the one leading the group suddenly laughed loudly and heartily. He was elated because of that news. His prediction was that if that was the case then the corpses would have piled up like mountains. The Black Dragon King was not someone who could be defeated easily. It was their big brother, the impermanent demon, the great demon without mountain. Hearing that answer, Thong Tien Ku did not wonder any more. But the impermanent demon still hadn't finished what he wanted to say. He put his hands back and clenched them. But if the Black Dragon King really had disappeared? He smiled sinisterly with satisfaction. I will make them pay dearly, for my friend the Black Dragon King. At this moment, the first person being chased in this chain, Peng Chion, was carrying his travel gear across all the roads. The air pressure from walking so fast made it difficult for him to breathe. The wanderer looked at the remaining distance ahead and cried out to the heavens, finding a divine doctor was a good thing, but at this rate I would die from suffocation. I decided, this time I have to say it clearly without hesitation like last time, say it clearly that there is no need to go fast. Then the wanderer took a deep breath and spoke clearly, but with a slight pause, unable to breathe, go slowly. After saying what needed to be said, he breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, I made it clear this time. And of course Peng Chion heard that clearly. He immediately turned around with a dark face. If he can't breathe then he has to go slowly. Then suddenly because of some pants he got angry with him. The owner behind him said such irresponsible words. The ruffian suddenly became the target of his scolding. Is it because his body is weak that his spirit is also weak? Then he made me promise him, promise me that I will never say such weak words again. You bastard can't even breathe, let alone promise me anything. I can only curse in my heart or I'm about to die from suffocation, you bastard. Peng Chion couldn't hear an answer from him so he practiced guessing. If he was too tired, he would speed up the search. At this moment, the wanderer cried without tears, because the drops that just flowed out of the corner of his eyes were blown away by the speed. Peng Chion's enthusiasm did not stop, even when he reached the cliff. He stood on the top and jumped down in one go. You'll be fine soon, I'll continue, you wanderer. At this moment you can only take a deep breath, keep a steady mind and make up your mind to set a goal for your life from now on. Peng Chion, I will definitely send you flying. At this moment, not far from the ground, strange noises in the forest kept appearing one after another. The group of people from the green forest side kept on chasing after Peng Qion and the bandits. Tun Vu glanced at his subordinates behind him and secretly sighed, "Luckily I know a shortcut in this area, I almost got left behind." Tun Nuoc Lan, who was being carried on Tun Vu's shoulder, suddenly wondered to him, "Father, where did you go before leaving?" Tun Nuoc Lan immediately recalled what happened before. "You gathered all the leaders, then went somewhere." Tun Nuoc Lan secretly guessed and told him everything. Could it be that she went to see Vong Du Ngoc? Unexpectedly someone liked her. Tun Vu suddenly retorted violently, "This is my wife's child." She didn't care much or take those words to heart and immediately changed the subject. "I heard that the stubborn fairy would rather die than submit." Tun Vu angrily shouted, "You told the child that it was me." Tun Nuoc Lan at this moment was also stunned, remembering. But now there is a bigger question. Do you think the wanderer can survive? With the nature of the fairy, he will definitely be torn to pieces by Peng Qion. But Tun Vu firmly affirmed, "No, the immortal doctor will not log out." Sun Wu's earring suddenly glowed as if affirming something. Sun Wu assured Sun Ruo Lan that he would prevent that from happening at all costs. Tun Nuoc Lan now felt reassured, but still could not escape many doubts. If the wanderer was not cured, Green Forest would be destroyed, I believe, father. Tun Vu felt like his brain was pumped with blood. He immediately urged his subordinates to speed up and chase after them. The scene moved to Hong Sun Long Tri Fong. Peng Qion and the group of tourists kept moving until the next morning. At this moment, the bandit, with only his soul left, collapsed on Peng Qion's shoulder. What greeted them to this mountain was the appearance of an old man who was diligently smoking in front of Peng Qion. The old man looked at the person from afar who suddenly came here and curiously turned around to look. In the old man's eyes, Peng Qion was as big as a gorilla, asking people where the Water Liana Valley was. The old man gently picked up his basket of vegetables and replied to Peng Qion, "I don't know who Tui Lin Kok is." Peng Qion patiently explained to the old man, "Tui Lin Kok is the name of a valley." The old man trembled and hugged the basket, even tighter. "I don't know, please spare my herbs." Peng Qion frowned, lost, patiently asked another question, "So have you heard of the immortal doctor?" The old man asked him back in confusion, "Fairy, I have never heard of any sleeping fairy." Peng Qion heard that and immediately got angry and went somewhere else. This country bumpkin didn't know anything. Then he quickly disappeared, leaving no trace behind. The old man holding the basket of medicinal herbs watched the two of them leave without understanding anything. Then 3 more black shadows continued to appear above his head, while the old man still hadn't digested what had happened before. It was the people from Green Forest. They quickly surrounded the area, both in the air and on the ground, causing this old man to be scared out of his wits once again. The old man's voice trembled as he asked Sun Wu. Sun Wu didn't say much and went straight to the point, "Tell me the truth, where is Shui Lian Gu?" The old man tried to hug his basket to protect it, and softly replied to him, "In this mountain village there is no one with the surname Water." Tun Vu angrily explained to him that it was the name of a valley where the immortal doctor resided, but Tun Nuoc Lan immediately signaled to him, "This old man's father must be confused." Tun Vu did not say much. Before the old man could reply, Tun Vu had already listened to Tun Nuoc Lan's words and led his subordinates deeper into the forest. Another group of unlucky people passed through his life. On a peaceful morning, he had the misfortune to meet a group of ghosts and spirits. But these things were nothing to worry about for him anymore. He just focused on his main job. "I have to pick more herbs here." At this moment, another group of 7 talented people stood in the old man's way. Each of them had a cunning look on their face, and they were also carrying a giant stick of goods with them. The impermanent demon spoke on behalf of the group. He exuded a fierce aura before asking and was about to open his mouth to say something. But before he could ask, the old man had already answered clearly. In this Hong Sun mountain range there was no place called Tui Lin Kok. The impermanent ghost stiffened. He rubbed his chin in thought but still did not want to interrupt the old man. Seeing this, the old man immediately answered once and for all, "I also do not know who the immortal doctor is, so please spare my herbs." Impermanent demon never expected that he would suddenly get this extremely useful information without doing anything, so he couldn't help but secretly rejoice in his heart. What happened to the Water Lean Valley and the immortal god? Where did those guys go just now? The old man did not hesitate but pointed straight in the direction of the group that had just gone. If they wanted to go, they would use this. If they stayed here for a bit, he would log out because he was afraid of losing them. The group of people who had just been shown the direction did not wait another moment but rushed off. Well, today was enough online. The old man decided not to pick anything more and go straight home for safety. But at this moment, the celestial light pupil accidentally landed and blocked the old man's path. the moment the old man met him, he knew that today he had to worship Buddha and his ancestors from 80 generations ago. Like those impermanent ghosts, this time the old man showed you the way straight away. Hey kid, if you're looking for the water-glazed valley. But the little boy with the heavenly light didn't pay much attention to the old man's words. He turned his face away as if he was probing something. In a moment, he quickly and decisively passed the old man. And he also disappeared into the deep forest, like the others always did. As soon as he left, another group arrived. This time it was the 4 talented men from the palace. This was also the old man's final ordeal this morning. Nam Kung Yuyan seemed to be the only polite and kind person among those who had come here. Even though he was very tired and had trouble speaking, he still politely asked the old man, "Old man, I'm sorry, but do you know?" But the old man was too tired to enjoy his gentleness, so he yelled with all his might, "Damn you dogs, I told you you don't know how to use water and incense, and you don't know how to use the divine medicine." Nam Kung Yuyan hadn't had time to do anything before he was eaten by the sky, so he was a bit surprised and slightly startled. Bumping into Murong Wunshin, he forgot all about being tired, but the news just now made them much more worried. Nam Kung Yuyan immediately glanced at Murong Wunshin and speculated, "Tui lin kok oatn then why?" Having received the information, the 4 of them did not hesitate any longer and immediately glanced to the forest, not forgetting to send the old man their thanks. They went deep into the deserted forest, but the old man was still standing there holding the basket of medicinal herbs with a dark face for a while. After making sure that they had left, the old man dared to release all the things he had just received. He threw the basket on the ground and cursed. After that, he was no longer the weak and fearful old man from before, but a weathered old man with a dignified appearance and muscular shoulders. He immediately recognized the identities of the 4 groups from before, Green Forest and the children of the noble family, the 7 men in black, and who that child was. Peng Chion's face suddenly appeared in his mind. That was the most dangerous person among those people just now. Who was he after all? The old man trampled on the pile of medicinal herbs that he had been handling like eggs, muttering as he walked, "My head is about to explode." Then the old man immediately ran away very fast, going straight forward. Only then did the old man realize the current situation and decide, so it was time to leave the mountain. The sky gradually turned to dusk, the sunset fell, covering every blade of grass, tree, and cliff on Hong Sun Mountain. The traveler was carried on his back without any effort, and he calmly felt the wonderful scenery of this place. Hong Sun was truly a beautiful place. He looked at the trees growing in layers below and couldn't help but exclaim, "The pine trees are so majestic." The waterfall was magnificent, a huge waterfall that covered their entire path, waiting for a straight path inside that connected to the path outside. While admiring the beautiful scenery, the traveler came to a final conclusion. This Peng Chion guy was crazy. He was breathing heavily and continuously carrying him forward. Even though he had been walking for a whole day, he seemed to be even more excited. He just jumped from place to place without thinking about his gear. "Running non-stop since early morning, my head is about to explode." Peng Chion realized the situation at the border and immediately turned to comfort him. "Master, please try to endure, I definitely won't let you go." The face of the bandit now kept bouncing back and forth with the rhythm. Perhaps he was not discolored because of the poison, but because of this evil god. At this time Peng Chion jumped onto a low cliff and stopped for a moment to chat with him. "Many people working together, there will definitely be good news." The bandit was still drooling from the tip of his mouth, so he didn't understand much of what he said. "Many people." At this moment, the people from the green forest side appeared and were bowing before them. Peng Chion stood up straight and asked for a report. "Have you found the water valley yet?" Sun Wu urgently reported to him, sweating profusely. "Sir, we still haven't found him yet." Even Sun Ruo Lan, who was standing next to him, was so scared that she didn't dare to raise her head. Peng Chion heard the report and got angry and cursed, "Useless bunch." Tun Vu could only bow his head and admit his guilt, not knowing what else to say. At this moment, on the other side of the cliff, several black shadows appeared, jumping down from above to where they were standing. Before they could see him, their voices were heard everywhere. "You bastards, stop running around." They landed lightly on the ground. Chasing these guys all day long had taken a toll on them. The smallest of the ghost hunters was panting heavily and pointing his sword at Green Forest and Peng Chion. At this moment, a hand was quietly placed on his shoulder and reassured him, "Calm down, third brother." Tun Vu recognized the voice as an acquaintance. The great demon Wushan Wuchang demon gently negotiated with them. "We didn't come here to fight, but your answer will decide whether we leave or not." Tun Vu had to calm down and wait for the question. Suddenly a strong wind blew past them. The impermanent ghost immediately went straight to the point. "We didn't see the Black Dragon gang in Nami Mountain. Could it be that the Green Forest had already made peace with the Black Dragon gang?" suddenly a rosy scene appeared. The master of the green forest and the master of the black dragon were standing side by side smiling at each other. But unlike that scene, reality is much more cruel. Tun Vu remembers a few 18+ scenes, we buried them already. But Tun Vu had no intention of saying anything. He glanced at Peng Qion. Now was not the time to care about the 7 ghosts without mountains. He looked at him and assessed the situation. Peng Qion was very sensitive because of that brat master. If we angered him, we would be like the Black Dragon gang. Now it was a dilemma. Tun Vu didn't know what to do, but at this moment Tun Nuoc Lan said it all. They were all dead. Sun Wu was startled when he heard his daughter say that, but Sun Ruo Lan didn't care and continued to laugh and talk. Don't you know that the Black Dragon gang was destroyed a long time ago? The impermanent ghost's expression did not change at all. He still spoke calmly. Insulting my friend, the Black Dragon King is no different than insulting me. You are so funny. But Tun Nuoc Lan did not hesitate to say it directly. I have never considered you a friend. The soul chaser could no longer hear any more words, so he swung his sword and took the first step forward. Tun Vu saw that, since they were honest with each other, there was no need to be shy about fighting. While they were still arguing, Peng Qion was gnashing his teeth behind them. Immediately he shouted his thunderous voice, "Silence!" A stream of air flew past the faces of the father and son Tun Vu and directly hit the soul chaser with sound. With just those moves, the soul hunter had to hold his chest and struggle to breathe. What kind of internal energy is that? Tun Nuoc Lan took advantage of this moment to add fuel to the fire. I also felt sorry for the Black Dragon King. He tried to escape, but Peng Qion chased after him and personally beheaded him. She turned her head to look at Peng Qion and confirmed it once again in front of the 7 ghosts. Only now did Tun Vu understand the intention of what his daughter was doing. Did he want to incite Peng Qion and the 7 ghosts of the mountain to fight? The black-faced impermanent ghost asked Peng Qion back, "Is it true?" Seeing the Peng Qion suddenly fall silent made them extremely confused. Before he spoke no one dared to move. Peng Qion rubbed his chin, remembering and forgetting. Maybe I missed something. It was that old man. It seemed like at this moment Peng Qion remembered what he had done. But Peng Qion's answer did not match any of Tun Nuoc Lan's or Vo Thuong Qui's questions. Only the Wanderer knows what Peng Qion is talking about. Yes, Peng Qion, I also suspect. That old herbalist, the first person they met when they went up this mountain. At that time, Peng Qion and the 2 travelers did not pay attention, but now thinking back, they discovered the flaw. How could an ordinary old man stay calm in front of Peng Qion's momentum? This was absurd. Everything was settled, so Peng Qion immediately turned around and left. Go away, we will find you guys to deal with later. Tun Nuoc Lan now had the opportunity to point her finger straight at the faces of the 7 ghosts. What are you bastards looking at? Peng Qion told you to go away. The public humiliation of the impermanent demon made him so angry that the veins on his face stood out. He quickly rushed over, but before he could do anything, Peng Qion jumped off the cliff and disappeared. The scene quickly shifts to a massive waterfall in the forest, where streams rush over overhanging rocks. The Wanderer looked at the traces around him and secretly thought to himself, the last time I saw that old man was here. Looking at this waterfall next to this valley, Tui Lin Kok seems reasonable. Peng Qion now gradually entered the cave behind the waterfall. After he finished washing his face, the force of the water rushing down on his head made him silently endure it. I don't expect any help from you. The inside of the cave was larger than it appeared from the outside. Peng Qion was currently walking on a path that stretched out in front of the cave. The Wanderer glanced at the scenery ahead, shaking off the remaining water on his head. Below was a lush green forest nestled between 2 cliffs. The bandits looked out a few hundred kilometers further, but all around were cliffs. No wonder they couldn't find it. At this moment, a group of 2 people were continuously begging someone to attract the attention of the 2 of them, begging you please. The brown-haired man kept lamenting, why would God abandon the one who was about to log out? Please save my son. The man with the hair stroked also kept pleading, oh fairy, I told you already, my daughter is just sick, she is not a martial artist. But that old man named Oa Xian didn't care a bit. Peng Qion was now certain of his guess. It seemed he was the divine doctor. At this time, the Green Forest group also quickly crossed the forest and walked over. They lined up right behind Peng Qion, but there were dozens of them. The immortal felt that this time it would be difficult for him to escape. He firmly told the 2 people who were coming to beg for treatment, get out of the way, I will not treat martial artists, that is my oath to heaven and earth, I would rather die than betray. Peng Qion felt that this old man's ability was really strong, so he couldn't help but sigh. Tun Vu also heard somewhere that even one of the 4 great heavenly kings couldn't subdue the Oatn. Seeing that the titles of the 4 heavenly kings did not make Peng Qion feel afraid or shaken, Tun Vu only cowered to the side when he heard that. Peng Qion suddenly decided, then I will cut off your legs first, just having your arms is enough to cure the disease. Tun Vu almost agreed with this crazy thought. But when the information was digested, he asked again, cut what? He intended to stop Peng Qion but it was too late. Peng Qion gradually approached the fairy and made a request, Fairy, please cure my master, you have 3 seconds to decide, every time you refuse, I will cut off one of your legs. The fairy doctor looked at them seriously, I have met all kinds of people. You hothead, you supplicant, you flatterer. But this guy had no emotions at all, he wasn't threatening, he really was going to cut off my legs. Peng Qion started counting his chests, and on the count of 3 he pulled out his sword. The fairy god still firmly refused, I will not break my oath, but Peng Qion did not care and continued until the 2nd hour. And when the final number was called, Peng Qion prepared to draw his sword to end the curtain. At this time, 2 people came to beg the immortal doctor to cure his illness. They immediately rushed to protect him, not allowing the immortal doctor to die. One of them immediately threw out a small knife containing powerful force and charged straight towards Peng Qion. But he only needed 1 slash to block this mosquito-sized attack. But when Peng Qion was able to save him, the other guy was holding his sword very close to him. The other guy stabbed the ground with great force. Peng Qion lightly jumped up to avoid the attack. Then he took a step forward from the air, focusing his strength on the sword in his hand. Suddenly, a stream of air pressure surrounded him, forcing Peng Qion to stop and turn his head back. The guy with the hair-smoothing hair who had thrown the knife earlier had somehow managed to sneak behind Peng Qion. She was preparing to land another blow from behind. That guy also used all his strength to concentrate his power into his hands, fueling them up to prepare to strike a powerful blow. Peng Qion in a moment was able to determine which side was more dangerous so that he could concentrate his defense. The hair claw's attack was powerfully unleashed, talking about distorting every single blade of grass in the area it passed through. The end of the move was just a pile of ruins, sand and dirt scattered everywhere, the entire terrain was destroyed. Tun Vu and the others, despite being blinded by dust, had to open their eyes wide to observe this battle. The braided hair and the brown hair fought side by side to fight Peng Qion. Looking at the scene before his eyes, Tun Vu immediately concluded that this was not a human battle. But both the slicked back and brown hair are surprisingly Peng Qion's current state. He was completely unscathed, and he even had time to ask the wanderer who was about to pee behind him, "Are you okay, master?" The immortal doctor saw that this was not good so he loudly stopped them, "Ghost sect leader, Mr. Guanshan, this is none of your business, but they have legitimate reasons for doing this. If they let him live, immortal doctor's legs will be cut off. Yes, to save my daughter, you fairy cannot log out. The leader of the ghost sect, the one known as the immortal devil, just needs to make a move to take the opponent's life. Mr. Kwang Sun, your martial arts are on par with the 7 great families. Today, I, the divine doctor, witnessed these 2 great people being defeated by this bastard Peng Qion." He calmly reassured the bandit, "Master, I will send him off after he is cured, please be patient." The fairy smiled at them and knew that they all wanted me to break my oath. Only then did Tun Nuoklan open the chat and angrily said to the old man, "Hey old man, why are you talking nonsense? No matter what happens, treat him." But the immortal doctor also has his own deep reasons, which not everyone can understand. 25 years ago, a seriously injured middle-aged man came to me. I tried my best to cure him. I think he is a martial artist of good quality, it would be a pity if he had to log out. But he massacred indiscriminately, regardless of civilians or gangsters. Because I cured one person, hundreds of people had to sacrifice. Speaking of this, the immortal doctor took a deep breath and continued, "At that time I promised that I would never interfere in the grudges of the martial arts world, letting them fly away instead of treating them." But the wanderer also had the same thoughts as the other 2, that is, he couldn't lose the fairy doctor because of Peng Qion's unreasonable actions. At this moment, the immortal doctor suddenly put down his briefcase and suggested, "But it seems that all of you really need my help. All right, I will handle it neatly." Only then did Mr. Quan Sun breathe a sigh of relief. The divine doctor finally agreed to treat him. But it turned out that was not the case. The old man exuded a majestic air, determined to keep his oath. That was why he chose to commit suicide to keep his oath. This decision of his made the people of the world gasp. All eyes turned towards him. But the immortal doctor said he would do it. He did not hesitate for a single moment and put all his strength into his hand, intending to use his fist to hit his head until he ended this life. But now the moment the fist just touched the temple, then his body suddenly stopped, his fist trembling in the air. He quickly realized the situation. Someone had used a finger to seal my acupoints. I couldn't move. It turned out that Peng Chion did it. He raised 2 fingers and warned while pressing the acupoints, "You cannot leave this life without the master's permission." The bandit was shocked when he heard this, his eyes stared at him. "Since when did you ask my permission before killing others?" Peng Chion looked at the 2 ghost sect leaders and Mr. Quan's son in front of him, deciding to eliminate the obstacles. Then he walked like a demon with a murderous look on his face and approached them. Only then did the bandits realize that this Peng Chion guy only intended to spare the fairy. They were just fathers who loved their children. Why should they risk their lives here? Suddenly there was a strange noise from the forest. The noise even knew how to curse. A group of ghosts and spirits suddenly appeared and surrounded Peng Chion. It seemed like they were very angry because he had looked down on them. But Peng Chion just clicked his tongue in disappointment and disinterest. Peng Chion jumped up and easily grabbed the impermanence demon's head as lightly as grabbing the trash bag. He spun the impermanent demon around a dozen times, then threw the boss back to his 2 brothers, the collision causing all 3 to fall backwards. The impermanent demon was grabbed so hard that his shoulder bone broke. He screamed in pain and terror. The leader of the ghost sect adjusted his collar and was speechless in this situation. Mr. Quan's son also did not expect that he would easily defeat the 7 ghosts without Mountain. The 3 of them sat up, and the heavenly demon had just regained consciousness and was immediately worried about the impermanent demon. At this time, the impermanent ghost had not yet regained consciousness and was assassinated by Peng Chion from behind, threatening him, "I told you to take my life." Peng Chion was about to draw his sword from his side, preparing to finish off the 2 men in front. Suddenly, a weak voice called his name from behind, causing him to stop. He was startled and turned back to ask the bandit. Even though the bandit was out of breath, he still tried to advise him not to massacre anyone here, including Mr. Quan's son and the leader of the ghost sect. Only then did he look at him seriously and answer me, Peng Chion. Even though he really didn't like it, he had to reluctantly draw his sword and carry out the order. The 7 ghosts of the mountain breathed a sigh of relief. The remaining people quickly landed to support the impermanent ghost. Peng Chion was very unhappy to see this reunion scene, so he asked again, "Is it okay as long as we don't kill each other?" Then, before the wanderer could answer, he quickly grabbed the neck of the impermanent demon. Then a series of mournful screams echoed throughout the mountains and forests. The 7 ghosts were lined up in layers like sardines by Peng Chion. The ghost sect master couldn't help but wonder what kind of martial arts he was using. The immortal Dr. Bang Oa was truly amazed after witnessing this fight. "Hoo, it was so amazing, amazing, I truly admired it." Peng Chion heard that and approached the old man. He couldn't easily let it go after a series of actions by the fairy. The next person to be beaten was the immortal doctor. He easily grabbed the old man's neck. Then he said his request for the last time, "Please cure him, fairy." Tun Nuoc Lan also added her voice to advise, "That's right, don't anger him anymore, quickly get treatment." The fairy doctor was still determined. If he said no, it was no, 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 I have lived enough, I have no more regrets. At this point, he did not flinch or feel afraid at all. He even challenged Peng Chion, "You can cut off my legs or dig out my liver if you want." The old man's words successfully provoked Peng Chion's anger. His face was full of veins. Suddenly his hand holding the knife was moving his fingers in an irregular manner. The people around immediately noticed his abnormality and took action immediately. No, he really wanted to kill him. The fairy godmother accepted to let go of everything and closed her eyes to wait for what was about to happen next. Suddenly at this moment Peng Chion gently spoke words slowly. Then he did an unbelievable act. He bowed down before the fairy doctor and begged him. This action of Peng Chion made everyone here startled. Even the closest witness, the wanderer, couldn't help but be surprised. He was bowing his head to someone else. Sun Wu glanced at his daughter behind him and asked, "Why are you crying?" But it turned out that this scene had made her cry. Why did he become like this? "Dad, aren't you crying? This is truly touching." The immortal doctor could not have expected things to turn out like this, so he could only close his eyes awkwardly. It seemed he was unhappy. "Is the young man behind you more important than your life?" But the immortal doctor still firmly maintained his position. "It's useless for you to kneel down. I also have my own rules. I can't cure him anymore, so just finish me off." Peng Chion's Adam's apple slowly moved up and down. This seemed to be his final limit. Peng Chion could only raise his hand towards the old man, constantly apologizing to the wanderer. "Master, please understand me." Then he grabbed the top of the godly doctor's head neatly. "Master ordered me not to slaughter you, so I won't do it, but let's see how long you can endure my torture, godly doctor." Suddenly at this moment, Tun Viu didn't know where he got the courage to rush up and stop Peng Chion. "You can't do that to the divine doctor, he has his own principles." Peng Chion immediately stopped and glanced at Tun Viu. This act of stopping also made the fairy curious. Tun Vu could only bow down and explain to him, "Please give me a word, I guarantee that I will get the antidote for you, even if we have to do everything, we at Green Forest will be able to do it." Peng Qion also withdrew his hand and listened to what he said. "Okay, I'm not in a hurry, so you just do as you wish, as long as it gets the job done, it's fine." Peng Qion turned around and left, but did not forget to threaten and warn, "I will give you a chance, if you fail, then you will follow him." Sun Wu felt that this time he could compromise with him, so he assured Peng Qion, "Okay, we will do it." At this time, at a thatched house located in the middle of a vast field right in the middle of the forest, the fairy was thrown violently and stuck against the wall. The Green Forest group led by Sun Wu were constantly torturing him. Sun Ruo Lan looked at her father with questions, "What's wrong with him, why are you torturing that divine doctor like this?" But the immortal doctor was not shaken at all. "If you hit me, I will not give you the antidote." Non-DM Kyo at this time raised her hand to volunteer to Tun Vu, "What if we put hot iron on him, he won't be able to bear it." But Tun Noak Lan has lost all patience about this. "Father, if you want to beat him then you have to hurry, there is only 1 hour left, otherwise we will be gone too." She looked even more anxious than her father. Just one kick from her caused a huge hole in the wall, but someone grabbed his collar and pulled him back. Tun Noak Lan saw that and immediately widened her eyes, surprised and asked, "What's going on?" It turns out Tun Vu was the one who saved him from his daughter's massacre, and even signaled for his daughter to be quiet. At this moment, Tun Vu used his hand to press on the old man's neck, making the immortal doctor unable to move. Let me think of a divine doctor." Tun Noak Lan did not understand. In a situation where even Father Tan was nothing, why did Father still want to put him to sleep? He rummaged through his pocket for a while. Then he brought out a small red, 5-colored bottle in front of them. Inside was a purple substance, which was the antidote for the red poison. At this point, everyone gasped in surprise. Tun Noak Lan was startled and screamed in silence. Didn't her father lose her that day? It was true that he had planned that day, but Sun Wu kept some aside in case of an unexpected event. It turned out that an unexpected event did occur. Only now did Su Ruo Lan see the bright spot in the storm. This was truly our luck, wasn't it? She was truly too good, but in contrast to her, Yin Yanjiao worriedly warned that if Peng Qion found out, everything would be gone. Therefore, we needed to be a little careful. But at this moment, Tun Vu and his father looked at him coldly. He didn't understand why everyone was looking at him like that. At this moment, Gong Chusang immediately had an opinion, but it was unreasonable for the divine doctor to suddenly agree to hand over the antidote. Previously, he let him die instead of handing him over. We need someone to scream as if he was being tortured instead of the divine doctor. We can only assume that this is the reason why he was tortured and handed over the antidote. So whoever objects will be the one to take their place. The whole group didn't need any words to decide. Sun Wu used his elephant body to squeeze the Silver Beauty's shoulders. "I'll start, divine doctor, you must be as hopeless as possible," the father shouted and the child shouted, while Sun Ruo Lan stood behind and massaged her hands and feet in preparation. Then came the first kick of the day. The beautiful silver girl could only stand there in fear and receive her attack. On one side, Gong Chusang was screaming non-stop. On the other side, Gong Chusang was discussing with Sun Wu. To be sure, he should change the fake medicine bottle immediately. After an hour of struggling with life, the beautiful silver lady finally completed her mission excellently. Sun Ruo Lan has been stressed for the past few days. Finally she has a place to relieve stress. It feels really good to beat her. "Don't worry Dad, outside they will believe that we tortured the divine doctor." Sun Wu looked at Yin Yanjiao's current condition and a question immediately arose in his heart. "It's as if I had prepared for this a long time ago." A small white comment type held up. Tun Vu approached the sleeping fairy who was sleeping soundly, oblivious to the world around him. Sun Wu took a deep breath, then said loudly, as expected of a divine doctor, "So the name of the medicine is Hwatong Duok." He must have realized how important life is while being tortured, so he handed over the antidote, right? From the beginning until now, Tun Vu still recognized Peng Qion who was observing outside the house. If he had profound internal energy, he would have heard us torturing the divine doctor inside. Tun Vu continued with his performance. "I will show my respect by being gentler with the divine doctor." When the work was done, Tun Vu opened the door of the cottage and confronted Peng Qion who was standing outside. He, along with the 2 ghost sect leaders and Mr. Quan Sun, have been standing outside since a while ago. Peng Qion crossed his arms and frowned as he asked again, "Is it true?" The leader of the ghost sect was sweating profusely. The torture was so brutal that even the divine doctor had to change his mind. Mr. Quan's son was also bewildered. "I thought that the Green Forest camp only knew how to beat people without thinking, but they also knew how to do it." Sun Wu felt uncomfortable hearing this. You really think that we Green Forest Hold Strong are just idiots who only know how to use our fists? Well, you're right, but now we have some wits, after all, he could only say lightly in his heart. Peng Qion untied the rope that was tying the harness behind him and helped him down. He was hung there for a day and almost a night and his body was already gone. Peng Qion didn't wait any longer and immediately urged Tun Vu to quickly get the antidote. Sun Wu quickly gave the antidote to Peng Qion without hesitation or worry. Peng Qion took the medicine bottle and suddenly shouted loudly, making the heavenly demons admire and all demons respect him. He bowed his head before the bandit and respectfully held out both hands holding the medicine bottle for him, Master, hoping that he could recover his strength. Seeing his action, the gangster's face turned even blacker than a dirty ass. But he couldn't do anything. If he didn't take it, this crippled life would be over. The vagabond slowly drank the medicine in front of so many people. After he finished the potion, his lower abdomen suddenly lit up. The wanderer closed his eyes and meditated. He gradually felt the changes in his body. The pressure that was being compressed in his blood vessels was gradually disappearing. If it weren't for Peng Qion's internal energy protecting his vital organs, he would have disappeared. Peng Qion turned to face Tun Vu and Jia Len. You two stand guard. I will use my energy to help the master recover faster. The crowd of people present immediately arranged their troops in a circle around the two of them carefully, while Peng Qion continuously threw air at the bandit's body. Suddenly the wanderer spat out a small mouthful of strawberry syrup. Peng Qion is fine, then be respectful to me, the blood blockage and the meridians have been cleared. How do you feel, master? The wanderer replied while wiping the remaining blood from his mouth. I'm fine, there's no problem now. Suddenly at this moment the wanderer's belly suddenly protested violently in the awkwardness between the two people. The wanderer thought back to what had happened in the past few days, and now he realized he hadn't eaten anything for 3 days. Peng Qion, know your place, stand up and do what needs to be done, we will return to the mountain camp soon. And then he suddenly sat down, allowing me to carry the master, but the wanderer quickly refused because the past few days had been enough. It was okay, I could walk by myself, I was better now. Suddenly a headache made the wanderer dizzy and fall back. Luckily, Peng Qion was standing there to support him. Walking was still a bit too much for him that day. The wanderer had to admit that he was still weak after just recovering. In the end, he still had to let Peng Qion carry him a little further. After that, the two of them didn't care about anyone anymore and just focused on going deeper into the forest, then crossed the long path behind the waterfall to return to the old path. At this moment, the wanderer's expression was better. A little water from the waterfall at the entrance had made him more awake. At this moment, the entire beautiful scene of the Hong Sun forest at night appeared clearly before his eyes. Even the wanderer has to admit, now that I'm recovered, everything seems so beautiful to this eye. The security here has been tightened, so my life won't be in danger for a while. I need to rest and recover first. However, things are not that simple. At this moment at the skyscraper in Green Forest, the image of a wanderer locked alone in a closed room and lying flat on the ground gasping for breath, calling Peng Qion's name. Blood kept flowing from the corner of his mouth. It seemed like things weren't over yet. Back in time a little bit, when the morning sunlight covered the Green Forest castle. The wanderer was now faced with a table full of food before him. The best meal was one enjoyed with others. A dining table full of familiar people, Peng Qion Tun, Vu Tun, Nuoc Lan, Nan, and DM Kyo were all invited to breakfast by him. Eating alone is not lonely. But the laughter when eating together is the perfect spice for the dish. Really being able to have a meal with everyone at Green Forest like this, Peng Qion sitting next to him suddenly slammed his fist on the table. Then he shouted loudly and clearly so that everyone could hear, and began. As soon as the signal ended, the 3 people from the Green Forest suddenly started picking up food continuously. They ate and ate to get a little bit of each plate of food into their throats, constantly nodding their heads, until the beautiful silver girl swallowed the last piece of food in her throat urgently and forcefully. Then all 3 of them clasped their hands together and affirmed that there was no poison. Long live the master. Just looking at it, you can tell that this is Peng Qion's intention. None of the bandits have any say in this matter, so they can only silently watch as they do whatever they want. I really want them all to disappear. The wanderer put food in his mouth while thinking about what just happened. It has been 7 days since I detoxed and recovered in the Green Forest. Even though Peng Qion had prepared in advance to guard against poisoning, I never expected that one day I would be so sick that I couldn't eat or drink anything. While he was lost in thought, Non-DM Kyo was discussing something with Tun Vu. I wanted to rip that guy's intestines out. At this moment, the beautiful silver-haired lady suddenly started talking to the wanderer. I have something to report. Peng Qion did not want the delicious food to lose its appetite, so he asked on his behalf. The silver-colored girl reported to him that her subordinates had discovered a wolf while on patrol. That wolf is eating the corpse of the Black Dragon gang that we buried. Just thinking about the tourist food makes me lose my appetite. Peng Qion immediately realized the problem. It was probably because of the rain 3 days ago. The beautiful silver girl completely agreed, so her subordinate ordered someone to dig up the ground and rebury it. The two of them discussed business naturally without paying any attention to the dark-faced wanderer beside them. Tun Noak Lan had no choice but to raise her hand to express her opinion. Or should we just slaughter all those wolves? The piece of meat that was about to slide down the bandit's throat suddenly got stuck. At this time, Peng Qion added a few more sentences. Using wolf meat to cook is not bad either. The wanderer felt that he could not survive in this environment, so he gave up and decided to change the topic of conversation. Peng Qion thought he was a picky eater and didn't like the food being served. The wanderer held the cup of tea and thought of some random reason. I ate a lot in the morning, so I'm not hungry now. You just do it. By the way, I was able to recover like this thanks to the fairy. The wanderer drank his tea slowly and suggested to him, Peng Qion, that in the near future we must visit the fairy to thank him. This decision of yours is unfair to the people of Green Forest. But Peng Qion refused. Master doesn't need to do that. Treating people is the greatest honor of a physician. Tun Viu also goes along with his decision, and Tun Noak Lan has the responsibility to add and subtract. Ho, just meeting the fairy is like a dream. Next, it was Yin Yanxiao's turn to speak. Father and son Sun Wu immediately glared at him. If they met the fairy again and spoke like that, he would be suspicious, so just say it. Yin Yanxiao was pressured from all sides, so she could only stutter and open her mouth. Suddenly he remembered what happened in that room and what he had suffered at that time, and immediately said that the fairy was a bad person. Suddenly, a pair of chopsticks appeared from the right side of his temple and stabbed straight into his head, and a hand punched the silver beauty in the face. Sun Wu and Sun Ruo Lan, father and daughter, joined forces to warn him. Did you eat something wrong? Young master, wait for me a moment. This guy must be beaten to his senses. The carefree wanderer picked up his teacup and looked out the window, silently praying that his boss was okay. Now deep in a forest covered by darkness, there was a huge bang coming from a small house with no one around. The immortal was in tatters, not a single part of his body was unharmed, and he was also tied to a chair. It turns out that the ghost sect leader and Mr. Guanshan are the ones responsible for all this. Mr. Guanshan has finished his torture. You have already been subdued by Green Forest's torture. Don't be stubborn anymore. The ghost sect leader has also been urging you. They have already been treated. Why won't you treat us? Even though the immortal doctor slept during the whole torture session of Green Forest, he knew very well what happened. It was them who was playing tricks. I cannot not treat them. The immortal doctor recalled what had happened before. For days ago the guy whose neck was broken also did not believe me. The impermanent ghost whose neck and arm were broken also asked the old man to treat him. The immortal doctor recounted the humiliation. I had been unjustly attacked by my father for a whole week now. Where the hell was that young man hiding to be able to play such a trick? All of them. The leader of the ghost sect rolled up his sleeves and took his turn with Mr. Quan Sun to continue feeding the immortal doctor. Suddenly, a loud noise came from the door, causing both of them to turn their heads to look. It turned out to be Tian Guang Tong Zi. He had violently broken the door and rushed in. As soon as he appeared, he immediately confronted and questioned. Who is fairy? The two of them simultaneously felt a sense of suffocation when they saw the brat's celestial pupils. I didn't sense his presence at all until he got closer. He was definitely an expert. The fairy doctor had no intention of hiding himself, so he introduced himself to him. I am a fairy. Only then did the celestial-like pupil realize, oh damn, is it an old man picking medicine? Then he got to the main point. Just 2 questions, young master. Ah no, how is that young man's situation? The immortal doctor could only remain silent, so Mr. Quan Sun answered on his behalf. He was cured. Then, Tian Guang Tong Zi asked the next question. What illness? Mr. Guangshan didn't know when he had answered without missing a word. It seemed to be fire poison. Tian Guang Tong Zi was immediately lost in thought. There were only 3 places that could make the fire red poison: Sichuan Tang sect, Du Men, and Huiyong Gu. But looking at the fact that they were targeting the young sect leader, it was possible that the poison had been leaked out. If so, it might be related to a high-ranking figure in the demonic sect. Anyway, I have to report to the headquarters. Tian Quang Dong Tu sighed in frustration. Do I have to destroy them all? Hearing this, these two immediately imagined 7749 scenarios in their minds. Surely he couldn't destroy all the places that produced the fire poison, right? Tian Guang Tong Zi had run out of things to do here, so he raised his hand and said goodbye. You've worked hard, old man. That young man can't be allowed to fly away. Wow, even if the divine doctor had 100 mouths, he still wouldn't be able to argue back. I've already said that I won't treat him. But the celestial light pupils suddenly turned around, smiling slyly. What are you still shy about? I don't know if he knew something or simply thought that the immortal doctor was the one who solved the poison. The immortal doctor suddenly used his body lightly after seeing that sly smile, then he left as if nothing happened. Mr. Quan's son also did not pay attention to that matter and told the ghost sect leader to continue the unfinished work. Suddenly at this moment a loud laughter echoed inside. Ha ha ha, the fairy has broken the oath, so happy. Just the father alone was not enough to defeat an old man, and now someone was about to barge in, causing the three of them to be both startled and alert. Outside, countless figures were slowly walking out from the forest. The arrogant voice just now belonged to Guju, a merchant. As soon as he arrived, he took the first position. Following behind was Tian Xiang, a fairy. She was smiling back. Of course, when a fairy was here, order no longer mattered. The fairy doctor used his power to assess the situation around the house. There were at least 20 people surrounding us. Despite the constant arguing between Mr. Quan's son and the ghost sect leader, Hoa Tien kept guessing. The people who came to find me were all terminally ill. They would definitely torture me worse than these two people. Whether we treat him or not is no longer important. That young man is destined to be eliminated. We have clearly witnessed the sacrifices that those who escaped fate and endured. Only then did the immortal doctor compromise with the two people in front of him. I'll only ask one question. Are your children really not injured due to the martial arts dispute? We both swore to him. I swear with all I have, and so do I. The fairy doctor has received the right answer for this. All right, I will cure them, but this time I will charge a higher fee. He said, then looked up at them seriously and filled with determination. The prize was the life of the young man who had come here 7 days ago. The leader of the ghost sect understands your feelings, fairy. I understand that you want to prevent the tragedy of 25 years ago from repeating itself, but why do you want to kill an innocent person to save my son? Despite his objections, Mr. Quan's son began to think of ways to do it, but it's not like there's no way. Mr. Quan's son immediately made a lucrative offer. We can pay half the fee. I will hire an assassin for you. The immortal doctor still stared back suspiciously. Okay, is that assassin trustworthy? Mr. Quan's son hired someone who couldn't have been helped by street kids. Of course, they were silent assassins. No one could detect them. In the darkness on a tree branch somewhere in the forest, where a squirrel was sleeping soundly, someone gently approached it without disturbing it. As Mr. Quan's son introduced, they acted like ghosts and always completed their missions. They are called the Ghost Valley, a group of people who always wear black cloaks, masks and hats to hide their identities. While they were sewing on the tree branch, two men were wandering in the forest below with lamps. The long-haired man immediately asked his friend, "Hey, Zhongxian, it will be very busy to return to the headquarters, why don't we rest a bit?" The man named Zhongxian immediately objected. "If we are discovered, the head of the headquarters will not forgive us. Let's go quickly before he gets angry." The two of them returned together without noticing the Ghost Valley men approaching them. Then they gave them a really hard blow on the back of the neck. That sudden and strong attack made them unconscious immediately. They grabbed their collars and lifted them up like chickens. Then the person standing behind ordered the two people to go ahead. The seventh tenth disguised himself as a person from the Green Forest and infiltrated there as planned, reported the situation and carried out the mission. If there was any difficulty, retreat immediately. The two people known as the seventh tenth immediately took off their masks and immediately received the order. At this time, the wanderer was alone in his room practicing qigong. As he regulated his qigong and calmed his mind, the previous bloody battles seemed meaningless. I will definitely give up the fate of being the leader of a demonic cult. The more you wanderer thinks about it, the more determined you become. But determination is like that, but the present and give him a painful blow. Although saying that, the present is impossible, everyone has the right to choose and freedom. Having failed in his previous 2 escape attempts, the bandit recalled the humiliation, pain, and indignity of his defeat by Peng Qion. Even if I try to escape again, it will be like a puppy trying to escape from a tiger's den. How stupid. But an idea flashed through the wanderer's mind enough to change his outlook on life as well as his current reality. What if that puppy is stronger than the tiger, still a dog head with a muscular body and full of muscles? If I practice peerless martial arts, no tiger is anything. When I escape from my father's arrangement, I will be free. Suddenly at this moment a loud voice interrupted his alchemy. Haha, the auspicious time has come, happy birthday master. Because the car cut him off halfway, he suffered a backlash. The force was forced back into him, causing him to vomit out all the blood in his body. The scoundrel tried to crawl on the floor towards the door to seek help. No, if his internal energy was dispersed, he would go crazy. this bastard Peng Qion dared to make a fuss at this hour. The crowd's voices grew louder and louder. Let the whole world celebrate the birthday of the Supreme Being. What the hell is this birthday at this hour? His life was about to end. If he didn't handle it properly, his birthday would turn into a funeral and a memorial day. The wanderer felt as if the scenery before his eyes was being turned upside down, but he still did not give up hope. I cannot die here, and moreover, I will die because of my subordinate Peng Qion. At this time, Peng Qion was ready and opened the door, smiling as he walked in, congratulating the person turning 19. What met his eyes now was the tattered image of the thug. He quickly came to his side and helped him up. Are you possessed? Don't worry, I will handle it right away. Peng Qion quickly transferred a bit of his power to regulate the qi inside the strong man's body. Peng Qion felt lucky as he did so. Master, if I had come a little later you would have been in danger. The wanderer heard these words and wondered if he owed him anything in his previous life, but now he could never pay it all back. But he didn't care about the dark complexion of the bandit and took advantage of the situation. When regulating internal energy, one must carefully observe the surroundings. The bandit didn't listen to a single word that was uttered by the eldest brother, and now he was lecturing me. The qi in the wanderer's body had stabilized, so Peng Qion stood up and respectfully wished the master a happy birthday. Outside, a birthday party had been prepared. Let's go. The wanderer knew that this party should be celebrated, but he was about to meet his parents again because of this party. Let's see if it's worth his life. At this time, Tun Vu was the one who commanded his subordinates to respectfully salute before the bandit. Facing the bandit were dozens of people bowing their heads to salute the bandit. Long live, long live, long live, long live, long live, happy birthday to your majesty. The bandits showed no emotion whatsoever in the face of this situation. He was strangely calm, very different from his attitude just now. The traveler walked lightly past. Peng Qion was still proud of what he had arranged for him. The owner wished him immortality. Hearing this, the wanderer sat down on his chair and repeated, immortality is indeed something to rejoice about. What is even more joyful is this matter. The bandit suddenly gave Peng Qion a signal, but on such a happy day someone wanted to assassinate me. Peng Qion heard that and immediately went crazy. Which bastard dares to do that? Tell me, I will tear him to pieces. The bandit also did not hesitate to speak frankly about what happened and what he had endured. Before you came in, I was regulating my internal energy. At that time, someone shouted to wish the master a happy birthday, but I don't know why I heard it and just flew away. The wanderer continued to narrate. Immediately the internal energy in my body was in disorder. I couldn't breathe. I almost died on my birthday. Having said that, the bandit turned around and looked at him with a holy expression. If you hadn't come in time, I would have definitely died. Now do you know who wanted to assassinate me? A smart person speaks halfway. A wanderer keeps beating around the bush like that. How can a guy like Peng Qion who doesn't have a manual for using his brain understand? The bandit saw his expressionless face and became even angrier. He gripped the chair he was sitting on tightly, and then threw it straight at Peng Qion's face. You can only do that on my birthday. The angry bandit turned around and went inside. That's all for today. Come see me tomorrow. The subordinates in Green Forest witnessed this scene and did not dare to say a word, let alone gasp. The two assassins in disguise also held their breath when they witnessed this story. That arrogant brat was the assassination target. The entire Green Forest knelt down before him and said, is that all? He is truly a genius who can shake the martial arts world by himself. When they noticed Tun Vu standing tall like a mountain at the head, Green Forest King was approaching his subordinates. What is going on? They looked at Peng Qion's trembling appearance and guessed that he seemed to be comforting his subordinate. But that's obvious, being humiliated like that in front of so many people, no matter how loyal, can't bear it. Sun Wu placed a hand on Peng Qion's shoulder sympathetically and comfortingly. The youthful school scene with a yellow background appears. You must be very miserable. This scene, this situation makes even pagans like them moved. If I am comforted like this, I will want to cry even more. No matter how touching it is to hug each other today, I will not cry. But when it was Peng Qion's turn, the background suddenly turned dark. He mercilessly slapped Tun Vu in the face painfully. Sun Wu was rejected and abused like that, causing even the weak heart of a young girl to shed tears. The story's development made the 7th and 10th, who were in tears, also fall into it. Peng Qion could not hide the contempt on his face as he looked at Tun Vu. Today I should have died. Then he suddenly screamed loudly, but the master spared my life. What could be more touching than that? What suffering? Done, in front of everyone, Peng Qion flatly refused and chased Tun Vu away. This bastard, go away. The 7th and 10th were immediately silent in fear, daring to touch the Green Forest King. The Green Forest would not let this go. Then they decided to look around to choose the right time to leave here. we should leave here before something happens. Wait. The strange thing was that all the guards of the Green Forest didn't react at all. Some looked up at the sky, some glanced away. These guys were pretending not to see anything. Sun Wu could only hold his broken heart and resentment as he slowly walked down the stage. At this moment 10th and 10th asked together, "Shall we act?" The atmosphere seemed strange, but Green Forest no longer had the mind to pay attention to us. This was the only mechanism to carry out the mission. The party quickly ended because of the angry attitude of the bandit, and he was going home to rest. Only the 10th and 7th were sneaking around near the water tanks, but there was no one there. One of them immediately took out a small can of meat from his pocket. The poison was a type of poison that would take effect after 6 hours. They would disappear without even knowing why. We just needed to put the poison in the well and leave before the poison spread. Hee, what a perfect plan. Sorry Green Forest, but you guys have to be buried alive with that brat. As soon as 7th and 10th looked down at the water surface, they saw the familiar figure of their lover. It was Peng Chion's face. They were not embarrassed at all and immediately turned back after performing the ceremony. "You have arrived. Are you here to drink water?" Peng Chion had not said a word since then. He just stood there staring at them and rubbing his chin in thought. Although the 10th still smiled respectfully at him, his soul only had 7 souls left, so why were they so terrifyingly silent? The 10th quickly grabbed the rope to pull up the water bucket and found an excuse to escape this awkward situation. "We came here to drink water." The 7th also quickly coordinated with his friends to hold up a cup of water, inviting everyone to drink first. Peng Chion still looked at them without saying anything. His expression remained unchanged, only his eyes became increasingly droopy. They immediately took a ladle to scoop up water and drank it in front of him. "Did they discover our plan to poison us? Damn it, we have to retreat. The water here is really good." "That's right, the water is really good, haha." Then suddenly they choked on all the water and fell down. It turned out that the well was the one that Tun Vu had poisoned before and had not had time to replace it. 7th and 10th only realized at the last minute of their lives, how could this be possible? Poison had been put into the well beforehand, colorless and odorless yet able to kill people instantly. It must be fire poison. Only then did 7th look up at Peng Chion. Could it be that they had predicted our arrival? In the end, they could only come to one conclusion: this is extraordinary, and then logged out of this place. Peng Chion kept rubbing his chin and staring at them all this time without saying a word. He just stood there watching them clown around all this time. The play finally ended. Peng Chion also returned to the room. Why did he only encounter lonely ghosts today? The bodies of the 7th and 10th lay on the ground without anyone covering them with blankets or bedding. At this moment, the remaining black-robed man among them gently landed between the two corpses, without making any sound. He stroked the 7th's eyes solemnly and slowly, then the 10th's turn. Although the latter's face was face down, it still did not cause any difficulty for the other. Under the bright moonlight of the night, he drew his sword and swore before the bodies of his two friends, "I will not let your sacrifice be in vain. I will definitely take that brat's life." He slowly stood up, trying not to change the scene, to avoid suspicion from others. He was hiding behind a partition to observe the Green Forest people gathering on the other side. Whether he shouted "Heaven forbid" or hit his subordinates with chairs, I could endure it. But seeing my close subordinates sacrifice themselves so meaninglessly, I can no longer remain calm. His target is Peng Chion. That bastard stood by and watched them die. I will not forgive him. He continued to affirm his current life goal: "I will definitely kill that brat and you." A black smoke appeared on one side of the other guy's face. Until half an hour later at Nami Mountain, the smoke still did not disappear and he had been standing there guarding ever since. He stared at the large building beside him. Was that where that brat lived? First he had to check if there was anyone around. It was a bit far, but with the unique technique of the Ghost Valley I could do it. He said and did. He immediately widened his eyes, his pupils turned a beautiful purple color and quickly used the dark cloud magic. A thunderous sound wave swept through every corner of the castle to gather information. Even though it was night, there was still no one on guard. But this was a good thing for him. The only person he could catch the signal from was Peng Chion, who was standing on the roof. He laughed coldly when he heard this news. It's that subordinate. He can't stand there all night. As soon as you leave, I will slaughter that brat." But contrary to what the ghost had guessed, Peng Chion was still standing there for another hour. And 2 hours passed by like a long time. Peng Chion did not move an inch but only turned his face to both sides to probe. Peng Chion's bravery also made the Ghost Valley respect him. I have to admit that he is not an ordinary person, but I once endured 2 days in a stinking place. The Ghost Valley man felt that he was not inferior to Peng Chion. He stared at the roof complacently. "Yes, you are no exception." Just at this moment, he decided to go and eliminate the bandits, but suddenly Peng Chion, who was supposed to be on the roof, suddenly appeared beside him and asked, "What are you doing?" He startled and stepped back. "Why are you here? Peng Chion has known for a long time that there are guards secretly spying. I have waited for you for a long time." He felt that since everything had been exposed, he would let them fight to the death for the heroic sake. He pulled out his sword, then bravely shouted at Peng Chion with determination, "Now I will send you to hell," and he easily pierced one side of Peng Chion's body. But the deeper he went, the more he felt something was wrong. Only then did he realize the abnormality. It was just Peng Chion's afterimage. Peng Chion had already moved behind him, and his father asked, "You were discovered and didn't commit suicide, you're not the killer of the headquarters." He was exposed but still did not seem flustered, quickly slashing Peng Chion once more. But this time, not only did he miss, but Peng Chion also pressed close behind him. He placed his two hands on either side of his opponent's head as he observed, and he was also slow. Someone's scream echoed in the mountains and forests. At night here, the green forest seemed too bustling and noisy. Peng Chion only intended to scare him a little, but he already peed his pants. Peng Chion crossed his arms and began his questioning. "You are a member of this sect." The moment he said the three words that couldn't be said, Peng Chion twisted his neck. Then Peng Chion continued to circle around a few more times and questioned again. "Who hired you?" He also surrendered and lost. "Wait, I will say." But Peng Chion still pretended not to hear. He kept turning his neck. He knew that if this continued, he would never be able to speak again. He tries to resist Peng Chion's strength to be able to make a deal with him and reveal some names of the Ghost Valley immortal doctors. Peng Chion stopped hearing that. Did the immortal doctor hire the Ghost Valley to assassinate him? Even though he had revealed everything, his neck still could not return to its original shape. What kind of punishment was this? It would be better to just let him die. Peng Chion at this moment didn't know why the hell he was angry with him. "Useless guy, just a little torture and you already confessed. Are you still worthy of being the assassin of Yulin Kok?" Even though his neck was twisted like a spring, he still felt fear and tried to dodge. It turns out he was so shocked by those words that he lost all will to fight. "You told me to say it." Peng Chion left his last words with him. "You go back and pass the message to Yulin Kok." He was a little surprised because this wasn't the Peng Chion he knew. Aren't you going to finish me off?" But it turns out that Peng Chion has his reasons. "Today is the master's birthday. I cannot massacre people on this day of grace." Having said that, he turned away, but did not forget to leave one last word. "If the Spirit Valley dares to come here again, I will destroy them all. Consider your survival today as luck, useless guy." The last words he needed to convey were finally finished, and he quickly returned home. After Peng Chion left, he breathed a sigh of relief, but today's humiliation was too great, and what was even more sad and hateful was that he was unable to avenge his two lost comrades. And the last thing is this crooked and unhealed neck. He can only sigh hopelessly. "Give me back my neck before you go, you bastard." And another new day continues to come to the green forest. The bright sunlight shines through the caves and narrow alleys of the majestic ancient citadel. The wanderer's mood was very cheerful. He even leaned against the window to get some fresh air. "The day finally came when I found out about father's arrangement. I was very eager to know what it was." At this moment, Peng Chion opened the door, entered, and asked a few brief questions. As soon as he saw his face, the bandit was as happy as if he was celebrating a festival. Peng Chion came here to seriously admit his mistake, apologizing for his carelessness yesterday that put you in danger, but the bandit didn't have the mind to pay attention to that. Peng Chion just remembered, there was another thing that happened last night that he had not had time to report yet. Peng Chion stood opposite the bandit and reported everything. 3 assassins sent by the immortal doctor had infiltrated the green forest. Yesterday was the Supreme Being's birthday. I spared one of them. The other 2 wanted to drink the well water. I signaled them, but Peng Chion could only clench his fists in regret when he said this. They kept tilting their heads without understanding, so he had to leave them alone. The bandit heard and concluded that you had abandoned them to die. The wanderer had no choice but to focus on the main thing. That's right, it seemed that the immortal doctor was very heartbroken. It was only natural that he had to create the antidote because of me. Even though I was saved, I still felt guilty. The bandit, although often dissatisfied with him, still knows what to praise. You did well to spare the life of an assassin. Now let's get to the main point. Tell me about that arrangement. This was also one of the main reasons why Peng Chion made an appointment to meet the bandit today. He took out a tiny red scroll from his pocket. He then placed it on the table with both hands with all respect. Peng Chion continued to tap on both ends of the scroll to break the seal that was locking it. Peng Chion easily opened it, and inside was a very detailed map. Before speaking, he also respectfully apologized to the wanderer, apologizing for keeping it a secret from him for so long. The heavenly demon Azura had told him to seek arrangements when he turned 19 years old. The wanderer also suspected a few things, so he had to ask again, was that arrangement martial arts? It turned out that what he suspected was correct. Perhaps he had been sure of it for a long time, but only when Peng Qion confirmed it again did he believe it. The wanderer heard this and was overjoyed. Father's arrangement was definitely a peerless martial art. The day of my freedom was near. Peng Qion immediately pointed to a place on the map and explained that this was where the person was. Then he pulled slightly to one side of the map, and if he went northeast from here, Peng Qion stops his finger on a certain mountain peak, which is the location of the Wu Feng arrangement. If you go down the cliff, there will be a cave in the middle. The cave entrance is hidden by a strange gate formation, but also found a way to break the formation. Those were all things that Peng Qion personally did. I went inside to check. It was definitely like that. You bandit wondered what kind of martial arts it was. But his memory was only vague. Sorry, I thought it was disrespectful to peek at martial arts, so I just observed around. Inside the cave there was a giant spider corpse. The wanderer heard this and felt a sense of joy in his heart. The giant spider was so mysterious. It seemed that this arrangement was truly a peerless martial art. If he hesitated for a moment longer, he would immediately order Peng Qion, very well, we will leave immediately after breakfast. Peng Qion respectfully obeyed, and he was excited to accompany the bandit on this trip. The meal was still attended by familiar people. When we said goodbye to the Green Forest before leaving, Tun Nuoc Lan and Green Forest King could not hide their joy. And Peng Qion also said some nonsense like Green Forest has no more use, so we will destroy them. Other than that, everything is fine because he stopped it in time. Green Forest has already shouted long live to you. And we were given a solemn farewell by Green Forest. The whole group almost wanted to kneel down and light 3 incense sticks and make an altar. While the two of them had not gone a few meters, the Green Forest side suddenly made a commotion, sprinkling salt, using up all the salt in the warehouse to sprinkle. Probably only the bandit heard this, but if it was Peng Qion, he was sure he would turn around again. Half an hour later, the two of them had arrived at a place with countless rocky mountains and rarely any flat roads or forests. The wanderer stood on a large cliff, looking at the majestic scenery of the surrounding nature. The place he stood was the peak of Zhoudu Peak. Peng Qion standing beside him asked him again, Master, are you ready? The equipment has been ready since the departure until now. Just one more step, the last step to regain our freedom. They both made up their minds and nothing could stop them. Especially for the wanderer, this trip will decide his fate from now on. Looking at the top of Chu Du Feng Mountain for a while now is also boring. Peng Qion thought it was enough, so he hugged the waist of the bandit and gave the signal first, then let's go. Then, before the bandit could react, he jumped into the deep abyss. After reaching a suitable distance, Peng Qion immediately drew out the sword on his body. He turned around to face the inside of the cliff and then used all his strength to stab. Peng Qion crashed straight into the cliff to create friction to help both of them stop. At this moment, the sword suddenly interrupted and bounced off the cliff in an unusual way. Peng Qion immediately kicked the cliff, causing his body to fly far away. A stream of air pressure spread around the two of them and lifted them both up into the sky. The wanderer looked at his leg that was floating in space and time and couldn't stop exclaiming, was this an illusion created by a magical formation? It was so magical that it seemed like he was floating in midair. Peng Qion finally discussed with the traveler what to do next. Now I have to break the Chiman formation, hold on tight to me. The obedient wanderer clung tightly to Peng Qion's shoulder, allowing his limbs to move easily. Peng Qion continuously grew stronger against the cliff in front. It took dozens of hundreds of punches to break the formation. At this moment, a strange spiral-shaped ivory-white smoke appeared behind the traveler. He immediately realized this strange situation. Was the strange gate formation about to be broken? By this time, Peng Qion's demolition job was complete and the two had landed safely in front of a cave entrance. Both of them quickly jumped into a nearby hole. The altitude was a bit high, but they still easily landed safely. What appeared before them now was a very large stone door, and the space inside this pit seemed to stretch even further. The wanderer was eager to enter, but Peng Qion stopped him. Peng Qion quickly cast magic. I will hide the cave entrance so no one can see from the outside. A spiral stream of air appeared, covering the entire cave surface and gradually obscuring it. At this moment, Peng Qion clasped his hands respectfully to him. Master, everything is ready, you will now hold the Zhang-Ho in your hands. The wanderer's mood was very good today. He felt that what Peng Qion said was correct. This was just the beginning. A gust of wind blew into the nooks and crannies of the cave and blew deep into the deserted cave. This was the beginning of the freedom of the bandits. Tianguang Tongzi early in the morning was holding his head and sighing, bowing his head. I don't understand what's going on. It turned out that he followed the bandits to this mountain, and of course the scene of the two of them jumping down together made him extremely confused, hugging each other and jumping down into this deep abyss. At this moment, he suddenly came up with the most reasonable explanation for this situation. Could it be that they had feelings for each other? A love scene suddenly appeared in his imagination. The weak and frail wanderer fell into Pong Chion and cried. Pong Chion couldn't bear it anymore. The two of them fought against the evil cult together and finally jumped off the cliff to commit suicide. But that nonsense thought was immediately rejected by the celestial light pupil, because this matter had too many suspicious points. At first we thought they wanted to gather forces to fight against the evil cult, but they each went their separate ways to the green forest. A strange purple aura suddenly appeared on the arm of the celestial light child. Furthermore, I have already marked the 10,000 miles of blood incense and contacted the demonic sect. It is strange that until now, there has been no reinforcements or news. To deal with Pong Chion, at least 5 demon gods must come here. Suddenly, the pupil of the sky lit up. Wait, did they jump off the cliff to lose me? Thinking of that, his face was instantly filled with fear, and the celestial light pupil also rushed down the cliff without hesitation. Damn it, he can't let them escape. At this moment, 2 bandits were walking along a path that was carefully decorated with ceiling lights. Pong Chion was walking in the lead to show him the way. The master was almost there. Before them now appeared a stone tablet carved with the image of a giant spider, just like in Pong Chion's memory. The wanderer didn't understand what was going on, so he asked again, what was the arrangement behind that wall? Pong Chion confirmed it with him with a serious face. Pong Chion gently placed his hand on the spider's bloodshot eyes, then he slowly stroked along each drawing carved on the stone tablet, as if following some kind of rule. The heavy door was quickly pushed open, the compressed air inside quickly escaped. From inside was a beam of dazzling light shining straight in. The wanderer's eyes were reflexively squinted by this air pressure. Inside is a room. The room is decorated with the image of a giant red and black spider, and it is teasing people, hovering in the lower upper corner of the room. The vagabond walked in without any fear. He leisurely walked and observed the room. It was really big. Suddenly at this moment a mechanical voice rang out, asking you how you are. Welcome. The wanderer immediately recognized it as the voice of an old man. The wanderer immediately bowed respectfully. The wanderer asks for an audience. Pong Chion immediately turned around and explained to him, Master, this is a voice from the past, you don't need to reply. The wanderer was a bit rustic, so he raised his voice and continued the story. I am a wandering mystic. I despise evil spirits and heretics and only follow the righteous path. Suddenly at this moment Pong Chion did not know what he ate, but he got angry and shouted, Shut up. The bandit looked at him madly, drawing his sword like a madman. You told me not to answer. The wanderer asked the living person who knew the story to change the topic. Pong Chion is a righteous martial artist. Is this my father's arrangement? Pong Chion angrily answered his question. Yes, the important thing is martial arts. You don't need to mind those words. The legendary traveler continues his story. I can confidently affirm that the travel magic is the strongest martial art in the world. I spent 50 years to practice it. The wanderer was shocked when he heard that. I can only train it at the age of 70 after 50 years. Are you a scammer? But the wandering mystic gave him a sliver of hope. But I found a way to master it within 10 days. Surely no one would be stupid enough to train the way I did for 50 years. The bandit was now losing his patience and getting angry. Speak properly, old man. Pong Chion standing next to him also had to remind him continuously, the owner of this is just a voice. But since the wanderer could beat him right here, if he continued to remind him of this one more time, the wandering profound practitioner continued. To cultivate the wandering profound skill, one needed the inner elixir of the 10,000-year wandering technique. Then, he turned towards the small cup placed on the stone pedestal. Do you see, the inner elixir of the 10,000-year journey is melting and accumulating. This medicine also has another function. After drinking it, you will become immune to all poisons in the world. I ask you, if you have any predestined relationship, please drink the inner elixir first. After he finished speaking, he paused as if he was waiting. Pong Chion also did not forget to bow his head to congratulate him. The master congratulated the person who had reached the realm of being immune to all poisons. The wanderer did not know what to do other than to say thank you. He stepped forward and took the cup of tea, gulping it down in one gulp. The wandering mystic continued, it took half an hour for the medicine to take effect. Since it only took you 10 days to refine it, there will be a little pain. Pong Chion heard these 2 words pain and immediately emitted a fierce aura. You bastard, you said a little bit again. Even the bandit heard this and started to sweat profusely. But instead of the medicine taking effect after half an hour, at this moment his body suddenly reacted throughout his body, starting from his shoulders, then the tremors continued to spread to his legs and throughout his body. Finally the whole body of the demigod suddenly reacted violently at once, causing him to unable to bear it and cry out in pain. At this moment, he could not stand still and fell to the ground. In his last gasp, he whispered Peng Chion's name, "Save me, Peng Chion." Peng Chion heard this and immediately jumped up, intending to help. But at this moment, the wandering mystic stopped him. Absolutely must not use internal energy to resist the pain. If you do so, your inner strength will be broken and you will not be able to practice the Zhou Du Xian Gong. These words are like a direct attack on a tyrant. Then Peng Chion suddenly glanced at him, and at that moment he glanced back at him. Peng Chion immediately grabbed the ranger's arm and head, then pressed it down hard on the cold ground, making him unable to move. The bandit cried out to heaven. Heaven could not hear. After a while it was always so terrible. The two maintained that position for 2 hours, by which time the ruffian no longer had the strength to scream. Peng Chion quickly stood up from the bandit's body and gently asked, "Master, are you okay?" He just got up and brushed off the dust that stuck to his body. "Do I look like I'm okay?" Despite all the pain and suffering, the results were not in vain. A stream of energy as light as silk passed through the hands of the bandit. Now he felt his whole body surrounded by ribbons of power. The wandering mystic felt the success of the wandering artifact and immediately said, "O predestined person, you have endured very well, you are now ready to practice the wandering mystic art. Stare at the wall." The wanderer heard this and immediately did as he was told. A gentle white stream of air swirled around his body. The old man explained to him that the internal energy would operate automatically, and when you wake up from a long sleep, the traveling mysterious energy will be practiced. The wanderer heard this and could not hide the excitement in his heart. Finally freedom was right before his eyes. The wanderer was concentrating his mind on condensing the chi surrounding his entire body and sat on the rock ledge below the giant spider's corpse. His mind was now enlightened. He opened his eyes wide to receive what was flowing through his body and mind. It turns out that the saying sitting back and enjoying a golden bowl is true. Martial arts are now automatically imprinted in my mind. First is the general application of the mysterious power of traveling. The second is to help move quickly on walls and ceilings, and the third is a kind of traveling dragon hand. The fourth is the sound attack that can make the opponent terrified and leave the brain to suppress the sound. The fifth is to help strengthen hearing and vision, the ability to sense danger and conceal murderous intent, and travel the spiritual field. Finally, it helps increase attack power, traveling with absolute heart, and an oppressive aura spreads throughout the room. The bandit at this moment was still calm, watching what was happening and waiting for the result. Only the bandit was concerned with something else. With this martial art, I can defeat Peng Chion. The air pressure gradually narrows and moves back inside the body. Peng Chion standing behind saw this and bowed respectfully, congratulating the person who had achieved success after a long period of hard training. The wanderer was a little startled when he heard this. "It's been a long time, hasn't it only been 1 day?" Peng Chion revealed. "No, today is already the 10th day. The wanderer was surprised to hear this. On the 10th day, not only did he feel hungry, he was also full of energy. This was truly a miraculous martial art. He asked him back, wondering, "What have you been eating all this time?" Peng Chion smiled loyally. "Master is busy with great undertakings. How can I be greedy? Just seeing Master's achievements, I feel like I've eaten 1,000-year-old ginseng." Today, he was unexpectedly tactful in his words, but the wanderer didn't feel any suspicion at all. He even felt grateful to him. During the entire time that the wanderer was cultivating, he himself had not been able to have any defenses or self-defense abilities. "Peng Chion, you didn't leave my side for half a step to protect me, right?" The wanderer looked at him with regret, thinking to himself, "If you didn't force me to become the sect leader, perhaps we could have become friends." He made a proposal to him. "I want to see my results. Please be my training partner." For Peng Chion, that is not a bother, my lord. I need to take care of something first. Having said that, he suddenly put his hand behind his back and drew out his sword. Then continuously landed crisp and sweet sword slashes on the giant spider's body and split it into many pieces to the astonishment of the thug. After finishing his work, he was ready to get into a training combat stance with his training gear. Don't hold back during training. The bandit didn't have any opinion on what he just did, he was just focused on what was happening in front of him. So let's begin. He pulled one foot back to support the other foot to gain momentum to move forward. The bandit was the first to make a move. He ran as fast as lightning and had already closed more than 2/3 of the distance to Peng Chion, while he was still in a ready position. Peng Chion spread out his 5 hands, intending to launch one of his familiar moves. But the whole trick was clearly seen through by the bandit. He easily avoided Peng Chion's grab. The bandit was able to see Peng Chion's weak point in a flash, Peng Chion's movements. The bandit was launching an attack from above, his body leaning forward, his right hand clenched into a fist showing that he was about to strike down with great force, very determined and decisive. The bandit was very calm, his eyes were cold, without any panic or tension. This showed that he was in complete control of the situation. His hand came into contact with one of Peng Chion's breasts. Then he used two of the secret moves he had just learned, Zhouyu Xian Gong, and Zhouyu Absolute Heart Chief, to hit Peng Chion, making him stick to the wall. One hit was enough to relieve all the resentment and humiliation he had endured for so long. The wanderer looked at the results of his self-cultivation. I had just defeated Peng Chion. He immediately clenched his fists in joy. He was happy because of the results of his training, not because he could finally punch Peng Chion with his own ability. Indeed, this was a destructive power worthy of the pride of a wandering magician. Peng Chion now regained his fighting spirit and easily jumped out of the wall that was holding his body tightly. He quickly slipped behind the barricade in a flash. I really admire him. Things happened so fast that even I was shocked, until I realized I was already in Peng Chion's arms. But the bandit's panic only lasted for a moment. He quickly regained his composure and used both hands to grab Peng Chion's arms, then turned around and pulled them forward. He poured his inner strength into his hands, making them stronger and tougher, so that he could easily twist Peng Chion's muscular arms. But Peng Chion took advantage of the gap before he could even gather his strength to jump back. Peng Chion was pushed back for the first time in a solo fight. At least that's what the bandit remembered. That surprise attack was good. Now draw your sword. Peng Chion heard that and immediately followed his orders. Although his face was still very scary and murderous, he was still aware of who his master was. Master. Then he swung his sword a few times, fiercely and decisively, towards the bandit without any mercy. Even though Peng Chion was calm, the bandit could still feel the anger in each of his sword strikes. But so what, compared to what the bandit had to go through? He even exchanged it with his blood and life. He immediately used his second ultimate move, the mysterious traveling technique, a complex shadow that moved quickly, and a traveling knee to gain momentum. He then jumped into the air and easily avoided the blades that were flying at the speed of light. Not stopping there, the dugong continued to pounce on the attack. His ultimate move was just the beginning. Then he used Peng Chion's favorite and familiar action of grabbing the other person's head to suppress and restrain the other person, and it was over. Peng Chion's Zhou Du Xian Gong and Zhou Du Bao Long Thursday continuously performed two ultimate moves at the same time. The bandit threw Peng Chion's entire body with a loud bang. Far down on the ground, he was thrown by him like a bag of salt. The impact caused the ground to change, and fine dust flew everywhere. The bandit remained kneeling, waiting for the smoke to gradually dissipate in his suspense. Peng Chion seemed to have lost consciousness and kept his head down on the ground, so the bandit slowly checked him bit by bit. It was not until the bandit was sure that Peng Chion was unconscious and unresponsive that he finally relaxed and was overjoyed. He finally defeated Peng Chion. Taking advantage of the moment when Peng Chion wasn't paying attention to him, the bandit suddenly discovered 3 shining pearls mixed in the ruins of the war. I'll sell the night pearls for money and run far away, preferably to Hainan, the southernmost tip of the Central Plains. Thinking of this made him feel excited. He gradually collected all the night pearls and drew a bright path for himself. He would find a job, marry a normal woman and build a family. The bloody cult leader. It ends here. The bandit left without a single regret or turning back, but still did not forget to say goodbye. You can rest, Peng Chion. Suddenly, Peng Chion, who had been lying down on the previous page, stood up at once. The moment he told them to leave together, he knew that his bad luck was not over yet. He was startled and pointed at him, trying to salvage the last bit of hope. Can you move? You don't need to try. But Peng Chion calmly brushed the dust off his body and said to him, I can still take it. I will follow you anywhere. At this moment, Du Jiang suddenly remembered that something similar had happened in the past. Peng Chion, you bastard, you pretended to lose to encourage me, just like that time in Green Forest. What a fraud. This wanderer doesn't want to accept this reality. He has endured so much pain to be able to absorb all of the wandering profound art, just to wait for this moment, and yet he was trampled by him in the blink of an eye. For a moment he still couldn't accept it, so he could only use his shadow to flee. As he ran, he cursed in his heart. You say this is the strongest martial art. Is it my father's arrangement? Can't defeat Peng Chion. How can it be called the strongest? The ranger can now nimbly jump up the steep cliff as if walking on a road. Even though Peng Chion kept calling out to him from behind, the ranger still refused to stop. Suddenly the wanderer glanced back, but did not see Peng Chion's figure below. Can't Peng Chion catch up? At this speed, I can escape from him. Just as he was approaching the top of the mountain, and it seemed like the wanderer was about to touch freedom, Peng Chion's face suddenly appeared and called out to his master. Then there was a hopeless chase with Peng Chion's thunderous call echoing throughout the mountains and forests, and it was only calling out one person's name. Tun Nuoc Lan suddenly used her body lightly. her whole body suddenly stiffened, her face turned dark and bloodless. She was in the green forest right now, under the protection of Yi Nianjiao and Gong Chu-sang, yet she still couldn't help but hug someone in fear. I suddenly used my body when I heard Peng Chun scream. Yi Nianjiao was surprised. Wasn't there already enough salt in the trash? But Tun Nuoc Lan still tried to use words to reassure herself and her subordinates. I thought it was definitely because I was unlucky. I had to go see a fortune teller or do something, like with the lonely ghost, Hang Tang. But non-DM Kyo was able to have positive thoughts in this situation. But we were also lucky. Just mention Chow Chow and Chow Chow arrives. Wanting to pay respects without inviting a sorcerer is bad. The king knows that there are several sorcerers going up the mountain. They are smiling at them. But these guys aren't any kind of shamans. They saw that their disguise was so perfect that even one of the leaders of the Green Forest didn't recognize them, so they felt relieved. You idiots, we're not fortune tellers but high-level assassins. The bearded man is the high-level assassin of the Spirit Valley, and the mustachioed man standing below is the Dragon Chaser, also a high-level assassin. These people are under orders from their superiors. We came here to complete the mission of assassinating the bandit that the previous ones failed to do to us. That bandit is definitely dead. But Sun Ruo Lan didn't care. She ordered her two subordinates, Yin Yen Jiao, Gong Chu-sang, to ask my father about the future of Green Forest later. At this moment, the whole group including the two people saw that they were gradually approaching the main hall of the Green Forest. Tun Nuoc Lan, the only female host here, respectfully opened the door and invited the two of them. Come on, if you don't want to die, come in here first. As soon as they entered, they were surprised by the scene before them. What was this? In the room, there were now two groups of people who had arrived before them and were sitting and talking to each other. The appearance of the two made everyone turn their heads to look. At the nearest round table was the group of 5 great righteous families from the Nam Kung Yuyan group. Next was a group of 2 people, including the ancient bamboo merchant and the celestial immortal, and they represented the high-level assassins of the Yulin Kok. This strange combination was something they could not imagine. Tun Nuoc Lan gently and hospitably arranged comfortable seats for the two of them to sit opposite and at the same table as Tan Loi Mu Sun. The Thunder Cat crossed his arms and rested them on his chin, his eyes still constantly staring at the two of them, continuously evaluating them. Tun Nuoc Lan gently pressed Song Lin's head and continuously smiled to reassure him. Don't worry, we won't kill the fortune-teller for fear of bad luck, so don't worry. At this moment, Trui Long Tu immediately sent a Bluetooth signal to his teammates. Now was not the time to cause trouble, so sit still. It was the dragon's turn to be taken care of by Tun Nuoc Lan. In the most sincere and meaningful way, she patted him continuously and instructed him, and he also relaxed. Being treated like a stray dog like this, Truyen Long Tu was furious, and could only vent his anger through spiritual communication with his friend. It had been a long time since he had the feeling of wanting to kill someone for money. Song Lin could only sigh and comfort him, waiting for the opportunity. Song Lin also carefully instructed Truyen Long Tu, who was gradually losing his composure. First, you need to be careful not to let her discover your identity, even though the Thunder Cat Mountain has been observing them from the beginning without taking its eyes off them even an mm. Song Lin immediately got into character and spoke as much as possible like a fortune teller or shaman, asking what aspect she wanted us to tell her fortune about. Only now did Song Lin have the opportunity to notice the person sitting in front of him. This was Tan Loi Mio Sun, Green Forest's military advisor. Did he want to see about Green Forest's future, or was it time to take action to unify the evil sections? Only then could Tan Loi Mio Sun naturally get rid of his serious demeanor and take a deep breath. He spoke with a serious expression, asking a very serious question. I wonder if I can find my soul mate this year. The public spirit and Truyen Long Tu have lived to this age and have experienced all kinds of things, but this is the first time they have experienced something like this. It seemed that Tun Nuoc Lan had anticipated these things. She left the old men to let them slowly talk to each other, while she went to the 4 guys at the next table. Tun Nuoc Lan naturally started talking to them like close friends, each minding their own business. Oh, so you guys are still alive? Didn't you guys suddenly rush out to fight with the people of the Black Dragon Gang a while ago? She generously picked up her glass of wine to celebrate and urged them. Why are you here? Let's raise our glasses together first. Tun Nuoc Lan raised her glass in the amazement of the 4 of them because of the prosperity of Green Forest. Nam Kung Yuyan didn't know what else to say. She could only close her eyes and deliberately ignore her. We are the righteous white path, now we have to. Tun Nuoc Lan saw that he was unhappy, so her mood also dropped. Carrying a bit of annoyance, she asked again, what kind of expression does this guy have? Could it be you? Tun Nuoc Lan covered her mouth and smiled slyly at Nam Kung Yuyan and said bluntly, you fell in love with me and followed me all the way to Green Forest. She is talented and famous, and is also extremely confident. Nam Kang Yuyan heard that and jumped up. What are you saying? Tun Nuoc Lan suddenly angrily pointed at his face. Look at that appearance. How can you get angry? Just say it. What's the problem? If you don't say it now, if you dare to say you like me in the future, you'll be gone from my sight. Nam Kang Yuyan knew he couldn't argue with this woman. Bang and Locke also understood that, but he could only pat his friend's shoulder to comfort him. He needed to calm down a bit. Jia Cat Tu Min drank a sip of tea to rinse his mouth. He then used his skillful speaking skills to discuss with Sun Ruo Lan. Miss Sun, I have a few questions. Recently, the Black Dragon Gang seems to have stopped appearing. I wonder if they have made peace. Tun Nuoc Lan rested her chin on her hand and answered dejectedly. What flowers? They're all gone, don't try to find them. Zhuge Xiaoming thought she was being evasive, so he didn't believe her. He had to ask again, did they all go get the numbers? Wasn't that a bit of an exaggeration? But Sun Ruolin was confident in that, she might have become nutrients for the plants by now. Seeing her denying this and that, Zhuge Xiaoming's mood also worsened somewhat. If that question is too difficult, then I'll ask another one. Are the 4 people who were with the young lady before still here? What are their true identities? Tun Nuoc Lan did not hide anything, so she answered him honestly. The 2 of them stayed in Green Forest. As for the scholarly brat and the country bumpkin, they had already left. I did not know what their identities were. Zhuge Xiaoming continued to be suspicious because of her vague answer. I don't know, it seems like this question is also difficult to answer. Sun Ruolin felt uncomfortable because she had already told the truth, but that guy didn't believe a word of hers. So Tun Nuoc Lan was not to be outdone and pointed to the other side. Now I ask you a question, you people sitting at the table over there. A guy sitting at the next table heard that and got angry, banged the table and stood up. Gu Zhu heard them mention his name and immediately got straight to the point. I heard you brought the fairy to the Green Forest, right? Tun Nuoc Lan immediately denied the baseless rumor. Why are you like this, Silver Beauty? The beautiful silver-haired girl who was standing still was also shot, but he didn't seem to care much about it, because there was something else that made him drool non-stop, so he answered vaguely, I don't know either. At this time, the fairy Tian Hong started to coquettishly discuss. I said it, Quan Sun already told me. She remembered what happened in that room. Mr. Quan Sun held his stomach in pain and ran out to tell them. Peng Qion kidnapped the divine doctor, forcing us to chase him all the way to the Green Forest. Tian Hong reached out, using psychological manipulation to affect the entire room. Is it true that Peng Qion and the divine doctor Wazian are not here? The whole group of Silver Beauty and Ancient Bamboo suddenly shrank their necks. They knew very well what she was doing. Was it the soul-binding technique? It was a bewitching technique that caused the opponent's mind to be in disarray. Even the Ancient Bamboo had to respect this technique by 8 or 9 parts. It was also difficult for me to defend against it. Then that guy was probably finished. At this moment, his silvery Adam's apple suddenly moved up and down gently, his entire body trembling continuously. Suddenly, the beautiful and charming Truck Non-DM stood up, holding a sword, without hesitation pointing the sword at Tian Hong and Co. Truck. How dare you mention Peng Qion in front of me, you want to die. Tian Hong was a bit surprised and panicked. She didn't expect that in this world there would exist the type of person she hated the most. Could he resist the soul charm technique? Tun Nuoc Lan sat on the other side with her chin in her hands and immediately spoke up to advise him. Stop making trouble, it's already too troublesome here, you all should leave. It was fortunate for Tian Hong that Tun Nuoc Lan came to her rescue, because the sword was already at her neck. Tun Nuoc Lan arrogantly pointed straight at her face. To tell the truth, if you dare to mention Peng Qion in front of me, then prepare to tell your family to go get the coffin number. At this moment, the whole group realized who the person named Peng Qion really was that made the whole Green Forest group angry when mentioning his name. Even the 4 people from the 5 great families were equally surprised and curious about Peng Qion's true identity. Suddenly, at this moment, from the window next to the table of the Tsong Lin and Trui Long Tu, there was an extremely loud noise that made everyone turn their heads to look at Peng Qion. Then there was a scene of chickens flying and dogs barking, houses being destroyed, causing everyone to have to take their sandals and run away. I thought it was a stranger, but it turned out to be an acquaintance of the impermanent demon and the soul-chasing demon. Unfortunately, more than half a month has passed, but the impermanent demon's neck has not yet been bent. He is angrily stomping inside. Green Forest, get out of the way, we must now fight him to the death. The evil spirit doesn't let anyone in but just stands in front of people's doors yelling, come out here quickly. Tun Vu appeared at some point. He also carried a walking stick to welcome the guests. Peng Qion had already left. What were you still yelling about? The impermanent ghost angrily retorted that he was lying, but Sun Wu didn't have the free time to waste time with him. Why do I need to waste time with you guys? Your friend, the Black Dragon Gang leader, has already left. You guys should also go away. The impermanent demon was pushed to his limit, his face was turning black and white. Do you think we are fools? We have already seen what we need to see while we were at Mount Tai. The impermanent demon then recalled the past about a certain beautiful morning inside the green forest. To be more precise, it was the day after the confrontation with Peng Chion. The impermanent demon is digging a grave with his men, his comrades have fallen, the impermanent demon was defeated by Peng Chion, so he is currently feeling very guilty. I'm sorry, I was going to spare your life, but you unexpectedly sought out Meng Bie's soup to drink. In anger and helplessness at his own weakness, he could only stand there and cry silently, please forgive me for having to bury you here. After I have taken revenge, I will bury you properly. Suddenly, while the scene was touching, his disciples suddenly screamed loudly. The soul chaser had just dug up something, so he panicked and loudly reported. The master on the ground lost his mood halfway, so he angrily asked again, what are you making a fuss about? Are you screaming as if you saw a ghost? But when the impermanent demon looked down at the soul-chasing ghost's palm, he suddenly jerked slightly. The land on this green forest mountain must be thousands of hectares, and yet they dug up this terrible secret. Under the hole they just dug was a cold, decomposing corpse on the ground. Back to reality, the impermanent demon stood proudly among the people, exposing all the sins of the green forest. It was the body of the Black Dragon Gang leader, the one who was said to have been destroyed by Peng Chion. At this moment, the people of Nam Kung Yuan truly believed that what Tun Nuoc Lan said before was true. It turned out that the Black Dragon Gang had been exterminated. Tian Hung and Ko Truck were equally surprised. Was it that Peng Chion who had captured the Divine Doctor? Was he that strong? At this moment, the public spirit used his mind to communicate with the Dragon Chaser. It seemed that Lu Jiang had already left the green forest. The Dragon Chaser also agreed, he had indeed left quietly. Tun Nuoc Lan suddenly pointed and waved her hand. Peng Chion hero and the others are here. As soon as the soul hunter heard Peng Chion's figure, he immediately reached behind him to get his knife. It was Peng Chion who was hiding here. Following behind him were all the people of the 7 ghosts without mountains. At this moment, the floor suddenly shook violently, causing slight tremors. Immediately, the entire group of 7 ghosts without mountain were thrown out one by one, passing through both sides of Sun Ruo Lan. This mysterious thing that happened made her unable to close her mouth and run back to Tun Viu. Why did he suddenly look so strange? Tun Viu just listened to his daughter nagging non-stop and got a headache. Calm down and use it, that's violent qigong. Sun Wu immediately stopped and explained to Sun Ruo Lan, when the violent qi was pushed to its extreme, blood and flesh would shoot out like hidden weapons. Once it was used, it could not be stopped halfway. Tun Nuoc Lan understood but felt it was not quite right. I was just joking that Peng Chion was here. Why did they want to explode here? Soul Chaser and the rest of the 7 ghosts without mountain were in a state of violent qi. Their bodies were spinning. They were determined to fight to the death with Peng Chion this time, but when they heard Tun Nuoc Lan say that, they looked at her blankly. And then, there was simply a huge explosion that shook the sky and the roof, mixed with a few pieces of shredded meat and the smell of blood pudding. Tian Guang Tong Zi was sitting somewhere not far from the green forest and could clearly see what was happening inside. It was the first time in his life that he had witnessed so many stupid people, but this level of stupidity was the first time he had witnessed it. He came to Green Forest to find the sect leader, but it turned out that there were only stupid people here. Tian Quang Dong too also did not want to stay here any longer, afraid that if he stayed too long he would catch their stupidity, so he immediately flew away to find the bandit. Where exactly was the young sect leader? At this moment, inside the cave of the wandering mystic, the giant spider had been slashed to pieces, along with large slashes deeply imprinted on the rock. A group of 2 white-haired people had just entered and discovered this scene. A girl with long white hair turned to the person next to her in confusion and asked, "Master, what is this?" An old man with white hair, just by looking at him, could tell that something bad had happened here. Someone had come here. But what he was worried about was not the slot where he got the travel magic, but the person who stole it, because he had touched something that shouldn't have been touched. 7 Heavenly Master's disciple, Jun Chu Yongren, looked at the scene before him and exclaimed, "Master, this is..." A deep voice rang out. It seemed like someone was here. 7 Heavenly Master, the Sword Cat God said in a harsh voice, he dared to touch something that shouldn't be touched. He asked angrily, how dare he steal the Divine Master's treasure? Manmyo Singun narrowed his eyes, showing an unwilling expression as he added, even I, 7 Heavenly Master, took 3 years to find this place. I thought no one would be able to find it, but it turns out I was wrong. After the battle on the mountain top, I swore that this would never happen again. He recalled the ancient memories, the battle on the mountain top. 7 heavenly masters believed that the divine master would make the devil's sect leader kneel. Bywok with just one move can easily defeat his opponent. Because the demonic cult master is very powerful, but Bywok is a divine prodigy. It feels like everything in this world was born to serve the divine master, but after he lost the battle against the demon sect master, I was so surprised that I was speechless. The divine master sword cat witnessed that scene and was extremely stunned. Why did the divine master lose? His eyes widened as if he couldn't believe what he just saw. Why didn't the divine master use his strongest technique? There is only one answer, and that is because of his pride. The divine master sword cat said in a low voice, if the divine master had used the strongest cultivation method from the start of the battle, the outcome would have been different. Believe in yourself, but remember not to be too arrogant. My disciple, Jun Zhou Yang, immediately clasped his hands respectfully and replied, disciple will remember. He observed for a while then continued softly, by the way, they took the pearls away. If they have such abilities then they must be from some sect. The sword cat god general seriously speculated, black thief and evil monster, only they have the ability to break through the barrier and take away the treasure. Jun Chu Yangren asked doubtfully, Master, could it be that green forest made it? He looked at the giant spider lying on the ground and calmly spoke, in the green forest no one could handle this incarnation so carefully, and above all I need to save my life immediately. Hearing this, the Chuyang people were puzzled and asked, right, the sword cat divine lord spoke in a gentle voice, I will tell you the details later, now let's go catch those bandits. She glanced at the pile of rubble and remained silent. Jun Chuyang Ren hurriedly followed him and replied, disciple understands. At Green Forest Camp. Sun Wu leaned his head back on the chair and spoke in a happy voice, how peaceful. Tan Loi Mu Sun heard that and his face darkened, wondering in peace. Gong Chu Sang spoke gently, the misfortune could have been avoided with fewer casualties than expected, the future of our green forest was brighter. Sun Wu laughed loudly and said, if this is called luck then I would have lived peacefully until I die, we still need to repair the destroyed estate. Yin Yanjiao then spoke up, destroy. He asked in a low voice, wasn't the green forest destroyed 20 years ago? As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the room immediately fell. Non-DM Kyo gritted her teeth and said fearfully, it was the same, not exactly like that time. Tun Nuoklon anxiously asked, what exactly happened 20 years ago? Sun Wu calmly explained, he wanted to say that the divine master Bywok had appeared. Hearing that, she turned pale and asked again, the divine master is the one who cornered the evil cult. Gong Chu Sang added softly, this guy is definitely similar to a gangster. He suddenly raised his voice solemnly, right here, in the Green Forest's mountain camp, the divine master had begun to make a name for himself. Tun Vu was stunned and exclaimed, yes, I remember, he was the one who charged straight into the Green Forest alone. He recalled the distant memory when the two sides were standing facing each other on the high mountain cliff. Sun Wu slowly recounted, at first Green Forest had the upper hand. Tun Vu raised his bow and aimed straight at Bywok. At his last breath, he was hit by a poisonous arrow. He could only helplessly open his eyes and watch the arrow keep approaching. He calmly continued speaking and fell down the deep cliff, so we thought that arrogant brat was dead. However, the white void suddenly returned. Sun Wu remembered his cold face, he had survived and returned, causing serious damage to the green forest. Tun Nuoklon covered her face and screamed in panic, wait, Du Quang was also poisoned and was treated. She was stunned and shouted loudly, impossible, could it be that he was the reincarnation of the divine master? Gong Chu Sang calmly replied, it was still too early to say he was the reincarnation of the divine master. Tun Nuoklon suddenly jumped up, grabbed his collar and shouted, what a useless sentence. Sun Wu sternly ordered, let him go. She felt uncomfortable and clicked her tongue, then obediently left. Tun Vu rubbed his chin and thought, there was a difference between Du Quang and the divine master. He emphasized, Tan Lam exterminate team. Sun Wu pondered and recalled, our green forest was destroyed by the green forest extermination team led by the divine master. He continued softly, it wasn't until after the divine master passed away that the green forest was rebuilt. Thanks to my utmost efforts, I was able to rebuild the green forest and it was stronger than ever. The person next to him immediately continued, the bandit didn't need to kill the team because he already had Peng Qion. Sun Wu couldn't hold back anymore and slammed the table, angrily shouting, damn it, first it was Bywok, now it's that bandit, why does everyone choose our green forest as the starting point? He punched the Silver Beauty in the face and cursed, Silver Beauty, Azure Thunder Cat Mountain, this is all your fault. Tun Nuoklon also took the opportunity to slap him in the face, beautiful and charming, you. At the same time, Gong Chu-sang was standing up, preparing to attack. Seeing this, the beautiful lady angrily shouted, "Gong Chu-sang, how dare you!" Suddenly someone unexpectedly opened the door. Tun Nuoc Lan angrily scolded, "This guy scared me." He held up a notice that read, "The Master of the Demons rewards Green Forest," and stammered, "That matter, the Green Forest extermination team has been completely wiped out." Everyone heard that and their eyes and mouths were wide open in surprise. Gong Chu-sang held his head and said with a trembling voice, "The past is coming back to haunt us." Tan Loi Mu-sun quickly retorted, "Perhaps it wasn't the Du Zhang and Peng Chion who did it, if recently there was someone who had a grudge against us." Tun Vu thought of someone who was afraid to speak up, that was the divine doctor. It didn't take him long to realize we were lying. "I shouldn't have used poison," he said gloomily. Tun Nuoc Lan sighed, "It seems there is no other way." Tun Vu worriedly asked, "Have you thought about what we should do now?" She said firmly, "If we want to avoid the rain, we have to hide under the umbrella and find a way out." Tun Nuoc Lan calmly continued, "We have already formed an alliance and sworn an oath with him, so we have many reasons to go find him." Sun Wu reluctantly said to himself, "I thought I had completely escaped, but now I have to beg them." He got mad, punched the table so hard that it cracked and cursed, "Damn it." Seeing this, the beautiful lady was silent and pondered. He curiously asked Tun Nuoc Lan, "Young lady, where is the clan leader going?" She gave a meaningful smile, softly replied, "Get up, Silver Charm." What he meant was fuck, there's nothing we can do now, let's go. Tun Nuoc Lan said softly, "Let's go find a tourist." A while later at Mubium village, a person dressed in black with jet black hair stepped inside the gate. The wanderer looked at the scene before him and smiled happily. Mubium village, a village without sin, this is indeed a good start. At the gate of Mubium village, at that time, the ranger was walking leisurely in the crowded street. He looked at the 2 coins in his hand. The wanderer happily spoke, "After parting with Peng Chion, money fell on his head, all good luck." He thought back to that time and thought tiredly, "Even though I have the night pearl in my hand, I still feel like it's not the time to sell it." During the month of hiding from Peng Chion, I had to hunt wild animals to survive. The wanderer looked at the restaurant in front of him with interest, thinking to himself, "Finally he can have a decent meal." He quickly opened the door and walked in. The waiter saw the tourists' goods and immediately ran out to greet and welcome the guests. He held out the coin in his hand and asked, "What can this money buy?" The waiter replied, "Just enough to buy a meat bun and a bowl of noodles." The wanderer nodded, "Then please give me a bowl of noodles." The waiter politely asked softly, "Sorry, it's not dinner time yet so there's no room left, would you mind if I share a table with someone else?" He replied calmly, "No problem." The wanderer quickly went to another table and thought to himself, "I want to hear ordinary conversations, this is even better." A sudden voice rang out, catching his attention, "Really?" The man beside him said enthusiastically, "There's no way someone can jump over a 10-foot-high wall, that's called cheating." He added, "It seems you haven't met the herbalist who came here last time." The person opposite asked the herbalist in confusion. The man immediately recounted that he must be a muscular herbalist who specialized in performing arts. Then he pulled out an evil-looking sword and started stabbing himself wildly. What's even more amazing is that the sword broke into pieces after stabbing into his neck, heart and all over his body. The wanderer was eating and gossiping. "Vajra is indestructible, he must be a master of Pengxian's caliber," the man beside him said mysteriously, "but the main story is still being told." He slowly spoke. A 9-year-old child saw this and immediately followed suit and also stabbed him. The person opposite heard that and was shocked and screamed loudly. The story was so terrifying that he couldn't believe it. He smiled reassuringly, "If the result was so terrifying, then why would I tell it? Because the sword would have broken on strong impact." So the child was not harmed, and the herbalist ran away without a shoe. The wanderer sitting next to him saw this and smiled, thinking to himself, "Now I understand why this place is called Wufan Village, a village that knows absolutely nothing about martial arts." The man continued gently, "The tongue of the world can talk about anything. Let me tell you a story about someone running on a cliff as if they were walking on the ground." Hearing this, he was surprised and accidentally bit his tongue. The wanderer started to cough. The old man saw this and patted his shoulder gently saying, "Young man, take your time eating." The person opposite looked at him with suspicion and asked, "Hey, you look strange, are you a tourist?" The wanderer quickly replied, Yes." He said excitedly, "Then you came at the right time. From tomorrow at Long Van Truong there will be a big party." Long Van Truong at that time was covered with golden lights, shining brightly all over the place. The wanderer asked suspiciously, "It seems like there is something happy in the village." He replied softly, "Yes, it is the birthday of an elder in the village, there will be 3 days of feasting." The two men happily chatted with each other, thanks to which no one would go hungry for 3 days straight. I even planned to fast from morning to go there and eat my fill. The wanderer pondered, Hainan Island is very good. But Wu Fan Village is a wonderful village, a peaceful village where people live without worries, always full of hope for tomorrow. He thought to himself, a village like this makes me want to sell my night pearl to help them. The wanderer calmly spoke, thank you for your words, may I ask where Long Yun Chang is? That night, at the martial arts village near Truong Chao, the 9th dragon sect master, there were 2 people sleeping soundly in the room. A ray of spiritual power began to seep inside, accompanied by a voice, wake up, I told you to wake up. The man wondered to himself, what a dream, how could someone dare to invade my 9 dragon sect master? It's been a long time since someone dared to speak so rudely to me. That voice angrily shouted, you dare to laugh. At the same time a large sword stabbed straight down at the leg of the 9 dragon sect master, causing blood to splatter everywhere. He immediately opened his eyes. Peng Qion glanced at him and said coldly, 2 warnings were enough. The 9 dragon sect master rushed over and asked indignantly, who are you? But his punch went through Peng Qion's body and shot behind him. He saw that and was stunned, wondering, what kind of transfiguration? Peng Qion didn't say much but pressed the sword down hard, blood flowed out more and more, causing the 9 dragon sect master to only be able to scream in pain. Ah, Peng Qion said in a harsh voice, you want to seek death. He kept threatening, you don't have the right to ask me, shut up, let me ask you, if you dare to ask again, I will gouge out your eyes. Peng Qion gritted his teeth, secretly guessing, in this place, the only ones who dared to target him could be the Guangxing sect master and the New Moon clan master. Could it be that the Tan Noyet gang has recently had many conflicts with me and sent assassins here? 9 dragon sect master asked, how much did New Moon clan master pay you? Peng Qion's face darkened and he spoke angrily, how dare you ask me? He hurriedly shouted, I will pay you double, not triple the amount that the New Moon gang leader gave you. He stretched out his hand and repeated the question, did you just ask me? Seeing his finger about to touch his eyes, the 9 dragon sect master panicked and begged, ah, my lord, spare this little one, please don't gouge out my eyes. The woman lying next to him then rubbed her eyes and sat up, softly asking, Master, what are you talking about? She immediately had to witness the gruesome scene before her. The girl immediately widened her eyes and screamed in fear. Peng Qion heard that and angrily slapped her, too noisy. Seeing this, the 9 dragon sect master cried out in pain, tears and snot streaming down his face. He hugged her, trembling and said, the meaning of my life, Peng Qion said sarcastically, crying over a woman, what a despicable person, not even worth having his eyes gouged out, that woman come back here. Suang Yen immediately opened her eyes wide and slowly turned her head to look. Seeing that, the 9 dragon sect master let go of her body and shouted loudly. Peng Qion angrily reprimanded, the first time I called you, you should have immediately jumped up, if you did that you wouldn't have gotten hurt, that woman wouldn't have had any problems, it's all your fault. He loudly protested, I was just sleeping. After a while, the 9 dragon sect master knelt down and said helplessly, it was all my fault, please give me any order. Peng Qion glanced out the door, his voice full of meaning, it seemed like 3 people were better than 1 to hear, come in. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 people slowly walked into the room. Seeing them, the 9 dragon sect master was surprised and exclaimed, who are they? The New Moon gang leader and the Light City sect leader, both of their faces were bruised and battered, slowly walking in. Peng Qion ordered in a low voice, everyone sit down. The 3 of them immediately followed suit and sat down obediently. He said loudly, I called you here because I wanted to find someone. The head of the Guangtan sect timidly asked, who is that, should we kill him? Peng Qion approached him and said in a harsh voice, you dare to ask? He immediately panicked and shouted loudly, please, please spare my eyes. He quickly vented his anger by throwing him out the door. Peng Qion threatened loudly, Star Eyes, if you can lick his feet then it will be your honor, if you dare to say one more word of nonsense then I will kill you all and find someone else. The 9 dragon sect master and the New Moon sect master quickly bowed their heads and respectfully replied, yes. Peng Qion turned around and continued in a low voice, you should feel lucky, the person you are looking for is my master, my body technique is not profound enough so I cannot keep up with his speed. The 3 of them were extremely surprised when they heard this, they wondered who his master was and why he left his subordinates, he couldn't even find him, so how can we find him, they said in unison. He suddenly threw a white pearl to the ground. Peng Qion instructed, you bring all the information related to this night pearl to me, the deadline is 3 days, within 3 days if there are no results. He glared threateningly and said you don't need to exist anymore. Looking at the pearl on the floor, Peng Qion slowly said, "The time limit is 3 days." The 3 sect masters of Guangqing knelt on the ground, their faces pale, listening to his next threats. If they didn't find the master within 3 days, there was no need for them to exist anymore. After hearing this, he thought to himself, who would dare to sell a night pearl so openly? Even so, the sect master still respectfully clasped his hands and replied, "We understand." Meanwhile, in a certain shop, under the dazzling light of the night pearl, the manager opened his mouth in surprise and shouted, "You really want to sell this night pearl?" Seeing his overreaction, the wanderer just chuckled and thought to himself, "Just a night pearl and you're already so surprised. Judging by your reaction, it seems like it's very beneficial to this village." At this moment, the steward was still admiring the night pearl in his hand, his mouth continuously uttering words of praise. "I have never seen anything so precious, so I don't know how to price it properly." Seeing that he seemed to be hesitating about the price, the bandit had no choice but to reassure him, "I only intend to sell at a low price, so you don't need to act like that." Hearing this, the manager immediately smiled brightly and quickly stopped him. That was unacceptable. An unfair transaction could not be allowed to take place in this village. He continued to make a suggestion, "I want to invite an appraiser to ensure that it is properly valued." The village chief opposite also smiled with satisfaction after hearing this, thinking, "A village manager is so kind." However, the steward suddenly put the pearl in his hand on the table and hesitantly said, "But there is a small problem." The old man stroked his chin thoughtfully. It would take at least 5 days for the appraiser from Zhengzhou to get here. Halfway through, the butler suddenly stopped and exclaimed, "Ah." He thought for a moment and then said, "If it's not too much trouble, please rest at Long Van Trang's guest house while you wait, I'll take care of this." Receiving that invitation, the wanderer raised his eyebrows and secretly praised, "You are indeed very thoughtful to a stranger like me. When I leave the Zhongho, I just realized how warm this life is." Then he immediately stood up, softly thanked, "Thank you." Then without saying much, the wanderer immediately turned and left. Just as he reached the door, he suddenly remembered something, so he turned back to remind her, "Oh, please keep it a secret that I brought the night pearl here." The steward hurriedly put away the pearl and happily replied, "I will not let anyone know about this." A moment later, in the main hall, the owner widened his eyes and shouted excitedly, "A brat brought a night pearl here, what a good opportunity." Looking at the smiling couple in front of him, the steward also bowed respectfully in response, even more delighted, "I have confirmed that there are 2 more night pearls." He remembered what the maid had told him after coming to serve him to change his clothes, so he asked the maid to check his clothes while he bathed, to see if there was anything else. The steward excitedly recounted in an extremely smug tone, "As a result, in addition to the night pearl, I also discovered 2 daggers, he definitely carried them for self-defense." The lady heard the news and covered her mouth, laughing out loud with pride, "Ha ha ha, I wonder what kind of wandering nomad he is." The steward saw this and immediately bowed his head in response with a solemn voice. Looking at his actions and demeanor, it seemed like he came from a noble family. The owner sat to the side, listening to the 2 of them talk, then stroked his chin and said, "So it's not a theft, this will make things go more smoothly." Then he caressed the wine bottle in his hand and turned to look at Kumun and asked, "Are you confident, Kumun?" Under the probing gaze of the homepage, he just rolled his eyes and responded with a smug smile mixed with a bit of contempt, "Please rest assured to entrust this task to me, homepage." Seeing his confident answer, the owner raised his eyebrows and praised in a low voice, "Kumun, you are truly a cold-blooded killer, one of the masters in the village." He revealed a malicious smile, looked towards Kumun, and softly said, "If you can quietly complete this task." Then the owner did not continue speaking but directly opened the lid of the wine bottle in his hand, causing the strong smell of alcohol to immediately spread throughout the room. Kumun smelled the wine and knew it was good. He swallowed his saliva and stared longingly at the wine bottle, asking, "Rose wine?" Seeing his drunken appearance, the owner immediately glanced at Kumun meaningfully, "All right, I'll sit here and wait with a glass of rose wine." Hearing the hidden meaning within, Kumun did not reply but smiled confidently. The arrogant guy raised his head to the sky and replied with a voice full of killing intent, "There was probably no need to use all his strength on a kid like this." Having said that, Kumun reached out and stroked the dagger, pensively saying, "I will complete the mission and return safely." That evening, in the guest house where the bandit was staying, he was currently absent-mindedly standing by the window. The wanderer glanced up at the sky and muttered to himself dejectedly, "I've been here for 2 days now. If I have the chance to go to Hainan Island, I must definitely build a village similar to this one." He recalled the bustling scene on the village streets earlier with a bit of anticipation, the comfortable bed with a hot meal, the cheerful and bustling sounds of the crowded party. After thinking about life, the wanderer was now quietly meditating on the floor. At this moment, his heart was as calm as a lake. A few thoughts seemed to turn into drops of water connecting to each other, forming a chain. The wanderer pondered, to enjoy these things, one needed strength. The scene when he directly fought Peng Chion suddenly appeared in his mind. The wanderer was pleased. I have almost completed the journey to protect the dragon. In the blink of an eye, the bandit was already standing inside the strange giant spider web created by his spirit, thinking, this was a method of emitting spider web-like true chi to bind and control the enemy. But he suddenly glanced at his hand, wondering, but could it only be used with a captive? As soon as he finished thinking, a sharp dart appeared. This sudden appearance immediately made him come up with an extremely bold guess: what would happen if he applied it to a dagger? Immediately, in the real space, the pirate quickly threw the Silver Soul Island, causing it to be deeply embedded into the wall beside it. He looked towards the dart stuck in the wall, still emitting a hazy smoke, and calculated, the distance to the wall was only about 2 meters. It was difficult to retrieve the hidden weapon from this distance, the wanderer thought gloomily. However, another bold thought suddenly popped into his head: but what if the landlord kept his hand on the dragon's back? Thinking, the wanderer no longer hesitated and reached out towards the dart, only to see the dart stuck to the wall suddenly shake a few times as if an invisible force was slowly pulling it out. Although the result was not too good, this still made the wanderer laugh happily a few times. Haha, that's good. He was laughing when he suddenly stopped because of a knock on the door. The wanderer frowned warily, and the atmosphere in the room became quieter than before. He hurriedly stood up, secretly blaming himself for being so focused that he didn't notice the enemy approaching. Even so, he still said, "Come in." Receiving permission from the person inside the room, the maid slowly entered and respectfully asked, "Did you sleep well, young master?" Looking at the petite woman in front of him, the wanderer secretly realized that she was the girl who took care of him yesterday and today. He did not answer the question but asked doubtfully, "What's the matter?" Seeing the vigilant look on the wanderer's face, the maid quickly bowed and reported, "The master has sent me to serve and take care of you while you rest." But these words made him even more alert. Hundreds of thoughts kept coming to him, making the wanderer frown and wonder, "Because I am an honored guest, do you intend to serve me all the way to bed?" Sure of his guesses, he ignored the maid's miserable face and turned his back coldly and ordered, she didn't need to do that just because she was a maid. When he refused, she looked gloomy and stammered, but the homepage had already instructed so. The more the wanderer listened, the angrier he got on behalf of the maid. He couldn't help but turn the video around and shout loudly, "Even if she's just a maid, she doesn't need to sacrifice herself to please me for one night." At the same time, the maid, who had not yet understood what he said, respectfully offered a small bowl of candles and said, "Your Majesty told me to give you this incense stick to help you sleep better." As soon as the words were finished, the two bandits immediately froze and stared at each other, their faces showing obvious surprise at the other's words. The atmosphere became more and more awkward than ever. After a few seconds of spraying hairspray, the maid was so shocked that her eyes widened in question, "Young master," while on the opposite side, the vagabond was so embarrassed that he was about to melt into the air. She forced a few smiles and quickly placed the candle holder on the table, hesitantly saying, "Ah, that's fragrance. No, it's a sleep aid." Then, without waiting for him to react, she turned around and ran out of the room. "Well then, have a good night's sleep, sir." It was not until the maid had disappeared that the wanderer's mind returned. Remembering his delusional words, he was so embarrassed that his face turned red. The bandit gritted his teeth and stared at the candle in front of him, screaming in despair, "What an idiot, because I was thinking about sleeping, I misunderstood." After a while, his head was now smoking. The bandit reached for the candle and muttered to himself, "Next time I will definitely not let such a misunderstanding happen again." Having finished speaking, he immediately used his spiritual power to light the incense candle. Then, the bandit turned around and left without any precautions. He sat down in front of the window again, trying to calm himself down. This fragrance is really effective in calming the mind. Tomorrow he needs to send his thanks to the homepage. After that, the wanderer didn't think anything more but closed his eyes and sank deep into the vast sea of consciousness. At this moment, the remaining rays of consciousness immediately entangled with each other, forming a chain of links. The Lord's dragon hand had yet to develop to its optimal level, so I needed to pay more attention. From the palm of my hand, I released the threads that wrapped around the soul chain. At this moment, from deep within his consciousness, he suddenly heard a few strange footsteps, and a few doubts gradually arose in his mind. The sound of the door opening, was it the maid just now? Why was she coming this way? Immediately, the wanderer quickly opened his eyes. What he saw was a strange face. The masked servant was equally startled when he saw him suddenly open his eyes. He clenched the bag in his hand and stammered, "Ah, the master specially assigned me to come here." The bandit was so scared that his face turned pale. He raised his hand to stroke his chest, calming himself down and saying, "I've already accepted it, you don't look like you were sent by the manor master." At this moment, a bold line of speculation suddenly popped into his mind. Did they send the maid back and replace her with a servant? Following that line of thought, the image of the masked servant suddenly standing up, tearing his shirt open suddenly appeared. "The master specially appointed me to come here." This perverted thought immediately made the bandit turn pale with fear. It was truly unbearable. The Zhang-Ho was dangerous, and the outside world was no less cruel. At this moment, the masked servant's apologetic voice rang out, interrupting his strange train of thought. "Sorry for disturbing you, sir, I was sent to ask if you needed anything." Seeing this, the bandit's face darkened, and he quickly replied, "I have no problem, you can go, but why do you have to cover your face like that?" After being released, he hurriedly walked out the door. "This is because I am sensitive to scents, so I have to wear a mask. Then you can continue to rest." After waiting for the masked servant to disappear, the bandit closed his eyes again, but even so, he still asked in confusion, "Is this really the concern of ordinary people? They care too much about me. Now let's return to the landlord and protect the dragon's hand." Just as he was about to meditate, the sound of the door opening rang out in his ears. The vagabond who had been disturbed time and time again and was immediately angry and scolding appeared again. Even if it was the restroom, no one would visit so often. Thinking about it, he raised his head and shouted softly, "I told you I don't need anything." However, the tall man in all black standing in front of the door immediately made him surprised for a moment. The murderous aura that emanated from it made him jump back in alarm and question, "Who are you?" The bandit pulled out a dart and frowned, asking, "Are you the one sent by the immortals or are you a member of the sect?" But even though he had finished speaking, the man standing on the opposite side remained silent. After a while, Kumun slowly walked over, gritting his teeth and sneering sarcastically. A man who was about to die still had the nerve to talk too much. Looking at the face exposed under the light, the eyes of the bandit immediately widened in fear. "This guy, I can't sense his aura." He frowned, feeling the cold murderous aura surrounding him from all sides and sighed in his heart. He was definitely not ordinary. "The more I think about it, the more vigilant the bandit becomes. I can't grasp his aura." Recalling the oppressive feeling of the aura surrounding Kumun's body made his mind even more steadfast, his realm reaching the peak to the point where he could perfectly conceal the pure fire aura. Back to reality, facing the gangster, frowning and thinking, didn't expect to meet such an expert in this place. His hands suddenly clenched around his weapon, thinking to himself, "I haven't even lived a normal life yet, I can't die like this." Then, thanks to his strong will to live, the vagabond immediately threw the dart in his hand and jumped up to attack. Even though the darts were flying all over the room, they could not reach Kumun's body, who was standing still in the middle of the room. This strange thing quickly caught the eye of the bandit. He gritted his teeth and widened his eyes in fear. Kumun remained motionless. There was not a single wound on his body, which made the bandit even more confused. Impossible, he did not move at all. Thinking that, he immediately withdrew the dart and landed in front of Kumun. And then in the blink of an eye, he had teleported in front of the guy. Meanwhile, the sharp dart was already close to that fragile neck. While attacking the bandit, he wondered, "What exactly are you plotting?" However, the moment the two of them passed each other, Kumun's sharp gaze made his heart sink. The bandit hurriedly turned his head back, looking at the suppressed Kumun. A daring thought suddenly popped into his head, "Are you looking down on this attack?" Meanwhile in the main hall, the masked servant had returned to report. After hearing this, the master laughed out loud with satisfaction. Perhaps that brat was helpless at this moment. Hearing that, he stood up straight and seriously confirmed, "That's right, even I find it difficult to measure Brother Kumun's power." After a moment of silence, the lady finally spoke slowly. A few rays of malice flashed in her eyes. "Have you seen his power with your own eyes?" This question quickly made the servant fall into thought. The image of the crazy bandit attacking immediately appeared. "Yes, I saw it clearly with my own eyes." He bowed his head respectfully and reported. After completing the mission, he immediately returned to practice. The servant recalled what he had witnessed. Darts flew everywhere around Kumun's tall body, leaving behind a dazzling light trail. Before the expectant and fearful eyes of the couple of the manor, he swallowed his saliva and told Kumun brother about that place. At this point, it seemed that the terrifying scene at that time had strongly struck the servant's mind. He could only see him widen his eyes and continue stammering, using only one fingertip. The servant recalled that at that time, Kumun's situation could be said to be a life-threatening situation. Sharp blades kept flying back and forth around his body, making it impossible for him to escape. He swallowed a few times to ease his fear and continued to tell how he had pierced through a wooden plank. At that moment, Kumun's entire face had become paler than before. as if he had also realized that he could not deal with this attack. The more he thought, the darker his face became, sweat gradually poured down his face, his eyes rolled back in utter confusion. Kumun suddenly thought, I heard that guy was hit by the blue poison grass but was still fine, so I went in to see. The scene changed back to a few hours earlier when the servant had just escaped from the room of the bandit's equipment. He quickly caught him and questioned him. How could anyone in this world be resistant to poison? But at that time he was panicked and affirmed that it was true. My mind turned to another train of thought. He suddenly disappeared and reappeared before my eyes. Remembering when the bandit had teleported closer in just a few seconds made Kumun's eyes widen in horror. What, since when were you here? Then came the scene where he and his weapon were flying back and forth in the room, making the guy cry out in despair. What's more, he was now flying in the air. Was he really human? At that time, Kumun was so shocked that he froze on the spot. In his head, there were only screams. It couldn't be like this. Remembering the image of the wanderer just tiptoeing and flying straight up to the ceiling, causing Kumun to freeze in place, his body stiffened as he thought, of course normal people can't fly. Meanwhile, on the other side, the main page still had no idea that the plan had failed and was still stubbornly praising Kumun. He was truly a monster beyond common sense. At the same time, the bandit quickly rushed towards Kumun with his sharp knife. Not knowing what was about to happen, the servant was still praising his skills. He even blindfolded and hit the target from a distance of 3 meters. The person who was considered a monster in the eyes of those people was now destroyed by the bandit with a blow straight through the chest. Returning to the main hall, the master stood up and cheerfully ordered after speaking, "Then let's bring the rose wine to Longyun Manor." He smiled arrogantly as if the assassination of the bandit had been completed. There was also a hint of excitement in his voice. The task Kumun was assigned to do was. The master spoke confidently. It must have been done, but little did he know, on the other side the bandit had defeated Kumun, who was now panting, trying to calm himself down after the battle. Ignoring the warm blood stains all over his face, the bandit suddenly smiled excitedly, thinking to himself, I did it. Being stabbed to this extent it would be hard to survive. Thinking, he immediately asked, now are you willing to tell me, who are you? Kumun after that fatal blow now collapsed on the ground, mouth continuously coughing up blood. Under his fierce gaze, he slowly spoke, I can punch through a wooden board. This guy's rambling words made him pause for a few seconds. In his mind suddenly appeared 2 thick wooden planks. The bandit gaped and repeated piercing through. Seeing that the guy didn't say anything more, he quickly sat down and shouted, why are you bragging to me about being able to pierce through a wooden plank? In the martial arts world, is there anyone who can't pierce through a wooden plank? Halfway through his sentence, the wanderer suddenly stopped, his eyes wide open as a thought just flashed through his mind. Then he looked back at Kumun who had completely stopped breathing on the ground. He hesitantly wondered, could it be that this guy wanted to steal the night pearl? Then the wanderer immediately stood up, looked towards the window. He anxiously muttered, wait, the night pearl I have is at the main house. Then, without thinking further, the wanderer immediately jumped out of the window, shouting loudly, the master is in danger. Meanwhile, in the large courtyard in front of the manor's courtyard, a grand party was being held. Red curtains were covering everywhere. Seeing that everyone had arrived, the host suddenly burst out laughing excitedly, ha ha ha, hurry up, everyone raise your glasses to celebrate. He rolled his eyes happily, but in his mind he kept calculating, soon, the night pearl will completely belong to me. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the main door, accompanied by a loud shout, home page. As soon as he saw that figure, the owner of the house stood up excitedly and asked, you're here. Kumun had already dealt with the brat holding the night pearl. At this moment, the bloody face of the bandit slowly appeared before his eyes. He repeated those words in a daze, the brat with the pearl of the night. In contrast to the joy just now, when they saw the Mandarin walking out intact, the faces of all 3 men turned pale, and the entire group of people simultaneously widened their eyes and opened their mouths in shock. Not waiting for everyone to react, the bandit, after thinking for a while, realized his purpose. He gritted his teeth in anger, his expression darkened, and he stomped towards the high platform. Looking at the tall figure that had instantly moved in front of him, the joy from before was now replaced by fear. The homepage stammered, what? But not letting him say anything more, the bandit immediately swung his hand and gave the village master a heavenly beating, accompanied by an angry shout, what kind of good village is this? A moment later, the villagers who were celebrating, now all knelt respectfully all over the yard. At the top was the village head with a swollen face along with his wife and the head steward. The bandit paced back and forth in front of them. He was so angry that he shouted, this is the first time I have killed someone. If you had told me in advance, why would I have been so cruel? Looking at the page owner's pale face, he became even angrier and blurted out, "I am a martial artist, yet I am now killing ordinary people. This is truly a disgrace. Letting ordinary people freely carry swords and knives everywhere is even more dangerous than the martial arts world." Then the bandit pointed his finger straight at him and questioned, "Under the name of martial arts village, how many lives have you killed? If you still have any conscience, quickly confess." As soon as he finished speaking, an old man kneeling at the side couldn't help but speak up, "Young master, oh, you misunderstood, the villagers are all simple people, they were just bullied by the estate master." Hearing this, he immediately turned his eyes to look at the old man and asked in return, "Are those people who were bullied drinking and eating antique cars at a banquet like this?" At this moment, the wanderer's eyes also showed disbelief. He frowned and said, "This matter cannot be misunderstood even if he wanted to." Under his doubtful gaze, the old man hesitated for a moment, then slowly said, "The village master was the king, the law of this martial village. This annual festival was just for him to show off his power." The old man recalled what had happened to the villagers. His voice also showed some indignation. The festival was also built from the exploitation of the villagers, although there were also people who refused to submit, daring to stand up and resist. The image of people hanging from trees rushed into his mind. The old man trembled as he continued, but they had long since disappeared into nothingness. As soon as he finished speaking, all the remaining villagers bowed their heads, looking extremely miserable and reluctant. But the wanderer heard these urgent words and immediately turned his head to look at the home page, making him jump in surprise. And then, before the terrified and fearful eyes of the owner, his face darkened and he ordered, "Those who have no relation to the owner, quickly leave. Today, I will act on behalf of heaven to punish you for what you have caused." As soon as these words were spoken, the villagers seemed to be blessed, and everyone's faces showed joy and excitement. Without anyone reminding anyone, everyone stood up and left first. The old man and a few people didn't forget to bow their heads to him gratefully. The owner, after seeing the villagers all leave without even bothering to look after him, got angry and cursed, "How dare you leave me and run away, you bastards." But before he could utter any more harsh words, the bandit's threatening voice rang out, "Home page." The owner looked at the raging fire and rolled his eyes. He quickly bowed his head and shouted, begging for his life, but he only coldly ordered, "Quickly bring my night pearl here." Hearing this, the owner of the house immediately stopped. He stammered and reported, "That night pearl was brought to Zhengzhou by my rebellious son, because he thought it would be difficult to invite the treasurers with just words." Seeing his intention, the bandit was so angry that he coldly snorted, "Humph, you must be looking forward to it. When will it be done?" The owner of the house was scared and stammered in reply, "Yes, it will be done soon." This ambiguous answer made him roar angrily, "When exactly?" Just as the tense atmosphere was reaching its peak, a figure suddenly fell straight down in front of everyone, leaving them stunned. Waiting until the thick smoke had completely cleared, the young master's pale face and miserable appearance gradually appeared before everyone's eyes. Looking at this person who suddenly appeared, the vagabond couldn't help but be stunned. Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by the terrified scream of the village master, "Why is my son here?" Before he could think, Peng Chion, who was standing on the roof, suddenly burst out laughing excitedly, "Ha ha ha." Hearing the familiar voice, the wanderer looked in panic at the direction of the stuttering sound, wondering if this voice was. Seeing that he finally noticed her, Peng Chion clenched his fists and said, "Master, you really move me." He looked at him excitedly and asked, "Have you controlled the entire village?" But in contrast to his joy, the bandit's expression could only be described as ugly. He opened his mouth in surprise and exclaimed, "Peng Chion." Under the astonished gazes of everyone in the yard, Peng Chion quickly landed and walked over to ask, "Master, are you okay?" The wanderer did not answer his question but instead questioned, "Why are you here, Peng Chion?" As if thinking of that possibility, his face turned pale, and his voice revealed some disbelief. "Could it be that you have found the night pearl?" Not letting him down, Peng Chion replied in an excited voice, "Master, I have countless night pearls. I have already obtained all of the inner cores and night pearls of the Lord of 10,000 years and brought them here for you." The more he told the story, the more happy he became like a child. There were a total of 182 night pearls. "Do you think that's a lot? It will definitely be very useful for the sect leader's future great cause of unifying the world." Peng Chion didn't pay any attention to his surroundings and burst out laughing. The master was now a rich man. Meanwhile, when he witnessed his son's miserable state, the village master shouted in panic, "What's going on here? My son?" And the lady sitting on the side was also crying and screaming, "Where is my son's hair, and why is there only this body left?" Witnessing the scene that was gradually becoming chaotic, the bandit could only hold his forehead helplessly. In his mind immediately appeared the image of Peng Chion wordlessly grabbing the young master's hair and dragging him away. This style of doing things was his. The more he thought about this bandit, the more his head ached. He didn't need to look to know. Thinking about it, he immediately hugged his head and said in a weak voice, "Yes, I have become rich, but my mood is deceitful, I can't think of anything anymore." The speaker was unintentional, the listener was intentional. Peng Chion roared angrily without thinking, "Yes, I have become rich, but my mood is in turmoil, I will go kill that person right away to get some anger for you." Seeing his resolute face, the anger in the heart of the bandit did not decrease but increased. His face darkened as he tried to endure, but in his heart he kept cursing, "You stinking brat Peng Chion." But then his thoughts changed completely. "No, this is good, I can't hide and run forever, I need to end this." After thinking carefully, the wanderer suddenly glanced sharply at him and slowly said, "Peng Chion, I once said that my father's plan was really useless to me, yet I still can't escape this vicious circle." Remembering the times he couldn't escape from Peng Chion made him extremely panicked. And then that majestic building appeared in his mind again, making the voice of the bandit become heavier, returning to the homeland, a place that only promotes strength. What use is it? Father's plan has failed. Seeing his dejected expression, Peng Chion had no choice but to speak up, "Master, you've misunderstood," and after hearing these words, the doubts in the wanderer's heart grew even greater. Misunderstanding. He lowered his head, revealing some murderous intent, then began to tell, "Now that I have obtained a restriction, perhaps it is time to tell you everything." Peng Chion paused for a moment and then continued, "The prohibition of the Lord of 10,000 Years was only one of the 7 prohibitions. Even though it was just one sentence, it had strongly impacted the wanderer's perception, causing him to be shocked to the point of opening his mouth. After a long while of digesting those problems, he slowly opened his eyes and asked, "Are there any other restrictions?" Thinking of the countless lives that had passed away under its hands, his heart suddenly felt heavy. Just one restriction had already taken away so many lives. He didn't want to see anyone else die. There had already been too many useless sacrifices. After thinking carefully, the wanderer slowly said, "The one worthy of our sect is not me, but you, Peng Chion." Ignoring Peng Chion's bewildered expression, he continued speaking, "The noble path that my father wished for, let you continue on. I no longer have the will to continue anymore." Waiting for him to finish speaking, Peng Chion clenched his fists and replied harshly, acting as if he had not heard what the sect leader said. "But which bandit cares? He just turns around and coldly orders, 'My mind is made up, you are the next sect leader.'" He closed his eyes tightly and thought to himself, "Leave me alone, kill whoever you want, I don't care." At this moment, behind him, Peng Chion suddenly raised his hand and touched the sword behind him. Without saying a word, he quickly drew out his sword. The sharp sound of the weapon quickly attracted the attention of the thug. Thinking of something, he turned his head in panic. At the same time, Peng Chion's loud shout also rang in his ears, Do you not need me anymore, sect leader?" What entered his eyes was Peng Chion's cold face. He swung his sword and roared loudly, "If that was the master's wish." Seeing his ferocious aura, the bandit was also startled. "Peng Chion, you." But contrary to his thoughts, Peng Chion suddenly put the knife to his neck and loudly declared, "I will end my life here." At this moment, the bandit still had not recovered from the shock from earlier. When he realized what was happening, he panicked and shouted to stop him. Wait, no, stop it." Seeing the loud commotion between the two, the couple who were originally worried about their son also looked at him in fear. But at this moment, the sharp blade was close to Peng Chion's neck. Then only the sound of metal colliding with other objects echoed throughout the main hall. But the bandit's expression had completely changed by this time. He rolled his eyes and was speechless when he saw the scene before him. The sound of the impact just now was caused by Peng Chion using his sword to cut his neck. Seeing this scene made the bandit speechless. At this moment, his expression suddenly changed, and a painful cry rang out. Only to see Peng Chion had stabbed the sword in his hand into his chest, but strangely it shattered instead of piercing through his body. Those groans kept hitting the bandit's ears, making his face darken. Thinking that even suicide was impossible. What the hell is this body? He couldn't take it anymore, so he had no choice but to surrender. "I lost, stop it." So Peng Chion immediately let go, bowed his head in gratitude. "Thank you, I almost died." Hearing that, the wanderer could only roll his eyes and curse secretly. Dream on, what a pain. Not paying attention to him anymore, he turned to look at the group of men and coldly threatened, "I will punish you later, now get inside." The 3 men of the group trembled upon hearing this, hurriedly responding, "Yes, yes." Having said that, the wanderer turned around and left with Peng Chion under the watchful eyes of the 3 owners. Waiting until the 2 people were out of sight, the couple glanced at each other meaningfully. He relaxed his body and laughed sarcastically. They are really cunning, I was almost fooled. The madam heard that and also covered her mouth and sarcastically said, that's right, from the beginning I didn't believe that there were 182 night pearls. The owner sneered and scolded, what a formidable swindler, but in contrast to them, the manager just pensively stroked his chin, what a swindler. After thinking carefully, he slowly spoke, sir, there is one thing that worries me, isn't the young master not arriving in 2 days? As soon as the words were finished, everyone's eyes fell on the young master with a pale face and a miserable appearance. As if he heard something funny, the owner propped his knees up and laughed, saying to the manager, you're so naive. Having said that, he immediately walked towards Peng Chion's broken sword before the astonished eyes of the general. Caressing the sharp tip of the sword in his hand, the owner smiled with interest. His sword thrusting technique was exactly the same as the quack doctor from before. Hearing these words, the manager was surprised and exclaimed, quack. The master remembered the quack's trick and said, yes, that quack also stabbed himself with a fake sword and broke it. He stabbed himself but it was fine, so his trick was exposed. The more he spoke, the more certain he became of his thoughts. As long as there was proof that this sword was fake, eliminating these swindlers would be as easy as turning one's hand, would definitely take revenge many times over for today's humiliation. At the same time, the lady was also sitting down, holding the saber and exclaiming, how terrible, it's so heavy, just like the real thing. She raised the sharp sword and smiled, then, just like with the child and the quack, I will show you what this fake sword will do when it stabs you. Hearing that, the owner of the house didn't even think twice and excitedly agreed, okay, let me see your invincible strength, madam, come here and stab me. Encouraged by the owner, the lady excitedly rushed forward and stabbed him in the stomach. Looking at the saber that was deeply embedded in the master's body, she covered her mouth and giggled, not paying attention to his trembling hand. Wow, the sword blade was still deeply embedded inside. At this moment, the owner suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood. He clenched the hilt of the sword and shouted, this is a real sword. Seeing that scene, the lady was also startled and screamed, girl, what is this? Without waiting for her to say anything more, the owner angrily pulled out the sword stuck in his body and rushed towards the lady. He roared, let me show you if this is real or not. Seeing his crazy expression, the lady could only turn pale and fall backwards, while the steward standing far away also opened his mouth in shock. And then, not giving anyone time to escape, the owner stabbed his sword through the lady and the manager. The sudden pain made him bend over and step back. His hand tried to cover the wound on his stomach, but blood kept flowing out of his mouth. In just a moment, the steward finally collapsed beside the bodies of the estate owner and his wife. A moment later, a few drops of rain suddenly appeared on the pool of bright red blood under the steward's body. Under the sudden downpour, the silhouettes of the three owners lying down beside a pool of blood became more miserable than ever. At this moment, on a tree branch not far away, a figure suddenly landed. Looking at the deep state below, the heavenly light boy couldn't help but frown and curse. Although the young sect leader's actions had always been strange, why did he kill even commoners who didn't know martial arts this time? Looking at the large knife wound on the owner's chest, he slowly commented on these crude marks. It was obvious that he had killed someone just for fun. The more he looked at the celestial light, the more he frowned. Even the devils wouldn't kill people indiscriminately for fun. He didn't bother to investigate and directly blamed him. He looked down at the group of people from the manor and muttered, but this madness ends here, young sect master. Tian Guang Tongzi recalled, while chasing the young sect leader, I received orders to change the plan. On that piece of paper, the mission of the expedition and the 5 demon gods was clearly written. The mysterious figures of 5 people suddenly appeared in his mind. He frowned and thought, the 5 demon gods suddenly disappeared 20 years ago, and suddenly appeared again recently. Remembering their bloody massacres, Tian Guang Tongzi could only sigh. He had never failed when appearing in the martial arts world. Their martial arts were hard to predict. This could be said to be one of the most difficult trials you have to accept. Coming out of his thoughts, his expression suddenly darkened, and his voice became cold. Young master, you should have retired from the martial arts world long ago. Remembering the 2 people's faces, he sneered and muttered, both Peng Chion and you are finished here. When all the people had left, the young master woke up. Witnessing his parents' tragic state, he cried loudly under the heavy rain. The young master cried and muttered a desperate plea, parents, you can't leave me like this. Under the pouring rain, looking at the cold bodies of his parents, he was stunned, thinking desperately, how did it turn out like this? I was just in Zhengzhou to appraise the Night Pearl. Returning to that scene, looking at Peng Chion in front of him, the young master was stunned and asked suspiciously, who are you? Why did you barge in while someone was appraising? Looking at the huge hand that suddenly appeared in front of him, an inexplicable panic immediately enveloped his body, causing his eyes to widen in fear. Peng Qion grabbed the young master like he was grabbing a chicken. He asked in a harsh voice, "What did you say you were doing?" Suddenly his hair was pulled, causing him to open his mouth in surprise. It took a long time for him to utter a word, huh. The young master recalled the last moments when his hair was still intact and cried, "What happened in the end?" While he was thinking, his eyes suddenly caught sight of the sword that was deeply embedded in his father's body, causing the young master to be a bit startled. How could he forget? The image of the sword hilt behind Peng Qion's back suddenly appeared in his mind. The young master gritted his teeth in hatred and thought, that sword must be. Suddenly a foot stepped gently in front of him. Looking at the bloody and bizarre scene before his eyes, the bandit was a bit surprised and asked softly, "What's going on?" The young master was immersed in the pain of losing his parents and hatred. When he saw someone coming, he was startled and looked towards the voice. The bandit, after seeing the tragedy before him, was just as shocked as these corpses. After thinking for a while, he looked at Peng Qion with hesitation and asked, "Peng Qion, what's wrong with you? They're just commoners who don't know martial arts." Under the umbrella, he calmly replied without changing his expression, "Master, your subordinate did not do such a thing." The young master heard that and shouted loudly with hatred, "Ridiculous, you killed my parents and still dare to play around with the food." As soon as he finished speaking, Peng Qion's murderous eyes looked straight at him. The young master was made to tremble and fall back by that sharp gaze. Only then did he coldly recount. They used the story of the witch doctor to say that the sword was fake and then stabbed each other to prove it. Speaking up to here, there was a bit of helplessness in Peng Qion's voice. His subordinate heard it clearly. The wanderer frowned and thought. He glanced at the slash marks on the owner's body and commented in a low voice, "It seems like you really didn't cause these clumsy wounds." Having said that, the bandit shook his head and clicked his tongue a few times in regret. TSK. In the end, it was because they thought the sword was fake that they killed each other. As for the young master sitting at the side, after hearing the whole story, he cried out in despair, "No, it couldn't be." Not paying attention to him, Peng Qion suddenly leaned over and softly reported, "Master, your subordinate has kept 2 maids to serve you breakfast. Would you like some breakfast?" After this incident, the wanderer lost all interest in eating. He shook his head and replied, "I'm not hungry, I don't want to stay here anymore." Having said that, the two slowly left, leaving the young master sitting there in a daze in the rain, quickly reaching the Yangtze River. Suddenly the bandit turned back to look at him and reminded him, "You should thank heaven and earth for surviving, and you should also spend your whole life living for this village. If one day, I return to this place, we will see if this village is worthy of its name." Leaving behind this threatening remark, the two of them walked out of the villa. As night fell, the atmosphere around the villa became quieter than ever. Inside the dark room, only the young master was left, holding his bald head in despair. While he was sad about the tragedy of his ruined home, a figure suddenly appeared from behind him. The young master thought that the 2 Peng Qions had returned, so he asked suspiciously, "You?" Before he could finish his words, he stopped abruptly in horror at the appearance of a group of strangers. The impermanent demon didn't beat around the bush and asked directly, "That bastard, where are they?" The question without beginning or end made the young master a bit stunned. Looking at his confused appearance, he still patiently continued to ask, "You know the Night Pearl, right?" Hearing the 3 words Night Pearl, the image of the wanderer and Peng Qion immediately appeared in the young master's mind. He alertly exclaimed, "Ah." So the young master stood up straight and said in a low voice, "They have already run far away." Hearing that, Thong Tien Ku frowned and asked again, "Where did they go?" He frowned, thinking deeply, "Let's see, it seems like." But before the young master could say anything more, a kick that pierced the sky landed right on his face. The young master was in so much pain that his expression changed. After giving him a warning kick, he coldly threatened, "You better remember this." He hurriedly searched his memory. At that time he said, "Let's quickly go to the Yangtze River." Seeing the 2 impermanent ghosts preparing to attack again, the young master's face turned pale with fear. He raised his hand and hurriedly reported, "That's right, the Great River." He clearly said he was going to the Great River. Thong Tien Ku did not let him go and used his foot to press him to the ground, asking in a harsh voice, "You are not lying to me." The young master's face paled. He shouted in panic, "Really, it must be Truong Zhang." After confirming that his scared expression wasn't fake, he turned his head to signal to him. It seemed like he wasn't lying, "Big brother." Knowing where the 2 bandits went, the impermanent ghost suddenly let out a few strange laughs. Cackle cackle, their fate was really rough. "What a long river." The person standing behind also asked curiously, "What a long river?" Hearing that, he immediately laughed happily and replied, "Yes, my master is there. I want to kill them myself, but borrowing my master's strength isn't bad either. Having said that, the impermanent ghost turned around and walked out of the room. Let's go. Waiting until the crowd had all left, the young master with a bruised and swollen face was crying and cursing. What the hell is this? He knelt on the ground in despair, muttering, why do these things keep happening to him? At this moment, two figures appeared by the window. Then, a voice suddenly rang out beside his ear, causing the young master who was crying to suddenly stop. Hey, you idiot. The people who came were Tsong Lin and Trui Long too, he coldly asked. Where are they? The spirit didn't say much but raised his hand and struck the young master. He only had time to let out a miserable cry. What the hell was going on? On the other side, a huge hand suddenly slammed down on the table, making it shake. The entire green forest was eating like hungry tigers, and beside them was Sun Wu's hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, how long has it been since I've had such delicious food? The big hand was about to carry the huge plate of meat towards him when someone else stopped him. Tun Nuoc Lon with murderous eyes growled threateningly, old man, you don't plan on putting down my piece of meat, do you? Seeing the tense atmosphere between the two, Sun Wu quickly smiled to mediate. Come on, stop fighting over food, we're almost caught up to those bandits, from now on we won't have to hold back anymore. Hearing that, she immediately stopped all her actions and stroked her chin thoughtfully. Father, are we doing this right? He asked again in confusion. What are you saying? Sun Ruolon looked gloomy and said, I said we were going to find the bandit, but now I'm starting to feel uncertain. If we keep chasing after the bandit like this, aren't we getting ourselves into bigger trouble? Remembering the frightened kneeling appearance of the 9 Dragon sect master, she clicked her tongue and sighed. Who would have thought that there would be so many people chasing after that bandit? The 9 Dragon sect master suddenly appeared and talked nonsense to us, and then that nagging guy from Wufan village. Sun Ruolin still clearly remembered the young master's disheveled state down there. When they arrived, he was holding his head and muttering in panic. They came to the Changjiang River, I'm sure of it. She looked at the young master who was holding his broken head and shook his head, exclaiming, you look like you were beaten up. Hearing the story, Tianeng was also scared and stroked his shiny hair, muttering, his hair was pulled out and looked so miserable. At this moment, Tun Nuoc Lon suddenly widened her eyes and shouted loudly, but even if that gangster was really handsome, he was not allowed to kill people indiscriminately like that. That cruel guy, even if he was handsome, wasn't doing that too much. As soon as he finished speaking, Guang Sha also interrupted, I don't agree with you, cough cough, yes, this time he even killed civilians who don't know martial arts. He glanced around the table and asked in a low voice, I wonder if we're on the right path with these people who consider human lives as trash. After a moment of contemplation, Tun Vu slowly opened his mouth. Even so. He frowned and said, we also have to set off for the Yangtze River. I have already contacted the Yangtze River waterway camp. Even if we don't follow you bandits, we can still find a hiding place there. The two men, Kwang Sa and Tianeng, heard this and immediately bowed their heads in silence. Tun Nuoc Lon saw that the atmosphere seemed to have fallen and quickly spoke up, it's been a long time since we've been to Truongjiang, but why do you all look like you're going to a funeral? Are you that scared to death? Don't worry. She winked mischievously and patted her chest to assure, if the situation is dire, I will personally deal with that bully. The 3 Sun Wu people heard this and all had their eyes and mouths wide open, and a look of fear appeared on their faces. Seeing that no one was answering her, Tun Nuoc Lon felt a bit annoyed. She waved her hand a few times and asked, what's going on? Why is everyone so silent? Finally she had to honestly admit her mistake. Damn it, okay, I misspoke. Having said that, Tun Nuoc Lon turned her face into the corner and muttered softly, intending to sleep with him once, but now it was over. Tun Vu couldn't believe what he heard and stared at him with wide eyes. She saw her father holding his head full of sadness, so she happily smiled and encouraged him, Dad, don't be sad anymore, quickly go to Truongjiang. She didn't know that the letter had already arrived at the school. At this moment, in the middle of the vast ocean, the rolling green hills appear under the bright sunlight. On the vast river, wooden rafts were bustling back and forth, a huge dragon boat with a powerful aura was moving proudly. On the ship's deck, a man dressed very richly was looking at the paper in his hand pensively. That person was the leader of the Yangtze River waterway camp, the Dongting Dragon King. He looked at the information on the envelope in his hand and frowned thoughtfully. Who were Pong Chion and the bandits that dared to come here? The divine crane sits solemnly on the back of the crane and moves everywhere. Finally he landed at the drunkard's residence. The hazy smoke covered the entire space. The old man was a member of the 7 heavenly masters. He climbed down from the back of the crane and frowned, asking the person in front, have you found that drunkard yet? You facing the immortal crane divine lord also confusedly replied, I still haven't found it. That was the seven heavenly masters' sword cat divine lord. He looked at the immortal crane divine lord with great tension and spoke. It seemed like he knew we were chasing him, so he left first. The old man heard him say that and also silently bowed his head. On his forehead were clearly visible layers of scars that were exactly like his. The invisible god had also already flown far away. Hearing the news from the immortal crane god, the sword cat god did not know what to say, so he just silently pondered. He felt a little angry in his heart. The image of the two people who were running away appeared in his mind again, the invisible thief and the drunkard. They must have destroyed the wise landlord's magic, then stolen the night pearl and escaped. Standing in the room, the sword cat divine lord raised his hand to stroke his white beard, concentrating on his thoughts. If neither of them were here, then in the end, before he could finish his train of thought, he was interrupted by someone else. The Chuyang lord came in from outside and called out softly, "Master Lu. She is the disciple of the seven heavenly master." Her face is cold and emotionless as she continues to report the situation to him. It seems like this information has been leaked. Should we continue to pursue? The sword cat god turned his head and stared at her a little uncomfortably, replying, "No, don't chase anymore, just wait and see." His arm lifted up, gently placed on Jun Zhou Yang Ren's head. She looked up in surprise, her eyes filled with doubt as she asked, "What are you waiting for?" The sword cat divine lord lowered his head and looked straight at her, his eyebrows furrowed with some calculation. If they stole this seal, they definitely won't stop there, they'll definitely be eyeing another seal. We'll just have to wait there. This place is done, let's go to the second seal. Outside, heavy raindrops kept falling down, pouring down on the white cloths hung up high. In a cave in the deep forest, the space is strangely quiet, only the sound of rain disturbs the silence. The drunkard sat with his arms and legs crossed, curled up in a corner of the cave, still thinking, why on earth did I? He was extremely upset and his eyebrows were tightly knitted. The seven heavenly masters were chasing him. Father should be careful and run away. Are you being chased by the seven heavenly masters? Then the drunkard was overwhelmed with feelings of helplessness and guilt by his own thoughts. His head bowed lower and buried itself in his arms. "I'm sorry, my only son." Suddenly from afar, someone was approaching him. The person's tall figure was hidden from the light so his face could not be seen for the time being. His voice echoed forward, his voice filled with sarcasm and mockery. "You only dare to hide in this place." The drunkard must have guessed who was approaching him. He turned around in fear, his teeth clenched tightly, and an invisible divine aura slowly appeared in the air. In the palm of his hand was hidden a terrifying stream of energy that rushed straight towards the drunkard. He shot a bunch of energy at him, his mouth shouting a questioning affirmation, "You definitely took the night pearl." The drunkard fell back in fear, but the attacks of the shadowy god were coming at such a terrifying speed that he had no way to dodge them. Behind him, his back slammed into the large rocks on the cave wall. In front of him the drunkard helplessly gritted his teeth, his arms crossed in front of his chest to block that powerful attack. He stared at the shadowless god with wide eyes, trying to shout loudly and quickly explain himself. "I've only been in Xi'an recently, I've never touched the seven heavenly masters' things, stop it." The invisible god was reaching out to grab him, but after hearing those words, he quickly stopped, frowning and questioning with a bit of doubt, "Isn't it you?" He saw that the shadowless divine thief finally stopped attacking. Exhaustion and fear made him sit down, breathing heavily. "I have never heard of the name Night Pearl before, I am so wronged." He reached behind him and took the wine gourd and pulled it out. Immediately after, the wine jug was thrown to the drunkard, who took advantage of the momentum and reached out to catch it. The shadowless god helplessly sat down next to the drunkard, angrily pouring out his feelings. "Someone had taken the seven heavenly masters' night pearl cable, that's why we were suspected and chased." He tilted his head back and poured wine into his mouth, frowning slightly as he suggested, "Why don't we just turn ourselves in?" The invisible god turned around, gritting his teeth and scolding the drunkard, turning himself in. If he didn't steal, then what else could he turn himself in for? After drinking a sip of good wine, he smiled happily, reaching out to wipe his mouth as he replied, "I mean, let's go there and talk clearly." After taking a sip, the drunkard threw it over, his eyes becoming a bit sharper. "Then we will capture the real thief and hand him over to the seven heavenly master." The invisible god quickly reached out and caught the wine gourd in his hand. He stood up, agreeing with the drunkard's opinion, his spirit also rising to the sky. Yes, he couldn't hide from the seven heavenly masters forever. The face of the invisible thief became extremely determined, raising his voice to say to the drunkard, "Get ready, we're going to catch that damn thief." The scene shifted to Wuhan North Lake. A few sparse people were standing right next to the wharf, where many ships were moving back and forth. The bandit was hugging Peng Chion's arm, tears streaming down his face, tilting his head and screaming in pain. "Stop, stop, I will never hide from you again. Peng Qion was extremely angry. He used even more force with his arm, his other hand clenched into a fist, and he coldly threatened, I was truly amazed by my master's lightness skill. I didn't expect that I would have to use even my shadow. Afterimage is a martial art that uses blood and energy to condense into tattoos on the body. Once engraved on the body, it can be chased even from 1,000 miles away. His hand moved gently on his shoulder, the strength in his hand also gradually increased, but his tone also gradually softened. Master, please try to endure it a little longer. The scoundrel gritted his teeth and stared at the place where the hand was placed on his shoulder, a bit resentful. Why do I have to be like this every now and then? In the quiet space, only the sound of water being moved by boats hitting the shore could be heard. Suddenly his scream echoed through the blue sky. A moment later, the afterimage on his shoulder became hot, smoke also came out from his shoulder, the bandit's face turned pale and his whole body trembled. Peng Qion stood beside him, bowed his head respectfully and looked at him, saying, the master is about to get off the boat, you should rest a bit. The wanderer finally regained his composure and sat up, adjusting his clothes. What was this about getting on a boat? This was just a lake. Even if you took a boat on the lake, you would still end up wandering around in the lake. Peng Qion also stood up straight, clasped his hands behind his back and walked along the corridor. Yes, but the lake now connected to the Yangtze River. He told the travelers the situation and followed the flow of the Yangtze River to reach Dongting Lake in Hunan. Dongting Lake is where the owner will get the second seal. The wanderer's eyes darkened, still thinking silently in his heart, if he wanted to escape from Peng Qion, the best way was to quickly obtain the seal, but... Then he raised his head with some doubt and looked directly at Peng Qion and said, Peng Qion, I keep feeling that this path is not the path to becoming a supreme being but the path to unifying the world. He also immediately looked straight into his eyes and seriously replied, if it's convenient, unifying the world is also a good thing. Peng Qion gradually walked up behind him, closed his eyes and looked calm. Sewing and embroidery is also good. The wanderer's face darkened, thinking to himself, don't talk about unifying the world with that tone. The helpless bandit interrupted Peng Qion, what I mean is that there were no meaningless sacrifices in the process of obtaining the seal. If we massacre like we did in the Black Dragon Gang, we will get entangled in the grudges of the martial arts world again. He calmly sat on the chair and slowly answered Peng Qion, if he got involved in the path of unifying the world, the process of obtaining the seal would be delayed. Do you understand what I mean? His face lit up after being enlightened by the bandit. Yes, master, this subordinate also hopes that master can quickly obtain the seal. From the second seal onwards this subordinate will pay special attention not to cause any commotion. He picked up the teacup on the table, sweating profusely as he breathed a sigh of relief. Good, that's why I decided not to stay at the Changjiang River Water Road camp. I can't let the incident at Green Forest happen again. Peng Qion raised one hand, somewhat hesitantly informing the traveler of the situation. Master, the seal is located at the bottom of the lake, so you need to know how to swim to get it, and to learn how to swim. Subordinate believes that the leader of the Truongjiang Tui Lo camp, Dong Din Long Vong, can help master. The diver was a little unhappy, and he turned back to Peng Qion in his heart. He wasn't the only one good at diving, any red pilot could teach me. While he raised his hand to clear his throat, preparing to say something, he quickly and angrily slammed the table next to him. You dare disobey me. Peng Qion respectfully bowed his head to ease the situation, not daring. Everything will go according to the master's wishes. Then the subordinate asked permission to go find a boat. Before the door was closed by Peng Qion, the bandit still kept that unpleasant expression and said, okay, remember to be quiet, don't make a fuss. His eyes in the last moment flashed with a trace of killing intent. His expression was a bit helpless and unable to express clearly in words. You understand clearly, right? After a while, a boat with a carefully carved dragon head was brought before him. The surrounding air seemed to be covered by a layer of fog. The traveler stood on the deck, looked up at the dragon head and exclaimed, this ship is called the Eastern Dragon Ship, how interesting. Peng Qion from behind him slowly spoke up to explain why they were standing on this boat. Since ancient times, the dragon has symbolized the master of heaven and earth, so his subordinates were very satisfied and decided to choose this boat. The traveler looked around the Eastern Dragon boat and sighed softly. To get a large boat like this must have cost a lot. Peng Qion happily boasted of his achievements in a very calm voice. His subordinates bought this boat at a cheap price. They are really good people. Hearing him say that, the image of Peng Qion in the wanderer's heart seemed to shine brighter. Peng Qion, I didn't expect you to resolve everything so smoothly. You're finally becoming more human. Then he started to look around where the boat next to him was also waiting for many other passengers. They were reaching out their hands as if to greet him. Their faces were a bit confused as he sighed in his heart. It's been a long time since he's lived as a human. How nice. The boatman thought they wanted to talk to him, so he raised his hand to greet them back. Is it the culture of the boatman to greet even strangers? He tried to force out a fake smile, his eyes closed in a straight line, his hands spread out and waved, hoping that this peace would last forever. Suddenly, a series of anchors were thrown decisively onto the side of the Dong Long boat. The people opposite all stepped forward aggressively, pulling hard, causing the two boats to press against each other. In their hands, everyone held sharp and pointed swords, shouting angrily, "You dare to steal the boat from the White Dragon Palace, today I will personally kill you all." The wanderer didn't understand what was happening, so he raised his head and opened his eyes wide. Peng Chion standing behind him was quicker. Without saying a word, he grabbed the hilt of the sword that was stuck behind his back. He quickly swung his sword back and forth to activate his arms and legs. Each sword stroke was so fast that only long streaks of light could be seen. Witnessing the people on the other boat had already swung from the anchor hook to his boat, the pirate helplessly asked, "Thief?" He couldn't understand this situation. His face was extremely stiff and he looked at Peng Chion, who was standing next to him. "Isn't it buying?" The gray-haired man on the other side was impatient and rushed forward first, angrily gripping his sword and shouting in a threatening tone, "Shut up, you guys have no way out." Peng Chion also prepared himself and quickly rushed towards another guy who was about to attack him. Deng Muguk was filled with murderous intent, his face was full of tension, his arms and legs swung forward to rush faster, shouting loudly towards him, preparing to die. Peng Chion's huge sword was also swung high up, its speed was terrifyingly fast, creating a large tornado. Deng Muguk's terrifying face was reflected in his sharp sword right after. With just one strike, Deng Muguk was sent hundreds of meters away, blood also flowing from his nose in a straight line in the air. His subordinates were also scared and shouted, "Sect Master." They quickly regained their composure and stomped their feet to gain momentum and charged forward, wanting to avenge this bastard Deng Muguk. Peng Chion still had a calm expression, tightly gripped the sword hilt behind his back, and walked straight forward without thinking. His speed was astonishing, passing by each one of them one by one. In a split second destroyed all those who were intending to attack him. The last one standing was the one who had his head grabbed by Peng Chion. He raised his head in surprise and only had time to shout, "What?" Immediately after that, he was thrown into the sea by Peng Chion, becoming food for big fish to eat. Water splashed up due to the strong collision between tall and strong bodies. Deng Muguk also emerged from the water shortly after, his expression still confused and uncertain, not understanding what was happening. Around him were puddles of water created by the subordinates who were thrown in. The beaten subordinates could only scream and groan in pain. "What, my head, neck?" Deng Muguk couldn't believe his eyes. He raised his head to look at the situation helplessly. Were they all defeated in just an instant? He bit his fingertip until it bled, secretly calculating in his heart, he really couldn't accept this humiliation anymore. Right after that, Deng Muguk gritted his teeth and lowered his voice to order, "Everyone destroy the ship." Deng Muguk let out a sinister smile, still harboring the illusion that he could win this war. "Let me show you the consequences of relying solely on strength to act recklessly." The sound of Peng Chion throwing people into the sea continued to ring out. On the Eastern Dragon boat, the pirate's face darkened as he shot a murderous glance at Peng Chion and coldly questioned, "Peng Chion, didn't you say you paid the full rent for the boat, so why are they saying you stole the boat?" He looked innocent, his head bowed down in grievance, his hands clenched in reply, "His subordinates have already paid in full." The wanderer was also moved by this scene, slowly reassessing the situation. Looking at his expression, it seemed that he really did pay money. He bowed his head and thought deeply. While the men who had been beaten earlier were moving towards the boat to destroy it, Peng Chion had also witnessed all of this. He turned to look at the small boat they had left behind and reminded the wanderer, "Master, let's leave here first." The two of them jumped down from the big boat without any hesitation and landed firmly on the small boat. They were standing firm when suddenly everything around them started shaking violently. Deng Muguk's voice echoed throughout the space. It was at this moment. He shouted loudly to his subordinates to order, both the dragon boat and the fast boat, "Destroy the boat for me." The wanderer was a little stunned by this shock. He still didn't understand what was happening for the time being. Meanwhile, he also felt that the bottom of the boat was being drilled into large holes by those guys. The pirate started to feel a little pressured, looking around in confusion. "Damn, if this continues, we will sink." He looked over at Peng Chion, who was standing on the same boat as him, and asked worriedly, "Peng Chion, can you dive?" At the same time, Deng Muguk under the sea was extremely satisfied with what he was doing, happily shouting loudly above, "Let's die together." Peng Chion just silently looked down. Temporarily he still did not say anything. The sailor became anxious and called him again, "Peng Chion, Peng Qion just now told me his thoughts. We need to repair the boat immediately, master. He began to observe the surrounding space. Except for the two boats that had been drifting on the sea for a while now, there was no sign of anything else. The wanderer worriedly asked again, repairing a boat in this deserted place. From another side, a boat was carrying a very happy family of 3 watching the sea together. The father asked, "Do you think the scenery here is really beautiful?" The child also excitedly leaned out to observe. "Yes, it looks like a real sea." Suddenly, a large mass of water bubbles in the distance caught their eyes. The mother happily pointed to her son. "Look, the water is splashing, there must be a lot of fish here." The boy's face lit up, he was extremely excited and shouted, "Oh, so much. I've never seen a fish with a human face before," but that wasn't a fish, it was Deng Muguk trying to loosen his body and rise out of the water with his gang. The mother was stunned and covered her son's eyes. The couple was scared and pale, not understanding what was happening in front of them. The bandit standing beside heard what the boy said, and could only helplessly hold the fish head with a human face. Peng Qion approached him from behind and reported, "Sir, your subordinate has let one of them slip away, please forgive me." He just looked over and replied, "It's okay, this is a very good reaction." He looked at Deng Muguk who was lying on his back under the sea and asked in confusion, "You seem to be just the commander, what is your name?" The man's whole body was covered in wounds. He unwillingly glanced at him and replied, "Deng Muguk, the 7th sect master of the White Dragon Mansion." After fighting a battle, the bandits still wanted to ask for the truth. They looked down at Deng Muguk with cold eyes. "Deng Muguk, we have already paid enough money to rent the boat, so why are you saying that we robbed the boat?" His face darkened, he was so angry that he wanted to jump up and shout, "You there!" Deng Muguk shouted loudly towards a nearby subordinate, "Are you sure you received the money?" He bowed his head helplessly, quickly responding to his sect master's question, "Yes, I received the money." Hearing this, the bandit looked like he understood everything. Peng Qion had already paid in full. There must be some misunderstanding here. Deng Muguk was shaking with anger, only his head was left above the water, screaming in anger, "You already took the money, yet you still dare to deceive me, you bastard, I won't let you off the hook." But it wasn't just a misunderstanding. The subordinate was trembling with anger, his face pale, his eyebrows furrowed together to express his feelings, but he only gave 1 silver coin, just 1 coin, and wanted to rent the Eastern Dragon ship. How could that be possible? Everyone immediately fell silent when they learned the truth. A series of confused, bewildered, and murderous gazes were shot towards Peng Qion in an instant. He knew the trouble he had caused, so he raised his head to look at the sky, not daring to face anyone. The bandit was so embarrassed that he turned around and shouted loudly, "Peng Qion." He still acted like he naturally replied, his head also bowed down very respectfully to him, "Master, they should feel grateful for accepting that money." The bandit couldn't stand it anymore, and pointed his finger straight at his face twitching as he shouted, "Shut up, how many times have I told you, quickly completing the goal is the wise choice, do you like oppressing weaklings like the White Dragon Mansion?" Peng Qion at this time also stopped arguing and bowed his head to admit his mistake. His subordinate was truly blameworthy. Deng Muguk was lying underwater, listening to the whole conversation with his face darkened with anger. "Are we weak, this brat?" Peng Qion was not to be outdone. He got angry and took everything out on him. He still had a long way to go. "Are you planning to lie there and rest?" The men who had just attacked and destroyed the 2 boats immediately swam closer, no longer lying on their backs adrift in the sea. No. A boat with a large, exquisite dragon head set off once again in the thick fog. Peng Qion looked straight in that direction, his eyes narrowed with suspicion as he called out to him, "Master." The 2 of them seemed to be facing a more difficult problem as the boat got closer and closer. Peng Qion spoke coldly, it seemed that bloodshed was inevitable. The bandits were also extremely vigilant and looked in that direction. Having no other choice, Peng Qion grabbed the hilt of his sword and got ready to fight, reporting, "I request permission to attack first." The boat stopped immediately, and a figure emerged from the boat. He looked down at the 2 people standing guard in front of him with great interest. "Are you the young master from Mount Tai?" He heard him mention his name and felt a bit confused. He turned to ask, "Peng Qion, do you know this person?" He also looked at him and quickly replied, "I have never met him before." He knew clearly that the 2 people were talking about him, so he clasped his hands together and clearly introduced himself, "I am Qiu Yangxiu from Changjiang Shuilu camp." His face did not show any embarrassment, he smiled very seriously, "I have been waiting for you 2 for quite a while." The wanderer raised his head and looked at Lu Yangxiu with confusion, "You have been waiting for us." Finally, the 2 were invited onto the boat. The Eastern Dragon King of the Eastern Yong camp, the owner of the Changjiang Shuilu camp, smiled warmly and welcomed them to the Changjiang Shuilu camp. The traveler sitting upright on the opposite side politely replied, "Thank you for your welcome, but we didn't come here to cause trouble. If you don't want us to stay now, we can leave now." Peng Chion still stood firmly behind him, posing as a bodyguard. He bowed his head and frowned slightly, slowly probing. "I have heard many things through the letter from the Green Forest King. You all are welcome to stay as long as you like. I also have some questions." Dongfang Yong did not hide his intentions and started the story first. "I heard that you all had destroyed the Black Dragon Gang in Mount Tai. The destruction of the Black Dragon Gang was truly a surprise." The bandit on the opposite side silently closed his eyes and listened, secretly feeling frustrated in his heart. "You want to confirm whether the destruction of the Black Dragon Gang is true or not? This reception is indeed not pleasant," he coldly interrupted. "I don't want to mention that again." Dong Fuangvin's two subordinates saw that he was being rude to their master, so they shot two pairs of eyes full of lust at the bully. But Peng Chion was no pushover. As soon as he caught that signal, he coldly shouted loudly and majestically, "You two, hurry up and lower your gaze before I gouge out your eyes." The vagabond helplessly turned around and waved at him, indicating that there was no need for him to go to such lengths. "All right, Dongfang Yong is performing a very respectful salute. It's normal for there to be a few hot-tempered people among his subordinates. Just ignore them." At this moment, Peng Chion withdrew his hostility, bowed his head obediently like a puppy in response, and his subordinates obeyed. Dongfang Yong also calmed the situation, slowly stood up to say goodbye. "Okay, surely you two are tired after the long trip. Please go into the room to rest. In half an hour we will serve food." He leaned back behind the door and bowed, wishing the two of them a pleasant rest. As soon as the door closed, Dongfang Yong could no longer maintain his composure. The teacup in his hand was thrown to the ground, breaking into pieces. He shouted loudly to vent all his anger. "Ah, those bastards." He remembered when he coldly said that sentence to Peng Chion. "All right, Dongfang Yong is performing a very respectful salute." His face was red, his teeth were clenched together, his fists were clenched with determination. "I will destroy you all." Looking down at the death note placed on the table, Dongfang Yong clenched his fists even more angrily. The left corner of the note was also crumpled. "What? Be careful, Mozhan, you finally got it." He slammed his hand on the table in frustration. The paper was almost torn apart because of his anger. "What you cannot do, Dong Fuangvin will complete it for you, even put poison red in the food." Inside another base, the fog still thickly surrounded the space like that. Sun Ruo Lan raised her head, looking at her father with some confusion and worry. "But father, surely Uncle Dongfang Yong wouldn't use the poison red rose, right?" Green Forest King also replied to his daughter with some helplessness. "I've already reminded him, but he still does this. He's really despicable." Dong Fuangvin was extremely nervous as people carried a huge coffin. He stopped right in front of the screen separating the room where the bandit and Peng Chion were staying, secretly happy in his heart. By now those two guys must have died from the poisoned red chain. Dongfang Yong began to imagine wildly. He saw the unresponsive bandits lying in the coffin. Thinking about the scene of them lying in the special coffins that he had prepared, he felt very happy. The number 2 figure of the Truongjiang Tui Lo camp, So Tui Tai Tsong standing beside him glanced at him, somewhat excitedly said, "I have this suggestion, or should we just keep the bodies of these two guys until the Green Forest King arrives?" The camp master lost his camp, and the 9 Sun Songs behind him also joined in, so Green Forest would never dare to raise its head in front of the Truongjiang Tui Lo camp again. Immediately, Kyo Duong Tu and the surrounding juniors burst out laughing, extremely pleased with what Q Not Tung had just said. Dongfang Yong revealed a sly smile, staring at the door, as if wanting to pierce through it to look inside. "That's right, I'm very curious to see the Green Forest King's expression when he sees these two corpses." Thinking that he had defeated the bandit and Peng Chion, he confidently kicked the screen in front of him, still grinning. "Ha ha ha." Dong Fuangvin still had a dream that he would see him and him fall to the floor, mouth spitting out blood from being poisoned, screaming loudly with satisfaction. How, this was the price to pay for daring to joke around with Truongjiang Tui Lo Tray. But everything before his eyes was not like what he thought. Dong Fuangvin's face darkened, he took a few steps back, his mouth opened in surprise. "Huh." The wanderer was still sitting there, elegantly raising his teacup to his mouth. Peng Chion, sitting opposite him, turned his head and stared at him. Dongfang Yong was stunned and stammered, how can you drink tea?" He didn't understand what he meant, frowned and looked at Peng Chion suspiciously, just brought it to his mouth and drank it. The traveler's subtle gaze was seen by Peng Chion. He pushed his chair and immediately stood up. Peng Chion immediately rushed forward and slapped Dong Fuangvin, angrily cursing, "You dare to be rude to us, are you tired of living?" He could only be stunned, his eyes wide open and his mouth agape, unable to say a word. The subordinates who were carrying the coffin at the back and Qiu Yangxiu looked at him in surprise. Dong Fangyong painfully held his swollen cheek, his entire body was shocked by this situation. Peng Qion finally noticed the men behind him. He looked towards the large coffin being carried on their shoulders and asked suspiciously, what was that? When they saw Peng Qion calling their name, they froze, their eyes rolled back in fear, their mouths opened, but they didn't know what to say. Peng Qion became impatient because he had waited too long. He directly pulled out the sword on his back and threatened, I have a way to make you open your mouth. Dong Fangyong was kneeling behind, his face pale, his eyebrows tightly furrowed. He cursed himself. He didn't expect that both of them had bodies that were invulnerable to all poisons. They couldn't let the great river and waterways be destroyed like this. How should he justify this? Yang Xiu saw that the situation was too tense, so he had to step forward to take the job. This humble person, Lu Yangxiu, would like to say. Peng Qion heard and decided to wait and see, but he did not forget to threaten, if you talk nonsense, I will take your life. Dong Fuangvin looked up at him, a little moved, son. He slyly glanced back, gave a standard smile, and began to introduce, this is the ink-like zither, a special treasure prepared by the Truong Zhang Tui Lo Ran. This treasure is made from a combination of ink iron and black iron, according to the law of the 5 elements. Just lying on it can increase internal energy. Peng Qion heard this and was a bit suspicious, also a bit amused as he glanced at Qiu Yangxiu, increasing internal energy. He closed his eyes and spoke nonsense. Cold sweat had already started to pour out, but it would take at least half a year to see the effect. Dong Fuangvin felt a little guilty when he heard his son solve the problem and bowed his head. At first glance, it seemed like a clever solution. But anyone with a lot of experience in the world would immediately realize that this was nonsense. On the other side, Peng Qion was also emitting a thick, murderous aura that surrounded the space. He reached out towards Qiu Yangxiu, who was closing his eyes in front of him. He didn't dare to move, just waiting for the final verdict for himself. The water master at the back also held the hilt of his sword tightly and waited. Dong Fangyong watched while gritting his teeth in preparation. He still felt a bit unwilling in his heart. Damn it, was it inevitable that there would be a fight? Unexpectedly, Peng Qion used his big hand to hold Qiu Duongtu's head, gently rubbing it with a bit of praise. Then he opened his hand, continuously patted the top of his head a few times, leaned over and laughed. Very good, you want to give a gift so badly that you have to barge in here like that. So Tui Tai Tsong and Dong Fuangvin were surprised to the point of opening their mouths. All movement stopped. How could this be? The wanderer sitting next to him was also confused, not understanding what was going on. He secretly glanced at him and thought to himself, even your master is suspicious. Everything that just happened was just like a musical note. Peng Qion turned around, put away his sword, and went back inside to give his verdict. However, it is true that you have been disrespectful to the master. I will report to the master and then punish you according to his will. He walked in front of the bandit, closed his eyes and respectfully waited for orders. Please give orders. The wanderer quickly thought things through in his head. He also realized the unusual points in this matter, although it was suspicious. But if these people were really wrong, then Peng Qion would draw his sword. It was better to warn these people first. Closing his eyes, waiting for orders but not hearing him say anything, Peng Qion opened his eyes and stared at him, acting on his own. Yes, master. The bandits had not yet understood what was happening when Peng Qion quickly turned around and conveyed the order. The master was moved by your sincerity and decided to forgive you this time. Leave the coffin here and leave. Dong Fangyong's heart skipped a beat. His face was still swollen, sweat continuously pouring out. He escaped death, but on the surface he still tried to keep calm to reply, yes. After all those people left, the bandit stood up trembling with anger and faced him. He angrily clenched his fists, opened his eyes wide, and shouted loudly at Peng Qion's face, Peng Qion, why do you always make up stories like this? He bowed his head, calmly explaining his actions. Master, this is to increase your internal energy. The more internal energy the better. The wanderer was so annoyed that he pointed at the coffin, unable to understand what Peng Qion was thinking. Do you think that piece of iron is really useful? Then go in there and lie down. He still did not get angry, but opened his eyes and looked straight at him. He continued to speak with an understanding expression. In our sect, there are also many treasures that are beyond common understanding. And because this is something for the master, this subordinate cannot go in. Staring at the person in front of him, the wanderer felt extremely frustrated in his heart. As always, no matter what I am, the final decision is still made by Peng Qion. While he was still trying to stay calm, his whole body still trembling with discomfort, 2 maids came in from outside. Excuse me, the Eastern Dragon King sent us to clean up. Ignoring them, Peng Qion smiled and turned to look at the flattering traveler. Master, what do you think about learning to dive from the Dongting Dragon King? The more he spoke, the angrier he became. The gangster grabbed the armrest of the chair next to him, gritting his teeth and thinking to himself, I told you so, why do you ask my opinion? The next second, without any hesitation, he threw the chair straight at Peng Chion's face, shouting loudly to vent his anger, if you've decided to do it your way, then go do it. He didn't even bother to dodge but instead directed all of his force towards the barbarian. The chair also shattered into pieces. Peng Chion didn't make a single movement, falling face down on the ground without even bending over, pieces of wood scattered around where he lay. The wanderer felt like he had just punched a cotton ball. He still couldn't contain his anger and became more and more upset. He gritted his teeth and stared at Peng Chion, who was lying still on the ground. This guy was pretending to faint. But a small shaking sound in the room pulled him back to reality. The wanderer turned his head to observe the direction of the sound. The two maids, after witnessing the scene just now, shrank back. The two girls hugged each other and retreated to the table behind them. Their whole bodies trembled as they looked at him like a living devil. The closer the bandits got, the more they trembled violently, their faces pale without a drop of blood. He thought to himself, oh, I scared them, it's my fault. Like a schizophrenic, the punk tried to calm his facial muscles, forced a smile, raised his hands to reassure, don't shake anymore, I'm sorry for scaring you. The two maids were so scared that their eyes were filled with tears and their mouths were wide open in fear. A moment later, after leaving the room, they returned to report to Dong Fang Yong. After hearing this, he became extremely angry and shouted, is this guy crazy? One of the two maids was still trembling with fear. She lowered her head and slowly recounted what she saw. I have never seen anyone with such a distinct dual personality. Not only did she not suspect anything about the food, she was also busy beating her subordinates. Dong Fuangvin stood to the side not knowing what to say, his heart still a little scared. In the Zhang Ho, the most terrifying person is of course the one with high martial arts skills, but the one who is more terrifying is a martial arts master and a madman. The most dangerous person is hiding behind his subordinates. To him, the bandits and Peng Chion were two dangerous individuals who existed uncontrollably. Duong Tu felt that his father was a bit hesitant, so he raised his hand and said softly, Father, I have something to say. He stared at the plate of food and tea on the table, doubtfully voicing his thoughts. I suspect there is something wrong with the poisoned red chain. Medicine and poison all have expiration dates. Hearing this, the water lord standing beside him suddenly woke up, his eyes lit up as he agreed, you're right, who can stand the red poison? Dong Fuangvin saw that what he said made sense, so he turned to respond, you're right, then try it. Before anyone could say anything, he quickly reached out an arm to grab the food, then let me try it. Q Not Tongue did not hesitate to put food in his mouth, chewing noisily and carefully to the shock of the people around him. The guy was still able to raise his hand to wipe his mouth, close his eyes and laugh loudly. It seems the poison's effect has decreased. But before he could finish his sentence, the 9 Suns Pine collapsed without a sound, blood also flowing from his mouth. No one had time to react. Dong Fang Yong's face darkened as he looked at him, and Chu Shui Taigong who was standing beside him was also surprised. Wasn't the poison's effect already reduced? Dong Fuangvin angrily slammed his fist on the table, causing the man to turn around in surprise. He gritted his teeth, his whole body tensed up, causing his veins to show, and he shouted loudly to vent all his anger, who the hell were those bastards? Night falls. Dong Fuangvin lies on the bed sleeping peacefully with the wife of Dong Din Longvang. He still couldn't help but think about Peng Chion and the bandit. The poison didn't work. It seemed like the only way left was to use force or stab him while he was fast asleep. Meanwhile, a stream of aura rushed over, causing Dong Fang Yong to tensely open his eyes. In the dark night, Peng Chion with his bright eyes was tightly gripping the hilt of his sword. A resolute sword slash stabbed straight into his knee, just a little bit off, and the point of the stab would have been Dong Fuangvin's head. He opened his eyes wide in fear, pressed his lips together and did not make a sound. After everything was over, Dong Fuangvin still lay still, looking at Peng Chion, stammering, why did you do that? He also lightly replied, you don't know the reason. The murderous aura that Peng Chion emitted was extremely enormous. He glanced at him like he was a delicious prey and coldly threatened, the door was broken like that. For a moment, a warning rang in Dong Fang Yong's mind. Things were not going well. He remembered the moment when Zhou Yangxiu introduced it to everyone. This was the Yangtze Qin, a rare treasure carefully prepared by the Changjiang waterway camp. His eyes were filled with fear, sweat was pouring down, he kept begging, please, spare my life. Peng Chion coldly looked down at Dong Fang Yong from above, his face half dark and half light, threatening, Master doesn't want to cause more trouble, otherwise you all would have lost your lives long ago. Dong Phuong Vin saw him solemnly inform him like that, immediately looked over tactfully. I promise, I will not act stupidly again. Peng Chion finally pulled the sword out from the pillow beside him. This attitude is acceptable, you still have some value, so I will spare your life this time. Dong Fang Yong's face darkened, he breathed a sigh of relief, he is alive. But it wasn't just a gentle reminder. Peng Chion turned around, clenched his fist, and gave Dong Phuong Vin a strong push in the stomach. He painfully opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his whole body arched up by inertia. Immediately after, Dong Phuong Vin was pressed down by Peng Chion with a pillow on his face, pressing down hard with his weight, causing him to suffocate and groan. He punched hard again down below the chest, all the way to the man's stomach. The painful screams of Dong Phuong Vin were swallowed in his throat. Finally, Dong Phuong Vin's whole body trembled violently, the arm that was slightly raised at the beginning also collapsed, moans came out through the pillow. A moment later, his arms lost all strength and fell limply to his sides, and Peng Chion's movement stopped immediately after that. He glared at Dong Phuong Vin and then curled his lips in a contemptuous smile. Humph, are you trying to play dead? Although he knew the truth was that he was fine, Peng Chion still stopped torturing him and turned around to leave, leaving Dong Phuong Vin with his final instructions and threats. Absolutely do not take any action, no matter how small, to harm the master, and do not say any insulting words. Remember that the master is as important as your life. In an instant, Peng Chion's figure and appearance in the room disappeared. The Dong Din Longvang's wife lying on the bed had her back facing him since when. The pillow pressed tightly against Dong Phuong Vin's face, no longer under Peng Chion's weight, slowly swelled into a curve as before. He reached out to remove the cumbersome pillow, revealing a pale face, tear-filled eyes, and lips pursed in pain. Lady Dong Din Longvang sat up from the side. She had witnessed everything from the beginning until now, her eyebrows slightly furrowed in sympathy. Fortunately he was still safe. Her eyes stared at her husband, and she began to recount what had happened. When I was about to sacrifice myself to face the worst situation, he sent me a voice transmission. At that time, she was still lying on the bed, her back facing where Peng Chion was standing. He stabbed the sword hard into the back of the Dong Din Longvang's wife, using a cold voice to warn, if you know what's good for you, I will spare your life. Dong Fang Yong, after being beaten, gradually realized the truth. He painfully cried and looked at her as she recounted. What he had just said seemed to be the truth. It was best not to cause trouble with that young master. The face of the bandit appeared like a devil in Dong Fang Yong's heart. He seemed to have learned his lesson after the recent beating. The night gradually receded, leaving the blue sky and warm sunlight, the rays of sunlight shining down on the large boat bobbing on the sea. Inside a room of the ship, the yacht and Peng Chion were sitting across from each other at a large table. He elegantly lifted the teacup in his hand. The face of the wanderer was filled with satisfaction. A smile of praise appeared on his face as he drank the tea in his cup. The food of the Truongjiang Tui Lo camp was also quite delicious. The bandit thought back to what he had been through in the past. Even though he had suffered from their poison in the green forest before, they still couldn't rest in peace. Suddenly, the wanderer became extremely alert as he sensed something was wrong. Peng Chion also noticed this change. At the same time he turned his head to look to one side. This feeling. Tun Vu and his daughter were slowly walking up the boat. In contrast to her father's serious appearance, Tun Nuoklan happily observed everything around her. Dong Phuong Vin and a few of his subordinates went out to say hello. Long time no see. Sun Wu frowned, but politely replied to his words, it's nice to see you again. The two people standing at the top of two different places grabbed each other's hands. The pressure created by the two people was extremely great, spreading throughout the surrounding space. Dong Fang Yong's subordinates raised their hands to block in front of them, their bodies slightly leaning back due to the immense pressure, their eyes wide open in surprise and exclamations in their hearts. Just a handshake had created such a terrifying pressure. The two leaders were evenly matched. They walked behind the two people, constantly evaluating and observing. This was the final appointment that would decide the future between Green Forest and the Truongjiang Tui Lo camp. Suddenly, Tun Vu stopped. His face was a bit serious. He spoke, cutting off the tense atmosphere. Hey, you got beaten by Peng Chion, right? Dong Fang Yong's complexion was not any better. He silently answered his question. Don't mention it anymore. He beat me until I rolled over several times. Tun Vu shot a sad look, somewhat sympathizing with the person beside him. Stop it, don't be sad. I also got beaten by him. Dong Phuong Vin heard this. His face also relaxed, feeling a bit happy in his heart. Really? Haha. Hearing this, I also felt a little less wronged. Then he took a few steps forward, stood in front of the partition, turned around and instructed, the Dujiang and Peng Qion that you want to meet are right ahead, besides the Water Lord, the rest of you should quickly leave here. They stopped right in front of the door, taking a deep breath to prepare themselves before facing him. Finally mustering up his courage, Tun Vu raised his hand and slowly opened the separating membrane to reveal the space inside. He shouted loudly inside, his face filled with worry, "My lord, are you okay?" The wanderer still sat in place, turned to look at him, and asked awkwardly, "Green Forest, why are you here?" Peng Qion, who was sitting opposite, also pushed his chair back and slowly stood up. Tun Noaklan was probably the only calm person in this room. She happily ran straight to him, hugged him tightly, and asked with a smile, "Hey, are you okay?" The wanderer was extremely confused by this situation, flusteredly stepping back and speaking, moving away. She still unwillingly smiled at him. "Hee, why do you have to act so cold?" Humph. After twisting her tone, she stopped clinging to him and looked to the opposite side. Tun Noaklan jumped up innocently, waving her arms in greeting, "Wow, Lord Peng Qion, it's been a long time since I've seen you." Peng Qion also withdrew his cold and fierce demeanor, stiffly turned around and raised his hand in response. But in the next second, he turned around like a pancake, waved his hand and threw Tun Noaklan away, angrily turned around and questioned the others. "The master has already told you to be quiet, how dare you come in here without permission?" Tun Vu clasped his hands and looked at his daughter who was being beaten until she was stuck to the door with a dark face. He secretly felt pain in his heart. "I told you to stay still." Then he bowed his head respectfully and explained, "While you were with me, I did not realize it, but when you left, I realized clearly that your presence was a great blessing." Sun Ruolan laughed until tears came to her eyes when she heard Sun Wu say that. She stood up in a daze. Weren't you all happy when I left?" The bandit seemed to be hit in the face by those words, coldly looked at Sun Wu and urged, "Okay, tell the truth, what is your purpose in coming here?" Peng Qion standing beside also grabbed the hilt of his sword, ready to fight at any moment. He forcefully pulled out his sword, pointed it straight at him and his companions and threatened, "If you dare to say such nonsense again, don't expect to have a chance to regret it." Immediately, Tun Vu's face also turned pale with fear. His attitude also became more tense and respectful. He bowed his head lower and reported, "Please forgive us, our green forest is being forced to punish the team." The wanderer heard this and was a little thoughtful. His face darkened as he lowered his head and thought of Tian Guang Tong Zi, Green Forest Punishment Team. This matter is getting more and more complicated. We're already having a hard time dealing with the assassins and the demon cult, now we have to punish the Green Forest team on top of that. Peng Qion also became upset after hearing that. The sword in his hand was ready. He softly told him his thoughts, "Master, perhaps we should deal with them immediately." His eyes lit up, still calculating in his mind, if it was a punitive team, it would definitely be large-scale and full of experts. If one did not want to get into trouble, according to Peng Qion, killing them was the best way. Murderous intent surrounded the voice of the bandit, Green Forest King. He was so scared that his whole face was tense and sweat started to fall. "Please give the order." The bandit on the opposite side was silently thinking, carefully arranging each word in his head. Then he held his head helplessly, in the end still not deciding to kill everyone. "You all must never be careless, remember to stay alert and hide well, remember, if discovered, you will see how fast Peng Qion's sword speed is." Sun Wu heard these words as if he had received a special privilege. He was so startled that he was stunned, temporarily unable to react. After a moment of being stunned, he finally reacted, clasped his hands and bowed respectfully. The subordinates and the nobles behind him also followed suit. "I am extremely grateful for the Lord's generosity. 1,000 years, 1,000 years, 1,000 years, long live, long live, long live." Outside, the sunlight also became bright, shining down on the clear blue sea. The 6 of them sat at the same table. Lord Su was the first to break the silence. What a surprise, I didn't expect the Green Forest King to shout long live, long live. He didn't show any respect to the people in front of him, continuously laughing and joking. His appearance of groveling and begging for his life looked so natural. I wonder if he would pretend to be dead if Peng Qion beat him up later. Yin Yanjiao and Gong Chuseng were so angry that they trembled. They stood up and shouted, "This idiot." While the Water Lord was still laughing and joking happily, a person was swinging his fist at him. Dong Fuangvin angrily swung his fist, punching the guy away from everyone's dining table, 8 meters away. His face was contorted to the extreme, his fists were still clenched tightly, unable to let go. He shouted towards the Water Master, "Brat, you have never been beaten by Peng Qion so you can say these words." Then he tried to calm himself down, turned to look at the Green Forest King and asked, "Tun Vu, who are those crazy people?" Tun Vu helplessly bowed his head, not knowing how to respond. sweat also pouring out like a stream. If I had known then I wouldn't have fallen into this situation. Dong Fangyong heard this and glanced at him. Now I have to find out. Sun Wu still bowed his head in deep thought. Don't be curious anymore, they are not easy to deal with. Then his voice rang out mysteriously, especially for a bandit. His personality was very unpredictable. He was an extremely capricious person, killing whoever he wanted, sparing whoever he wanted. It all depended on his will. Dong Fuangvin was very tired at this moment. His face was pale as he stood there, not daring to act rashly anymore. Suddenly on the other side, Peng Qion walked out into the hallway and shouted, "Hey, you, why are you standing alone in the hallway shaking like that?" Tun Vu and Dong Fuangvin saw him coming over and slowly sat down, huddled closer and more carefully. "Is there anything you need help with?" He approached the table of the two people sitting and acted cold. "I have carefully considered you guys." His eyes flashed with a trace of murderous intent, solemnly looking down at Dong Fangyong and Sun Wu. "There is only one way for you to survive." A moment later, Peng Qion stood outside the room where the traveler was sitting, and slowly reported, "Master, your subordinate has brought people here." He looked outside, where Peng Qion was walking in with his head bowed, a bit surprised. "Huh, who did you bring here?" Behind the screen, a soft, naturally pink dress was visible, and a hairpin with a few feathers and flower petals was also holding that person's long, silky hair in place. The bandit's face suddenly turned red. He looked back expectantly and stared outside. Who was that person? The beautiful and charming Gong Chusang and Sun Wu each wore a set of women's clothing, their hair tied up neatly. Sun Wu's long beard was braided into a thick braid in front of his chest. He shyly flirted with the bandit. "From now on we will live as women." The bandit's face darkened, his whole body trembled, his teeth lightly bit his lips to prevent himself from laughing out loud, secretly thinking in his heart, "Green Forest, do you really dare to do this?" Peng Qion coldly looked at the three people and asked in a harsh voice, "Master, are you not satisfied?" All three of them were scared, silently bowing their heads, waiting for the answer of the bandit like a verdict. The silver-colored beauty couldn't bear this feeling of oppression, and was the first to shout helplessly, We tried our best." The bandits also said to themselves, "Yes, you guys really did try your best." Gong Chusang thought he was smart, raised his hand to pull up his collar, revealing his firm chest. He really had to expose more flesh. The more he listened and looked the more helpless he became. "No, you should cover up more." The leader Sun Wu was even more courageous, holding the powder puff in his hand, his eyebrows tightly furrowed in resignation. "If you don't like it then I'll put on more makeup. You bandits really want to scold people. How much more ridiculous do you guys plan to be?" He sat up straight, staring straight ahead, his whole body stiff, and thought to himself, "I never thought Green Forest would be so serious about cross-dressing. If I respect Green Forest's feelings, I can't laugh." All three leaders of the Green Forest were extremely serious, trying to become better in his eyes for their own will to survive. But the wanderer couldn't stay serious for long. In just a few seconds, he threw his head back and laughed so hard that tears welled up in his eyes. "Ha ha ha." The more the bandit louder he laughed so hard he almost fell off the chair he was sitting on. He couldn't stop. Pfft, ha ha ha. Peng Qion, who had been standing seriously to the side, also started to lean back and laugh. Ha ha ha. But he still paid attention to the movements around him, gently retreated behind Tun Vu, and forced a smile. Didn't he care about his expression? Did he want to die? Immediately, everyone, whether forced or sincere, had to open their mouths and laugh, their laughter echoing throughout the space. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, a tear welled up in the corner of Sun Wu's eyes, and he immediately stopped laughing loudly. Right after that, Tun Nuoklan also poked her head out from behind the wall, pointed at herself and laughed mischievously. "I've disguised myself as a man." But she quickly felt something was wrong. The atmosphere inside was extremely strange. One person was laughing, the rest of the people just dared to stand still and not say anything. Tun Nuoklan saw her father's situation, covered her mouth and opened her eyes wide to look at Tun Vu. "Father." He seemed to feel comforted, turned his head and opened his mouth to look at her. His eyes were also filled with tears, secretly happy in his heart. "Nuoklan, you are the only one who cares about me." But Tun Vu's happiness didn't last long. He was immediately stunned when he looked straight into Tun Nuoklan's face. He coldly ordered his daughter, as if he understood everything clearly, not to lower his hand yet. The slender hands left Tun Nuoklan's mouth, revealing a happy, smiling face. She also stopped pretending and covered her mouth and laughed out loud, her eyes half closed in sincere praise. "Oh my, the two girls are so beautiful." Dong Fuangvin, standing behind her, had a dark face, not knowing what to say. Tun Vu heard those words, cried silently, gritted his teeth and looked at Tun Nuoklan, secretly blamed. I am that person's father. Peng Chion looked at Tun Nuoc Lan, put away his cold smile and took credit when he heard her praise. What, I personally did your makeup. She also understood what he meant and jumped up, pretending to be excited and trying to please him. That was indeed Lord Peng Chion. In her heart, she was still silently apologizing to Tun Vu. Father, I'm sorry, I don't want to be like you. After a while of laughing, the gangster couldn't stand it anymore and left his seat, falling to the ground and laughing crazily. Everyone cried silently, closing their eyes to endure his mockery, going crazy. His laughter echoed across the vast sea. The sky gradually turned to night. Beside the guardrail there were two drunk men staggering, supporting each other. Wait a minute, Shen Kai hugged another guy's shoulder and laughed. Hey, be careful on the road, you there, you dare to hit me. Suddenly the two stopped right at a bridge, where a figure was sitting alone. Wait, the drunken god walked over there and pointed at him arrogantly. What is this? This brat dares to drink alcohol. The guy started bullying. He reached out his hand towards that person. Quickly give me the bottle of red wine. The guy next to him also joined in threatening and apologizing to me. A brat like you dares to drink wine. The celestial light pupil only glanced lightly at the two people in front of him, his eyes sharp and cold. The other guy saw him like that and thought he was easy to bully, so he slowly approached. Then Kai also used both hands to support himself against the cold and waited for him to do as he said. Suddenly, the heavenly light boy turned the wine gourd over, revealing that there was not a single drop of wine left inside. The underling saw that he didn't say anything, thinking that he wanted to give the wine to him, so he loudly shouted, Hey kid, sorry, I'll be quick. The eyes of the heavenly light pupil flashed with a trace of killing intent. He stretched out his hand forward resolutely. In just a split second, the two people before him became dumbfounded, their mouths wide open, their eyes wide open, not understanding what had just happened to them. The two of them fell face down in front of him, lying on the ground without making another sound. The cold-blooded celestial light pupil looked down at those two and pointed, I'm just erasing your memories, there, be good. Then he stood up and looked towards the distant sea. His thoughts were filled with confusion and uncertainty. I have followed the young master's traces all the way to this place, Dongting Lake. There is no need to cause a commotion and disturb everything here. Then he began to feel a little worried, but the young master had already occupied the entire green forest. Now he had come to the Truongjiang Tui Lo camp. What exactly are you planning, young master? In the thoughts and understanding of Tien Quang Dong Tu, the young sect leader has always been a mystery since he was in the devil sect. Personality, habits, martial arts skills are not revealed, but one thing is certain. The young sect master has refined the Silver Soul Killer. Reach 5-star realm. 5 years ago, the head of the demonic sect relied on the Silver Soul to become the strongest in the world. The Silver Soul was profound and unfathomable, beyond compare. There is no doubt about the young sect leader's martial arts aptitude. That's why the 5 demon gods are needed. Suddenly, the angry Tian Guangzi stomped on the barrel under his feet, causing it to spill everywhere. It's not here yet. How leisurely are the 5 demon gods. I need to rest too. The two people who were just knocked out and lost their memories have also woken up and staggered to their feet. They still approached him as usual, using the same words as before to provoke Tian Guang Tong Zi. Look, this brat dares to drink wine. Quickly give the bottle of wine to these elders and quickly apologize. But the situation now was completely different. He was very angry, so he gritted his teeth and clenched his fist so hard that the wine jug cracked open. Tian Guang Tong Zi used a little more strength, and the wine jug immediately shattered into many small pieces. He turned back with murderous intent, his fists clenched as he swung them towards the two guys who were picking a fight with him, these brats. His punch was so powerful that the wooden stake stuck straight into the water surface also created violent waves. On his boat, Dong Fang Yong was helplessly shouting, What? It turned out that Cui Quan Shen Kai was beaten by Tian Guang Tong Zi until his face was bruised and his eyes were swollen. He was the branch leader of the beggar gang in Hunan. Dong Fang Yong asked in confusion, What's with that face, Cui Quan Shen Kai? He bent down and scratched his head, looking helpless. I don't remember, so I don't know what happened. That made him uncomfortable. Dong Fuang Vin coldly shouted, Then quickly tell me the purpose of your coming. Get lost. Wait. Then Kai couldn't open one eye, raised his hand and pointed at his face, resentfully sighing, You're so heartless. Anyway, we came here to talk about that. That's fine. Have you met the gang leader Baek Yongbu yet? Dong Fang Yong's eyebrows were tightly knitted together. His eyes revealed a look of uncertain contemplation. Lately the beggars have been hanging around the Yangtze River and Dongting Lake. I was wondering what would happen. Was it because of the gang leader Baek Yongbu? Leader of the White Dragon Palace, Lord of the White Dragon Palace. 8 years ago, the White Dragon Palace was just a small sect, but it suddenly rose to power and took over the entire area north of the Yangtze River. That's why the 18 forts of the Yangtze River became 10 forts of the Yangtze River. In the end, we had to accept a ceasefire, but gave the land north of the Yangtze River to the White Dragon Palace. He spread his arms out, looking extremely helpless as he faced the divine revelation. I thought that those beggars were risking their lives because they were hungry and wanted to find fish to eat. I didn't expect that the White Dragon Palace and the beggar clan had a grudge against each other. He also appeared to be useful and told Dongfang Yong, "I have a few words about the White Dragon Palace Master for you to know." He raised his head to look at him with some doubt. Wait, the divine revelation covered one side of his mouth with one hand, looking mysterious, while the other hand grabbed his belt. "Since it's still just a guess, just consider it my guess." Then he slowly recounted his knowledge to Dong Phuong Vin Nam. "I believe you know about the 10 great evils that our beggar gang has destroyed. But we could not kill the Dark Heart Guest, the leader of the 10 great evils." Wait, the revelation became more and more quiet, trying to keep it a secret. Not only is the Black Heart Commander skilled in martial arts, he is also very good at controlling and manipulating others and disguise techniques. Hearing this, Dongfang Yong's heart was slightly shaken, his pupils contracted, his eyebrows furrowed tightly together, and his disguise technique. He began to have some dangerous thoughts in his heart. If it was a disguise technique, then he had changed his appearance to live in seclusion. The more Dongfang Yong thought, the more silent he became. He tried to use all his brainpower to think. The reason why the beggar gang sought out the White Dragon Palace Master was. Finally a name appeared in his mind. The leader of the 10 great evil men, the Black Heart Guest Operator, had disguised himself as the White Dragon Palace Master. This very thought caused his heart to shake even more. In another place, a voice rang out, attracting the attention of the White Dragon Palace Master. "Long time no see." Just as he turned to see who was calling him, the impermanent ghost had already entered and respectfully greeted the 7 ghosts, the Peerless Ghost, and the Book of the Soul-Chasing Ghost. The White Dragon Palace Master bent his back, his face furrowed in laughter. He, long time no see, why do you look so miserable?" The 3 peerless 7 demons were frozen in place because of the old man's teasing, sweating profusely and speechless. Impermanent Ghost was the first to break the silence. "The 4 people who followed me have already passed away." The White Dragon Palace Master almost immediately asked again, "The person who killed your sworn brother broke their necks, right?" He looked at the old man helplessly, his tone somewhat pleading. "Yes, I came here to ask Master for help in this matter." The White Dragon Palace Master frowned in doubt, raised his hand to gently stroke his white mulberry hairs and cleared his throat. Come here and let me see." The impermanent ghost immediately sat down straight in front of him. The White Dragon Palace Master placed his hands on his neck and shoulders and exclaimed. It was truly surprising, his neck bones had been completely broken by the exercise. The old man bent down and stared at it, then pulled something out of his shirt. Opened the palm. It was a set of sharp silver needles placed inside a glittering golden box. After the acupuncture, the 2 silver needles were inserted straight into the 2 acupuncture points on the palm of the impermanent ghost. The old man softly called out, "Now try your luck." He also immediately listened to the words of the White Dragon Palace Master and used his energy. The aura around him was also quite large. From the holes pierced by needles on the neck of the impermanent demon, it flashed a little light. The White Dragon Palace Master raised 2 fingers and gently pressed them to calculate. His face furrowed in surprise as he bent down to look more closely. It was truly miraculous. The true energy that person left behind was holding your acupoints. How could he use such a sophisticated magic spell? Having said that, he held out 2 fingers, preparing to press the impermanent ghost's acupuncture point. In a split second, he had pressed hard on the necessary acupuncture points on his body, causing him to open his eyes wide in surprise. Feeling that his meridians had been cleared, the impermanent ghost knelt down, clasped his hands, and bowed his head in gratitude. "Thank you, sir." The old master only clasped his hands behind his back and coldly asked, "First, tell me who did this." Hearing the old man's question, the impermanent ghost immediately fell into deep thought, recalling the unhappy events, and cold sweat began to break out. He recounted what happened to him and his brothers, the deaths of his sworn brothers and the Black Dragon Gang, and the accident that happened to his neck, all because of Peng Chion. Hearing this, the White Dragon Palace's master widened his eyes. His reaction was as if he couldn't believe what he just heard. Peng Chion, he appeared again. The impermanent ghost silently watched the changes in the old man's emotions and immediately guessed whether he was a famous person in the martial arts world or not. The White Dragon Palace Master clasped his hands behind his back and told him what he knew about Peng Chion. "I only learned about him yesterday when a subordinate escaped and reported it. I heard that Peng Chion used his men to create the mermaid formation." As he spoke, he had already thought about killing him 100 times in his heart. how dare you dare to touch the White Dragon Palace, Peng Qion, you no longer have a chance. The White Dragon Palace master suddenly curled his fingers, rolled his eyes and said vaguely, he makes me so excited, I must prepare a surprise gift for him, we can't let this go. The impermanent ghost felt a bit resentful and confused in his heart, damn it, why not go kill him, could this be a secret way of implying death? Thinking like this, he and his two underlings shouted nervously, we understand everything. But the fruit was just a gift. Right after that, the White Dragon Palace master brought a large, dazzling golden tray in front of the three tall faces, making them stunned. After giving it to them, the White Dragon Palace master turned around and left, softly instructing, my chest is burning, take this and call a doctor for me immediately, I want to live a long life. In another place, the beautiful sunset sky shone on the dugout canoe of two people drifting on the sea. Peng Qion looked down at the water surface with a bit of confusion. The place that Black Shadow was aiming for was the place with the second plan. Master, you should quickly dive down there alone. The wanderer looked at him a little confused and asked again, at the first plan place, it was you who showed me the way, so why do I have to enter this plan alone? Peng Qion looked at him silently, his eyes filled with determination as he replied, Master, in this place with the second plan, there is one thing that is not allowed, those who practice evil arts will not be able to enter. The wanderer was stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief. What? He was surprised and a little helpless, he shouted loudly, countless unreasonable things made him unable to keep calm, this plan was prepared by the devil's sect, how could it be like this? In the heart of the bandits, they were secretly pondering, if the devil could not infiltrate, it meant that this plan was a scheme of the righteous faction. The first plan clearly claimed to be righteous, but the devil could still infiltrate. Everything in his head was in turmoil. The wanderer exclaimed in confusion, what exactly was the plan that his father left behind, what was the reason that his father chose righteous martial arts as the plan? Peng Qion looked harmless and bowed his head, closed his eyes and respectfully replied to him, I don't know anything, I just followed orders, I sincerely apologize. The bandit's fists curled up, clenching tightly, showing a strong wavering in his thoughts. It turns out that this place does not allow cultivators of demonic arts to enter. Father only taught me the silver soul slaying, so it was for this reason. He recalled his father, my father became the supreme of the demonic sect in the past thanks to the silver soul killing. So many people thought that the silver soul killing was a demonic art, he cultivated it himself, then I realized it. The eyes of the wanderer were filled with hesitation. The silver soul killing was pure martial arts. Silver soul killing is a martial art that originates from sword control, leading to the path of the heart sword. This martial art is inherently righteous. After thinking to himself, the wanderer once again looked at Peng Qion in doubt, but isn't that person cultivating demonic arts? How did he know there was this plan here? He immediately replied without hesitation, it was the sword that told me. Once again, the wanderer was a bit confused, the sword was clear. Peng Qion bowed his head, recalling and telling him what he knew. He was a subordinate I trained, dedicated to cultivating righteous martial arts. Now he was imprisoned in the devil's prison, unable to meet me. Hearing the word hell, terrifying scenes flooded back into the bandit's mind. He was extremely confused as to why the person mentioned was there. Wasn't hell a place where all kinds of cruel punishments were carried out? So immediate questions poured out of his mouth. Why were his subordinates imprisoned there? Why did he lock his subordinates in hell? Peng Qion knew he would ask like that, quickly answered all his questions. He knew the plan. He couldn't let him talk nonsense. His martial arts were relatively low compared to the others in the sect, that was the biggest reason. The bandit became angry again, clenched his fists and shouted loudly, how could loyalty be judged by martial arts level alone? Even though the demonic path looked down on the mundane world, they still chose words. Peng Qion not only wasn't afraid but also very calmly pointed to the sky to stop his anger. Master, you misunderstood. He voluntarily went in there because he was afraid of accidentally revealing the secret. Heavenly demon Azura had to think for a long time before deciding to agree. Hearing such a profound reason, the bandit's expression turned foolish. He secretly made an assessment. It seemed like none of his subordinates were normal. Then the bandit had to accept the truth and bow his head, compromising with what Peng Qion and everyone had arranged. I understand, stop talking, tell me about the plan. Peng Qion seemed to have been waiting for this. Without any hesitation he immediately continued, yes master, now I will tell you what the sword has presented. Master, you have to go down about 20 feet, from a depth of about 10 feet down, light will not be able to penetrate, the water will be pitch black. Dive down about 20 meters, you will encounter a strong current. The sword tells you not to do anything, just let the current carry you away. The final destination of the water stream is. All of that Tan Fa Kim had gone through. He stood deep under the water and pondered. There was a secret room under the water, and this was where the second plan was. The dujang looked up at his reflection on the water and sighed. It was more difficult than he had imagined, so he had to go learn to dive from the Dong Din Long Vong. Peng Qion just gently reassured, his face calm and extremely confident. With the position of master, he could carry out the plan in just 3 days. He also became determined and walked straight to the edge of the boat, exposing his entire body under the water. No matter what, he had to do it. He didn't want to waste any more time. Immediately afterwards, the two were once again on the large ship and heading out into the open sea. A moment later, the yacht surfaced from under the water, splashing water, breathing out a tired breath, cough. On the boat, Peng Qion and Dong Fuang Vin were still standing still observing. As soon as he climbed onto the surface of the boat, Dong Fang Yong quickly praised him. He absorbed it immediately. With this level, no matter how deep the water was, he would not be in danger. He was extremely happy and pointed one hand to the sky, his voice somewhat excited and praising. In martial arts, people often regulate their internal energy through daily breathing. Depending on their martial arts level, they can hold their breath from a moment to an hour. But the wanderer didn't care about those things. He took the towel from Peng Qion and wiped himself, then casually asked him, Dong Ting Long Wang, how long can you hold your breath? Dong Fuang Vin also looked straight at him and replied, I can stay underwater for about an hour. Then, as if understanding the meaning in that question, he asked more, how deep does my lord want to dive? How many meters? His sharp eyes shot over. He stopped wiping his body and replied softly, 2 meters deep. Dong Fang Yong looked down at the still water, thought for a moment then spoke, so today let's try a depth of 3 feet, hold our breath for a moment. After resting for a while, the ranger slowly climbed down the rope ladder to the sea surface. Before diving down, he raised his head and instructed, don't be too impatient while you're standing there, Peng Qion, do you understand? Peng Qion heard him mention himself and immediately looked down, nodding in response, ready, master. Looking at the silhouette of the cruiser quickly swimming down to the deep sea, Peng Qion warned, you must pay attention. After leaving the boat, he quickly dove down below. His movements were as swift as a professional's, parting the water and swimming very fast. After diving down for a while, the pirate stopped diving and continued to look around to judge. The depth was probably about 3 meters. He looked down at the bottom of the deep ocean below his feet, thinking with some confidence, I can continue to go a little deeper. Thinking like that, the navigator did not continue diving deeper, he just gently stopped at the bottom of the sea. The chi-using voyager began to move under the deep sea. He observed the ideal space around him, where there were schools of fish swimming around and large rocks that had been formed long ago, and sighed in his heart. He did not hear the screams of people, nor the loud noise of metal colliding. After a while, he meditated right under the sea. His mind also became more peaceful. I love this silence. After everything is done, I will go to Hainan Island. While the ranger was still relaxing, his face showing a happy and joyful smile, there we will swim, just like today. Suddenly a rope was put over his head. Because he let himself go too far, the wanderer lost his vigilance and didn't notice the rope tightening around his throat in time, which startled him. His murderous gaze swept back, his face contorted in discomfort, ambushed. After witnessing so many people preparing to attack him, the bandit gritted his teeth, his hands trying to grip the rope around his neck so as not to suffocate, his brain quickly working at maximum capacity. Who are these people? With his profound internal energy, in just a split second, the vagabond easily escaped the rope tied around his neck. He gritted his teeth and pulled hard. The rope quickly fell off the neck of the bandit. He looked in that direction, a little frightened by his lack of vigilance. Is that a noose? Are you planning to chain me to death? Know yourself and know your enemy, and you can fight 100 battles without losing. The bandits quickly took advantage of their weakness and rushed up. Fighting underwater was still too much for us, so we had to quickly swim up. The head assassin once again swung the noose towards him, his face extremely ferocious. Trying to hold his breath, the diver's mouth bulged. He suddenly stopped in mid-water. He panicked and turned to look back. The rope was tight around his leg. He couldn't move anymore. The noose was caught around his leg. The assassin took the opportunity to pull the rope hard, jerked him back to them. The bandit was completely helpless. He gritted his teeth and fought back, but to no avail. His entire body was dragged down to the bottom of the abyss. Damn it. He was slowly falling into the hands of assassins. The bandit thought unwillingly, I can't die like this. After pulling him down close to him, the bald assassin immediately took the opportunity to clench his fist and punch him straight in the chest. His face was filled with anger. He gritted his teeth and used all his strength. The bandit raised one arm behind him, grabbing his collar, the other hand raised ready to strike. He turned around and was able to neatly grab the shoulder of the assassin with a stick, making him terrified. The strong and powerful bandit charged towards him. the powerful flood cannon attack sent the assassin falling deep into the water, while he himself used the force to launch himself upwards. He painfully opened his mouth, because he was underwater, water quickly flooded deep into his throat, air bubbles continuously escaped. The wanderer bent down, trying to untie the rope that was binding his feet, his eyes darting around, quickly taking this opportunity. He was once again caught off guard, the rope was removed from his leg, the happy wanderer thought, getting out of here is enough, but in the next second, another noose was planted around his neck from behind. Furthermore, an extremely powerful blow, great force was sent down, shaking the seabed. The mustachioed assassin tightened the two ends of the rope to tighten the noose around his neck. The bandit opened his eyes wide in surprise and looked behind him. When did that guy get behind me? Because of suffocation, he was forced to open his mouth to breathe. The air bubbles also escaped and water almost flooded in. The tired and helpless wanderer exclaimed, "I'm almost out of breath." His vision was also fading, his eyes were gradually closing, his consciousness was also fading. "Someone, save me." His arms stretched out above the sea, his mind now only knowing how to wait for luck. His brain softly called out consciously, "Peng Qion." At this moment on the sea, Dongfang Yong also called him at the same time, "Lord Peng Qion, I have something to say." Peng Qion coldly glanced at him, then he continued to focus on observing the movements below, indifferently speaking, "Speak." Dongfang Yong was helpless but couldn't say anything, he could only frown and stare at him. "The White Dragon Palace has sent an envoy here." Peng Qion didn't care, just quietly looked down at the sea. "That matter had nothing to do with me." Dong Fuangvin tried to incite his belligerents. "They dare to do that when the Lord and you are still here." Moreover, he started to complain and make the problem worse. It seemed they were very angry about the human boat incident. Dong Fuangvin looked extremely angry, his fists clenched, his tone became more and more harsh. "They also demanded that we hand over the group of Deng Vucuc who participated in the human boat incident with Lord Peng Qion and the Lord." He bowed his head, a sly smile on his lips, his hands still clenched in an act of bragging. Dongfang Yong recalled the large, sparkling gold bars that were offered. It was truly unbelievable that because of this mermaid boat incident, Bylong Mansion would actually send us treasures. However, if we could divide the two and cause Pongshan and Bylong Mansion to fight. He was extremely cunning, like an old fox staring at Peng Qion as if his calculations were perfect. "Who cares who dies? I will be the final winner." Peng Qion finally gave him some reaction. Humph, so interesting." Dongfang Yong took advantage of the situation and further provoked the relationship. "They dared to dream of the Lord, it was unforgivable. As a warning, I think we should cut off Deng Wuji's head and send it to them. What do you think?" Peng Qion crossed his arms and thought for a moment before replying, "That's a good idea." Dongfang Yong heard the answer he wanted and was secretly happy. Success. On the surface he still pretended to be angry and said in a harsh voice, "Then I will immediately carry it out." But before he could finish speaking, Peng Qion coldly interrupted, "I highly praise your spirit, so I will hand over the task of destroying the White Dragon Palace to the Truong Zhang Tui Lo Tre. This is no different than asking him to lead troops to fight." Dongfang Yong immediately turned pale. Peng Qion finally stopped staring at the water surface, giving him a sharp look. "In the future the entire world will kneel before the master. The life and death of the White Dragon Palace, at that time will be decided by the master." At this time, two tubes from under the water surface also emerged. Dongfang Yong's heart started screaming, "He's dead." With his face pale, he couldn't possibly not accept the order. "I understand." After speaking, the two of them continued to observe the movements below the water surface. The presence of the two cover tubes was finally noticed. Peng Qion coldly glanced down and asked Dongfang Yong if this tube could float upright without someone holding it. He quickly replied, "It could depend on the current." He observed the situation for a bit then continued speaking. However, now the bamboo tube was floating horizontally. Peng Qion turned to look at him in confusion. It was still upright just now. That made Dong Fuangvin's heart jump. He immediately shouted extremely tensely, "With the current flow there was no way the Lord was in danger." Indeed, now under the sea, the sailor was floating like a lifeless corpse. His throat was tied with a loose rope. The other end of the rope was tied by two assassins to a large rock, preventing his body from floating up. After tying the knot, the two assassins retreated a distance to examine the situation. Seeing that the pirate ship did not float up, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief. They had finally completed their mission. The two assassins' eyes met, silently communicating. Now they just need to leave this place. But at that moment, a huge beam of energy struck down from the water surface, directly breaking the rock. The two assassins saw the rope break immediately after that and jumped up in surprise. Peng Qion and Dongfang Yong directly jumped into the sea and rushed towards them. the two assassins' hearts were in a state of intense alarm. Damn it, they were discovered. Peng Qion looked to Dong Phuong Vin, raised two fingers and pointed down to signal. He also quickly grasped and nodded. After giving the order, he swam back to the ranger's place. One hand reached out to grab the rope, the other hand hugged him. While Dong Phuong Vin continued to rush down to catch the two assassins, he carried the bandits' gear up above. The two assassins saw this and immediately took action, gritting their teeth in anger. No, they couldn't let the bandit escape here. But before they could rush up, he shot at high speed and crashed into them. In just a second, the silhouettes of Dong Phuong Vin, Peng Qion and the Duquang disappeared, leaving only white foam. The mustachioed assassin couldn't believe his eyes, and disappeared, but Dong Fang Yong spoke coldly from behind. Do you think you can fight me underwater? The two assassins immediately turned around in extreme vigilance, their faces constricted with fear. He was behind them. Dong Phuong Vin waved his hand as fast as lightning and struck towards the two assassins, his face full of murderous intent. Before they could move or react, he had already hit each of their acupoints twice. Immediately after, Dong Phuong Vin carried two men by the arms and jumped out of the water, heading towards the big boat. He gently landed on the boat and respectfully reported to Peng Qion, I have sealed both of their acupoints. But no voice responded to him. Dong Phuong Vin stared blankly at him and the bandit, his pupils constricted in shock from that martial art. Dong Phuong Vin saw Peng Qion pointing two fingers to the sky. Surrounding the dugong's body was a red stream of energy. After a few times Peng Qion used his martial arts, the bandit quickly opened his mouth and coughed out large mouthfuls of water. A moment later, he was helped to sit down on the boat by him. Peng Qion knelt down right beside him and asked with concern, Master, how are you feeling? The wanderer regained some consciousness and replied, I'm fine, I just drank some water. Peng Qion used his hand to support his head again, two fingers gently pressed on the back of his neck, instructing, Master, you should rest a bit. The wanderer did not object and closed his eyes to rest. His face still had some seawater on it. Peng Qion saw that he had become quiet and shouted angrily, ordering Dong Fang Yong in his rage, Dongting Dragon King, you quickly pull out the teeth of those two. He was also startled and took a few steps back to receive the order, yes, my lord. But just a few seconds later, Peng Qion changed his mind, gloomily gripping the hilt of his sword. No need. He just turned around and stood up, swung his sword and cut the assassin with his lip. Blood splattered in a large arc in the air. A second before the disaster, the two assassins were still sitting there like statues, staring straight at him. The next second, the mustachioed assassin collapsed without a sound. Blood splattered from him, splashing onto the assassin sitting next to him, rendering him speechless and unable to see anything. The mustachioed assassin's head had already separated from his neck and rolled a few times behind Peng Qion's back. He just coldly walked past and got closer to the mustachioed assassin. His face was completely dark, his sword pointed at the ground, his deep voice like a devil rang out threateningly. One name was probably enough. Dong Phuong Vin standing right next to him couldn't help but sigh. The headless corpse of the mustachioed assassin had collapsed with one move, his head was separated from his neck. Peng Qion's eyes and entire body were covered in a dense murderous aura. He approached the assassin and asked, Where did you come from? He still stubbornly replied, I can't say anything, no matter how I'm tortured, I won't say a word. Immediately after, Peng Qion stopped right in front of him, the tip of the sword also dragged near the feet of the spear-headed assassin. He did not rush to attack, just kept laughing, causing the assassin with the bald head to look on blankly. Ha ha ha. Peng Qion's sword gradually became covered with dark magic, and the surrounding space also became darker. He slashed a straight line down the assassin's leg, blood spurting out from it. He was in excruciating pain, his eyes rolled back, his mouth opened wide, he could do nothing but scream loudly. Peng Qion brought his face close to his, the sword in his hand was also stained with blood, coldly threatened one last time, say it. After all that had happened, the boat finally returned to its original calm appearance. The sea surface was also calm without a ripple. Peng Qion very gently placed the traveler's head on the soft pillow. He still quietly closed his eyes to rest. Dong Phuong Vin Chi stood silently watching his back. Peng Qion gently adjusted the Dubai's lying position so that he could be held in the most comfortable state. He was a little scared, his eyebrows furrowed as he exclaimed, What is that thing? Dong Phuong Vin recalled that moment. He witnessed Peng Qion forcing two assassins to confess and his face turned pale. Peng Qion's entire body was covered with a huge amount of demonic energy while he was forcing the bow. He stared at the assassin with wide eyes and asked, Who sent you here? He finally couldn't bear the pressure from the person in front of him and opened his mouth wide to scream loudly. his body trembling as he retreated to the edge of the boat. "It's the White Dragon Palace. The White Dragon Palace sent me, please spare my life." After getting the answer he wanted, Peng Qion also quickly eliminated the assassin, his mouth finally unable to close. The atmosphere at that moment was extremely heavy, his head and that of his teammates were separated from their necks in an instant. Dong Fuangvin stood beside witnessing everything, unable to utter a word. Even now, when he thought back, he still felt scared. He secretly thought to himself, although there were many experts who used demonic energy, that stream of demonic energy was like that of a demonic cult disciple. Then Dong Fangyong continued to think about the person lying on the bed resting. There was no reason for this wanderer to become the leader of a demonic cult. He also slowly opened his eyes to receive the light. The tired wanderer propped himself up with his hands, holding his head in some pain and groaning. Seeing that he was awake, Peng Qion immediately asked, "Master, how is your body?" His head was aching vaguely. The bandit felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. He hated this Zhang Ho more and more, but on the surface he still tried to stabilize his state and replied, "I'm fine. Have you investigated their identities yet?" Peng Qion bowed his head to look at him and respectfully reported, his subordinates had interrogated them before they died. They confessed that it was the White Dragon Palace that did it. Hearing this, the wanderer paused, let his hands fall, and looked at him with some doubt. White Dragon Palace, this was really unreasonable. He remembered the time when his leg was tied by the rope underwater. A series of hypotheses came to mind. If the White Dragon Palace had taken action, they would have eliminated Peng Qion as well, but this time they were only targeting him. It wasn't a demonic cult, they wouldn't dare to touch him while Peng Qion was still here. The silent wanderer stared at Peng Qion. A final conclusion was reached. Then there was only one possibility. He solemnly explained to Peng Qion that it was because of the trust of the immortals. They had also sent assassins to Mount Nami. The scene where Peng Qion reported to the bandit on the tea table a few days ago was recalled by him. At that time, he said that 3 assassins sent by the faithful immortal had already infiltrated the Green Forest. The day before, for the old master's birthday, he had spared one of them. Maybe that guy would come back to take revenge. Peng Qion listened to his analysis and immediately bowed deeply to apologize. "Your subordinate did not think of this. Truly ashamed of you." The bandit did not scold, only gently reassured, "It is not your fault, it is because they are too sophisticated." Having said that, he stared at Peng Qion, breathed a sigh of relief, secretly happy in his heart. It seemed like he understood the situation. Fortunately, Peng Qion's eyes were once again filled with killing intent. He coldly asked for permission, but he couldn't rule out the White Dragon Palace based on your guess alone. "Your subordinate will go there to verify." The wanderer was a little stunned, his eyebrows furrowed in annoyance, still not believing it. Dong Fangyong, who had been observing everything, came forward pretending to make peace, but in reality he still wanted to break up the relationship. "Lord Pongshan was right, I cannot let my guard down against the White Dragon Palace master." He raised his hand as he expressed himself, his eyebrows also furrowed tightly as he reported, "According to a source, I know that the White Dragon Palace master is the black-hearted manipulator, and is also the leader of the 10 great evil people." The bandits also looked at him with a bit of bewilderment because of this information. The 10 great villains. Dong Fuangvin saw him ask again and immediately affirmed, "Yes, surely the Lord has heard of it." He began to tell the bandits all the evil things they had done. They had massacred a village, they had even left the heads of the murdered people all over the village. Their crimes could not be recounted in 10 days and nights. Peng Qion beside him listened to him, raised his hand to his chin, clearly thinking, but calling them evil was a bit too much. The master's subordinates kept calling them the 10 great evils. Then he concluded with a final sentence that surprised everyone, "Quite cute." Dong Fuangvin heard that and his face turned pale. The wanderer looked at him curiously. Which crazy person said that? In Dong Fangyong's heart right now, Xiao Jian Ma Jun is a crazy, smiling-faced rebel, Tian Guang Tong Zi is a cannibalistic lunatic, and Peng Qion is the only one he values, and this guy is the real lunatic. But that's not all, the bandit just coldly said, "That's right." His voice pulled him back to reality. Dong Fuangvin's heart wavered slightly. The craziest guy was right here. He held his head and screamed in his heart, could it be that these people are really a demonic cult? Dong Fangyong helplessly watched Du Jiang and Peng Qion exchange words. "If I let you go verify, you might destroy the entire Bylong Palace. I will personally verify this matter." The wanderer glanced outside, raised his hand to his mouth and speculated, "Isn't it a dark heart to manipulate guests? This possibility cannot be ruled out." He coldly said, "I need more time to think." Then the captain gently ordered the 2 of them, "Let's dock at that village, and take a break while we're at it." So the boat turned around and headed straight towards the shore. The village was extremely quiet, not a soul on the street. In a house, among many houses, the Divine Crane Lord spoke first. Are you sure that the thing arranged by Lord Bywok is in Dongting Lake? The Divine Sword Cat Lord firmly replied, definitely. Hearing him affirm so firmly, the Divine Crane grabbed his beard and looked thoughtful. For the sake of Lord Chu Duongnan, we must hurry. The slightly displeased face of the young lord appeared. The time of the young lord was running out. Inside a room, a long-haired young woman in the mirror is changing clothes, mask and white strings. Jun Chuyang-ren gracefully strode into the room. She gently lifted her dress, revealing a beautiful and charming face. Jun Chuyang-ren looked down at his hand with some sadness, wondering how much longer his weak female body could hold on. Her hands were shaking uncontrollably. Jun Chuyang-ren thought painfully, my condition is getting worse and worse. Ataxia medullaris, a disease that causes the blood vessels to gradually become blocked, leading to death. Jun Chuyang-ren recalled the times when the sword cat god held his hand and examined his illness. If he hadn't met his master, he wouldn't have lived to this point. Master said, the only way to cure the disease is the thing that Lord Bok-vok arranged. I cannot lose it like last time. Thinking of this, Jun Zhou-yang reached out to take the hat with a veil around it and put it on his head. The thing that Lord Bywok had arranged was at Dongting Lake. She finally decided to leave the room. We have to ask the people living around the lake. At the market outside, people were bustling about. The noise and bustle filled the entire area. Jun Zhou-yang looked through a thin layer of curtain, observing everything around him, secretly calculating a plan in his heart. I need to find someone who understands Dongting Lake first. Who should I ask? Suddenly the loud sound of the vendor's knife caught her attention. Here is the candied fruit. Jun Chuyang-ren looked over there absent-mindedly, his face expression indifferent but also somewhat expectant. Finally, she walked to the gourd stall, thinking to herself, let's have a skewer and get to work. Jun Zhou-yang called out softly, take one skewer for me. The vendor happily responded and started working. Yes sir. After receiving the gourd skewer, Jun Yang-ren quickly put it in his mouth and took a small bite. The sweetness of the gourd spread throughout her mouth. Her little face also turned red. Her mouth chewing was extremely adorable, delicious, really delicious. The salesman also quickly quoted the price, 1 coin. Jun Zhou-yang coldly reached into his shirt to take the money. Okay. But the salesgirl waited and waited until she was annoyed. She still couldn't take out a single coin. Jun Zhou-yang-ren's heart helplessly cried out, it's over, it's over. Her expression became dazed, sweat dripping from worry, her hand still tightly holding the gourd. I forgot my money bag at the inn. Jun Zhou-yang bowed his head helplessly, stuttering and embarrassedly explaining his situation. I don't have any money right now. Wait a moment. The vendor immediately shouted angrily, what are you saying? You don't have any money and want to run away. He pointed at her face without hesitation and shouted for everyone to hear, there is a thief here. Officer, where are the officers? Call the soldiers quickly. His loud voice had attracted the attention of the bandits who had just passed by. Why was this place so noisy? Jun Chuyang still tried to justify himself. I'll go get the bag of money and then bring it back to pay you. But the salesman didn't listen. His voice became louder and louder. Do you think I don't know you're planning to run away? The wanderer glanced over, his heart wavering but still indifferent. There are too many people here. I can't help you go public. Attracting attention at this time won't do any good, so let it be. But the panicked face and lifeless eyes of Quan Chu Duongnan made it impossible for him to leave. The helpless bandit stood there, scratching his head in thought, while everyone around him was still gathered around like ants to watch. In the end, he still decided to go forward to rescue her. This is bad. If I just ignore it, I'll probably have nightmares. The cold-hearted bandit placed 2 coins on the counter of the gourd seller. Here's the money, get me another skewer. After he finished making another skewer of gourd for him, the wanderer took it and turned back to look at Jun Zhou and softly called out, let's go, young lady. She quickly came back to her senses and strode after him. Ah, yes. After leaving that place for quite a distance, Jun Zhou-yang shyly spoke up, ah, thank you, hero, I wanted to repay you. But before she could finish speaking, the bandit coldly interrupted, I just helped out, there's no need. His coldness did not kill her desire to repay him. Jun Zhou-yang quickly ran over and hugged his arm, panicking and arguing back, no way, I must repay you. After realizing that the distance between the two people was too close, the silence lasted for a few seconds, and Jun Zhou-yang's face turned red. She was embarrassed and jerked back, her eyes and mouth wide open in panic. Her heart was in turmoil. Ah, what have I done? He smiled as he looked at her helplessly and cried out, so rude. Because he was too excited, the Chu Duongnan army retreated too far and crashed into 2 children who were laughing and playing behind him. Seeing the dangerous situation, the bandit immediately went forward and reached out to support her. The atmosphere became more and more awkward. After helping the Chu Yongrun army stand firm, the elegant traveler stepped back, smiling at her as a reminder, there are too many people, be careful. Jun Chu Yongrun was captivated by his handsome appearance, his cheeks flushed, he kept stuttering and opened his eyes wide to look at him, thank you so much. The wanderer also quickly turned around and left, tilting his head to say goodbye, I just happened to pass by and saw you like this so I helped you, no need to repay me, take your time. The night finally fell, the sky was covered with twinkling stars. Jun Zhou Yongren sat by his room's window, absent-mindedly looking outside. In the end I still couldn't repay his kindness and let him go. She remembered the sturdy back of the wanderer and was absent-minded. Actually, I should ask his name. Jun Zhou Yongren tightly grasped the empty candied hawthorn skewer in his hand, staring at it with regret. She smiled gently, her heart filled with longing. If only we could meet again, how wonderful that would be. Outside, the three people's boat continued to move along the water. Above their heads were countless lanterns hung in straight rows. After walking for a long time, the wanderer suddenly raised his head and said, here it is. Before the three people's eyes was a large campus covered in the bright red color of lights and red lanterns. The residence of the White Dragon Lord. Above the building's corridor, a guard frowned when he looked down and saw the presence of the pirates. Through the window, another guard also noticed the appearance of the three of them on the still water. Peng Qion raised his head to look up and observed, then reported vaguely, Master, it seems like the White Dragon Palace is about to come here to pick you up. Suddenly, from the top of the tallest building, a vague figure appeared, shouting towards the boat of the three of them, Dongting Dragon King, please stop. She covered her mouth and laughed mockingly, not seeing that only the Eastern Dragon King had come here. That person was the head of the White Dragon Palace. By Na Sha, she sinisterly stared down, not knowing what was going on that at this late hour of the night, he would come here. Dong Fuangvin saw Bok Na Sat's attitude and frowned uncomfortably, but his voice still carried a pleading tone as he turned towards her. I have something important to report to Bok Long Palace Master, please show me the way. Bai Na Sat raised his hand and laughed contemptuously, his eyes narrowed in mockery. How dare he ask to meet the palace master without prior notice, how rude. Perhaps the Dong Din Dragon King has been completely mistaken. He was extremely angry at being teased like this, his eyebrows were furrowed together, the wrinkles on his face were all visible, but he couldn't vent. He tried to calm himself, he had to endure, this place had both the bandits and Peng Qion. Then Dong Fang Yong suddenly stopped, his brain began to calculate flexibly, wait a minute, if I stir up a conflict, causing Bai Long Fu, Peng Qion and the Du Jiang to fight each other, wouldn't it be possible to completely destroy Bai Long Fu? That's why, right after that, Dong Fuangvin changed his attitude, raised his head high and no longer paid attention to small details. He roared angrily at the white woman, his facial muscles tensed up to the maximum to suppress her aura. I'm talking to you properly now, it seems you're tired of living. Bai Na Sha couldn't believe her eyes and ears, anger came quickly, she gripped her sword tightly and shouted, that Dragon King. Dong Fang Yong saw that she had fallen for his trick, and immediately revealed a sinister smile, his eyes flashing with triumph. I understand, as long as there is conflict. But Dong Fuangvin didn't know how long it would take before Peng Qion angrily slapped him in the face, making him dizzy. He glared at him and shouted, Master doesn't like noise. Dong Fuangvin was suddenly hit, fell to the ground, raised his hand to cover his swollen cheek, silent, not daring to say a word. Bai Na Sha, who had not yet made a move, witnessed this scene and could only gape, his pupils constricting from tension. The wanderer turned his head to look at him in praise, completely ignoring Dong Fang Yong who was sitting quietly beside him. He did very well. Feng Tian also had his own calculations in his heart. That's right, we can't let there be any more problems, it's best to quickly and peacefully resolve this matter. Then, the bandit turned his head, looked up at the white dragon, and shouted loudly, we are not here to massacre you, so rest assured, just take us to the White Dragon Mansion Master. After we finish discussing, we will leave. Bai Na Sat was frightened by Peng Qion's aura, the pressure from the bandit was even greater, making her speechless. Peng Qion heard what he said, then put on a gentle face, smiled faintly and looked over. The wanderer saw this and immediately felt goosebumps all over his body, his eyebrows furrowed as he glared at him. What kind of face is that, Peng Qion? After taking a moment to calm down, the white-haired woman roared angrily again, brandishing her sword and pointing it straight at him, shouting with authority, massacre, let me see if you can still say such a thing after death. Then she ordered her subordinates to attack. The subordinates received the order from the White Na Sat and quickly raised their bows and arrows, preparing to shoot. The arrows were drawn, and the subordinates' attitudes were extremely tense. Hundreds of thousands of arrows were shot down at the small boat of 3 people standing, covering a large area of sky. Seeing this, Peng Qion immediately grabbed his sword, stepped back into a fighting stance, and protected the bandit. He stomped his feet and jumped high. With just a few sword strokes he was able to sweep away a bunch of arrows that were flying straight towards them. Seeing that the situation was not good, Bai Na Sha also decided to join the battle herself. She jumped off the roof she had been standing on since the beginning. The subordinates above the corridor, after shooting arrows, quickly chased after Bai Na Sha's figure. Many people simultaneously joined the attack towards the pirate ship, Peng Qion and Dong Fuang Vin. The bandit clasped his 2 fingers together, his face somewhat tense as he looked up. Was it really impossible to escape the declaration of war? The bloody battle did not take place. The White Dragon Palace Master appeared in time and shouted the order, "Stop quickly." The old man's arm and his black steel words simultaneously rushed towards the white woman, causing her to flinch. The White Dragon Palace Master did not hesitate to directly grab her neck, lifting her entire body up high, causing her to only be able to cry out in pain. Dong Fuang Vin was startled to witness this scene, unable to believe his eyes, and shouted stutteringly, "That person." The White Dragon Palace Master was so nervous that all the wrinkles from his age were visible. He respectfully bowed his head to the vagabond. "My old body is late in receiving guests, please forgive me for not managing my subordinates more carefully." After listening, he glanced at Peng Qion and then started teasing. His excessive kindness was quite distracting. He also smiled with satisfaction and put the sword behind his back. He must have seen that no matter how strong the 10 great villains were, they were still just weak ants compared to their master. He was bowing before his master's solemn majesty. The wanderer glanced at Peng Qion meaningfully, thinking to himself, "Do you really think so? Anyway, I have to investigate everything to make things clear." After the 2 of them exchanged a silent message, he raised his head and smiled in response to the White Dragon Palace Master. "He accepted your kindness and asked you to take us to the White Dragon Palace." A moment later, they appeared at the White Dragon Palace, a building that was much taller than the nearby buildings, surrounded by countless red lanterns. The White Dragon Palace Master was kneeling respectfully on the floor, silently waiting for orders. On the contrary, the guests like the bandits were sitting on the seats of power. Peng Qion and Dong Fuang Vin were standing on either side very solemnly. He helplessly thought to himself, "He was too kind." The wanderer raised his head, closed his eyes and sighed. "There was no way someone like this could have sent someone to assassinate me." He helplessly interrogated the kneeling person. "Master of the White Dragon Palace, did you send someone to me?" The White Dragon Palace Master really sent someone to him, so he answered without hesitation or doubt, "Yes, that's right." This answer was true, but beyond the imagination of the wanderer. He opened his eyes wide in surprise. He called someone here. He raised his hand to wipe his nose again, adding that it would only cause more misunderstandings. The price to hire them was quite expensive. "I wonder if you would accept this gift." The more he listened to the bandit, the colder his heart became. He started to get angry. Did he hire someone to assassinate him? Because of those wrong thoughts, the bandit's face darkened. He lowered his head, thinking to himself, "It's because of you that I almost drowned, you bastard." Then the bandit let out a cold smile. "Then I must personally give you a gift." Peng Qion standing beside him also understood and tightly grasped the hilt of his sword. He raised his hand and pulled the sword out of his back. The cold bandit pointed at the White Dragon Palace Master and ordered, "Kill him quickly, Peng Qion." Just waiting for that, he stomped his feet and left his position, standing, and quickly rushed forward, slashing towards the old man while shouting loudly, "Listen, orders." The White Dragon Palace Master didn't understand what was happening and was slashed. He instinctively jumped back. The ground where Peng Qion slashed immediately cracked into many pieces. The old man tied countless threads on his hands, his face full of tension as he observed the situation before him. Immediately after, the White Dragon Palace Lord counterattacked, jumping up high, throwing his sharp little threads forward, surrounded by clouds of fire. Dong Fuang Vin was startled when he saw it. His eyes widened in surprise. That was the red brocade, the secret weapon of the Black Heart Commander. Peng Qion was not so easily defeated either. His eyes and sword were covered in a crimson demonic aura. With just a few slashes, Peng Qion passed through hundreds of red silks of the White Dragon Palace Lord. The demonic energy became thicker and thicker. He swung his sword strongly behind, rushing straight towards the old man's position. The White Dragon Palace Lord had no choice but to jump back to avoid it. The old man couldn't believe his eyes, shouting in anger, "How could the red brocade be so easily broken?" At that moment, Peng Qion's attack also came. The White Dragon Palace Master was lucky to avoid having his head cut off, but was still cut. Blood splattered everywhere. his eyes rolled back as he looked at Peng Chion's sword covered in thick demonic energy. A huge explosion occurred on the top floor of the White Dragon Palace, the black cage was blown away by the pressure, and smoke and dust also exploded, filling the sky with white. The entire building was destroyed, the ceiling turned into pieces of rubble flying everywhere, revealing the dark sky. Peng Chion still chased after the figure of the White Dragon Palace master with his spear. He tried his best to avoid it, while helplessly trying to find a chance to survive for himself. Wait a minute, don't tell me you don't like my gold, silver, and jewels. Hearing this, the wanderer was stunned. Gold, silver, and jewels. It seemed like he also realized that he had misunderstood the old man, loudly shouting the order to Peng Chion, "Stop, Peng Chion." At that moment, his sword just barely missed piercing through the body of the White Dragon Palace master. Finally, because of his command, the sword stopped and placed right next to the old man's head. The White Dragon Palace master was startled, sweat pouring out like a stream. He glanced at the sharp sword blade beside his neck. Seeing that the situation had calmed down, the wanderer gently spoke up to break the atmosphere. "Quickly tell me everything clearly, Lord of the White Dragon Palace. If you dare to lie to me, I will not go easy on you." The old man knelt down in great grievance and shouted at him, "It's true that I asked my subordinates to come here to bring gold, silver, jewels, and rare treasures to you too." The wanderer was a bit suspicious of the White Moon Palace master, so he asked again to be sure. "You said that you sent gold, silver, and jewels to both of us, so why did your subordinates suddenly attack us?" The White Dragon Palace master immediately bowed deeply, his hands crossed respectfully as he explained, "That is a gift that I secretly gave to you without letting my subordinates know. This gift is so that ordinary people like us do not dare to oppose you too." Dongfang Yong felt that his plot was about to be exposed, so he lost his temper and pointed at the White Dragon Palace master, shouting loudly, "You sent the treasure and secretly plotted against us at the same time. How many times have you played this trick?" Although I am respectful to this wanderer, I don't mind him at all, he quickly shouted back, "What are you talking about? The one who is the butt of the joke is you." The abbot of the White Dragon Palace suppressed all the anger and grievances he had been holding back all this time, and turned to vent them all on Dongfang Yong, shouting and arguing with him, "If I had known this would happen, would have destroyed you long ago." Dongfang Yong didn't hesitate to come and argue back, "I was the one who said that, now I know your true identity." Peng Chion couldn't bear it anymore, so he jumped up and stomped on the ground. His aura began to spread throughout the space. He stabbed his sword into the floor, his face tensed as he shouted at the other two, "You dare to be disrespectful in front of the master, do you all want to die?" Dongfang Yong and Bylong Palace master became quiet for a moment, both of them turned their faces towards Pengxian waiting for the next command. Peng Chion silently glanced at the master of the White Dragon Palace, coldly ordered, "And you too, no one is allowed to disguise themselves when meeting the master." The old man half knelt and half sat on one leg, bowed his head and replied, "I know." In the next second, his entire body changed, his hands were no longer old but full of blue veins. The old man tidied everything up, his hands pressed on the acupuncture points on his body, his whole body changed, making everyone surprised. That was. The true face was finally revealed, it was the dark-hearted guest, the leader of the 10 great evils. The wanderer was not surprised after seeing the face of the black-hearted guest, he just lightly commented, "It seems that the master of the White Dragon Palace is indeed one of the 10 great evil people. Dongting Dragon King, let me ask you." Dongfang Yong frowned, nervously bowed his head, "Yes, master, if it is about the black-heart guest then I will answer everything." The gaze of the wanderer suddenly became sharp, scanning Dongfang Yong's entire face, "Then answer me why you hid the matter of secretly sending gold, silver, and jewels to the guest." Dongfang Yong was caught red-handed, so his face darkened and he was speechless. The wanderer propped himself up with his hands and continued, "If what you said is true, wouldn't it be that a black-hearted manipulator would go to the extent of offering gold, silver, and jewels to the Truongjiang Tui Lo camp just to regret a Dong Long boat? Just stood up, the bandit coldly exposed the evil thoughts in Dong Phuong Vin's heart, to kill me, right? His hands were so angry that they clenched the chair's armrests. Dongfang Yong, whose truth was exposed, turned his head to look away, not daring to face the bully. Immediately after that, he stood up straight, grabbed the chair and threw it straight at his face. The chair shattered into pieces and flew everywhere. The voice of the bandit echoed throughout the room, "You evil man." He was extremely angry and pointed at Dongfang Yong, his face tensed up as he shouted, "If you were telling the truth, you wouldn't have needed to come here, you almost turned Bylong Mansion into a sea of blood, right?" Peng Chion also added fuel to the fire, shouting straight into Dong Phuong Vin's face, "The master has already taken action and you still intend to stand there forever. his face darkened, he clasped his hands behind his back, not daring to say anything. Immediately after, the Dongfang Yong collapsed forward, making the wanderer startled and not understanding what was happening. He had no more words to curse, so he gritted his teeth and glared. Okay, I have no more business here. The bandit suppressed his anger and turned to leave, leaving them with his final instructions. From now on, the White Dragon Palace Master must not linger around the Dongting Lake area, those cables only add trouble, so don't do such useless things anymore. The black-hearted guest bowed his head and said nothing, secretly breathing a sigh of relief in his heart. Was he safe and sound? As if reading his mind, Peng Qion glanced over, half admonishing, half threatening, you better take the master's words to heart. His eyes were extremely cold, his voice was cold enough to kill. If I see your face again next time, don't blame me for killing you. After threatening, Peng Qion stomped his feet and left. The ground under his feet cracked open and spread outwards. In the end, only the black heart guest remained. He stood silently in the middle of the shattered room of the White Dragon Palace. A moment later, the black-hearted guest turned his head to look outside. Finally he used long strides to leave. There was no time to stand like this forever. In the hearts of the dark-hearted guests, there were already their own calculations. If I'm not mistaken, He stopped in front of a towering white door. A moment later, the black-hearted guest opened the door violently as if he wanted to vent all his anger on it. The impermanent ghost and his two brothers stood next to each other, unable to move. They shouted loudly to question the black-hearted guest. Master, why did you press the devil's acupuncture point on us? He frowned, reached out to press their acupoints, and angrily scolded his students. Shut up, do you know who you are going to kill? After the acupoints were acupressured, the impermanent ghost immediately became more ferocious. His voice also raised a tone. Have you met that Peng Qion? Where is he now? Immediately, the black-hearted guest punched him straight in the face, extremely angry, and shouted loudly, until now still don't know why this useless thing. The impermanent ghost could not believe that his master would hit him. He fell to the floor with a dark face. Remembering Peng Qion's cold gaze, the black-hearted guest once again loudly affirmed and scolded his stupid and useless students. You just bumped into someone who can be compared to the world's #1. The pressure that Peng Qion created when fighting him was still clearly visible. The sword energy that he created carried a demonic aura, and its power was something never heard of, never seen in the martial arts world. The only place that can use such a person as a confidant is the demonic sect. Only with all the experts of the righteous sect being of one mind can one barely compare with the demonic sect. Hearing this, the impermanent ghost turned his head in surprise. His heart began to shake violently. The black-hearted guest roared loudly for them to hear. He would rather be chased by the beggar gang than be compared to the devil sect. Tong Xiangsu took a step forward, showing disbelief. Demonic cult, impossible. But Heishin Shikamaru quickly interrupted him. Are these people still not awake? He angrily approached, reached out and grabbed the head of the sky demon, muttering to himself, this is no good. Before someone else catches him because of this, I have to deal with them first. One of the black-hearted guest's hands grabbed his neck, the other he grabbed his head, slightly losing strength. Thong Tien Ku screamed in extreme pain. The more the Dark Heart Master became annoyed, the more he used more force on his hand. TSK, he was too impatient and couldn't do as he wanted. Immediately after, the Black Heart Controller twisted violently, and the body of the sky-clearing person staggered a few times before collapsing to the ground. Witnessed him being murdered by the dark-hearted guest, the impermanent demon and the remaining one who only knew how to manipulate people there. In the end, the white-haired man was the first to react, screaming in pain, brother. Even the impermanent ghost couldn't help but turn pale. Second brother. They anxiously took a few steps forward, stammering, dead, dead. The black-hearted guest also looked towards the lying Thong Tien Ku and cleared his throat. They did it the wrong way again. Having said that, he raised his two hands and walked towards the impermanent demon and the other guy, his fingers slightly curled. Don't make such a fuss, this time I'll do it right. They were so angry that their veins popped out. They clenched their fists and stared at him. The two of them understood each other very well, and at the same time, one in front and one behind, they charged straight towards the black-hearted guest and risked their lives. You dare to do that to our brothers, you will die with us, you dark-hearted manipulator. The black-hearted guest did not expect that they would fight back against him. He was startled and jumped back in alarm. Violent attack, must avoid. They fought more and more fiercely, continuously attacking him, forcing him to retreat to the back. The impermanent ghost lost all control, its eyes rolled back as it rushed towards the black-hearted guest, murderous aura spreading everywhere, and died. The black-hearted guest could not resist any longer and retreated. His face turned pale, he opened his mouth and shouted, cursing him, you bastard. Another shocking explosion erupted right above the White Dragon Palace. Smoke and dust flew everywhere. The still water surface was also pushed by the pressure, creating ripples that pushed the boat that the dugong and Peng Chion were standing on. He closed one eye, avoiding the dust, looking towards the building that had just exploded inside. It seemed that the humiliation was quite bitter. Peng Chion beside him was even colder, holding his sword. It was indeed better to kill him right now. The wanderer knew that he meant what he said, so he turned around and looked at Peng Chion to gently reassure him. All right, you can vent your anger in a place where there are no people involved, just let him off the hook this time. Peng Chion quickly calmed down and closed his eyes to respond and obey. The big dragon-headed ship continued to set sail, drifting on the sea. At the Truongjiang Tui Lo camp, the water below was extremely clear. Above the head was a bright full moon shining everywhere. Sun Wu was still wearing the woman's clothes, his muscles bulging as he stretched and exhaled. Phew, he could finally breathe some fresh air. In this state, he couldn't walk around in broad daylight. Then suddenly his eyes turned to one direction, all action stopped. Following Tun Vu's gaze, Peng Chion was sitting with his back against the side of the boat, holding a gourd of wine and looking into the distance. Tun Vu raised his head, extremely confused by his actions. That guy wasn't sleeping, he really did everything to protect the so-called master. In his mind, Peng Chion could not sleep, nor had a free life. If the owner was good, it would be acceptable. Then he continued to remember the scene of the angry bandit smashing everything, secretly feeling sorry for Peng Chion. Is this all you made to celebrate my birthday? That guy must have been suffering from worry. Thinking of this, Tun Vu raised his hand and closed his eyes, his eyebrows furrowed together. He once gently placed his hand on Peng Chion's shoulder in sympathy, not knowing how much hardship he had to endure. But Tun Vu also remembered the scene at that time. Peng Chion was so angry that he slapped him painfully. Thinking of this, Tun Vu's eyes turned black, his whole body stiffened. He hurriedly took large strides inside, just wanting to run as fast as he could to escape this place. Almost thinking about that day again, he had to return to his room, but Peng Chion noticed him, coldly calling out, "Green Forest King, come up here quickly." Sun Wu's heart was screaming furiously, damn it, his face was already pale, but he still had to respectfully reply, yes. Just as he jumped up, Tun Vu told himself to finish talking nonsense and then run away. As soon as he landed, he started a conversation. This is the first time he saw you drinking alone. Is there something unpleasant at Bok Long Palace? But the situation was no different from last time. Peng Chion slapped him hard and painfully in the face. His face was swollen. Tun Vu cursed in his heart, damn it. Peng Chion was extremely angry, turned to stare at the painful Sun Wu and cursed, too grateful to know what to do. What nonsense are you talking about? Tried to hold back the pain on his face. Sun Wu bowed his head and admitted his mistake, I'm sorry. Then he also sat down right next to Peng Chion to listen to what had just happened. The master had shown his majesty to the master of the White Dragon Palace. Not only that, he also could not control his anger and hit the Dong Din Dragon King with a chair. Tun Vu continued to add a few more questions. He did not know why the master hit the Dong Din Dragon King with a chair. As expected, he received another slap on the other side of his face. Peng Chion shouted angrily. The master had already made a move, so he had to endure it. Tun Vu once again cursed under his breath, damn it. After beating someone to vent his anger, Peng Chion gritted his teeth and looked down at him, scolding him, stop talking nonsense and focus on your disguise. Sun Wu pretended to be a weak young lady, her big round eyes sparkling. She raised her hand to hold her cheek that had just been hit and acted spoiled. Yes, of course, to disguise myself as a woman, I wore underwear and women's clothing. But everything happened like before. Every time he spoke, Peng Chion would slap him. He roared in anger, useless dirty thing. The third time he was beaten, Tun Vu still could only cover his face and lower his voice, I'm sorry. This time Peng Chion became even more ferocious, knocking Tun Vu down and continuously stomping on him. While hitting he shouted, change your voice, with such a rough voice, who would believe it's a girl? Sun Wu helplessly lay on the floor enduring the wrath, painfully biting his lips, preventing himself from making a sound, tears streaming down the corners of his eyes and falling down his nose. I'm sorry. The night gradually ended, giving way to the bright sun rising. After the rain, the sky was bright again, and everything returned to its original quiet appearance. The big ship continued to set sail. The sea around it seemed to favor it without a single big wave. Peng Chion stood beside him, looking at the traveler, his face cold as he reported, Master, it's time. He looked into the distance, lost in thought, then slowly replied, okay. The wanderer closed his eyes to relax, secretly praying in his heart, hoping that this time he would be the #1 martial artist in the world. After praying, the the wanderer straightened his back and looked towards the vast ocean, his face full of determination. Let's go. The huge waves crashed together, forming a beautiful wave front. In the distance, a small ray of light flashed like a thorny path ahead of the cruise ship to the secret cave in the middle of the water. After he finished speaking, the wanderer jumped straight into the ocean vortex without any hesitation, blocking out the tiny ray of light. He closed his mouth to hold his breath, his eyes wide open as he dove down below, silently guessing in his heart. The deeper he went, the darker it got. He couldn't see anything, which meant it was almost 20 meters deep. Now was also the time for a change, right? Suddenly from afar, large and fast-flowing streams of water were rushing towards him. The wanderer seemed to have also discovered it. His eyes widened, his pupils constricted in surprise. In a moment, he was caught in the middle of that whirlpool. The wanderer struggled to cover his chest with both hands, eyes closed to relieve the pressure. After a while, after getting used to the pressure of the whirlpool on him, the adventurer opened his eyes to look around. The water flowed faster than he thought. Suddenly, the wanderer couldn't take it anymore and was hit by the water to the point of opening his mouth to gasp for air. The air bubbles in his mouth overflowed. He felt helpless inside. If this continued, he might really die. In another place, the scene was more peaceful. The sun was also gradually rising, spreading warm sunlight everywhere. Seeing Chu Duongnan sitting absent-mindedly by the window, the sword cat god general slowly approached from behind to ask, "You look worried, huh?" She turned her head to look at him in surprise, quickly replying, "Ah, Master Chiel, it's nothing, I'm just worried about the arrangements." Then, the Chu Yongren lowered his head, raised his hand to support his chin, and looked thoughtful. What if the invisible god thief and the drunkard, who had bet on the arrangement of the traveling mysterious artist, had already reached the place of the second arrangement? Jun Zhou Yongren hastily turned to look at the sword cat divine lord. No good, his disciple must quickly practice diving more. He felt that his disciple was a bit cute, so he burst out laughing. After a hearty laugh, sword cat god stroked his beard and calmly instructed, "There's no need to be in such a hurry, they won't be able to reach the place of arrangement anyway." She immediately asked back in a daze, "Why?" The face of the sword cat divine lord was extremely pleased as he explained to the Chu Yongren, "If one went down 20 meters below the lake bed, they will be unable to do anything and will be swept away by the rushing water. They will die without even knowing that they have to surrender themselves to the killing water. That is what the bandits are going through right now." Deep below the sea, the yacht is unconscious after being deprived of air due to being caught in a whirlpool. He slowly opened his eyes. His mind was extremely confused about his situation. Even if he could escape, in that place. The gypsy finally managed to escape. He was climbing out of the water. His whole body was in a terrible mess. Those who practice evil martial arts cannot enter. Right now, before his eyes was a skeleton practicing martial arts in front of a landscape painting. The wanderer looked up in a daze, his whole body soaked in seawater. Is this the place of arrangement? Then he began to observe everything here. Everything was extremely new. That was the remains of an immortal. Even though he was deceased, but showing respect was considered right for human morality. The wanderer clasped his hands and respectfully bowed his head to introduce himself. The wanderer, "Greetings, I do not wish to be the best in the world nor to have power over 10,000 people. I just want to live a normal life, please help me." The skeleton seemed to be smiling at him, but didn't say a word. The curious wanderer reached out his hand towards the skeleton, wanting to wipe away the dust on it. Unlike when he went to the mysterious travel place, no sound was made. There was dust on the bones of the deceased. But as soon as he touched it, the small bones separated and fell apart, no longer in their original neat shape. The bandit was so scared that his face turned pale. He couldn't believe that he had done such a terrible thing. He started to frantically pick up each bone, trying to arrange them together, but it was still a mess. "I'm sorry, I was going to dust you off, then I will restore it to its original state." After a while, the skeleton was rearranged, but it was not realistic at all. He just arranged it haphazardly, with ribs sticking to the head and skull. The more he did, the more the traveler became blind, his eyes darkened, and his hands that were arranging also stopped their movements. A stream of aura began to emanate from the skeleton. The bandit stood up, helplessly holding his head. What should he do? Meanwhile, he accidentally looked up and observed the painting behind, a little surprised. "Oh, what is that landscape painting?" The painting evoked an old scene in his mind. "Ah, isn't this the Hong Sun Mountain, where he ran around looking for the fairy godmother?" The memory at that time was horrible, but looking at it like this, it seems beautiful. The wanderer's eyebrows furrowed as he kept staring at it. What the hell, did the painting just move? In one corner of the painting, the silhouette of a girl was sitting demurely on a large rock, her small legs sticking out, wanting to put them down in the water. Her face slowly turned back towards him. Finally, a stunningly beautiful face with jade-green eyes turned around, smiled gently, and waved hello. This face reminds me of the person I met a few days ago, miss. The wanderer stood still for a long time, his eyes wide open, his raised hand also paused in mid-air. Then he bowed his head and cleared his throat to regain his composure. No, that young lady can't possibly appear here, what the hell are you thinking? The girl in the painting saw his reaction and raised her hand to cover her mouth and burst out laughing. The wanderer opened his eyes wide in shock at the scene, hundreds of different questions were running through his mind, he saw his actions and laughed, this woman can see me. Suddenly the girl frowned, somewhat dissatisfied with what he said, her eyes filled with anger as she glanced at the bandit, this woman. The bandit was startled, a little scared and sweating profusely, his heart was racing, something was wrong, could he hear any more? Suddenly, the painting of the river lit up, making him extremely dazzled, the light from the painting. The strong winds blew the leaves flying around, covering his gear, he raised his hand to shield his eyes from the glare. Feeling the change around him, the wanderer slowly opened his eyes to observe. He had entered the landscape painting, facing the girl from earlier. Butterflies were flying around creating an extremely peaceful space. The girl in the painting was still sitting next to the rock, her eyebrows still furrowed, her anger still not gone, the woman in the painting. Returning to where the Chu Yang Ren and the Sword Cat Divine Lord were talking, she opened her eyes wide in surprise. Did he mean to enter the painting? He continued to tell her without any concealment, that's right. Jun Zhouyang became even more curious, but how could ordinary people enter the painting? The Sword Cat Divine Lord stroked his beard and replied, depending on each person's aptitude, it will automatically open, so don't worry. The Sword Cat Divine Lord stroked his beard and glanced at Jun Zhouyanren, his eyes filled with love and subtlety. Furthermore, you are a person with a once-in-a-thousand-years aptitude, so you should be able to enter within 5 to 6 days. She was a bit surprised and confused, then turned to ask again, so I wonder how long it took for the new marshal's soul to enter. Immediately, the Sword Cat God burst out laughing at this somewhat naive question. Haha, you want to compete with the deceased, I heard that he passed away exactly 5 days ago. The 7 arrangements are all legendary martial arts that once made waves. When you enter the painting, you will meet one of them. She also immediately understood what he was conveying to her, so that person was the Sword Cat God who stroked his beard and interrupted to confirm her idea. That's right. 1,000 years ago, the number 1 person in the world was the Ton Ton Fairy. Now, she was sitting on a rock with her legs crossed, her chin resting on her hands. She frowned and questioned the bandit. You just said it was this woman, right? She really is an impolite person. I knew I was rude to Ton Ton Tien too, so I immediately admitted my mistake. I was so surprised that I misspoke. I apologize. May I ask where the fairy is? Ton Ton Fairy frowned and scolded him, idiot. The wanderer was angry from being scolded, his teeth clenched together, stupid, but because he was asking someone else, he had to restrain himself. Saying stupid seemed a bit too much, but as long as I can meet my old friend, I will leave immediately. Ton Ton Fairy still did not take back her words but frowned and stared at the wanderer and scolded him again. He is truly the most stupid of all stupid people. The bandit could no longer contain his anger, pointing at her and shouting, Hey, why have you been cursing me all this time? The fairy acted like it was natural, spreading her hands in response, because I'm stupid, that's why I'm called stupid. The wanderer's fists clenched slightly at his sides, thinking to himself, alright, someone like that can't possibly be a celestial being. He kept staring at the girl in front of him and evaluating her. She was definitely a ghost who was deliberately provoking him to prevent him from meeting the immortal. The bandit clenched his fists, stepped back on one leg and bent down into a fighting stance, his entire face showing tension as he shouted, I will surpass you and seek both the old friend and the arranged. The fairy Ton Ton was a little amused by the wanderer's thoughts. She propped herself up and repeated the witch's words again. Immediately after, her figure disappeared into thin air, so fast that the wanderer only saw a flash of light. The wanderer's pupils contracted, his eyes widened from the shock from the scene just now. In a flash, the green fairy appeared in front of the bandit, one hand clenched and one hand spread, preparing to attack head-on. She slapped a palm of immense force towards him, causing white dust and smoke to fly up around him. The bandit didn't have time to react and took on everything. After Ton Ton Fairy threw a powerful palm strike at him, she smiled with some interest. Her strength isn't too bad, huh? The wanderer in front of her was hugging himself, one hand spread out to block that dangerous attack. Although he didn't have much trouble, he was still slightly injured. The fairies praised, can you block this move? He gritted his teeth, his entire body was on alert, his eyes constantly looking at Ton Ton Tien to observe all her movements. She was indeed not an easy opponent. If he was not careful he might die in the painting. After thinking for a while, he let his hand fall down, hiding it behind his back, secretly creating a stream of sparkling energy in his palm, having no choice but to use the wandering dragon hand and silver soul kill to finish it. After finishing his preparations, his tone also became arrogant and domineering. Today you must die here. The green fairy fearlessly took a defensive stance, revealing a bewitching smile as she commented on the wanderer. Her words were truly unlike those of a righteous person. The sky is extremely blue, the warm sunlight covers the entire vast forest, the space here is extremely peaceful. Suddenly, a loud scream rang out, breaking the silence of the place. The rabbits that were eating grass stopped in surprise and raised their heads to see what the hell was really going on. The bandit lay flat on the ground, both hands clutching his head, his whole body covered in mud, screaming and begging, "Stop, I told you to stop hitting me, witch." The green fairy angrily clenched her fists, smoke still coming out from her hands, proving how fiercely she had just hit him. She shouted loudly in anger, "An idiot like you also knows pain, get lost and get out of my sight." After the fairy stopped, the wandering monk also sat up, his eyes filled with resentment. He raised his hand to wipe the corner of his mouth, opened one hand and extended it towards her, returning the soul reins to me. The fair maiden without hesitation reached into her robe and took out some sharp darts. She picked it up with 2 fingers, revealing a cunning smile as she looked down at the rogue and teased, "Looks like this is the name of this thing, what if the rogue doesn't want it?" He immediately lost his composure, angrily screaming like a child, how cowardly to snatch the opponent's weapon and then attack, if she didn't return the favor immediately then. The bandit had not yet finished his threat when he was threatened by the Tauntaun fairy who raised her fist and threatened him. Was that still not enough? Really, do you want to get beaten up? There was no other way. The wanderer retracted his momentum, took a step back, and pointed straight at the Tauntaun fairy. "Humph, wait, after I find the fairy, I will definitely get my soul back." Strong. Immediately after, he was so angry that he stomped his foot on the ground, turned around and left. The green fairy behind raised her hand to cover her mouth and laughed happily. "Okay, see you again." After leaving, the bandit angrily gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with resentment as he thought to himself, "All right, finding the immortal alone is enough. After I learn the immortal's martial arts, I will let that witch know what's in store for me." With such high spirits, the wanderer had no idea where to go. After a while, he was seen walking on the forest trail. Still the same scene, the 2 birds have since given birth to a brood of chicks. The wanderer has fallen on the path he chose. In contrast to the helpless and heartbroken appearance of the wanderer, the bird family was very happy and joyful together. Below, the wanderer had collapsed, his hair disheveled and his face dark with fatigue. He could only bow his head and look at the ground. His limbs were so weak that he didn't want to move anymore. 2 months had passed, and not even a single hair of the immortal had been seen. Suddenly, the bandit's eyes became determined. He was determined. Now was not the time to be vain anymore. The wanderer finally returned to the stream where he first met the fairy Tauntaun. Seeing her leisurely sitting on the log, her legs still stretched out and playing, he cleared his throat to seek attention. Tauntaun fairy knew that this was finally going to happen, propped her chin up and turned to look at him, smiling sarcastically. "Oh, wasn't he the idiot from back then? Looks like he still hasn't met an immortal." The shy wanderer bowed his head. He tried to stay calm and then spoke up to start a conversation. It was the same. The thing was said at the beginning. "This woman let me apologize. What is your name?" The fair maiden looked at him with a smile and gently introduced herself. Fair. The wanderer from afar seemed to have received her pardon and quickly introduced himself. "So you're Tauntaun, and my name is Wanderer. Tauntaun, consider this as helping someone in need. Can you give me a hand?" She smiled brightly, squinting at the wanderer. There is no such thing as a free gift in this world. He didn't expect Tauntaun to be so straightforward. He was so embarrassed that he stuttered, of course, just say it, no matter what, I will help you." She pretended to be happy and excited, clapping her hands and looking at the wanderer and asking again, "Is anything okay?" Her voice was a bit slow and dangerous. Well, first of all, the wanderer was a bit worried. Du Qingqing's eyes were wide open and shining. She eagerly raised a finger and ordered, "I want to eat meat, so catch a wild boar and bring it here." Hearing this, the bandit immediately went to kill a wild boar. After he brought it back to her, Du Qingqing sat on a tree with her eyes half closed and coldly requested, "I also want to see the flowers on top of the cliff, so you can pick some yourself." After he picked a seemingly wilted flower for Du Tauntaun, she pointed to the far side of the forest and continued to order him to go get water from the riverbank on the mountain over there. Once again, after the tour guide finished, Du Tauntaun happily added another task. "Today let's eat fish, go catch some for me, and also." Immediately, a skewer full of fresh fish was thrown in front of Du Tauntaun. The wanderer's whole body was soaked from catching fish. He opened his mouth to breathe heavily, rubbing his chin, waiting for her to continue ordering him around. Is there nothing else? Du Ton Ton looked at him blankly. She felt a bit helpless in her heart. I just wanted to see you give up on your own, so I ordered you to do some things. It's been a month and you've deducted a little. In the end she decided not to test him anymore. Well, that's enough. The two of them, one standing, one sitting, were sitting beside the rushing water, extremely peaceful. Du Ton Ton secretly sized him up. He had been doing all this for a month just to learn martial arts. He was truly an interesting person. Du Ton Ton looked around, her eyes downcast as she recalled. Just like that moment, she curiously asked, before coming here, what kind of person were you? The wanderer pondered for a long time, raised his hand to scratch his chin, a little embarrassed, but didn't know how to answer. In the end, he decided to answer Du Qingqing's question, the young master of the demonic cult. She was extremely surprised and immediately looked at Du Gang. Someone who has cultivated demonic energy cannot enter this place. Where did you get this story from? The wanderer was not surprised at all by her reaction, slowly sat down right next to Du Qingqing and continued, really, my father did not teach me demonic arts to prepare for the arrangement. Then he raised his head to the sky and looked into the distance. His eyes were a bit sad, but when my father passed away, his closest confidant rebelled. My subordinate helped me escape, but he made a fuss that I had to become the sect leader, but I will not become the sect leader. Du Ton Ton heard what was on Du Zhang's mind and raised her head to look over. Didn't you come here to learn martial arts and become strong, yet you don't want to be the sect leader? The wanderer spoke his mind openly. For me, martial arts are just a means. My dream is to enjoy a normal life rather than become strong. His words made Du Ton Ton remember someone's figure. Her eyes widened in surprise. For a moment, she fell into a world of her own. 1,000 years ago, the air was still as fresh as ever. Cherry blossoms were blooming on the trees. A brown-haired young man with dirty eyes, sharp eyes, a satisfied smile on his lips, clasped his hands and looked straight at her, admitting defeat. I have lost. Ton Ton Fairy, please accept me as your disciple. Du Ton Ton's fist was still smoking. Her cold eyes looked at him angrily. Her strength is not as good as his. Why did she come here? So annoying. Go away and get lost. Not only did the brown-haired boy not leave in shame, on the contrary, he looked at her even more eagerly. It was only natural that his strength was not as good, wasn't it? He did not hesitate to use the most flowery words to praise Du Ton Ton, because at the age of not yet 20, she had defeated the Ling Ba goddess with her unique dance skills and was a master who had reached the realm of being the best in the world. Hearing this, she sighed helplessly, her eyes half closed, her chin propped up on her hand, revealing a thoughtful expression. She was truly stubborn. Was there no other way? In the end, she agreed. Fine, I will accept you as my disciple. The brown-haired young man happily took a few steps forward. Then I will immediately ask to become your disciple. But Du Qingqing immediately extinguished his inspiration. Forget about that, I have something to tell you. It is an important thing that must be experienced in order to cultivate. He was a bit hesitant, his heart filled with doubts. Was it such an important matter that he had to skip the master worship ceremony? What exactly did he want to tell me? Du Ton Ton smiled sinisterly as if she was about to set up countless games for the two people first. Then she gave a strange bright smile. A finger was raised along with the first challenge. Catch me a wild boar. A wild boar and a series of carefully cut logs were brought before Du Ton Ton. She was very happy poking the pig's corpse with a wooden stick. The brown-haired boy standing behind her was a bit impatient as he wiped the sweat from his hair. Master, when are you going to teach me martial arts? She just smiled gently in response. I'll teach you when the time is right. It looks delicious. Along with a request to the bandit, but the brown-haired boy did it differently. Du Qingqing glanced at him with a bit of surprise. Not picking flowers but picking fruits. The brown-haired boy not only did not feel that he did wrong but also firmly responded. On such a steep cliff, how could he pick flowers? Moreover, today you also did not teach me martial arts. Autumn is gradually fading, the leaves are gradually turning bright red and preparing to fall. The brown-haired boy carries back a series of large bags. Today's harvest is quite good. Du Ton Ton walks out of the house full of surprise. Wow, that's enough for this whole winter. Winter comes, two people sit warming themselves on the porch. In the middle of the fire are fragrant grilled fish. A moment later, the two fish were cooked and curled up on the wooden stick. Du Ton Ton looked at the brown-haired boy sitting across from her with wide eyes. She intended to let him get bored with the chores and leave on his own, but a year had already passed. His martial arts inherently required extraordinary perseverance and effort. Perhaps he could really do it. He just focused on staring at the fire. After making up her mind, Du Qingqing raised her head and firmly told him, from now on, I will not do anything else. Tomorrow, I will teach you martial arts. Finally, I can learn the martial arts that I have been wanting to learn, congratulations. But it wasn't a celebration as imagined, the brown-haired boy just coldly said, I don't want to learn martial arts anymore. Du Tan Tan was so surprised that she felt a little uncomfortable. She had worked by my side for so long and still said this, don't regret it later, think again. The brown-haired boy didn't reply right away, but instead told her some stories. Right down the street, I heard a rumor. At that time, when he passed by a village, he heard the people there talking. The number one person in the world was a girl not yet 20. When he heard about his master, he immediately thought to himself, it seems that people are still talking about his master. But the next thing the people said made him a little angry. So what, it won't last long. In his heart he thought, what a rude person. Then the brown-haired boy decided to stand back and listen. The people continued to gossip. What do you mean? Recently there has been a rumor spreading that the Tan Tan fairy suffered from the nine pole syndrome, which left the brown-haired young man stunned for a long time. Du Tan Tan heard this and also bowed her head, pretending to understand everything. So it turns out that because she knew I didn't have much longer to live and didn't have enough time to teach people, she didn't need it anymore. The brown-haired boy immediately interrupted her thoughts, not for that reason. He slowly answered Du Qingqing's other questions. At first my goal was martial arts, but at some point I realized that this daily life is more precious than martial arts. In the remaining time, I want to enjoy this simple life together with Master. Hearing such touching words, Du Qingqing's pupils widened. The brown-haired boy bowed his head very sincerely at that time. That was my dream. Du Tan Tan returned to reality, staring at the strong man. Finally she returned to the main issue, smiling brightly. I will tell you where the immortal you are looking for is. The surprised Du King turned to look at her and questioned, really? Du Tan Tan was still very happy to reveal the truth to him, because the immortal is right in front of you. Du Gang frowned and stared at her. He didn't understand what Du Tan Tan just said. As if understanding his thoughts, Du Tan Tan continued, also known as Tan Tan Fairy. Looking at her bright smile, the vagabond helplessly turned away, sighing, don't joke like that, there can't be a celestial being that is so indecent. Du Tan Tan didn't say much but just confidently stood up, looked down at him and called, seeing it with your own eyes will probably be faster, follow me. The two of them walked together to the cliff, standing before the abyss. The bandit spoke in confusion, what did you bring me here for? Do you want to destroy this entire mountain? Thinking that it was just a joke of his, Du Tan Tan clasped her hands and used her internal energy, her face calm as she replied, Immediately after, an extremely large amount of energy was released from between her two palms that were pressed together. The traveler who was observing the situation opened his eyes wide in shock. A slash swept across the entire mountain range. Because of the great pressure, the wanderer opened his eyes wide in surprise, his two hands raised to block his chest. Du Tan Tan put one hand on her hip, the other pointed towards the mountains that had been cut in half behind her, smiling and instructing the wanderer, you said you wanted to learn my martial arts, right? Now you just need to do as I did just now. He looked around, eyes wide open, staring blankly at Du Tan Tan. What? The traveler slowly regained his senses after being shocked, his hands slightly curled up, and he was a bit scared. No way, if it was that thing then maybe it could defeat Peng Qion. Suddenly, from behind him came countless strange noises, shaking all around. The rocks and soil were collapsing below, and sand and tall trees were also rushing down at an alarming speed. The two martial arts experts quickly jumped away from where they were standing. Immediately after, a large rock fell right where they were. The bandit moved around in a daze. A landslide, was it caused by martial arts? The bandit from behind just fell freely and shouted loudly, Tan Tan. Du Tan Tan also opened her eyes wide and called him, Bandit. Du Tan Tan's face lit up with excitement. Now we will begin the lesson. In contrast to her calm appearance, the bandit opened his eyes wide in fear, looking over in disbelief. No, isn't there a landslide right now? The two of them continued to free fall down below. Du Qingqing closed her eyes and calmly began her lesson. What you will learn is my unique martial art, extremely pure and powerful. It cannot be seen with the naked eye, but in order to cultivate, I will let you see the flow of the meridians. Look carefully. She was extremely calm, closed her eyes, raised her hand and taught. First the first move of the extreme pure 100 chief. A huge stream of energy was created right before her eyes. Part of the power was rotating in the air, the other part was surrounding the Dubai and Du Tan Tan. The wanderer opened his eyes wide to learn, his state still filled with shock and astonishment. The girl gently landed on the water surface, her feet nimbly stepping on the small leaves. The pirate was floating half of his body on the water surface. The two of them were covered by a large shadow. Du Tan Tan raised her head and said, this move. But before she finished speaking, a huge rock was falling down right next to the two of them. Du Tan Tan was not panicked at all, her hand opened, slowly moving towards her body. With just one palm strike, the huge rock shattered right before his eyes, fragments flying everywhere. Some small stones even shot towards where he was standing. The wanderer witnessed Du Tan Tan's strength and was speechless. After Du Qingqing performed it once for him, she lowered her head and calmly put her hand inside her shirt. The extreme pure 100 growth was created to suit my body's characteristics, so it won't suit you, so I will teach you the little extreme pure 100 growth. She took out a book from it, looked at the traveler's things with great joy, and instructed, memorize this in a week. I don't know if an idiot like you will be able to understand it. Immediately after, the wanderer took the book and sat down to read attentively. Du Tan Tan was behind him, wringing the water off her body while observing him. She let out a sinister smile, her eyes filled with judgment as she watched the back of the bandit. Phew, that was a 20,000 word martial arts manual, just the number of people who were defeated and ran away was countless. Du Tan Tan turned around, raised her hand to cover her mouth and laughed smugly. Could he memorize it in time? Behind him, the Du King folded the book in half. I've already finished learning it all. Du Tan Tan's attitude immediately changed. She turned around and looked at him blankly. She immediately angrily questioned, don't lie like that. The helpless vagabond replied, if anyone can do it, why lie? The wanderer also explained to Du Qingqing without any concealment, since I was 8 years old, I had learned the 30,000 characters of the Silver Soul Killing in just one reading. My father saw this but still called me an ignorant person. Du Tan Tan was a little surprised. 300,000 words in just one go. She still had some doubts and challenged him, then recite it for me so that anyone can do it. The wanderer, without a single worry, sat down neatly on the green grass nearby, wiping and reading each word in the book. Du Tan Tan's eyes widened in surprise. Did he actually memorize it? She felt a little admiration in her heart, secretly worried as she asked the wanderer again, you said you won't become the leader of the devil cult, right? He also answered frankly, never. Du Tan Tan secretly sighed in her heart, if this Du Jiang becomes the sect leader then the turmoil in the martial arts world will not be small. Possessing such terrifying energy yet wants to live a normal life. The dream is bigger than I thought. After reading it, the wanderer slowly stood up, his face confused, not understanding what Du Tan Tan was thinking. Time flies like the wind. Du Gang diligently followed Du Tan Tan to practice. The ropes were wrapped around his entire body. The tired ranger gritted his teeth and endured, sweat pouring down like a stream. The ranger was extremely peaceful, enjoying the cool breeze blowing on his face. She was actually sitting on a large rock, which was being slung over her shoulder by a rope tied to it by a harness, as he tried to get her up a steep slope. It had been 108 days, the bandit had just forcefully cut down all the tall trees. He tiredly raised his hand to wipe the sweat off his face and breathed a sigh of relief. Du Tan Tan stood from behind, watching him display his strength while smiling and praising him. You're much stronger, you'll definitely succeed soon. Du Quang heard that and happily turned around. Really, how long will it take? She gently raised a finger, easily saying an estimate, about 50 years. Instantly his attitude did a 180, the unbelievable punk shouted, 50 years. Du Tan Tan saw the overreaction of the demigod and gently comforted him, but if it were you, 10 years would be enough. He seemed to have lost his spirit and knelt down. 10 years was also a very long time. She approached the demigod and said, put it aside, I have a gift for you. Hearing this, the wanderer changed his attitude and raised his head. What a gift! Du Qingqing slowly put her hand into his sleeve. She took out the weapon she confiscated from the bandit earlier and returned it to him. This is your sole weapon. The bandit's expression flashed with disappointment. He forced a smile and looked at her. It was originally mine. What kind of gift is this? Du Tan Tan mischievously winked at him, raised a finger and laughed. Just kidding, I will teach you another martial art, reverse bullet finger technique. Give me your hand. The wanderer was a little doubtful, but still placed his hand on her palm. The third move of the extreme pure 100-length counterball finger technique, Du Qingqing also gently explained, this was a martial art that was applied from it. From the palm of her hand, she created a stream of internal energy that was transmitted to the opponent's weapon. The counter bullet technique was a technique that reflected the opponent's attack, but if she reversed it and used it, she could tell the opponent's level without them knowing. Her entire body seemed to be glowing. Du Qingqing tightly grasped the hand of the Du Cog and continued, if the other party was weaker then they would feel warmth, on the contrary if the other party was stronger then they would feel cold. If you want to live a normal life, wouldn't it be better to avoid the strong? The wanderer listened attentively without changing his expression. His eyes slightly lowered, he asked Du Tan Tan in confusion, but why did you suddenly give me a gift? She bowed her head and remained silent for a long time. Then Du Tan Tan let go of Du Jiang's hand. warm voice rang out. He didn't know that the remaining time in this painting was 108 days, it was today, the 108th day. Then she turned around and left, hiding her true feelings. It's just that I'm very grateful to you, without you I almost forgot those precious memories. The brown-haired boy's radiant face appeared again. Du Tan Tan was also very happy and joyful at that time. The two of them had once lived peacefully side by side. He was full of love as he carried Du Tan Tan on his shoulder. Now all that was left were memories. She silently stared at the Du Tan Tan. Hearing this, he felt a lot less suspicious. The wanderer opened his eyes wide and looked straight at her. Could it be that she was? Du Tan Tan slowly turned around and left, smiling farewellly. That's right, it's time for me to rest. You did well, you Du Kwang. Her smile was brighter than ever. Du Tan Tan left with a face full of happiness and her wishes, hoping that you can escape your predetermined fate and find freedom. The wanderer still hadn't recovered. He shouted in surprise, wait, why so sudden? But immediately after, a white blanket covered his entire body. The helpless wanderer could only raise his hand to cover his eyes. The bright space had disappeared. He slowly opened his eyes, his hand lowered to see the surrounding scenery clearly. The wanderer once again returned to the original place. Before his eyes was still the same landscape painting, only the girl sitting under the tree was no longer there. His palms clenched with determination. Then the wanderer sincerely clasped his hands, closed his eyes and confessed to the painting, thank you, Tan Tan. Having said that, he turned around and left this place. The steps of the wanderer were extremely steady. He firmly determined to tell himself, I will definitely find freedom through her martial arts. On the calm sea, Peng Chion still stood on the big boat waiting. He stared at the bottom of the ocean, waiting for news of the bandits. The water surface gently moved, creating small whirlpools, and the sound emitted was also soft. Suddenly, from that whirlpool, a figure shot up high, creating a large column of water, and air bubbles also splashed up. The cruiser gently landed on the surface of the boat. Peng Chion turned around to face him. He bowed his head and raised his hand, bowing respectfully, congratulating him on achieving success in just one day. His entire body was drenched in his travel clothes. He opened his eyes wide in surprise at Peng Chion's words, not 108 days but only one day. This arrangement was really amazing. After regaining his composure, the wanderer took a few steps forward and patted Peng Chion on the shoulder. You've waited quite a while, you've worked hard. He remembered what Du Tan Tan had conveyed to him before she disappeared. His curiosity began to rise. Then he should test to see how far his martial arts level had reached, right? The Dujiang grabbed Peng Chion's shoulder and began to use the power that Du Qingxing passed down. Peng Chion, I can finally estimate your martial arts strength. Suddenly, the feeling transmitted to his arm made his face darken. His heart was slightly shaken. The bandit jerked back, his pupils still dilated. His arms began to tremble. The bandit hugged his arms in extreme fear. This was. Peng Chion stood opposite, observing his movements from a while ago, extremely confused, took a step forward, and softly called out, Master, this wanderer's heart is currently extremely chaotic, impossible. While the bandit was darkening his face and hugging his arm, Peng Chion looked away, his face slightly wary as he spoke, Master, someone is approaching. Looking towards where Peng Chion was looking, a large boat was slowly approaching. The wanderer also approached Peng Chion, observed for a while then asked, that guy didn't need to wait for him to finish asking to understand and reply, yes. Is the beggar gang, on that boat? Doi Koan then Kai is standing with his hands on his hips, one hand tightly gripping a long bamboo tube. Immediately, the vagabond fell into a state of contemplation, his hand propped up his chin, thinking to himself, if it was a beggar's gang, I'd have read it in a book before, in which it said that the people of the beggar's gang were as simple and free as beggars. But isn't this really begging? Oh wait, the apocalypse was extremely confused, not understanding what he and Peng Chion were talking about. He spoke up to respond to the bandit's question, yes, they were like that. He immediately became tense, turned to glance at him, no one was born like that, surely they also had their own hardships. Cui Quan Shinkai's boat stopped right before it crashed into his boat, large waves of water splashed up. Cui Quan Shinkai smiled gently, clasped his hands together and introduced himself, I am the branch leader of the beggar gang, Cui Quan Shinkai, I have a few questions, can I get on the boat? Peng Chion immediately yelled in his face, you dare to get on the boat, you dirty beggar. Wait, Shinkai didn't think he would have such a big reaction, his whole body froze, his eyes wide open, he took a few steps back. The wanderer also lifted one side of his shirt to cover his nose, chief of the branch, why don't you take a bath? He didn't understand anything, his eyes wide open as he stared at the two of them, why are you suddenly teasing me like this? Peng Chion once again flew into a rage and shouted loudly, "Master, if you ask, just answer." The god of revelation also became angry, pointing at the bandits and Peng Chion and cursing, "I came to ask about the whereabouts of the White Dragon Palace Master, but I met only crazy people. The beggar gang is originally a place for people to live freely like beggars." After hearing his helpless scream, the bandit was stunned with confusion. Not bathing and begging for food was called a free life. Peng Chion raised his head, turned to look at him, and explained, "They were just losers." The bandit's face darkened, his eyes filled with annoyance and contempt. "Those who have arms and legs but take begging as their main profession, aren't they a bunch of bugs?" Peng Chion also nodded in agreement. "They are truly a bunch of bugs." Because he was too angry, Doi Kan and Kai started to raise the cover in his hand, preparing to attack. These brats really couldn't reason with each other. The bandit saw this and immediately called out, "Peng Chion." He also coldly gripped the hilt of his sword, ready to fight. But unlike what he thought, the bandit pointed at the god of war and shouted loudly, "Hurry up and clean them up." Peng Chion thought he was about to fight and rushed forward, obeying the order. But before he could finish speaking, he realized something was wrong and stopped. His arm that was drawing his sword also remained in mid-air. Looking back at him, the bandit naturally crossed his arms and continued speaking, "At least make them look human." Then he continued to point down to the divine place and ordered, "Go take a bath now." This time, Peng Chion heard clearly and immediately jumped down to obey. He landed forcefully on the small boat of the divine weapon. The shock wave caused the water surface to create ripples and splashes. The divine apocalypse was a little startled and stepped back. At that moment, Peng Chion immediately pressed 2 acupoints on his body. Cui Quan Shinkai's eyes widened in shock. He gritted his teeth in a bit of fear. In a blink of an eye, "Damn it, I don't know what you want, but I won't be taken down that easily." While Doi Koan then Kai was still in a daze, Peng Chion put his hand up his shirt, grabbed a rope, and waved his hand. Doi Koan then Kai, not understanding what was happening, dove headfirst into the water. The great ship of the pirates continued to sail on the sea to the camp of the Yangtze River. The angry bandit pointed forward, his eyes wide open and shouted, "Dong Ting Dragon King, why don't you help the beggar gang?" Dong Phuong Vin was suddenly pointed at and scolded like that. He still didn't understand what was happening. His mouth was wide open, unable to say a word. The bandit continued to question, "Living a dirty life like a beggar is called a free life. Even if you are a waiter or a bodyguard you still have to live properly." The more he spoke, the more excited he became. He moved to the side, revealing that Tui Koan then Kai was sitting on the ground. "I heard that you often meet Tui Koan then Kai, but you don't help these beggars." Dong Fang Yong's face almost froze, unable to understand what was going on. "You are so clean. Wait a minute, is he blaming us for not withdrawing that righteous group?" Finally he spoke up, "Master, the beggar gang is a sect of beggars." Not waiting for Dong Fang Yong to finish explaining, the wanderer was extremely angry and shouted loudly, "That is the problem of people having to bathe cleanly and live honestly." Dong Phuong Vin's face froze, unable to understand the way of thinking of this bandit, the beggar. Well, the divine revelation was still clean and shiny in the corner of the room. The wandering monk stood quietly in the middle and gave orders, "No good, from today on the water camp must bathe the beggar gang clean." Dong Fang Yong heard him say that and was startled and stepped back. Master, this matter. Dong Fang Yong is extremely helpless, it's like asking us to go fight with the beggar gang." He raised both hands, trying to refuse. "Ever since the White Dragon Palace Master disappeared, we've been busy conquering Jiangbei so." The bandit once again interrupted his excuses, shouting in annoyance, "The Black Heart guess thing has already disappeared, so what else is there to worry about?" Wait, Shen Kai heard this and was shocked and opened his mouth wide. Is the White Dragon Palace Master really a black-hearted manipulator? Peng Chion angrily turned around and punched him in the face, making him fall backwards. The owner was talking, how rude. The bandit saw that he was getting more and more aggressive as he fought, continuously stepping on the body of the god of war, so he turned around helplessly to stop him. "Peng Chion, take it easy." Then he turned to look at Dong Fang Yong again. "Dong Ting Dragon King, I called you here not only because of the ice but also because I have something private to say." He didn't understand anything but still had to respectfully respond, "Do you have something to say to me?" The cold-blooded bandit ordered, "Everyone except Dong Ting Dragon King, please go out." After a while, only Dong Phuong Vin was left standing silently facing the bandit. He was extremely tense facing him, slowly speaking, what the hell was going on? The helpless wanderer recalled the feeling when he placed his hand on Peng Chion's shoulder, when he confirmed Peng Chion's martial arts. He jerked back as soon as the feeling reached his hand, feeling like he couldn't even compare to a corner of Peng Chion's toenails. "I felt the cold to the bone, that's why his hands were shaking violently. So now, the dugong put his hand on Dongfang Yong's shoulder. He had to grasp the extent of his martial arts. There was still some hope. He continued to use the power that Du Tan Tan left behind, his entire body extremely focused. If he could easily control Dong Din Long Vong, then. The ranger's clothes stiffened as soon as the feeling reached his hand, his face darkened. Seeing the look on the face of the bandit, Dongfang Yong was extremely scared and shouted, "Master." The bandit slowly let go of his shoulder, his heart filled with pain. Was his dream of freedom so far away? His face was extremely terrifying. The bandit raised his hand in disbelief, his eyes widened. Wasn't his overwhelming strength but his martial arts were only on par with the Dongting Dragon King. Dong Phuong Vin still stood there, dazed, and asked again, "Is there a problem?" The wanderer gently curled his fingers and coldly spoke, "Problem, yes, a very big problem." Suddenly he decided to swing his fist towards the east, his whole body was filled with murderous intent. A huge shockwave erupted, the surrounding doors also exploded and cracked into pieces, white smoke and dust covered the entire vision. Dong Phuong Vin was sent flying backwards by his palm strike. He raised both hands to block the force of the strike. The angry wanderer muttered to himself, "My freedom, the path of the Supreme Being, when will I be able to escape it?" Dongfang Yong's face turned pale, he uncomfortably took a few steps back, just met and already wanted to kill this madman. On the surface he still tried to stay calm and asked him, why did he suddenly become like this? The wanderer still hadn't regained his composure, continuously punching forward, his mouth continuously screaming, just how long was this supreme path? Dongfang Yong didn't dare to counterattack, he could only grit his teeth and endure each blow he directly delivered to him. He opened his eyes wide in pain, thinking to himself, what the hell is this? Is that bandit's martial arts that strong? Then Dongfang Yong gritted his teeth and shouted, "Master, at least tell me the reason for the attack." Hearing the noise from inside, Peng Chion from above also broke through the ceiling and rushed down below, full of murderous intent. He was so angry that he could no longer calmly observe the situation. He pulled out the sword on his shoulder and threatened, "Dare to harm the master." Dongfang Yong looked over with great injustice, his eyes wide open in fear as he shouted at him, "What did I do?" The traveler who was standing quietly at the side quickly reassured Peng Chion, "Stop it, Peng Chion." Before his sharp sword could stab Dong Phuong Vin's neck, Peng Chion stopped in time. The cold-hearted wanderer stated his reasons to Dongfang Yong, "I attacked you out of resentment at not being able to become the supreme being despite having the arrangements," and then in the next sentence, he ordered Peng Chion, "Stop it." He was cold as if nothing had happened, gently put the sword back on his back, and obeyed. Then, Peng Chion turned to point at Dongfang's face and shouted loudly, "Your cruel actions deserve death, but the master has specially granted you mercy, thank the master." Dong Phuong Vin own ach pointed at his face, his whole face was full of helplessness, "I really did nothing." Peng Chion didn't care about right or wrong, immediately shouted loudly, "You still dare to deny the crime." In the end, Dongfang Yong only dared to curse silently in his heart, "Damn it." On the surface, he still had to clasp his hands and bow his head respectfully, thanking his master for his mercy. Peng Chion also placed his hand on his chest and solemnly turned to look at the wanderer, "Master, it is touching to see you yearn to become a supreme being, however this is only the second arrangement. When the day comes when you have the remaining arrangements, everything will go according to your will, master." The bandit was extremely helpless, his eyes still extremely sharp as he ordered, "Dongting Dragon King, prepare the speedboat." He cried silently, but still had to respectfully obey the order. He stood in a corner, receiving the light from outside, his face full of murderous intent and determination, along with tomorrow's dawn. "We will go find the third arrangement." Outside, the pitch-black sky is also illuminated by hundreds of thousands of stars. In the same position in front of the landscape painting and the skeleton as the wanderer once stood, Jun Zhouyang was extremely angry when he saw the skeleton arranged in a mess. The skeleton also radiated a strange aura around it. She opened her eyes wide in shock, unable to believe what was before her eyes. Ah, who would dare to insult an old friend? The divine crane collapsed and knelt on the ground, making her extremely scared. The old man's eyes were blurred, his mouth mumbled incomprehensible things, unable to believe that he had lost two arrangements. Jun Zhouyang anxiously shouted, "Master Chiel." Beside her, the sword cat god also fell down in her daze, "Sixth master." He gritted his teeth in anger, his fists clenched, his whole body trembling. How could this be? The divine crane seemed to have lost all vitality, his hands raised in pain. "Who the hell is this? Who the hell is this?" Jun Zhouyang could only stand there, not knowing what to do next, his mouth stammering, "Masters. She stared at the glowing things before her eyes, falling into a state of confusion. The arrangement was stolen, the master was crazy. Jun Zhou Yangren thought for a long time, then his entire body emitted a thick murderous aura, his two hands clenched in anger. He told himself, who is that guy? If I catch him, I definitely won't let him go. In another place, in a room filled with people, Tun Nuoklan shouted in surprise, "You Du Zhang and Peng Qion, are you leaving tomorrow?" Dongfang Yong on the opposite side once again affirmed his words, "That's right, they told me to prepare the high-speed train." Sun Wu asked him absent-mindedly, "We're almost there and we're still moving." Dongfang Yong's hand that was placed on the table gently curled up, holding back his anger. "Besides, that bandit was more terrifying than I thought." Sun Wu was a bit confused, tilting his head to look at him. "Strange, what's the matter?" Dong Fuangvin frowned, his whole person looked troubled. That. He began to tell Sun Wu what had happened. The bandit angrily pointed at the divine revelation and asked, "How could you not help these beggars?" His face showed death and tension and he shouted at him, "People should wash themselves clean and live honestly." Furthermore, Dongfang Yong also recounted the time when he was brutally attacked by bandits. Just how long is this supreme path? Not only that, he was forced to apologize to him when he did nothing. "Thank you master for your mercy." After hearing Dong Fuangvin tell the story, everyone in that room became speechless. Sun Wu's face darkened, he sat huddled in a corner, muttering to himself. His face seemed to be filled with fear, his eyes darted around. "It seemed we chose the wrong side, he was crazier than we thought." Gong Chusang turned to the beautiful lady and said, "That's right, who would think of cleaning up the beggar gang?" He also replied fearfully, "To that extent, it can be considered an irreversible state of madness." Suddenly, Tun Nuoklan pushed her chair away, stood up firmly, and slammed it down on the table in front of her. "This is not the time for this, we must do it immediately." It seemed like she was very angry, but the next second, Tun Nuoklan smiled brightly, raised the wine gourd in her hand high, and raised her glass to toast. Everyone in the room was bewildered, staring at her. Tun Vu opened his eyes wide, unable to understand and cursed, "Are you crazy too, Nuoklan?" Tun Nuoklan explained to everyone with a smile without any worry, "No, didn't he say they would leave tomorrow, so we just need to stay here." Her words shocked everyone. Gong Chusang stuttered a bit, right, if he wasn't crazy then what reason would he have to follow? Sun Wu also became more relaxed, raising a fist in celebration, "That's right, why didn't I think of that?" Dongfang Yong on the opposite side also smiled brightly, "Fine, I will allow you to stay at the Water Road camp." Seeing that everyone agreed with her opinion, Tun Nuoklan once again raised her wine gourd and shouted, "Then let's all shout a toast to the wanderer." Dongfang Yong interrupted. Usually at this time people would shout out nicknames. Sun Ruolan also happily followed him. "Let's give him one." Jade-faced Demon King, Silver Beauty also joined in laughing. "What about the sacrificial devil?" Gong Chusang racked his brains but couldn't come up with another name. "Evil Demon Young Master." Seeing that everyone from Green Forest was participating, Tun Vu also raised his wine gourd and said a name that he thought was suitable, Crazy Soul Demon Emperor. In his heart, the Wanderer was a person with a strange and elusive personality. The evil of turning the surroundings into a sea of blood and mountains of corpses by commanding Peng Qion. That's why the name he chose to give him was Mad Soul Demon Emperor. Hearing those explanations, Tun Nuoklan was very pleased. She gave Tun Vu a thumbs up and praised him. "It was so suitable, let's take that name." Everyone raised their wine gourds high together, celebrating their future decision together. While everyone was excitedly shouting in unison, "Glory to the Mad Soul Demon Emperor," Peng Qion had already appeared beside him, speaking in a deep voice, "Mad Soul Demon Emperor." The space seemed to freeze after his words. No one dared to move or make a sound. Everyone was stunned by Peng Qion's sudden appearance. His eyes were still cold as usual. Peng Qion, half in the dark half out in the light, asked again, "Nickname for who?" Sun Wu seemed to be stunned, sweat pouring out like a stream from fear. "Since when?" No one answered Peng Qion's question. He moved closer to Tun Vu's position. As his hand reached out to him, Sun Wu died a little more in his heart. Dead. He opened his mouth wide and mumbled, "Help, help." But contrary to the massacre scene in Sun Wu's imagination, Peng Qion just gently placed his hand on his shoulder and laughed, "Wonderful." Sun Wu was stunned, not understanding why he was so lenient. Peng Qion was still rubbing his chin, thinking about that name, Mad Soul Demon Emperor, a nickname filled with the authority and power of a supreme being. There was nothing lacking in the master's title. It was truly amazing. Everyone else was stunned by Peng Qion's unusual way of thinking. Everyone stood still and stared. Did he really consider this a compliment? To ease the tense atmosphere, Dongfang Yong volunteered to stand up and speak. "Oh, by the way, it's a pity that you'll be leaving tomorrow. Hearing him say that, Tun Nuoc Lan immediately entered acting mode, trying to appear sad as she hugged Peng Chion's leg and screamed, sob, you're leaving again, please don't abandon us. Tun Vu realized his daughter's intentions, his heart began to waver, sure, just keep following and killing like hateful flies, so that Peng Chion will be disgusted and never call me again. So he started to follow his daughter, we will follow you to the ends of the earth. Immediately, Gong Chusang and Silver Beauty also shouted no matter to the ends of the earth, no matter to the ends of hell. But unexpectedly, his words immediately angered Peng Chion. He turned around and threw the beautiful girl into the corner of the wall. Are you trying to send your master to hell? He slumped down right at the cracked wall. Peng Chion turned around and left in disgust. Those hateful nuisances, just looking at their faces was boring. Sun Wu achieved his goal, turned around and nodded to Gong Chusang. Just when everything seemed to be going as planned, Peng Chion stopped and made his final judgment, but if you wish so much, I will allow you to follow. Everyone was stunned, they didn't expect that their overreaction would cause such consequences. While everyone was depressed, Peng Chion alone stood up straight and gave everyone a mission. Dong Din Long Vong, I have a mission for you, destroy Yu Lin Kok, the one who attempted to assassinate the previous master. He was extremely surprised and asked again, what? But we received orders from the master to reform the beggar gang. Peng Chion saw that he did not listen and argued against his orders, so he got angry and shouted loudly, how can a beggar gang be reformed, how ridiculous. Dong Fong Yong was extremely confused, his eyes, nose, and mouth were wide open. Peng Chion's eyes were filled with killing intent, his brows furrowed, he impatiently explained, the master's orders were to test your loyalty, and that loyalty would be directed towards the Spirit Valley because there must not be any obstacles on the great path that the master was walking. Dong Fong Yong bowed his head, somewhat angry, thinking to himself, what great path is that guy walking that we have to suffer like this, but he still respectfully asked, what great path is the master walking? Peng Chion was silent for a long time without saying anything. Suddenly he ordered Dong Phuong Vin to raise his head. He was a little worried, opened his eyes wide, slowly raised his head to face Peng Chion. As soon as his head was raised high enough, Peng Chion's terrifying face was close, he opened his eyes wide and stared at him threateningly, are you ready to die here? The entire Dong Fong Yong was frozen in fear, his pupils constricted as he tried to answer his question, no. Right after that, Peng Chion turned and left the room, leaving a message, that's it, I have something private to tell Green Forest so follow me. In the whole room, only Dong Phuong Vin was left standing there, stunned, not knowing what he was thinking. The carriage was moving in the forest near Chongqing, the weather up above was also extremely pleasant and warm. Inside the carriage, Sun Ruo Lan and Du Gang were sitting opposite each other. The space was extremely quiet, not a single sound was replaced by a girl's voice. It's been a long time since we've ridden in a carriage alone like this. The wanderer is a little unhappy, thinking like this is no different from the beginning. Suddenly, while the carriage was rolling, strange sounds came from all around. The bandits also realized something and cautiously glanced outside. Immediately after, a series of arrows shot through the carriage, creating round holes on the wall and window frames. Peng Chion's voice also echoed outside, Master, there is an attack. Both people inside were shocked, an arrow grazed Tun Nuoc Lan's body causing her to jump in surprise. The bandits had no choice but to move closer, using their bodies to cover hers to shield her from the hidden weapons that were continuously shot at her. Brother Yen clenched his teeth and was a little angry when he saw this situation. Was there another assassin in the attack? But in just a moment, everything returned to its original quietness. The car also stopped. Peng Chion anxiously opened the door wide and shouted inside, Master, are you okay? The bandit stood up straight and replied, I'm fine. What about those assassins? On the ground, Tun Nuoc Lan is still lost in her own thoughts. I haven't prepared anything yet. Peng Chion bowed his head in self-reproach, respectfully reporting the situation to the bandits. I'm sorry, I let two of you slip away. The unbelievable bandit asked again, disappeared. His heart was secretly shaken. There was also an assassin that Peng Chion couldn't catch. After determining that Peng Chion's strength far surpassed his own, he began to feel that the assassins who had just escaped his pursuit were extremely dangerous, his heart screaming violently, who the hell was that? In a nearby corner, a black-clothed assassin's figure was silently pulling down his mask. Sun Wu's familiar face appeared. He was extremely angry and shouted at the person beside him, Gong Chusang, do you want to kill Ruo Lan? Gong Chusang, after being scolded a bit, restrained and admitted his mistake, sorry, but I didn't mean it that way. On the tree branch behind him, the beautiful silver girl also calmly sat back and retorted, "That's right, this was all Peng Chion's orders, I'm lucky I get to play the role of the dead person." Sun Wu glanced at him, extremely confused. What the hell are those guys planning to do? He held his head, looking helpless, his eyebrows furrowed together. That's right, it was all because of that Peng Chion guy's orders. Who knows what that madman wants to do? When calling the Green Forest group to give them a separate mission, Peng Chion seriously instructed them, "You will become assassins." Immediately, they became speechless, not knowing what else to say. Non-DM Kyo was the first to react, raising her hand to ask, "But we are bandits." Following his question, Peng Chion's powerful and manly fist landed straight on his face. After Peng Chion satisfied himself, he slowly explained to them, "I realized that at the White Dragon Palace, at that time the bandit was extremely angry when he misunderstood that the White Dragon Palace master had sent someone to assassinate him. He shouted loudly and ordered Peng Chion to kill that person." Peng Chion's face was extremely determined, he clenched his fists to show his determination. The master's majesty only shined brighter when there were enemies. Then he began to give tasks to Sun Wu, Gong Chu Sang, and Yin Yanjiao. "From now on, you will attack the carriage 3 times, that will be the foundation of the master's majesty." The 3 of them were standing solemnly on top of a high tree branch watching Peng Chion driving the carriage. His fiery eyes shot back to give instructions. At this moment, Gong Chu Sang also did not hesitate anymore. He tightly held the 3 hidden weapons in his hand and quickly rushed down, whatever. Immediately, the hidden weapons flew towards the carriage carrying the royal luggage and the royal amulet. He had to use all his strength to shield her with his body, looking outside with some anger. Then the 3 of them, after attacking, had to stand on the tree and watch Peng Chion open the door wide to act, pretending to be worried and shouting loudly, "Master, are you okay?" After witnessing this scene, their eyes revealed a trace of judgment and judgment. After a while, under the harsh sunlight and heat, they couldn't help but take off their masks. The 3 of them stood dejectedly on the tree, their faces dark, not even surprised anymore. But at this moment they also did not know that in the distance there were 2 really suspicious figures. The invisible god thief and the drunkard in the distance also turned pale as they observed everything. The drunkard asked after a while of silence. They were really confused. "Senior," the shadowless god thief beside him was also equally confused. "That's right." He propped his chin up with his hand, starting to ponder, were they male or female? The shadowless god standing beside him immediately shouted uncomfortably, "Does that matter now?" He stared at the moving carriage below and warned, "Don't forget our purpose, drunkard. We are being chased by the 7 heavenly masters, because they stole the night pearl. To return the pearl and to hand over the real culprit, we searched everywhere and found out that they were the culprits." The shadowless god frowned, looking at the Green Forest group with some confusion. They actually came up with such a cheap assassination trick. The drunkard who was watching them clenched his fists a little more firmly. "Why don't we show them what a real attack is like?" He looked down at the carriage that was still galloping forward and refused this offer. "No, let's just observe a little more." The drunkard was both confused and suspicious. Wasn't there something fishy going on? His face was extremely tense. Was he watching them? The invisible god was so scared that he bowed his head unconsciously. He thought of the heavenly light pupil, his entire body tensed up. A person whose identity even with our realm could not guess, was following them. Such an expert was watching. Who exactly were they? Perhaps to him, Tian Guang Tong Zi was a person with overwhelming aura and power. But at this moment, he was helplessly observing everything around him, his face showing boredom. Tian Guang Tong Zi sighed and held his head. How did this happen? He turned his head to look at Green Forest and the 3 people, secretly assessing the increasing number of people chasing the young sect leader. Green Forest didn't know anything about stealth and had become an assassin. Then the heavenly light boy smiled with some amusement. Even that Green Forest king had a very messy life. He secretly followed behind the young sect master to look. "Just like me." Just thinking about this, he immediately collapsed, his whole body falling forward. However, Tian Guang Tong Zi quickly regained his composure and raised his vigilance. However, Green Forest was not someone that needed to be wary of, so it was fine to just leave them be. What needed to be wary of were the others that were chasing after the young sect leader. He was a little worried. Who exactly were those 2? Was it a bodyguard of the young sect master that he didn't know, or another assassin, who was not even inferior to his top stealth technique? Tian Guang Tong Pu tensed up and gritted his teeth, his fists also clenched and raised, secretly sighing. Without the 5 demon gods there were already too many things to worry about. In his heart there were hundreds of thousands of worries. Where did he hit? The 5 demon gods. Under the gaze of many eyes, the carriage still leisurely moved forward into the deep forest. The wanderer sat quietly by the window, enjoying the warm rays of sunlight shining on him. Tun Nuoc Lan opened her eyes wide with anticipation and asked him with a smile, "Master, will our wedding night be in Sichuan?" Immediately, the bandit's face turned worse. He gritted his teeth and reminded her, "What nonsense are you talking about again?" But Tun Nuoc Lan didn't care about that. She was immersed in her own imagination, shyly opened her mouth, but hadn't confessed yet. Was the progress too fast? The traveler tensed up and shot a glance at Tun Nuoc Lan, sweat pouring down his face as he asked again, was she telling the truth? Not letting him linger any longer, Tun Nuoc Lan stood up directly, using the CEO position to press him from behind, making a moderate price. Peng Qion asked me if I was purine energy. In her rosy imagination, he was so shy that he blushed when she approached. "Do you really crave my wedding night that much, you idiot? So embarrassing." That's why Tun Nuoc Lan pretended to understand and smiled to reassure her, "There's no need to be shy." The bandit was angered by her words. He turned to look out the window, shouting loudly behind Peng Qion's back, "Peng Qion, did you ask Tun Nuoc Lan that?" Peng Qion in front was a bit silent, thinking about how to answer his question. Then suddenly the bandit heard him reply, "Yes, master," which stunned him for a long moment. The bandit's face darkened, his hand covering his mouth, thinking, did he really ask that? Could it be? He turned to question Du Tian after thinking of the answer. Was Tun Nuoc Lan related to the arrangement? Peng Qion saw that he recognized her, and without hiding anything, nodded in affirmation, "Yes, it is indeed the owner." The wanderer, after confirming that his thoughts were correct, continued to indulge in his own thoughts. "That's right, Peng Qion isn't someone who would act without a reason," he asked coldly. "If that's the case, why didn't you tell me?" He was not worried and immediately replied, "I was worried that you would be weak-hearted." So before Peng Qion could finish speaking, the wanderer angrily interrupted, "Do you mean that I have feelings for Tun Nuoc Lan?" Hearing that, Peng Qion asked again, "So you don't like her?" He held his head and answered helplessly, "Of course, who would like a crazy person like that?" Immediately after, Peng Qion's words were like a slap in the face to the bandits. Then Tun Nuoc Lan was the perfect choice, because to keep the plan a secret, we must kill everyone, leaving no trace. He was a little embarrassed and asked again, "What?" Peng Qion only now began to explain everything in detail. The third arrangement had a very special passage process. In particular, to pass through the entrance a woman with purine energy was required to enter together. The bandits continued to ask, did it really have to be Sun Ruo Lan? While they were preparing to push her into danger, Sun Ruo Lan was still smiling innocently on the opposite side. Peng Qion bowed his head with great caution. The third arrangement was a dangerous place. Bringing a warrior would have a higher chance of success. The bandit leader began to ponder after hearing this. The sword master himself entered the devil's prison to keep the arrangement a secret. This showed that this arrangement was as important as life to the assistants being chased by the assassins, which was enough. Looking at Tun Nuoc Lan's red face, he felt a bit reluctant. Now he still had to sacrifice the people around him. The bandit held his head in one hand and clenched his leg with the other. His whole body was in agony. This was too much. Suddenly, the carriage stopped on the main road. Fong Tian spoke up to report, "Master, there is a group of flies." At that time, the bandit was extremely angry and wanted to get angry. His face darkened as he asked again, "Is it those assassins again?" Peng Qion raised his head to observe the situation and quickly replied, "No, you bandit." In front of him now were 5 figures wearing hats. Peng Qion spoke without fear, 5 flies. It seemed that these were the 5 demon gods that Tian Quang Dong too was worried about. The 5 demon gods, filled with murderous intent, stood in formation to block the carriage's path. Geometry Mason took off the hat he was wearing on his head, revealing a sly smile. "You are Peng Qion." Beck Mason and Hyuk Mason also stood beside them, full of murderous intent. "It was a fun time enjoying the world. I wonder if you can feel our concern or not." Du Mason held his hand on the hilt of his sword, frowning in annoyance, thinking of the previous leader. "I will kill you without letting you suffer." No Mason was also alert and ready. The 5 demon gods all drew their weapons, and all 5 of them were preparing to attack the carriage of the bandit and Peng Qion. A small leaf was carried by the wind and slowly fell to the ground. As soon as it touched the ground, that was when everything began. The 5 demon gods almost simultaneously shot up into the sky, rushing towards the black figure standing there. He endured all the moves of the 5 demon gods and painfully spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Geometry Mason passed by the fallen figure and spoke coldly, "Don't blame us, the martial arts world has always been a heartless place." The person who had just fallen down was trembling in pain, trying to get up with all his strength. Strangely, this face was completely unfamiliar. He helplessly spoke, "I am the sect master of the imperial sect. Who the hell is Peng Qion?" After a while of struggling, the sect master finally collapsed, unable to speak anymore. The 5 demon gods could only stand around and observe. Geometry Mason put his hat back on, turned back to look at his teammates. The smell of blood was unpleasant. Let's move somewhere else. Finally they decided to move to the top of the 5 Thai mountains. The 5 people sat together. No Mason was the first to lose patience. He frowned and shouted. He had been staying on the 5 great mountains for 10 days already. How long would he stay like this? Geometry Mason sat across from the remaining 4 people, his face expressionless as he questioned, so you mean you want to confront Pong Cheon? I heard he can single-handedly wipe out half of the demonic sect. Hearing that, No Mason quickly regained his composure and replied, that's not what I meant, I just want to escape to a faraway place like the North Sea. Beck Mason stroked his beard, looking thoughtful. North Sea, not bad either. Hyuk Mason also nodded in agreement with that opinion. But Geometry Mason didn't feel that way. He angrily flicked his robe and shouted, nonsense. Geometry Mason's face was filled with endless anger, his eyebrows furrowed. He shouted loudly, trying to change the situation, we have been in hiding for 20 years, we don't have enough time to hide in the dark anymore. Hearing him say that, the other 4 people were silent, because they also understood that suffering. From the beginning they were given a mission. Bywok died. That was the special mission of the 5 demon gods. Who are the 5 demon gods? They are the powerhouses who never taste defeat, another legend of the demonic path. The 5 demon gods had no doubts about the death of Bywok. Remembering back then, all of them were walking in the forest when they were stunned by the scene before them. Bywok was floating in the air. Before his eyes were a series of corpses. Until he saw Bywok with his own eyes. But the 5 demon gods were powerhouses who had never known defeat, so they could not fail. Even though they were very scared, they ran away. The 5 demon gods' faces were pale, without any color left in them. They could only run away headfirst. Time passed. The 5 demon gods heard that Bywok had died and could not return to the demon sect. The 5 demon gods did not dare to appear until 20 years after the sect leader died. Geometry Mason clenched his fists on his thighs, his whole body trembling. How did we survive, and yet he wants to kill the young sect leader? It's like telling us to die in the battle with Pong Cheon. No Mason let out a sigh. It was easier to spare the little demon king. But Geometry Mason didn't think that was right. He painfully bowed his head. No, that was also difficult. Your master is protecting the little devil. Do you think you can kill him? Then he propped himself up on his hands and slowly sat up straight, gathering his spirit. The little devil king's intentions were very clear. He wanted to eliminate Pong Cheon and our 5 devil gods at the same time. Hyuk Mason, who had been speaking all this time, finally spoke up. The heavenly light boy was very anxious. The scent of blood was rising from the east of Sichuan. Beck Mason raised his head resolutely. Do you think we will give up our lives so easily? Everyone was urged by Geometry Mason to regain their spirits. Only a fool would accept death. We will never fail. The 5 determined fists of the 5 demon gods were all raised high. The 5 demon gods would never accept death. Back to the space where the pirates and Pong Cheon were stopped, Pong Cheon angrily gripped the hilt of his sword and lamented, this bunch of pirates are too noisy. Because the 5 demon gods had mistakenly blocked the wrong car, the 5 people in front of them were not them, they just frowned in annoyance. The bandit saw that he was about to attack, so he jumped off the carriage and stepped forward to stop him. Stop, Pong Cheon, do you want to die again? His whole body was extremely alert as he walked towards Pong Cheon, thinking to himself, Sun Ruo Lan's death was already predetermined. He couldn't see any more bloodshed. Then he spoke to the people in front of him. What are you doing blocking my car? The leader of the group seemed to be old and difficult to please. He frowned and questioned him. He looked to be only in his early 20s, but didn't know how to speak politely. As soon as the old man was rude to the bandit, Pong Cheon was so angry that he wanted to draw his sword, but he waved his hand and said, I will handle it to the best of my ability. His tone was a bit sarcastic. The person who blocked someone else's car was demanding courtesy. If the other side was polite first, then this side would also be polite. The person opposite stared at the traveler and Pong Cheon silently for a long time. That dignified appearance on the contrary made people more suspicious. Then he stretched out his hand and began to introduce himself. I am Tang Xiaojing, young master of the Sichuan Tang family. It seems that what we are looking for is on your carriage. What do you think, you little brat? Pong Cheon was once again furious. His demonic energy also overflowed, but the bandit still did not allow him to attack. But as soon as the bandit lowered his hand, Pong Cheon's figure gradually disappeared into thin air. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Duong Hakan thought the bandit was afraid of him, so he smugly scolded him again, answer me. Little boy. As soon as the old man's last words ended, Peng Chion's sword had already powerfully pierced through the person on the way down. The subordinate standing next to him didn't have time to see the process, he just blankly looked at the blood splattered from the body of the lower realm and cried out, huh. Duong Hakan also did not understand what had just happened to him, looking down at the sword stuck in his shoulder and stammering, slowly. Immediately after, Peng Chion pulled the sword out of the old man's body without hesitation. The old man lost his balance and fell backwards, blood splattered from his wound. Peng Chion forcefully chopped the old man's knee, forcing him to fall. Immediately after, he stomped his foot on the path that was lying flat on the ground. During the entire process, he did not have a single moment of resistance. In the end, Duong Hakan admitted defeat, his hands clenched in unwillingness. Peng Chion spoke indifferently, hoping that the master would forgive him. The gangster behind him did not scold Peng Chion at all. He glared down at the road below him and thought to himself, I'm fed up with the rudeness of the gangsters. Then the gangster coldly questioned, Old man, why did you block my car? Xia Jing laughed contemptuously. Even though he was being trampled on, he was still extremely determined. His voice was deep and threatening. Do you think I will let it go after being humiliated? He took advantage of everyone's lack of vigilance and ordered the men behind him to immediately tear him apart. A black poison was slowly spreading throughout the forest. The face of the evil Tang Xia Jing was wrinkled, but there was still a bewitching smile on his lips. The poison that paralyzed his entire body would cause him to die in half a day. This was something that dared to look down on the Sichuan Tang family, where no one could compare in terms of poison. Immediately after, he thought he was sure of victory, so he turned around and ordered the nearest guy behind him, now in charge, to search the carriage and look for the fire dragon blade. The guy heard it and immediately nodded in response, obeying the order. Xian Shao stared at the road to Xia Jing and Peng Chion, feeling a bit suspicious. TSK, this guy was paralyzed in this exact position. However, he didn't care and continued to order the remaining people, the others, quickly block his way. Xian Shao was standing still in front of the carriage. Seeing this, the police immediately urged anxiously, What are you doing, Xian Shao? Hurry up and move. Before his eyes, the figure of the bandit was getting closer and closer. His eyes flashed like a demon in the air, surrounded by the black poison that obscured his vision. Hien Tu and Duong Hakan were stunned for a long time, their eyes widened in disbelief. He could still move. Right after that, to prove that what the two of them saw was true, Peng Chion's foot was stepping on the old man's back and silently exerted force. Duong Hakan painfully clenched his teeth, somewhat scared turned his head to look up at him. Peng Chion was like a bandit, his eyes were shining like a devil, his entire body was covered in pitch black as he raised his sword, looking at the gloomy black shadow of the bandit in the distance. Tang Xiajing was somewhat helpless as he clenched his fists. These guys who should have been paralyzed long ago were still able to move. Could it be that the soul-destroying poison had no effect? Breaking through the hazy black smoke, the figure of the bandit gradually appeared clearly before his eyes. He waved his hand and walked away without a single injury. How strange, how dare he openly block the road and even poison Peng Chion. Peng Chion stood coldly behind Hien Tu, his silent voice made him jump. Yes, master. The bandit seriously pointed at the assassins who had just attacked him, furrowing his brows as he ordered, They might use poison again, don't leave a single one behind, capture them all alive for me, remember, capture them alive, not kill them. Peng Chion completely agreed with his plan, respectfully nodded and replied, Yes, sir. The 5 of them were captured by Peng Chion and buried alive underground, revealing only 5 pale heads filled with fear. The bandit standing in the distance watched Peng Chion's actions, helplessly exclaiming, What an evil man. Meanwhile, the culprit who did this just leisurely brushed the dirt off his hands. But he had already completed his mission to capture the person, so he didn't bother. The gangster walked towards the police station and opened his hands to demand, Where is the antidote? The old man gritted his teeth and stared at him angrily, cursing silently in his mind, You haven't even been poisoned yet and you want an antidote, what? It couldn't be revealed that easily. Seeing that Xia Jing didn't reply, the bandit lowered his head and sighed, making up his mind, that was it. Then he raised 3 fingers in the air, his eyes darkened, and he gave the old man a condition in a low voice, I'll count to 3, if you don't tell me, I'll have someone cut off the heads of each of your subordinates. Peng Chion standing right next to him also raised his head in shock at the attitude of this bully. But the road to the lower realm did not know what was happening. He gave him a strange smile, looking at him. 3 seconds was enough for him to find a way to escape. A vagabond is still a vagabond. His 3 words of counting are also very different. In just a split second, the 3 words 1 2 3 quickly came out of his mouth. Because of his haste, the police finally had to quickly shout in fear, in the green bag. Peng Chion grabbed the old man's collar without hesitation and pulled him up from the ground. After getting the bag of things he needed, the wanderer coldly turned around and left. If you dare to fire at me, you'll be in trouble. He walked over to his carriage, opened the door wide, and stepped inside. It was true that he and Peng Chion were not poisoned, but Tun Nuoc Lan lying inside was not so lucky. Her entire face was purple, her eyes were rolled back, and foam was starting to come out of her mouth. The wanderer slowly took out a white pill from the green bag. After placing Tun Nuoc Lan on her back with her mouth slightly open, the wanderer put the pill into his palm, clenched it, and crushed it for her to drink. He watched Sun Ruo Lan slowly swallow the long pill, remembering what Peng Chion had said to him. Then Sun Ruo Lan was the most suitable. To ensure the secret of the arrangement, he must completely eradicate her. The Duke laughed at himself. How ridiculous, saving Sun Ruo Lan's life only to kill her. After settling the matter inside the carriage, the bandit once again went outside, coldly looking at the assassins and asking, hearing that you guys were blocking the road to find something called the Fire Dragon Blade, the road to the lower realm had no other choice but to confess. That's right. After hearing the answer from the old man's own mouth, the bandit became angry. He shouted and questioned, how dare you openly bully a stranger like that? What's so great about the Tang family that you're so boastful about? I've already tried your poisonous gas, it's just normal. Duong Hakan heard his insults about his famous family line, the fourth master of Duong Shuyan, and his face turned pale. He was extremely shocked. It was the first time in his life he had heard such words. He was so angry that he cursed himself, then he sighed helplessly and held his head, his teeth clenched together. We just came from Hunan, so we don't know much about the Tang family's affairs. Well, it's useless to say more. Now you guys can choose one of two paths. The bandit's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he looked at the 5 assassins, and began to negotiate with them. First, I will spare your lives, but you must keep this a secret and leave. Second, all of you will die here, leaving no trace. Peng Chion standing beside him immediately interrupted after hearing him give them their choice, brandishing his bloody sword, giving a standard smile. Of course he chose the second path, right? The bandit behind him helplessly shouted, are you planning to kill everywhere you go? Tang Xiaojing frowned. Of course he didn't want to die, so he quickly made his choice. Okay, we haven't met you guys today. Hearing this, the wanderer turned around comfortably, speaking as lightly as a feather without any doubt. How wise. He only left them with his back and a threat. If they dare to go back on their word, then the path ahead can only be a path of death. Duong Hakan and Peng Chion coincidentally became silent, not knowing what to say. After a while, he lowered his head and coldly said, I will surely chop off the heads of all your subordinates one by one. He didn't expect Peng Chion to say those words after a moment of silence, so he opened his mouth wide in surprise. Peng Chion immediately slapped the guard, smiled in satisfaction and put his sword back on his back. I'm just talking to the master, isn't it cool? He glanced at the old man lying face down on the ground after being beaten and then lightly mocked. Be grateful that you are still lucky. Seeing the master becoming more and more majestic, I am extremely happy. Then Peng Chion took a few steps closer to the old man, pointed his index finger straight at the entrance of the tunnel and lowered his voice to threaten, don't forget, the master has specially given you all a favor. Next time we meet, each of you may not only be stabbed in the shoulder. A moment later, the bandit's carriage slowly rolled away, leaving the forest in a quiet, soundless space. Duong Hakan was angry in his heart, gritted his teeth, and showed his indignation. I will repay this hatred 10 times over. Everything passed. The wanderer stopped at the outskirts of Sichuan. The moon above illuminated a vast space. The wanderer sat silently at the table by the window, quietly looking outside. Suddenly, Tun Nuoc Lan crept up from behind and whispered in his ear, Master, aren't you sleeping? Being reminded by her, the wanderer also turned around to look. Sun Ruo Lan quickly returned to bed and warned, sleeping late will make your skin worse. Where should I go tomorrow that I'm still here at this hour? Hearing Sun Ruo Lan mention tomorrow's work, the traveler paused for a moment. His hand holding the cup of water also tightened slightly. That's right, tomorrow, the day of the third arrangement, was also the day Sun Ruo Lan died. Suddenly he bowed his head and spoke, breaking the quiet atmosphere, apologizing. Su Ruo Lan raised her head and looked at him, confused. She was a little confused, not knowing what was going on, and innocently asked back, hey, what is there to apologize for? You bastard can't explain anything to Tun Nuoc Lan. She painfully held her head. I'm sorry anyway. In contrast to his gloomy appearance, she was extremely innocent and waved her hand to cheer up the bully. I'm about to die because of these things. I'm also a generous woman. If you feel guilty, then invite me to a cup of wine. Hearing that, he stopped bowing his head and raised his head to look at Tun Nuoc Lan, his eyes carrying a bit of his own thoughts. The wanderer finally understood, secretly feeling pain in his heart. Perhaps today is the last day we will talk like this. He gave a relieved smile. Okay, let's go, have a drink. Tun Nuoc Lan also happily responded to him, satisfied and teasingly smiled. Oh, you really invited me, then I won't be polite. But strangely enough, the next second she was lying on the floor, unconscious but still talking in her sleep. Then drink the most expensive wine here. The wanderer was stunned, not understanding what was happening. He paused and reassured himself, could it be that she was sleeping? Looking at Tun Nuoc Lan tilting her head and walking away, saliva still flowing from her mouth, the wanderer let out a soft sigh. In my life I have never seen a woman fall asleep while talking. Suddenly, from behind him, Peng Chion pushed open the door. His expression was flustered as he shouted, "Master." The bandit was calmer, slowly turning his head to look at him and asking, "What's the matter?" Peng Chion also quickly regained his composure, respectfully bowed his head and reported, the entire village was poisoned and asleep. When his subordinates went out to check the situation, they had already finished poisoning. Hearing this, the wanderer's brain started working. He spoke in confusion. Who could cure such a large-scale poison? The words of the wanderer were a bit uncertain. Could it be an invitation from the Tang family? Peng Chion grabbed Tun Nuoc Lan's head and lifted her up, his eyes gloomily responding to the bandits. They were all begging for taking this opportunity. I will eliminate a few of those gangsters. He saw this and quickly stopped them. Wait, why do you suddenly want to take Tun Nuoc Lan away? As he answered the bandit, his hand tightly gripped the head of Sun Ruo Lan who was sleeping soundly. She was the key to the arrangement. If something went wrong, it would be very troublesome. Seeing that he didn't seem to realize that the force on his hand was too strong, the bandit took a few steps closer and reminded him, I know, you should let go of her head first. Suddenly, the bandit thought of something and stopped. Wait, the key. He immediately wanted to verify his thoughts, so he hurriedly asked Peng Chion, I have something to ask. How will the third arrangement use purine energy? Peng Chion did not doubt the motive of the bandit at all, and quickly explained to him how it worked. There was a stone gate blocking the way, and men were absolutely not allowed to pass through. Only women with purine energy could pass through. After getting the answer he wanted, the wanderer suddenly scratched his head and laughed like a monster. Ha ha ha, so that's it, ha ha ha. Peng Chion standing beside him was stunned for a while. He raised his head in confusion and asked, Master, are you not well? He raised his head to look at Peng Chion, revealing his sharp eyes. She was indeed the key. If he just took Tun Nuoc Lan and slept like that, there would be no need to kill anyone else, right? The words of the bandit shocked Peng Chion. The light in his eyes also flashed. Why didn't I think of it? He darkened his face opposite, secretly mocking in his heart. There is a way to kill someone. Why think so much and tire your head, right? Immediately, Peng Chion was enlightened and let go of Sun Ruo Lan's head, letting her lie on the floor and continue sleeping. The cold-blooded duke gave instructions. The Tang family is not as important as this matter. Wait until Sun Ruo Lan is fast asleep, then we will go find an arrangement. He also became serious and replied, I obey. After finishing his sentence, Peng Chion took out a small roll of paper from his sleeve. So I would like to explain the arrangement. He spread the scroll on the table, revealing a large map. Peng Chion slowly pointed to the top of a mountain in the drawing and began to speak. The location was Tu Tsong Sun Tam Van Phong. On top of Tam Van Phong there is an ancient tree. From that position you can walk in the air. Hearing this, the wanderer hurriedly continued his words. At Zhou Peak, you stabbed your sword into the void to break the formation, right? Peng Chion firmly replied, that's right. Then he began to explain everything in more depth to him, but due to the combination of the formation, the path became invisible, so it might be more difficult than in Zhou Du Feng. First of all, to walk on the path one must follow the rules. Each lengthy and complicated rule he popularized for the wanderer. If you take a step forward, you must first take a step back. If you take a step back, you can take 3 steps forward from that position, and then have to take 2 steps back. The wanderer was extremely focused on listening and remembering. He silently recited and calculated the plan in his mind, taking 2 steps forward, then 1 step back, then increasing it again. After thinking, he directly communicated his thoughts to Peng Chion, so the next step was to take 3 steps back after advancing 5 steps forward. But he raised his head and seriously argued with him. His subordinates also thought the same, but that was not the case. If you take 5 steps forward, you must take 1 step back. According to what he had learned, the number of steps forward increased gradually. But the number of steps back only repeats 1 and 2 steps. After walking 21 steps like that, the entrance will appear. It is a gate surrounded by thick fog. The wanderer began to ask deeper things after knowing how to get inside. What arrangement could one obtain? Peng Qion answered his question very seriously immediately, the heavenly dragon sword and its techniques. Then he was also worried and immediately gave more instructions. Master, this arrangement and the next arrangements will be martial arts that complement each other. If you can't get even one, everything will be in vain. Hearing this, the bandit immediately dropped his unreliable appearance. His entire face turned serious as he looked at Peng Qion. I have to put all my heart into it. He respectfully bowed his head, placed his hand on his chest, and said, I'm just explaining this. As for the arrangements, they are strictly protected, so you can rest assured. Beside the window, the bright moonlight shone on the water in the glass, making the scene become hazy. The deep voice of the wanderer also rang out, I know, when it's light, we'll set off immediately. After Peng Qion left, the wanderer smiled, his hands clenched tightly in determination, thinking to himself, if he had the extreme pure 100 chief and the treasured sword, perhaps he would have a chance to fight Peng Qion. But things weren't that simple. The next day, when the bandit and Peng Qion entered the stone door, things were getting worse. It seemed like only 3 hours had passed. The room was surrounded by huge, pitch-black holes. The two people stood there, stunned, in the middle of the space. The bandit's face turned pale in disbelief, his eyes widened, not knowing what was waiting for him. The arrangement was gone. What the hell happened?